Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 3GL, Chapter 117, Hiss, Shu Yu, another burst of blood splattered. It turned out that the werewolf brain nothing, who trapped Kurosaki Ichigo also opened his blood basin and opened his mouth to Kurosaki Ichigo's neck. Even if Ichigo Kurosaki has super regeneration, but after being bitten on the neck, it is also fierce. So, Ichigo Kurosaki dodged important parts, but there was a piece of meat missing from his shoulder. Terrible, it's terrible. Cremation looked at the two brains that were surrounding Kurosaki Ichigo in front of him, and muttered to himself with a palpitation. This terrifying is not the strength of the single finger, but at the same time, the strength of this Kurosaki Ichigo is also stunning. With the joint efforts of two anti-heavenly monsters, you can even escape. Let's go. At the same time, the tearful 8 million suddenly said to Yoyuki Ukus next to him. Ukase Yoyuki looked surprised. Let's go find Aizawa-sensei. If he can come, then Ichigo will be easy. Momo Yaoyorozu analyzed. Yoyuki Awase thought about it, and it was indeed right. Mr. Aizawa's erasing personality helps too much in this situation. Ichigo, sister is going to protect you this time. Momo Yaoyorozu with red eyes showed a determined expression at this time. Ichigo Kurosaki, who had bitten off a piece of meat, quickly grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye because of the relationship of super regeneration. But at this time, there was still some dizziness in his head. He obviously has the ability to anti-poison, but he is still poisoned, which means that the power of this toxin is terrifying. After chewing Kurosaki Ichigo's meat without brain, the hyena continued to rush towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Gravitational field, 15 times gravity. Kurosaki Ichigo sacrificed that gravity field in an attempt to reduce the speed of the hyena and werewolf brains. The powerful gravity field weakened the speed and strength of the two brains a lot. At the same time, the cremation of the nearby battle was suddenly crushed by gravity. Poof! A sound. Abominable little ghost, it's really terrifying, and the guy called Black Mist hasn't come yet. Cremation thought angrily in his heart. This time, he came to kill Ichigo Kurosaki and the dead handle wooden hanger used 12 points of spirit. Black fog is the most important link, if both brains can't kill it. Taking advantage of the fact that the werewolf brain has no resistance to gravity, Kurosaki Ichigo wants to break free. However, the arm is free, but the werewolf's brain has no hair on the body, and it still sticks to itself. The personality of the werewolf brain is ancient giant wolf plus hair control. The so-called hair control, the werewolf brain has no control over its body hair, and after the body hair touches Kurosaki Ichigo, it can wrap Kurosaki Ichigo's body hair. It is difficult for Kurosaki Ichigo's fist to kill him, and at the same time, when Kurosaki Ichigo uses the werewolf brain as a weapon to hammer the hyena brain nothing, the hair on the werewolf brain is like a cushion, removing all the strength. In itself, Wolf the werewolf is a terrible monster, and now his physical body has been improved, and he has gained the personality of hair control which almost gives people a feeling of invincibility. What am I going to do? Kurosaki Ichigo also got into trouble at this time. My two hands at this time are all trapped by this guy's hair. The sword doesn't work, coupled with the effects of deadly toxins, this will quickly put your body into a state of deep sleep. Ichigo Kurosaki, who has the ability to anti-poison, can say that no toxin in the world can kill him. But that doesn't mean the toxin doesn't work on him. When Ichigo Kurosaki was bitten by hyena brain the toxin of the black mamba spread rapidly. This is 10 times stronger than real black mamba toxin. Kurosaki Ichigo, who has the personality of evolution, will put Kurosaki Ichigo into a deep sleep after encountering the toxin of black mamba. As soon as you wake up, you can recover. But now the question is, if you sleep by yourself, it is very likely that he will be in a different position. Fuck. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but scold secretly. Suddenly, at this very moment, the sound of an urn sounded. Big brother, I'm coming. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned, and found that Chong Dark Treading Yin controlled the huge black shadow and came to the rescue. Kurosaki Ichigo's gravity field can vary from person to person. For this reason, Chong Dark stepping is not disturbed by the gravitational field. Scum, even you dare to hurt my eldest brother. The black shadow roared angrily. Immediately, a punch directly shattered half of the hyena's brainless body. Immediately afterwards, another punch slammed into the werewolf brain Wu. The hair control of the werewolf brain does not have much effect on the opposite sex of the black shadow, because he has no body hair. For this reason, the werewolf's brain was hit head-on by the black shadow. However, the werewolf brain Wu's ability to resist blows is far more than that of the hyena brain Wu, and this punch is not enough to cause the werewolf brain to suffer much damage. Let go of my big brother. The black shadow's body transformed into an axe and slashed straight at the werewolf's brain. Chapter 118. The werewolf brain had no intention of avoiding it, but at this time it was suppressed by Kurosaki Ichigo. HMPH, at the beginning you trapped Lao Su, now you are trapped by Lao Su. A hint of playfulness appeared at the corner of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth. Thundered. The air can't withstand the speed of the black shadow, buzzing. But at this very moment, a black hole portal appeared in midair, teleporting the huge black axe to other locations, allowing the werewolf to avoid it. At the same time, a portal appeared at Kurosaki Ichigo's feet. The whole person's body fell into it. Just halfway through, the portal was ready to close. Hee, waste chop. The cremation next to him showed a cruel smile after seeing this scene. In order to be on the safe side, the Tamura Shigaraki wanted to cut off Kurosaki Ichigo's body directly through the portal of the black mist. Even if Kurosaki Ichigo has super regeneration, it will definitely not be time to recover for a while and a half. Kurosaki Ichigo's super regeneration ability is not comparable to the original brain. If you analyze it purely according to the data, the super regeneration of the original brain is 100 points, then Ichigo Kurosaki's super regeneration is only 50 points. Kurosaki Ichigo's super regeneration is a branch derived from the evolution personality, and any branch of evolution is stronger and stronger the more it is used. Kurosaki Ichigo has not suffered many major injuries, so super regeneration has not been raised to a higher level. Black Mist, why are you only here now? Cremation said displeased. Delayed by something. Black Mist said gloomily. Little ghost, although I hate other people's blood remaining in my body, I am very honored to be a peerless genius like you. Quote, HMPH, roll Lao Su. Kurosaki Ichigo was furious, but at this time, the strength of the werewolf's brain suddenly increased by a few points. The huge clamping force of the portal, like a sharp blade, cut through Kurosaki Ichigo's skin. However, to the amazement of the cremation on the side, there was no pain on Kurosaki Ichigo's face. As if this pain was insignificant to him. This is related to the poisoning of Ichigo Kurosaki. Because of the poisoning, Kurosaki Ichigo is lethargic, and his control of gravity is also reduced. Big brother, I'm here again. The black shadow, which was interrupted by the black fog before, rushed over with a roar at this time. A huge slap slapped on the werewolf's brainless body. The power of the black shadow increases according to the increase of environmental darkness and inner darkness, and Tsuneki, who has established a deep friendship with Kurosaki Ichigo, bursts into unprecedented anger when he sees Kurosaki Ichigo about to face the danger of his life. This raised the strength of the black shadow to an incredible level. This slap will directly fan the werewolf's brain. After losing the grip of the werewolf's brain, Kurosaki Ichigo intends to open the drive gate with both hands. But the transmission gate at this time. 6x adrenaline. The rapid secretion of adrenaline caused the blood in Kurosaki Ichigo's body to flow rapidly, making the dizzy head gradually awaken. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo abruptly broke the portal open with both hands. At the same time, cremation cooperates with the werewolf brain, using flames to limit the often dark shadows. This weakness is mentioned in the materials on cremation. Abominable. I'm going to save my eldest brother. The black shadow that was instigated in case of fire, under the flame of cremation, began to greatly reduce its power. The werewolf brain did not see the timing, and took a step forward, wanting to end the constant darkness. Get out. Just when Brain's fist was about to smash into Chong Dark, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly appeared. Ghost Che blocked and stopped the werewolf brainless. One knife flow, Jew and Death, Lion Elegy. Transformed into an electric current, flashing through the werewolf brain. Hiss. Brain Wu, who has a physical strength beyond the body of Wolf the werewolf, was only cut through a wound, the arms are not broken. Gravity Knife Hell Force. But soon, Kurosaki Ichigo once again swung his demon knife Onitori. Thundered. The terrifying gravity that destroyed the world pressed the earth under the werewolf's brain directly into a deep pit. But the werewolf brain quickly jumped out again with its strong physical fitness. Fuck, it's really difficult, Kurosaki Ichigo said. The werewolf has no brain, like a cannonball, and rushes towards him, wanting to fight Ichigo Kurosaki in close combat. Due to the hair control personality of this product, once entangled by him, his attacks will lose their effect. In this way, the only thing that can be relied on is the ghost in his hand. Instantaneous. Kurosaki Ichigo took a split second and directly opened the distance between him and his brain. System, add gravity fruit proficiency to Lao Su. At the same time, Ichigo Kurosaki communicates with the system in his mind. During this time, he has defeated many opponents. Points have been accumulated to 25,000 points. In other words, it can increase proficiency by 25%. And now his gravity fruit proficiency is 25%. Shu Yu, the proficiency of gravity fruit has reached 50%. Gravity Knife Hell. Kurosaki Ichigo swung the Oni again. Gravity seemed to condense into a transparent column of air that ran through heaven and earth, and the werewolf's brain was suddenly pressed down, and at the same time, a deep pit more than 20 meters high appeared on the ground. Oh my god, this guy is such a monster. Cremation looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who had no fight with the werewolf's brain. But that's not the end of it. Gravity Knife Fire Festival. Kurosaki Ichigo used gravity rays to directly pull down a small meteorite outside the earth. Thundered. In the dark night, a meteor suddenly appeared that fell rapidly. Collapse. In an instant, he smashed into the brain of the werewolf who was about to get up. Cremation saw that werewolf brain nothing was directly smashed into meat mud by this meteorite. Chapter 119. Consternation. Startled. The expression on Cremator's face was distorted for a while. Regarding the combat power of Brain Wu, especially this werewolf Brain Wu, he knows very well how strong it is. However, what made him feel incredible was that Kurosaki Ichigo, the little ghost in front of him, was so powerful that he summoned the meteorite outside the sky. Of course, in fact, this is not to summon a meteorite, but through gravity light, the meteorite's own gravity is strengthened n times. Thus falling down. Gravity Knife Fire Festival. The real Fire Festival, not the copycat version made by Ichigo Kurosaki before. But this move almost drained Ichigo Kurosaki's physical and mental strength. This feeling of weakness has never been experienced even by Kurosaki Ichigo, who is walking in the Asura Hell. At this time, a voice appeared in the communication equipment carried by the cremation. Assemble as planned. Cremation. After hearing these words, a smile passed on the corner of his mouth. In this way, the task of capturing the explosive hero over oneself is done. Just when Cremation decided to leave, he couldn't help but look towards Ichigo Kurosaki. Fighting Hyena Brain Wu, Werewolf Brain Wu in Black Mist, not only retreated with his whole body, but also successfully killed the werewolf Brain Wu. But at this time, the little ghost in front of him stood motionless. It seems that the body has reached its limit. But it's not right. In the eyes of this little ghost, there is still a monstrous battle intent, which makes people dare not look directly. At this time, whether it was Cremation or Black Fog, they did not dare to act rashly. Cremation, come and try him. At this time, the enemy alliance's military master, Black Mist, said. Try him. After hearing Black Mist's words, Cremation smiled slightly. Instead, a huge flame burst out from the center of his palm. Thundered. Flames came towards Ichigo Kurosaki. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo did not dodge. This made the two people of the enemy alliance happy in their hearts. It seems that this Kurosaki Ichigo should have reached the limit, and now is a good time to capture him. However, at this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo's voice sounded. Are you lighting a fire for me? After the flames dissipated, Kurosaki Ichigo took a cigar and looked at the two proudly, his eyes still like bloodthirsty beasts, dazzling. Gravity knife tiger, Kurosaki Ichigo muttered. Seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo was about to draw his sword, Black Mist was so frightened that he quickly opened the portal and prepared to leave. As they were about to leave, Momo Yaoyorozu and Ukase Yoyuki rushed over with Aizawa Yoda. Yoyuki-san Ukus, you're in trouble. Momo Yaoyorozu gave a tracker into the hands of Yoyuki Awase. Yoyuki Awase nodded and quickly ran towards the three. At this time, although the werewolf brain is dead, the hyena brain is not, but it is still alive, but half of its body has been destroyed by the Black Shadow. When Yoyuki Awase was about to leave, he used personality welding to weld the tracker to the hyena brain Wu's body, and disappeared with the cremation and black fog. Ichigo. At this time, Momo Yaoyorozu looked at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was standing motionless in place, holding a cigar, and shouted with tears in his eyes. Kurosaki Ichigo answered, Ichigo, what's going on with your body? Why is there blood on the ground? Quote, what the hell happened? Momo Yaoyorozu noticed that his brother was covered in blood, and even the earth was stained red with blood. Nothing happened. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had a demon knife on his waist and a cigar in his mouth, stood motionless, but his eyes were closed. No. Yoyuki Ukus, who was in Class B on the side, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this scene. Is this the Grim Reaper of Class A? Did he shed all the blood on the earth? Do ordinary people really have so much blood? As rumored, it is really a monster. When Kurosaki Ichigo fought the bloodthirsty muscle man, he consumed a lot of strength. Immediately after, several more big wars. Although Ichigo Kurosaki has amazing resilience and has super regeneration, this is not infinite regeneration. In other words, Kurosaki Ichigo's super regeneration ability is limited, and if the number of injuries in a short period of time exceeds the limit, the rate of super regeneration will be slowed down. In addition, the personality of evolution is based on the consumption of physical strength and mental power. Super regeneration. After recovering from the injury, the human body will become extremely tired. One after another, after the injury, coupled with, and finally the Gravity Knife Fire Festival, the strength of the whole body has been completely emptied. Finally, when he saw that Black Mist and Cremation wanted to do something to him, Kurosaki Ichigo specially read his big move Gravity Knife Tiger to scare them. In fact, when Kurosaki Ichigo fights his opponents, he never names his big moves, so that the enemy can be guarded. After the cremation, the Black Mist, and the absence of their brains, Kurosaki Ichigo fell into a coma with relief. Following, Ichigo Kurosaki wakes up early in the morning and opens his eyes to find himself on a sick Chuang. There were 5 or 6 girls on the side of Chuang. The closest to himself is Momo Yaoyorozu. The others are Raihyo Chako, Ashido Sana, and Ha-Yin 2 from Class A. Kazuka Kento and Shiozaki Tsubaki of Class B. Chapter 120, Sister. Kurosaki Ichigo woke up and screamed Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo Yaoyorozu looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and wanted to get up, and quickly said, Ichigo, the doctor said, let you rest well. Quote, retreat. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at his body and found that his whole body was wrapped in white bandages, and the whole person was like a mummy. All go, Khan. Kurosaki Ichigo was quite speechless. After that, he wanted to tear off all the white bandages on his body. But this act was opposed by all girls. However, how could they possibly stop Ichigo Kurosaki? After the white bandages on the whole body were ripped off by Kurosaki Ichigo, the lean body appeared in front of the eyes of the women. The women were first stunned, and then there was a scream. You pervert, Kazuka Kento said angrily. Okay, Kurosaki Ichigo said helplessly. At this moment, Tenya Iida brought the attending doctor to Kurosaki Ichigo's ward. The doctor couldn't help but be surprised when he saw that the wound on Kurosaki Ichigo's body was completely healed. Hey, I'm already fine. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Well, all right, the doctor said dumbfounded. You know, when Aizawa sent this little devil to the hospital last night, the doctor found that Kurosaki Ichigo had multiple bone cracks on his body, as well as dozens of bleeding wounds. According to this injury, it will not be good at all without half a year. But just one night passed, and his body was completely recovered. It's really a monster. I really deserve to almost become a hero of N0.7. The doctor praised. Number 7. Number 7 again. Nima, your whole family is number 7. For this title, Kurosaki Ichigo said that he was very troubled. Yesterday, due to Kurosaki Ichigo's overdraft use of his own ability, super regeneration almost lost its effectiveness. However, after Kurosaki Ichigo entered deep sleep, various body functions began to function again. Moreover, the ability of super regeneration has been strengthened again. It can be said that now Kurosaki Ichigo's super regeneration is only half a chip weaker than the original generation of Brain Nothing. In addition, Kurosaki Ichigo's physical strength has been improved again. This kind of improvement made Kurosaki Ichigo himself perceive. Clenching his fists, Kurosaki Ichigo felt as if his fists could break the firmament. Su-yu, Iida Tenya told Kurosaki Ichigo about yesterday. The alliance has captured Kakugo, but fortunately, except for Ichigo Kurosaki, who was seriously injured in the North American bobtail, the words of the others are not a big deal. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. However, at this moment, Tenya Iida's expression became solemn. What's wrong, Iida-kun? Kurosaki Ichigo asked. Tenya Iida glanced at Ichigo Kurosaki and motioned to go to a separate space with him. Madoratani-kun, Hong-kun, and Kirishima Ruoro, they plan to secretly rescue Bakugai Katsuki. They want to wait for your injury to get better and go together. Tenya Iida said. Oh, Kurosaki Ichigo was slightly stunned, and Kurosaki Ichigo was not surprised by this. This is Midoriya Izuku's style of doing things. But I hope Ichigo-kun still has a good rest. Tenya Iida said again. Why? Kurosaki Ichigo wondered. Ichigo-kun, your strength is too strong, plus it is sometimes difficult for you to hide the fighting intent in your heart, and once you use personality it will be no different from the enemy. Tenya Iida said. Oh, yes, it's okay. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. As the squad leader, Tenya Iida should be the calmest of these people. He knows Kurosaki Ichigo's strength, as well as his warlike personality. Compared to the irascible Bakugai Katsuki, once Kurosaki Ichigo gets caught in the battle, he is a demon god. Letting him do the work of stealth is basically impossible for him. But the reason why Iida Tenya told Kurosaki Ichigo about the matter was simply to show that he did not trust Kurosaki Ichigo and did not regard Kurosaki Ichigo as a brother, but Kurosaki Ichigo should have a more appropriate use. Sure enough, in the afternoon of the hospital, the European and American version of All Might quickly found Ichigo Kurosaki. After seeing Ichigo Kurosaki's recovery from his injuries, he couldn't help but raise his thumb. Ichigo-kun, come with me. All Might said. What's wrong, All Might? Kurosaki Ichigo asked curiously. Come with me to the combat meeting. All Might laughed. Me? Kurosaki Ichigo was slightly stunned. Chapter 121. All Might, why did you invite this little ghost? The professional hero of number 2, Andeva, said coldly after seeing Kurosaki Ichigo coming to the scene. We need your strength. Ormaid nodded and turned to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo, I allow you to fight in the name of the professional hero, All Might. Quote, for a while, All Might's aura burst out. The strength of number 1 made Kurosaki Ichigo stunned. Is this still the All Might who even takes a copy to class in order to be a good teacher? Hey, thank you. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, and immediately, he also revealed his fighting intent and momentum. This couldn't help but make the professional heroes present feel a dangerous breath, as if the air was heavy. Some of the less powerful professional heroes, such as the Mountain Woman, Mount Lady, have difficulty breathing under Kurosaki Ichigo's indiscriminate momentum. At this moment, All Might smiled and patted Ichigo Kurosaki's shoulder. Hey, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled playfully and completely converged his momentum. Funny little ghost. The number 4 Tide Explosion King looked at the famous little devil in front of him a little dumbfounded. It's really a little guy who doesn't talk much. After being ignored, he went straight to work. Prove yourself with strength, HMPH, I'm busy. Andwa snorted coldly. Why let me wipe the ass of UA High School? Quote, this incident is enough to collapse the heroic society, and we must mobilize all our forces to solve it. All Might did not return to Andeva, but said with his trademark smile. Hey, don't say it's so scary, aren't you world peace? The professional hero of number 4 said. It is no longer convenient for UA High School to gather heroes, please focus on the big picture, Andwa. The superintendent said. Well, let's discuss the battle plan now. All Might laughed. At this time, because the students were injured and arrested, the police department asked the principal to apologize in front of the media. Of course, this is just a pretense, and its real purpose is to be able to deceive the enemy alliance so that they do not think that the heroes will collectively go out and carry out a sneak attack. This time, there were many heroes who participated in the combat meeting. In addition to All Might and Andeva, there are Mountain Woman, Dense Forest Kamui, Tideburst Heavenly King, Akaidut, and so on. Inside the base of the Dead Handle Wooden Crane. Hello guests, your customized Pizza Hut takeaway pizza has been delivered. Kurosaki Ichigo knocked on the door. Yes, belch. The Tamura Shigaraki and the others were shocked. However, immediately afterwards, the wall of the dead-handled wooden hanging, suddenly, boom. The American comic version of All Might broke through the wall. The Dense Forest Kamui who followed All Might displayed his special move, Sumac Cage. Quote, the body turned into countless branches, and the dead-handle wooden hanging, the body of the body, the bloodthirsty muscle man, the double source river wren, the black mist and others, all restrained. Hee, it's not just that people who deliver food to you. Immediately after, another voice sounded. The iron door of the dead-handled wooden hanging was smashed by Ichigo Kurosaki's punch. For a while, there was smoke and dust. Ekatsude covered his nose in choking and said, Little ghost, why do you need to be so violent? Quote, yes, I just used 2 points of strength. Kurosaki Ichigo said, 2 points of strength. Ekatsude looked at Ichigo Kurosaki in amazement. Long time no see. Kurosaki Ichigo looked playfully at the dead-handled wooden hanger. Dead-handle wooden hang. Tell me where your boss is, you are already surrounded by our heroes. The classic car said. I hate you the most. The dead-handle wooden hanger, said with a fierce look. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo said, I'll stun the most troublesome guy first. Quote, after that, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the Black Mist. Black Mist's teleportation personality is very tricky. Once it is allowed to unfold, today will be another wasted busy. Black Fog, quick. At this time, the Tamura Shigaraki urged. Instantaneous. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly unfolded instantaneous step, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the side of Black Mist, and then, against his waist, he slammed a hammer. In an instant, the Black Mist was dry and gagging, and the eyeballs were about to fall. The whole person instantly passed out. Little ghost, don't be careless. The bloodthirsty muscle man roared angrily. After speaking, his muscle fibers quickly increased, breaking through the surface layer of the skin, completely tearing off the branches that were wrapped around his body by the dense forest divine power. A classic car, using a personality jet like a jet, the whip rushes to the explosive muscle. Old man, your strength is too small. The explosive muscle is casually in one gear, and the classic car is directly lifted off. Old man, are you all right? All Might asked. It's okay, I'm okay. Shundian, be careful, this guy's strength is not much loss to you. The classic car frowned. The all-for-one behind the dead-handled wooden hanging is already very strong, and I didn't expect that there was such a terrifying guy. Chapter 122. Bloodthirsty Muscle Man. Burst Muscle. Ekatsude was slightly startled. For exploding muscle, he knows very well that his former colleague died at his hands, and this guy's methods are very cruel. In addition, Kurosaki Ichigo was also very surprised. You must know that yesterday this product was still beaten by the dog himself, if not rescued by the Black Fog, it is estimated that he has been killed by himself. It seems that the enemy alliance side also has a way to quickly recover from injuries. Oh, I didn't expect you to know me. One-Eyed Burst said. HMPH, you killed my best colleague. Ekatsude said coldly. It's okay, you'll see him soon. The One-Eyed Burst muscle uses his personality, muscle increase, and in the face of many strong enemies, he directly shows his strongest state. The muscle fibers in the whole body soared out, like a bloodthirsty monster. Ekathiot's personality is paper limbs, and after hard training, he stretches faster than the speed of sound. Although Ekashute learned about Bakugan and their gang when he looked at the information provided by the police, after seeing the real person, Ekashute could not suppress the anger in his heart and rushed towards him. HMPH. Bakugan snorted coldly, grabbed it directly with one hand, and then threw it out hard. It's so strong. After seeing the strength of the explosive muscle, the classic car couldn't help but gasp for air. Let me come. At this point, All Might spoke up. Boom. All Might punched it directly, but at this moment, a black and smelly liquid body suddenly appeared in the room. Dozens of brain nothings crawled out of the western blood cave and entangled with All Might. At this time, All Might made an air maneuver and threw these dozens of brains directly away. All Might, I want to taste your blood, Bakugan said coldly. After that, Exploding wanted to sneak up on All Might from the weak side. Instantaneous. Kurosaki Ichigo sacrificed teleportation, moved in front of All Might like lightning, and at the same time, kicked Bakugan muscle. The monster-like explosive muscle was directly kicked out by Ichigo Kurosaki. Gravity Knife Hell Force. The demon knife is unsheathed. Ichigo Kurosaki slashed down. Boom. With a bang, the exploding muscle was directly crushed together with the ground. This kid, what's going on? It's only been one day, and it's become so strong. Exploding thought in amazement. Roar. At this time, Bakugan roared, forcibly broke free from the pressure like a giant mountain, and came behind Kurosaki Ichigo. But at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo turned around and swung out the demon knife. A strong chopping wave directly cut off one of the arms of the explosive muscle. Yes, belch. This scene surprised Ekatsude as well. Kurosaki Ichigo's combat power is really already at the hero level. But at this moment, these black liquid bodies reappeared, sucking all the dead wooden hangers and his companions, including the explosive muscles on the ground. This personality is reminiscent of the teleportation of the black fog, but after confirmation, the comatose black mist cannot activate the personality at all. Then that is to say, All Might touched his stomach, frowned and looked into the distance, and suddenly said, Ichigo-kun, you go to support the heroes first, there are too many brains, I'm afraid they will be in danger. Quote, All for one, recently developed brain nothing, is a staggering number. At least more than 70 heads, at his previous speed, is simply impossible. However, All for One unites with the international criminal organization, Black Beast Legion. The black handicap not only gave him, Wolf the Werewolf, as a transformation object, but also strongly supported him in terms of research and development and funding. This time, more than 70 mindless people are hoping to overthrow the heroic society of Ribbon and kill the world peace All Might. Andwa came to the rescue. Outside, the dense forest Shinwei, who was being entangled in his brain, shouted loudly. Andeva frowned slightly. He also wanted to rush over, but these enemies were really too many, and the strength of the individual body was extraordinary. Ordinary professional heroes, not at their level at all. Andre was also entangled in Brain Wu, and his right arm was torn off by Brain Wu, and blood was dripping. On the other hand, a black stout Brain Wu knocked the jauntized MT lady, the mountain woman, to the ground. Seeing it, the brain is not delivering a fatal blow to himself. A teenager descended from the sky and appeared in front of his eyes. One knife flow Ju Dai Lion Elegy. The black and stout brain was directly cut in half. Su. Immediately afterwards, 23 brains rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Like a raging herd, it submerged Kurosaki Ichigo. Not good. Oops. Ichigo Kurosaki. Mountain woman screamed in silence. Gravity Knife Purgatory. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo sacrificed Gravity Knife Purgatory and the surrounding gravity suddenly doubled. Most of the brain is as if pressed by mountain and cannot move. Only a few of the strong, still standing. Among them, one of the strongest suddenly hugged Ichigo Kurosaki. Mammoth Brain No. This is the mammoth personality provided by the Black Legion. His greatest strength and defense are the same. Not long ago, he directly injured the tiger in the Pussycats, and if it were not for the other people as cover, the tiger would probably have lost his life. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 123. Boom. With a fierce increase in strength, Kurosaki Ichigo felt as if he had been hit by two moving trains, and his body couldn't help but feel a little painful. Ichigo-kun. The mountain heroine Yu Shan-yu screamed, and her tone was extremely nervous. This brain nothing is the strongest of all the incoming brain Wu. The mountain woman sees that Ichigo Kurosaki is in danger and wants to come and help. The thighs, like tall buildings, kick directly at the body of brain Wu. However, this mammoth has no brain, and with one push with one hand, it directly pushes the 20-meter-tall mountain woman into the air. This scene surprised the professional heroes next to him. The strength of this brain is probably too strong. Meanwhile, another battlefield. In order to save others, the Tide Explosion Heavenly King used personality, fiber, to transfer people out. However, at this time, he was pushed by the air of All for One, and he was directly destroyed by his inhuman form. Tide Explosion Heavenly King, your judgment and skill are really pure. But you're not quite for me. All for One said. Soon, a void of black liquid appeared in the air again. The dead handle wooden hanging, the hood of my body, the bloodthirsty muscle man, the Fendoyuan River Ren, the black mist, and the explosive hero Victory G, were all teleported over. Let's go, All for One said to his apprentice. Fendoyuan He Ren was surprised, but the black mist has passed out. Quote, it's okay. All for One uses the force activation personality to activate the teleportation personality of black mist. In an instant, a black fog appeared in the air again, that is, the portal. The teleportation of All for One and the teleportation of black fog are fundamentally different. Firstly, he cannot accurately locate himself, and secondly, he can only teleport to the location of his side. In the end, people who are not familiar with him do not work. Boom. A bang. All Might fell from the air at this time. Oh, here you are, All Might. Hee, your heroic society will soon collapse. By the way, and that kid named Kurosaki Ichigo. In order to successfully kill him, I specially prepared several gifts. All for One muttered to All Might. What? All Might looked stunned. Unexpectedly, All for One expected Ichigo Kurosaki to come over. This guy is also too good at layout. Ichigo Kurosaki is not a professional hero and is not allowed to participate in battles unless he has his permission. But he even counted that too. It's really scary. Ichigo Kurosaki's side, Mammoth Brain Mew and Kurosaki Ichigo fought with power. At the same time, a brainless hand actually emitted blue light. A huge force sucked away the Oni Toru on Kurosaki's gaunt. This surprised Ichigo Kurosaki. This brain that emits blue light actually has the personality of magnetism. It seems that All for One has put a lot of effort into itself. He knew that his sword skills would not be fatal to these brains. So, let Mammoth Brain know and Magnetic Brain know cooperate to take away the ghost in their hands. However, what they don't know is that they are not weak at all without Ghost Toru. 7 times the adrenaline. Ichigo Kurosaki gets adrenaline pumping and excites his extreme state. At this time, the brains saw that Kurosaki had no weapons on his hand, and they pounced again. Be careful. The MT Lady Mountain Lady, who was knocked to the ground by Mammoth Brain Wu, shouted with tears in her eyes. Roar. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly roared. The roar was so loud and deafening that it resounded in the sky. Even All Might on the nearby battlefield heard it clearly. All for One, you're still underestimating that kid. All Might wiped a smile at the corner of his mouth and said. Oh yes. All for One sneered. This attack on Kurosaki Ichigo is not only his own idea, but also the international criminal organization Black Beast Legion. Ichigo Kurosaki defeats Wolf the Werewolf, Jack the Hyena, and others, ruining their robbery plans. Ichigo Kurosaki is now on their must-kill list. Click. Hiss. Kurosaki Ichigo, who lost Onitsu, completely transformed into the Grim Reaper. 7x more adrenaline, plus instantaneous steps. The speed is already at the supersonic level. In a blink of an eye, I came to a brainless behind. Click, a sound, he directly tore off one of his arms. Although the physical strength of these brain nothings is good, they do not have the same super regeneration as original brain nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ichigo Kurosaki transforms into a crusher, and every time, he has to tear off one of his arms and legs. Directly let the brain lose its combat effectiveness. This made the professional heroes present look at each other. This is just a student, so strong. Scary little ghost. And Eva, who was being besieged by 3 or 5 brains, couldn't help but sweat coldly when he saw this scene. I'm afraid the strength of this little devil is already above me. In addition, Andwa has an illusion. Kurosaki Ichigo's back actually coincided with the target he had always wanted to chase, All Might. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 124. In the blink of an eye, Kurosaki Ichigo used absolute brute force to tear their very tricky brains in front of many professional heroes and policemen. These brains are enemies that bind professional heroes, but in front of Kurosaki Ichigo, they are so vulnerable. At this time, after Kurosaki Ichigo's violent life, there are not many brains left who still have combat effectiveness. But the rest are brains with good strength. The most powerful mammoth brain none is still there. All brainless, don't besiege Ichigo Kurosaki. Although Kurosaki Ichigo was as strong as a dragon, he could not hold the wolves, and at this time, he was torn off a lot of pieces of meat by several brains with sharp teeth personality. The simple is to have super regeneration. But Ichigo Kurosaki was still covered in blood, like a demon god. Andwa. At this time, the dense forest Shinwei, who was injured and fell to the ground, shouted. Even though Kurosaki Ichigo is strong, the dense forest Kamui is still worried that the tiger will not be able to hold the wolves. The number 2 professional hero Andeva behind him, in addition to his strong personality, also has accurate judgment. He understands that the main reason why Brain Wu has not been destroyed by this little ghost in front of him is that this strongest mammoth Brain Wu. To this end, Andwa attacked it from the rear with flames. A sea of fire rushed towards the mammoth brain. Roar. The burned Brain Wu roared, turned around, and walked forward against the flames released by Andeva, and rushed forward. The strong momentum made the air buzz, and the flames were all torn apart by force. This raging impact directly broke Andeva's ribs 7 or 8. Poof! A stream of blood spurted out of Andrewa's mouth, and the whole person fell to the ground injured. Mammoth Brain moved forward without a step, ready to get rid of Andeva. Bastard! Andeva roared, and 2 huge flames shot out from his hands. However, this flame only burned the skin of the mammoth brain, and did not hurt the substance. Abominable! Andwa said through gritted teeth. Gravity fist exploding landslide. Kurosaki Ichigo Andwa is in danger of life, and sacrifices gravity fist exploding landslide. The fist of the landslide cracked, destroying and decaying, as if a mountain flock rushed out. Boom! A bang! Directly knocked Mammoth Brain Wu flying, and at the same time, a fist-sized dent appeared on Mammoth Brain Wu's back. You go and save people, leave it to me here. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo said to Andawa, Dense Forest Kamui, Mount Lady Mountain Lady and others. From another battlefield, news comes that All Might is at war with All for One. However, All Might, who passed that one for all personality to Midoriya Izuku, only has the remnants of personality in his body, plus serious injuries. All Might is already an oil well lamp. To make matters worse, there were many civilians in the field where they were fighting, and if the civilians were not rescued in time, All Might would not be able to exert 100% of his strength. The professional heroes at the scene were all stunned when they heard that Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to fight alone. You're alone, okay, little ghost. Andeva, who pondered for a moment, said. Andeva's personality, although somewhat unruly, is not a bad guy by nature. Just now, Kurosaki Ichigo came to save him, which made him still quite grateful in his heart. Hee, don't worry, these things are a bunch of chickens and dogs. Kurosaki Ichigo said proudly. Between words, these brains are not put in the eyes at all. Ichigo-kun, or let them go. I'll support you. Dense Forest Kamui said. Indeed, the personality of Dense Forest Shinwei using capture is simply perfect. But, Kurosaki Ichigo opened his mouth and said, You go too, stay here, I can't let go. Quote, you, dense forest Kamui couldn't help but be a little speechless after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words. This bastard coward, this is nothing more than saying that if he stays, he will only become a burden to him. It's really arrogant, hee, but I like it. Let's go first, Andeva said at this time. Just before Andeva and them left, suddenly, Kurosaki Ichigo said to Andwa, Uncle, wait a minute. Quote, what's wrong? Haha, little ghost, do you want me to stay and help you? Andeva laughed. This bastard imp actually wants to solve these monsters alone. It seems that he still has some brains, only if he stays, he will be foolproof. Andwa thought, no, I just wanted to ask you to borrow a fire again. As if by magic, Kurosaki Ichigo pulled out a cigar from his arms. Andwa's face was full of black lines, but at this time, he unexpectedly extended his thumb. Bear. A flame appeared on the thumb. Light the cigar. This is not only to light a fire for him, but also to praise him. Little ghost, you must give Lao Su alive. After Andeva finished lighting a cigarette, he went to support All Might. Definitely, uncle, I will continue to borrow fire next time. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. HMPH, bastard. Andwa cursed angrily, but a smile passed on the corner of Andeva's mouth. Compared with this battlefield, All Might's battlefield is the main play. Once All Might is defeated due to the presence of civilians and cannot exert real strength, then for the entire heroic society, it is simply a disaster. Chapter 125. Another battlefield. With the cooperation of many heroes, the civilians at the scene have been safely evacuated. As for Bakugai Katsuki, he was also saved by Midoriya Idehisa, Tenya Iida, Rishiro Kirishima, and Boom Frost. It can be said that the rescue plan of the Bakugou victory has succeeded. However, at this time, All Might's body had reached its limit. More seriously, All for One's words directly collapsed All Might's psychology. What? The dead handle wooden hanger is Nana Shimura's grandson. All for One said slowly. Huh, what? No, it can't be. You're lying. All Might said in horror. Hee, you should know my character, there is nothing impossible about this. As tenacious as you psychologically, I've been thinking about what can make you sad, but I seem to have found a breakthrough now. All for One said calmly. Although your master Nana Shimura was killed by me, you also destroyed my companions and took everything from me. Now I'm going to take everything from you too. After speaking, All for One turned to All Might, who was stunned in place, and sent out push air. The powerful air thrust hit the Nine Ermit like a cannonball. This powerful power directly made All Might's image of a beautiful muscle man completely collapse. At this time, the scrawny All Might was completely exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Not just seen by professional heroes who are not far away, this battle is broadcast live across the country. This scene was also clearly seen by the audience in front of the national TV. Nope, who is this thin man? Is he All Might? How is this possible? All Might, who was almost broken in his heart, fell to the ground. The symbol of world peace is like a dog who has lost his family. The spirit of war in his eyes is annihilated, and his morale is completely lost. The first step is to let people see your miserable appearance. The second step is to slowly torture you to death, so that stupid people can see how the world peace in their minds can be killed by me little by little. All for One said expressionlessly. At the same time, he began to put together personality. Push air plus clockwork plus explosive power x4 plus arm strength x3. These enhanced personality combinations have raised the power of All for One's air push to an extremely terrifying level. Boom! All for One is launched in one palm. An air cannon was released. All Might, who had lost his conviction to fight, was hit hard again. The whole person was blasted dozens of meters, until a building was smashed, and the body stopped. All Might, you are a symbol of world peace, but no one can save you. Ichigo Kurosaki, whom you are optimistic about, is also about to die on my brain. The murderous All for One said coldly. Another battlefield. Kurosaki Ichigo vs. Brain Nothing Legion. The remaining more than 10 brains are nothing, and in terms of strength alone, they are not worse than the professional heroes of number 10, even stronger. However, Even so, Kurosaki Ichigo is still at ease. In a short period of time, 5 or 6 brains were not torn apart by Kurosaki Ichigo. In addition, the toughest mammoth brain among them is not. Despite its great strength, the defense is super strong. But Ichigo Kurosaki with gravity fist exploding landslide. Punch after punch. A punch is heavier than a punch. A punch is faster than a punch. The fist intent revealed by each punch seemed to be able to penetrate the heavenly dome and burst the universe. Overweening. The explosion sound after the impact directly caused the surrounding buildings to begin to collapse. After hundreds of punches, the mammoth brain nothing that made the professional hero Andrew of number 2 unable to eat, the flesh has begun to collapse. Blurred flesh and blood. Blood splattered. That's it. Ichigo Kurosaki abruptly beat the mammoth brain into a pile of mashed meat. Such a horrific scene made the police officers can't help but be encouraged. The strength and deterrence shown by Ichigo Kurosaki are involuntarily reminiscent of the world peace, All Might. Oh, that little ghost, is it really okay? I actually defeated it. All for One on the other battlefield looked at the sky and said meaningfully. But he quickly added, but the real drama is just beginning. Quote, meanwhile, the battlefield of Kurosaki Ichigo. The remaining 4 brains were absent, taking advantage of Kurosaki Ichigo's victory over the mammoth brain, a short gap. For a time, people from all directions rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo and hugged Kurosaki Ichigo. At this time, the body of the 4 brains began to swell. This feels like a self-detonation. Bomb ants. In addition to the effect of explosion in the hand, the most powerful is self-explosion. All for One knows that Kurosaki Ichigo's physical strength is no worse than himself in All Might, and even has super regeneration. I'm afraid it's hard to blow it up alone. If you have 2 of them, it's basically dead. If you have 3, nothing goes wrong. If the 4 are spoken, even if God comes, they will fall. But the blast range of the bomb ant is only 100 meters. The closer you get to the center, the more powerful it is. Beyond 100 meters, basically it won't hurt much. Oops, not good. A few hundred meters ahead, the young superintendent, Sukanai, who observed this scene with a telescope, felt bad. Do you want to die with Lao Su? Kurosaki Ichigo thought playfully. Advanced instantaneous. Empty cicada. Kurosaki Ichigo unleashed the highest meaning of the instantaneous step, the empty cicada. Fortunately, if the enemy alliance did not come to give himself points yesterday, his instantaneous steps would not have reached 100%, let alone mastered empty cicada. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 126. Boom. 4 brains with the personality of bomb ants chose to self-detonate. Thundered. For a while, the battlefield of Ichigo Kurosaki was like an intercontinental missile exploding. The deafening blasting sound and terrifying impact force made a bottomless pit appear within 100 meters of the blasting center. Ichigo-kun. After Superintendent Sukasuka saw this scene through a telescope, he couldn't help but sit directly on the ground in fear. What's wrong, Sheriff? The policeman next to him asked. Elimination. It's gone, Sukasuka said with a pale face. Unexpectedly, the enemy would find such a rare personality as Bomb Ant to deal with students who were only in their first year of high school. Another battlefield. All Might. Did you hear that? All for One burst out laughing. What? All Might Mune looked at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance. As a teacher, you are also a failure. Whether it's Midoriya Izuku or this kid named Kurosaki Ichigo, you didn't cultivate them well. All for One said. You, All Might roughly guessed what was happening ahead, and couldn't help but look at All for One dumbfounded. I'm going to take all your stuff little by little now. All for One said cruelly. Push air. All for One launches personality again. The personality of several reinforcement systems is superimposed, so that the power of air pushes close to the bomb. Although this does not kill All Might immediately, it can make him very embarrassed. Did you see that? This is your world peace, All for One laughed, apparently addressed to civilians who were in front of the television. All Might. Many people saw their pillars collapse in front of them, and for a while, their hearts were difficult to accept, and they began to cry bitterly. Bang! A bang! All for One was like a violent wind, and in an instant, he came to All Might's body and stepped on All Might's stomach. This is the injury caused by All for One to All Might 6 years ago, when it directly injured All Might's stomach, which is also the culprit that caused All Might to lose weight. Another battlefield. Superintendent Tsukasanai, who had no eyes, suddenly sounded a voice in his ears. Superintendent Tsukashi, Baro addressed to where? Tsukashi was slightly startled. Immediately afterwards, a strong force directly pulled away his coat. Superintendent Tsukasuka looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with a smile on his face and a demon knife onitori pinned to his waist. Hey, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled playfully, and then once again sacrificed instantaneous and rushed towards All Might's battlefield. The highest meaning of instantaneous steps, the empty cicada, can allow itself to get out in a very short time. This is also a move that only comes to comprehension after instantaneous reaches 100% proficiency. However, if you want to cast empty cicada, you must give up your foreign objects. Kurosaki Ichigo, who has an evolution personality, is not afraid of cold and heat, so he usually wears not many clothes, and after using empty cicada, only a pair of underwear remains. As a future hero, it is impossible to be naked in front of everyone's eyes. That's it, give me death. All for One stepped on his foot hard, and All Might screamed in pain. You loser. You guy who took everything from me. One knife flow Ju Dai Lion Elegy. Suddenly, a gust of wind invisible to the naked eye rushed towards the All for One. Although All for One's eyes are no longer clear, his powerful sensing ability and infrared personality made All for One respond immediately. As soon as he hid sideways, he hid over. All for One looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who appeared in front of him, and said in shock. Useless explosions can only pollute the environment, Kurosaki said as he pretended to be like the wind, while holding a freshly lit cigar in his mouth. This little bastard, how do you always like to light cigarettes with my beard? Andeva said helplessly. Just now, a lightning-like figure streaked past him, and at such a speed, Andwa did not react until his beard was touched. The Endeavor man, Andwa, in order to prove that he is no worse than All Might, so his beard is also covered with flames. Little ghost, you, the lady of MT who learned that there was a huge explosion on another battlefield and learned from the front that both the enemy and Kurosaki Ichigo had disappeared without a trace, burst into tears, and at this time, after seeing that everything was fine, Kurosaki Ichigo reappeared. He couldn't help but scold with a smile. Ichigo. On the other hand, Midoriya Izuku, Boom Jiao, Tenya Iida and others who rescued the Bakugan Katsuki squad were also surprised when they saw Kurosaki Ichigo appear. But they saw the horror of All for One with their own eyes, and they hid among the stones behind them, so frightened that they did not even dare to move. After a long mental battle, he came to the rescue of Bakugao Katsuki. But what you see on the big screen on the street, the target they had been chasing was standing confidently in front of All for One, without the slightest fear on their faces. Is this the gap? Boom, Midoriya Izuku and others couldn't help but think. It's really an unexpected guy. All for One was a little surprised when he saw that Ichigo Kurosaki was safe and sound, but he quickly returned to calm. Extreme Storm Blaster. All for One unleashes a combination of personalities and makes the biggest shockwave. Thundered. The surrounding space was buzzing with tremors. The power to destroy the heavens and the earth rushed to the face. Even the civilians watching the battle in front of the screen can clearly feel it. What a messy personality, Kurosaki Ichigo sneered. Gravity Knife Tiger. Ghost Che swung out violently, and a sword chi several meters wide burst out, shocking the earth, destroying and decaying, rushing towards All for One. Chapter 127. After the two huge energies collided together, the light after the starry sky shattered was produced, and it became the center of the storm, quickly spreading around, and the clouds in the sky that blocked the moonlight were instantly blown away by the fierce wind. The surrounding buildings are directly turned into powder. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that All for One actually blocked his strongest blow. This product is really worthy of being able to beat All Might into a serious injury. Little Ghost, you are very good, several times to destroy the plan of hanging. I have warned many times that you can't be careless against it, but the hanging is not really taken to heart. Although I came to save him this time, you are too threatening to him in the future, so let's strangle you in the cradle today. All for One said in a calm tone. HMPH, just with your messy personality, you want to hurt me. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed back. In order to make sure to kill you, I intend to use my strongest combination personality. Clockwork plus Instantaneous Force, 4 plus Arm Force Strengthening, 3 plus Proliferation plus Hypertrophy plus Rivet. All for One sacrificed his strongest personality combination, and for a while, his right hand was like a giant's arm, and there were various rivets embellished. All for One rushed forward, Instantaneous Force 4, plus the original speed of All for One. At this time, the speed of All for One is only faster than that of Ichigo Kurosaki in the state of violent blood. Little Ghost, the previous air shock wave at most consumed your physical strength, but now it can kill you. All for One transforms into a black bolt of lightning and punches out. All for One was at least 10 meters away from Kurosaki Ichigo at this time, but Kurosaki Ichigo heard the sound of 10,000 horses galloping, as if it was a heavenly drum thundering, shaking the sky. Kurosaki Ichigo felt that his flesh was being blown by the strong wind. This kind of wind pressure, simply himself, even if it is replaced by a guy with a hardened personality like Rui Erlang Kirishima, I am afraid that it will be directly shattered. Gravity Knife Hell Force. In the face of a strong enemy, Kurosaki Ichigo roared, his black hair was like a waterfall, and he slashed down. The powerful sword chi and air pressure made the surrounding void directly shattered, and the same 10,000 horses galloped. All for One's monster big hand smashes Kurosaki Ichigo's demon knife Toru. This collision, the aftermath that burst out, directly made the big earthquake shake. The masses watching the battle in front of the TV were stunned. A mortal fight, nothing more. This collision made Kurosaki Ichigo's rock-strong flesh tremble. Little Ghost, the knife technique is good, it's a pity. It's not enough to see. Shu-yu, the voice of All for One sounded. Looking at Kurosaki Ichigo who spilled blood from the corner of his mouth, Midoriya Izuku, Bakugai Katsuki, Bang Jiao and the others all showed worry on their faces. Judging from the battle between the two, Kurosaki Ichigo is completely at a disadvantage. At this time, All for One, the whole person did not suffer much damage. Yes, Mask Tube. Ichigo Kurosaki gave All for One's appearance a name directly. Gravity Knife Hell Force. Kurosaki Ichigo slashed down again, like a flood, surging and earth-shattering. HMPH, it's the same a few more times. All for One threw another heavy punch. Thundered. Mars crashed into the earth, sweeping 9 days, and the ground within hundreds of meters around the two was directly shattered. Yes, what about adding this? Ichigo Kurosaki smiled playfully. Gravity Knife Fire Festival. As early as the moment after using the Gravity Knife Hell Force, Kurosaki Ichigo used the Fire Festival. The gravitational ray, directly into space, pulled the meteorites down. Bear. At this time, a huge fireball suddenly appeared in the sky, falling at an alarming speed. Hell Power. This is a big move to hold people down with great air gravity, and even deep pits will appear on the ground. But for a strong person like All for One, it's hard to really kill it. For this, Ichigo Kurosaki also used his own combination skills. Hell Power plus Fire Festival. Hell Power. Hold the enemy down. The Fire Festival pulls the meteorite down. If you don't believe it, it won't kill you. Kurosaki Ichigo said secretly in his heart. Not good. Oops. All for One saw the moment of the fall, and the whole person couldn't help but be shocked. I didn't expect this imp to be so strong that he could pull a meteorite down. All for One, who has no way to hide, can only bite the bullet and punch out. The extreme power caused the void to crack, shattering mountains and rivers of fists, and slamming into the meteorite. Dwang! As if it were a planet exploding, thousands of auroras shot out, filled with smoke, and a radius of hundreds of meters was obscured from sight. Is this monster dead? It should be dead. After all, it was smashed by a meteorite. On the street, countless people looked at the two people shrouded in smoke and said, However, the next second, a transparent pillar of light directly dispersed the smoke. All for One, whose arm was bleeding, said to Ichigo Kurosaki, "Little ghost, you should have reached the limit." Quote, what? After everyone saw this scene, they all rubbed their eyes in disbelief. That's too strong. None of the meteorites smashed him to death. It's over. All for One, with supersonic speeds, swooped in front of Ichigo Kurosaki and punched out. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, who had run out of oil, was directly hit by this punch and flew tens of meters away. This body is really good, it's not dead. All for One pursued again. Just when everyone thought that Kurosaki Ichigo was about to be destroyed by All for One, a thick arm blocked the blow. All for One, your opponent is me. All Might said. Oh, you still have the strength. All for One scoffed. All Might didn't say anything more, but glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Ichigo-kun, you've worked hard, let's leave quickly." Quote, but, said Ichigo Kurosaki worriedly. "It's okay, I'm All Might. Number One's professional hero, a symbol of world peace. I can't." Defeated, All Might's eyes were firm, and the momentum was like a wave, resounding through the nine skies. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't say anything more, and silently withdrew from the battlefield. Chapter 128. The explosive All Might, with his indestructible beliefs, knocks All for One out with the last punch. After defeating All for One, All Might made his victorious gesture again. But at this time, All Might suddenly turned his back and pointed. This action, the unknown masses did not notice anything unusual. At this time, they are still immersed in the joy of victory, but for Midoriya Izuku, the heir of One for All, but instantly burst into tears. Midoriya Izuku knew that All Might was sending a message. The era of All Might is over. A new era has arrived. Next time, it's you. Similarly, Kurosaki Ichigo, who knew All Might, was also in tears. Young Master, what's wrong with you?" Hiroshi Nohara on the side looked at his own young master Ichigo in surprise. You know, the young master of his own family is a person who walks on the Asura road every day. Even though he was full of wounds, he had never seen him shed tears. But today, All Might defeats the terrifying enemy All for One, but he also pays a heavy price. He was no longer able to undergo muscle transformation. Simply put, All Might has been completely scrapped. Ichigo Kurosaki, who learned the news, was very heavy in his heart. All Might didn't have much positive advice on him, but whether it was against the original Brain Wu or against All for One, All Might saved Ichigo Kurosaki. At the same time, when Kurosaki Ichigo was practicing under the ocean, he also found that someone was secretly observing him many times. Although All Might's cover was good, he was still detected by Ichigo Kurosaki. As All Might said, he expected more from himself than Midoriya Izuku. One is that he carefully irrigates. One is savage growth. After the All for One event, there has been a paradigm change in the heroic society. All Might retreats. The previous number 2 hero Andeva became number 1. But this made Andwa very angry, unruly, always catching up. No, to be precise, of all the professional heroes, only Andwa is chasing All Might with practical actions. Andwa didn't want to be number 1 in this way. However, to the relief of the hero society, despite All Might's retirement and the collapse of the symbol of world peace, Ichigo Kurosaki, who performed brilliantly against All for One, became the center of attention. Even everyone has regarded Ichigo Kurosaki as the future No. 1. On the other hand, after experiencing this incident, Yue High School gave Midoriya Dehisa a few days off for them. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, the principal of Yue High School, Nezu, approached Ichigo Kurosaki. Inside the principal's office, Kurosaki Ichigo sat down on the sofa very casually and asked softly, "What's wrong, headmaster?" Principal Nezu said, "Ichigo-san, you are now highly valued by the media, and they hope to find you for an exclusive interview through the school." Quote, "Oh," Kurosaki Ichigo replied boredly, "Hehe, Ichigo-san, this is a good way to increase your prestige. There are few people who can accept separate interviews with the media in the first grade, including the current Big 3 of our UA High School." Principal Nezu saw at a glance that Kurosaki Ichigo was not interested at all, so he prepared a speech. Well, I'll participate. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. Okay. Ichigo-san, work harder. Principal Nezu said. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was about to leave the principal's office, he suddenly stopped and asked, Headmaster, may I ask, is there really no way in this world to treat All Might? Quote. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Headmaster Nezu pondered for a moment and turned to, it's not impossible, but all this requires you to get temporary license for professional heroes. Quote. Kurosaki Ichigo was slightly startled, and secretly said in his heart, is there really one? Quote. Headmaster, can you elaborate? Principal Nezu smiled and said, Island of Greed, a game jointly developed by the United Nations and the United States. No, it's not so much development, but rather the will of the Island of Greed. At this point, the principal began to explain. The Island of Greed, which was developed with a chip inside an extraterrestrial meteorite. In addition, it took hundreds of the world's top scientists 20 years to make it. This is a game with a simulation rate of up to 99.99%. Dying in the game is equivalent to dying in reality. In the face of such a high death rate of the game, there are still countless players. Because this game is like successfully clearing the level, you will get a kind of magical magic in the game. Even if it is immortality, it can be In order to maintain the peace of mankind, the world has formulated a basic rule. You must be a hero or have obtained a provisional license to be eligible to enter the game. Of course, there are some scum among the heroes, but it is better than the fish and dragons mixed with anyone who can enter. However, this is only one of the conditions. Chapter 129. Island of Greed. Although it is only a game, but players who have entered the game say that it may be a corner of the world, or another world. It is worth mentioning that since the Earth entered the heroic age, not only have more and more people awakened individuality, but at the same time, the Earth has also changed. A very apt metaphor, like folding space. On Earth, there are also many no man's lands, and even unknown creatures. Of course, for the unknown creatures on the Earth, no man's land, the governments of the world basically hide it in order not to cause panic among ordinary people. Ichigo-kun, you don't need to think much about it now. First rest assured that you can get the temporary license test. Headmaster Nezu didn't want Kurosaki Ichigo to know too much yet. After all, the meal had to be eaten bite by bite. Well, thank you Headmaster. Kurosaki Ichigo said. By the way, I almost forgot the most important thing. Tomorrow night is our highest rated program in Japan to interview you. Be prepared. Headmaster Nezu smiled. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. Following night, Ichigo Kurosaki participated in a program created by TV Tokyo, Hero Interview. This set of Hero Interview column, not everyone can be on, the most second are the top 30 professional heroes. Like Ichigo Kurosaki, he was the first to participate in an interview as a freshman at Yue High School. The host is a beautiful hostess in a cheongsam. After a polite opening scene, the interview began to get to the point. Kurosaki Ichigo-san, according to the data, during the junior high school period, your personality protection including your grades was very ordinary, but why after entering high school, your performance can really be described as a leap and 1,000 miles? The beautiful reporter asked. Hold on. Perseverance day and night, Kurosaki Ichigo said with a smile. Oh, so what's your motivation to persevere? The beautiful reporter chased deeply. Kurosaki Ichigo became famous at the Yue High School athletic meeting, and at that time, he suppressed everything with the first grade. Even a genius like Bang Scorched Frozen is vulnerable in front of Ichigo Kurosaki. You know, scorching, explosive and overcome, students of such strength and intelligence are absolute stars no matter which session they are placed in. However, they were covered by the more dazzling Kurosaki Ichigo, covering all the light. Recently, a lot of news on the internet has been breaking the news of Ichigo Kurosaki, and some media have investigated that the super genius, the demon newcomer, in the middle school period, turned out to be unremarkable. For this reason, this caused everyone to wonder. What exactly made Kurosaki Ichigo stronger? Faced with the question of the beautiful reporter, Kurosaki Ichigo pondered for a moment, looked at his sister, Momo Yaoyorozu, who accompanied him under the stands, and said, "If you have to talk about motivation, there are two." Quote, "Oh, which two?" the reporter asked. "First, I want to be a hero," Kurosaki Ichigo said. The beautiful reporter nodded. Since All Might became a symbol of world peace, teenagers across the country and even the world hope that they can become heroes. On this note, it is not surprising. Second, I want to go to the same high school as my sister, Kurosaki Ichigo said with a smile to the Momo Yaoyorozu in the audience wearing princess costumes. Wow, Ichigo-kun, it's so sweet. It's really sweet fried. Wow, Ichigo-kun's sister is so beautiful. Are the two really brothers and sisters? It felt like a little couple. Quote, the audience in front of the TV and the computer said one after another. It turns out that you are still a sister control, the host said half-jokingly. Haha. Kurosaki Ichigo did not feel any shyness in the face of the host's ridicule, but laughed generously. Kurosaki Ichigo's sister, can you go on stage and evaluate your brother? At this time, the host issued an invitation to Momo Yaoyorozu's. Momo Yaoyorozu was startled at first, and then nodded shyly. After 8 million Bai came to the stage, he sat on the same sofa as Ichigo Kurosaki. When the Momo Yaoyorozu sat down, the noble temperament and handsome appearance made the hanging wire audience all bleed. Beautiful. Beauty. This temperament is only available to the eldest lady at a glance. Well, yes, what's my sister's name? The beautiful host said. Momo Yaoyorozu. Okay. 8 million students, can you summarize your brother in one sentence? The host said with a smile. For the Momo Yaoyorozu information, the host is naturally clear that asking for names is just a process. However, the audience in front of the TV directly howled wolf. Oh my god, no wonder it's so temperamental, it turns out to be from a rich businessman 8 million family. Proper by Fume. At this time, 8 million Bai did not think about the host's question, and directly blurted out, my brother, the best. Quote, your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 130. My brother is the best. Okay. The host who heard this answer was a little crying and laughing. Dare to love, this sister is a brother control. Momo Yaoyorozu classmates, did you feel afraid and worried when your brother fought with the enemy? The beautiful host asked. Momo Yaoyorozu books wanted to blurt out, of course afraid, but as a lady, in addition, I didn't want to add a burden to Ichigo Kurosaki. 8 million Bai pretended to be calm and said, I'm not afraid. Quote, why? The host asked curiously. Because my brother is the best. Momo Yaoyorozu said, okay. The host smiled wryly again. Momo Yaoyorozu classmates, do you think your younger brother Ichigo Kurosaki will be able to become the hero of number 1 in the future? The moderator asked again. Of course. 8 million one said with a proud face. Why? The host said, my brother. Just when 8 million Bai was about to say the second half of the sentence, at this time, the audience followed suit. For a while, the atmosphere was very pleasant and warm. Ichigo Kurosaki in the battle is really like the Grim Reaper, creepy. But I didn't expect that in private, in his usual life state, he was so sunny. No wonder, Ichigo Kurosaki is known as the kind Shinigami. Single quote, In the middle and later stages of the interview, it was basically about Ichigo Kurosaki's habits and lifestyle fetishes. To this end, the host did a small activity and asked the two siblings to write the answers on a blank piece of paper at the same time. Kurosaki Ichigo's favorite food, Ichigo Kurosaki. Meat, sake. Momo Yaoyorozu. Meat, wine. Kurosaki Ichigo's favorite color, Ichigo Kurosaki. Black. Momo Yaoyorozu. Black, 7 or 8 questions in a row. Kurosaki Ichigo and Momo Yaoyorozu answered exactly the same, even the punctuation marks were the same. This made the audience laugh and applaud. This pair of siblings, although not brothers and sisters, this relationship is really good. Actually, it is. Even Kurosaki Ichigo's size, Momo Yaoyorozu is clear. Not to mention anything else. For his sister's words, Ichigo Kurosaki basically understands everything except for one depth. The last 2 questions. the host said with a smile. The two siblings nodded in sync. What type of girl does Ichigo Kurosaki like? Royal sister or Lori? Ichigo Kurosaki. Lori. Momo Yaoyorozu. Royal sister. Belch. When they saw two completely opposite answers, the audience was slightly stunned, and then laughed. But at this time, the Momo Yaoyorozu glanced at Kurosaki Kazugo meaningfully, and the murderous aura in his eyes flashed. Thinking of Lori, the first person that came to mind in the mind of 8 million Bai was his classmate, Leary Ochako. HMPH, it's really deep enough to hide, I haven't asked it several times, and today I finally showed my stuffing. 8 million Bai said through gritted teeth in his heart. Poof, this time the opinions of your two siblings finally disagree. The host smiled and said, may I ask my sister, if your brother finds a girlfriend in the future, and his girlfriend wants to distance him from you, what should I do? Quote, it's okay. After all, my brother can't help it. Momo Yaoyorozu old man sighed angrily. Poof. Ha ha ha. This girl called Momo Yaoyorozu is really funny. Hee hee. I thought she was just a cold goddess, but I didn't expect that she was quite grounded. I like it. The audience in front of the TV was talking a lot. As time passed, the interview with Ichigo Kurosaki came to an end. The last session was a question from various media reporters on the scene. At this time, a middle-aged man stood up. When he saw him stand up, Momo Yaoyorozu quietly pulled the corner of Kurosaki Ichigo's clothes and whispered, Ichigo, he is not easy to talk to, and when I interviewed Aisawa sensei last time, it was not difficult. Quote, well, it's okay. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded calmly. Being mentioned by Momo Yaoyorozu's, Kurosaki Ichigo also thought about it. On the night of the battle against All for One, Aizawa and Brad King were interviewed by the media. Among them, this reporter has repeatedly made it difficult. So, Aizawa Kidai thought about the overall situation and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. Kurosaki Ichigo, are you proud to be known as a super genius now? The male reporter asked. Must. Kurosaki Ichigo wrote. Then please ask Ichigo Kurosaki, do you think it is correct to use personalities without permission? The reporter asked again. This is wrong under national law. Kurosaki Ichigo said. When they heard this, their hearts suddenly jumped. Not good. Bad thing, about to happen. Oh, what if it's not by law? The reporter hurriedly asked. Sorry, I'm a good law-abiding citizen. I can't answer your question. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a playful smile. Poof. Ha ha ha. The media reporter in the audience heard that the reporter who wanted to take Ichigo Kurosaki to the ditch was brought in by Ichigo Kurosaki. It immediately caused a burst of laughter. HMPH. The reporter snorted coldly in his heart and said, Ichigo-san, before you entered Yue High School, you used your personality outside, although the target was a criminal. Quote, after that, the reporter showed the photo of Kurosaki Ichigo beating the mud monster. You said this, I got Andrew's permission at the time. Kurosaki Ichigo said, nonsense, how could you have known Andrew at that time? When the reporter saw Kurosaki Ichigo open his eyes and say nonsense, he was immediately furious. If you don't believe me, ask him. Kurosaki Ichigo was too lazy to explain, and directly flicked a sentence. Kurosaki Ichigo, although you performed well in this incident, but you were only a junior high school graduate before, how could Andeva allow you to? Obviously you're lying. The reporter said loudly. Didn't All Might also find me in this incident? In the face of the reporter's hoarse report, Kurosaki Ichigo said lightly. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 131. Belch. Didn't All Might also find me? With these words, the reporter who wanted to provoke trouble was directly speechless. As a symbol of world peace, All Might turned to Ichigo Kurosaki for help in order to deal with the enemy alliance. Then number 2 Andeva, looking for Ichigo Kurosaki, that's also completely fine. The Momo Yaoyorozu on the side couldn't help but giggle when they heard their brother playing scoundrel. HMPH, strong words. The reporter who fell behind in terms of mouth cannon could only bite the bullet and say. But even if I don't get permission, I'll go and save people. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo spoke again. Yes, Belch. After hearing this, 8 million Bai's mood, which had just relaxed, became tense again. Ichigo. Momo Yaoyorozu gently tugged at Kurosaki Ichigo's shirt, signaling him to calm down. At the same time, the reporter, who was intimidated by Kurosaki Ichigo, was also interested for a while, and said, "That means that in this case, you will break the law." Quote, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo did not directly answer his question, but said to many media and the national audience, "The so-called hero is the one who can save others without hesitation." Quote, of course, the laws and regulations of the country have their own reasons. But if someone is in danger, I'd rather pay the price than save people. This is my Kurosaki Ichigo's heroic way. The words are impassioned and upright, which is admirable. Then may I ask Ichigo Kurosaki, are you flouting the law? The reporter asked unrelentingly. Yes, Mr. Reporter. Before I answer this question, please ask you a few questions. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Before the reporter could speak, Kurosaki Ichigo said, if your wife is abused by a bad person, do you just watch her being insulted instead of using her personality? Quote, belch. Yes. After hearing what Kurosaki Ichigo said, everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. In particular, 8 million frowned and secretly said, it's really rude. Quote, as a living being about to die before you, and you must also despise it. Waiting for a hero to come to the rescue. Quote, is your family, whose lives are in danger, just because you are not professional heroes, you do not have a temporary license for heroes, you have to watch them killed. Kurosaki asked 3 of the most pointed questions in a row, leaving the reporter speechless. These 3 questions are difficult to answer. To be precise, it should be impossible to answer. But without answering, and no, isn't it a tacit acquiescence, and he is also a potential lawbreaker. After a moment of silence, the reporter said in a deep voice, if this happens, I will also abide by the law. However, the words just fell. Snap. With a sound, a clear and loud slap slapped him in the face. Belch. What happened to this Nima? At this time, everyone saw a handsome-looking woman looking at the reporter with tears in her eyes. Mitsuko, The reporter was stunned. The woman was his colleague and his girlfriend. After hearing this answer, his girlfriend was extremely disappointed. If he is insulted, he will not come to save himself. Instead, wait for the hero to come. What is the use of what such a man wants? Just as the reporter was about to explain, the woman covered her mouth and left crying. Ichigo Kurosaki, you, the reporter, who came back to his senses, roared angrily at Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo cat cried and sighed with fake compassion. This expression infuriated the reporter even more. The reporter gritted his teeth and said angrily, Kurosaki Ichigo, then please go back to the previous question, are you flouting the law? Quote, the reporter who lost his girlfriend has basically lost his mind, and at this moment he only wants to drag Ichigo Kurosaki into the water. Let a stain appear on his dazzling aura. I am not flouting the law, but the law is not the truth. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a tai chi. Then if you encounter criminals in the future, will you come forward? The reporter suppressed his anger and asked again. Yes, Kurosaki Ichigo said without thinking. Then you are flouting the law and have a sense of potential illegality. How can a person like you become a real hero in the future? The reporter said a little crazy. Didn't you say, later? Quote, I'll get provisional license soon. It's not illegal, is it? Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Then you just said that without permission you will also, the reporter pressed again. Without the permission of the hero, there is a provisional license, dear. Do you understand the law? With your knowledge, how did you become a journalist? Did you go through the back door? Kurosaki Ichigo is not a fool, although he usually likes to play, but this product obviously wants to pour dirty water on himself, and Lao Su is not stained at all. It's going to you off. You burst. The reporter saw Ichigo Kurosaki playing this childlike game, the whole popularity is out of breath. In addition, thinking that he himself is not good looking, has a feminine personality, and has a poor family, and finally found a girlfriend, as a result, he lost his fiancée on the spot today. What's even sadder is that if this conversation between himself and Kurosaki Ichigo spreads, no girl will like him. Finished. It's going to be a lifetime of singles. Cocktail. Himself was pitted by this bastard imp. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and the more he thought about it, the more aggrieved the reporter was directly sprayed with blood. Fainted to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 132. All Might fought with All for One, and although he eventually defeated his opponent, the power in All Might's body has been exhausted. If muscle transformation, it is only a few seconds. Faced with this situation, inside the office of the principal of UA High School, Headmaster Nezu asked All Might to remain in office, in addition, in order to maintain the trust of the citizens in the hero. Eliminate potential threats from the enemy and strengthen education. The principal decided to put himself and Brad King in charge of teaching first-year Hero Class B. All Might and Aizawa are in charge of Hero Section B class. Please ask you two to go to the corresponding class for a home visit, said Headmaster Nezu, pulling out a pile of forms. This time, Principal Nezu intends to let the students live on campus so that they can get more effective exercise. Halfway through the meeting, there was a knock outside the principal's office. Bang, bang, bang. Judging from the rhythm of this knock, something urgent should have happened. Please come in, Principal Nezu said. At midnight, she came straight to the principal with a newspaper in her hand, and said, "The principal, you see." Quote, after the principal picked up the newspaper, his face changed slightly, and then he scratched his head. What a naughty little ghost. After speaking, the principal Nezu handed the newspaper to Aizawa Yuta. What? This little ghost, is really a headache. Aizawa smiled back angrily. I'll take a look. All Might asked Aizawa for today's newspaper. The wildest high school student in history, well-known reporter, was angry in the first year of UA High School, vomited blood and fainted on the spot. Thornhead student, Ichigo Kurosaki, close double angle bracket, sharp teeth, not heroes. Close double angle bracket, ahem. After seeing these news reports, All Might coughed. This little devil is really able to make trouble, and it only took one night to make such a big thing. Ichigo Kurosaki is a signature figure of UA High School, currently the main promotion. Otherwise, the principal would not have been able to let Ichigo Kurosaki participate in hero interview. However, this product, the ability to make trouble, is equally breathtaking. Aizawa-sensei, Principal Nezu said solemnly. What's wrong? Aizawa asked with some worry in his heart. Kurosaki Ichigo was his favorite student, but this matter was not small. You are going to be a hero in the future, but now you have a journalist who vomited blood in anger and is hospitalized. Although, on the surface, it seems that you stand right. But in essence, the essence of heroes is to help people. You apologize to that reporter on behalf of RUA High School, and in addition, you can't spend a penny less on compensation. The principal said. Well, understood, Aizawa said, and there's the punishment for that imp. Headmaster Nezu's tone became solemn again. Headmaster, I will definitely criticize more. Aizawa said quickly. Ha. Principal Nezu burst out laughing and said, Aizawa-sensei, you don't have to be so nervous, although this little devil is very stubborn, he has heroic blood in his bones. Quote, thank you, Headmaster, Aizawa said, but punishment is still needed, so it's good, aren't you going to visit the house? Class A's home visit will let this little devil go with you. Principal Nezu said, yes, Headmaster. Aizawa let out a sigh of relief and bowed deeply to Nezu. After leaving the principal's office, the head teacher of Class B, Brad King, said, Rubberhead, I didn't expect you to panic sometimes. Quote, oh, the cold-faced Uncle Aizawa responded and didn't say much. Su-you. Aizawa Mita dialed Kurosaki Ichigo's phone number. Little ghost, you are limited to 20 minutes to come to school. Aizawa said, oh, what's wrong? Kurosaki Ichigo asked suspiciously. Toot toot. Soon on the other end of the phone came the sound of hanging up. After 15 minutes, Ichigo Kurosaki arrives at UA High School. See for yourself, what's going on? Aizawa gave several newspapers to Kurosaki Ichigo. Half a day, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but laugh. I wipe, am I so awesome? Quote, I've made almost every national headline. Hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's smug laughter, Aizawa instantly became angry. Although Aizawa can't beat himself, the teacher's face still has to be given. Aizawa-sensei. Yes, I actually used imported shampoo. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a snort. Kurosaki Ichigo was naturally clear about Aizawa's intention to come to him, but in order to be able to be beeped less, he changed the topic for this. Look at the good things you've done. If it weren't for your usefulness, I would have fired you a long time ago. Aizawa said coldly. That one, Aizawa-sensei, the main thing is that the last time I interviewed you, it was, Kurosaki Ichigo explained. However, this was interrupted by Aizawa. My business doesn't need you to deal with it. Okay, I'll talk about your punishment. These people, Aizawa's character is very direct, and since things have happened, a little training is already his limit. He soon gave the task to Ichigo Kurosaki. Chapter 133. Aizawa gave the task of visiting the female classmates of Class A in the home of the Boom Frozen family to Ichigo Kurosaki. Ear Lang, Ashido Sana, Ryori Ochako, Leaf Concealment, Momo Yaoyorozu, Kurosaki Ichigo first came to Erlang's house. Kurosaki Ichigo and Ero's parents sat face to face on the sofa. Although it is not a big deal, but my precious daughter has just received an injury, and you want to change to boarding as if nothing happened. Erlang's father said in a slightly reproachful tone. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo was about to explain something, Erlang came in with tea and said, Ichigo-kun, you don't need to be lower, when the document is sent, you already have a conclusion. This old guy said after watching All Might fight with you, it is simply perfect to educate my daughter by this kind of rock. Erlang, it's not easy for me to pretend to be a serious father, you actually spoiled me. For a while, Father Yan became a funny daddy. Noisy uncle, Erlang said angrily. This scene made Kurosaki Ichigo cry and laugh. Nima, this person who plays music is really. Erlang's personality is mainly inherited from his mother's earlobe, and his father's words are a musician. From the beginning pretending to be a funny, gradually he and Kurosaki Ichigo have already chatted. Later, after learning that Kurosaki Ichigo was improvising an English song on the bus to the Ijuku forest, he fell in love with it. One in one and one less, the two almost became brothers of the opposite sex. If it weren't for the fact that there were other classmates to visit, it was estimated that during lunch, Erlang's father would have pulled Kurosaki Ichigo to drink in the dark. It is worth mentioning that the appearance of Erlang's mother is very high, but Erlang is not completely inherited. However, this is also related to the younger age of Erlang. Perhaps after full maturity, Erlang will change 18 times. Kurosaki Ichigo is very efficient, and in just half a day, he has already run 3 houses. Of course, this is also related to the private jet of the 8 million family. The next stop came to the scorched home. The one who came out to greet Boom Zhao's sister, Boom Zhaomei. A very sweet-looking big sister who is very friendly to Ichigo Kurosaki. Why are you here? Gao Leng said with a scorched voice. Hee, isn't this missing you? Kurosaki Ichigo said teasingly. Poof. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Zhaomei on the side directly sprayed the tea in her mouth directly. Oh my god, I'm not mistaken, someone dares to make such a joke with his brother. But his words are not so strange. Future number 1. For the descendants of Scorched, professional heroes, boarding is naturally not a problem. Before leaving, Ichigo Kurosaki wanted to see his scorched father, Andwa. Father is not in a good mood, Ichigo-kun, I see, said Zhaomei. It's okay. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled, and then pushed away from the Andwa training room. The equipment on the ground is a mess. After All Might retired, Andwa became a professional hero of number 1. Surpassing All Might and being number 1 is what Andwa has always pursued. But, Andwa didn't want to be number 1 in this way. In response to this, Kurosaki Ichigo felt some respect for this Andwa who likes to show off his personality and has a fire on his beard. Uncle, I'm coming, Kurosaki Ichigo said. Here you are, Andwa said in a deep voice. Hee, uncle, borrow a fire. Ichigo Kurosaki pulled out a cigar. HMPH. Stinky imps. Andeva snorted coldly, but shot a flash of flame towards Kurosaki Ichigo's cigar. Call. Kurosaki Ichigo took a deep breath, and then shook his hand and said, Uncle, you have to come on, after all, you haven't been sitting number one for many years. Quote, stinky little devil, Andrew stunned, then scolded with a smile. Dragons do not dwell with snakes. Andrew recognized Kurosaki Ichigo's strength, so he would accompany him to chat more, if it was someone else, even the dense forest divine might, who was on fire recently. The unruly Andewa was too lazy to say anything. After visiting Andawa's house, Ichigo Kurosaki was more than half done. It's just that Lirio Chaco and Yi are left behind. A few days later, Ichigo Kurosaki and the rest of Class A came to UA High School. Not to mention, the construction industry of UA High School is really developed, and it only took a long time for the boarding building to be built. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 134. Outdoors. Aizawa gathered all the people in Class A. In a word, it is more important that the people of Class A come back alive than anything else. Aizawa said expressionlessly. At this time, the students in the class began to talk about it. In particular, there are several active personalities in the class, such as Ashido Sana, Aoyama Masa, Erlang. After that, Aizawa told everyone about the temporary license. The main purpose of this boarding is to strengthen exercise and obtain a temporary license. After finishing the general direction question, Aizawa said, I have important things to say, you guys listen. Quote, when he said this, Aizawa's expression suddenly became serious. Boom. Rishiro Kirishima, Midoriya Izuku, Momo Yaoyorozu, Tenya Iida, these 5 people acted without permission that night to rescue Bakugao Katsuki. The 5 people named and pointed out were all stunned. Ahem. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo coughed twice, and said to the 5 people with a smile, Hongjun, you can't act without permission in the future, this is illegal. Quote, this expression, this look, seems to say, you are not well behaved, you are all. Quote, in this regard, the corner of Boom's mouth twitched twice. HMPH. For Kurosaki Ichigo, who dared to interrupt his speech, Aizawa snorted coldly and said, everyone knows this kind of thing. If it weren't for All Might's retirement, I would have fired everyone except Erlang, Yi Yintu, and Bakugao Shengji. Needless to say, the 5 people who acted knew but did not stop it, as did the other 12 people. Especially, the darling of the media class. Media darling. Everyone in the class was startled at first, and then all their eyes were focused on Ichigo Kurosaki. This morning, the entrance of UA High School was full of reporters. And this fuses Kurosaki Ichigo. Thinking of this, Aizawa Muda was also helpless. This product is simply a natural troublemaker. Now the entire UA High School has to send teachers to deal with these reporters every day. Okay, that's all for that. Let's face a new round of training with energy. Aizawa said. Wait, at this time, a beautiful sexy figure trotted towards everyone. Midnight Hour, panting, rushed over. By the way, I almost forgot, in order to make sure that you guys don't make too much noise during the boarding period, Midnight Hour will serve as the dormitory administrator. Aizawa introduced simply, and then glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo specifically. As if he was telling Kurosaki Ichigo that at midnight, Principal Nezu was not worried about you little ghost, so he specially sent to supervise you. I declare in advance that during the boarding period, it is not allowed to use personality without permission, and if anyone dares to violate it, the consequences will be serious. Midnight Hour minute slightly threatening tone sounded. When he said this, he also stared at Ichigo Kurosaki at midnight. MMP. What's wrong with Lao Su? Is it so awesome? Why do these teachers like to revolve around me? Kurosaki Ichigo frowned in his heart. In fact, Midnight stared at Ichigo Kurosaki with a little anger, mainly because he had just dealt with the annoying group of reporters. And all this was caused by Ichigo Kurosaki. Kurosaki Ichigo's strength, without a doubt, has reached the level of a professional hero. Kurosaki Ichigo's fame, through the UA High School athletic meeting, USJ incident, Hero Killer Stein, Forest Hop at Home, Battle All for One, Hero Interview, has soared rapidly, and it is not much different from the professional hero of number 10. For journalists, the most important thing is Ichigo Kurisaki's character. Angry reporters, fully showing his cunning and immature side. Media reporters believe that if they provoke Ichigo Kurosaki, they can get some breaking points. That's why Ichigo Kurosaki is called the darling of the media. School dormitories, one class at a time. On the right are girls, on the left are boys. Bathroom, canteen, laundry room, you name it. I really have to say that UA High School is really a big deal, such as Kurosaki Ichigo's previous life. Even if it is a first-class university, the equipment in it cannot reach such an exaggerated level. Wow, the sofa is so big. Ashido-sana was surprised. Big mansion. Riri Ochako said, Ichigo, the furniture and appliances in this are much worse than ours, but everyone can be together, it's really happy. 8 Million Bai is also looking forward to being able to train and study with his classmates. Yes, the price of equipment here is more than 1/3 that of our family. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and nodded. Belch, sweat. Hearing the conversation between these two siblings, Kirishima Rui Erlang and the others were all in a cold sweat. The two siblings began to show off their wealth invisibly again. From the second floor, there is the room. On each floor, there are 4 rooms for men and women, a total of 5 floors. 1 room for 1 person, air conditioning, water heater, refrigerator, wardrobe, everything you need. At this time, the Momo Yaoyorozu who were visiting the room, dragged his chin with one hand, and said with a serious face, it's about the same size as my wardrobe. Quote, behind him, Ochako and Tenya Iida all smiled bitterly. Chapter 135. On the first day of boarding, training did not begin, mainly cleaning up one's room. Night falls. Everyone in the class had almost cleaned up their rooms. After packing up, I sat down on the sofa in the lobby on the first floor and talked. At this time, Ashido-sana suddenly said, do you want to have a small event? Quote, small event. Kurosaki Ichigo and the other boys were stunned. Well, the room shows the competition. Ashido-sana said, no, wait a minute. Midoriya Izuku heard this, and strongly objected. But by this time, most of the students in the class had agreed. Including high-cold men like Bang Jiaojing. The minority obeys the majority. The first room to visit was Midoriya Idhisa. Whether it is on the wall or on the edge of the chuang, it is a photo of All Might, or a replica toy. The moment she opened the door, Richie Ochako smiled in surprise. Is it All Might, the otaku room? Quote, the second visit was, always dark and dark. After entering the room, sure enough, it was pitch black, and there were many terrifying masks in the room. Do boys like this kind of thing? Ashido-sana asked with a curious look. Pointing to a bunch of key holders, Kirishima said, I also bought it when I was in junior high school. Quote, you guys, let me out, Chong Darkin said with a dark face full of black lines. The third visit is, Aoyama Elegance. The inside of the room was dazzling, and at the same time, Aoyama elegantly introduced himself on the side. However, Ashido-sana and the others said directly, I knew this was the case, it was expected. Quote, the room of the tailed ape man is very ordinary, which complements his personality, and is a very warm boy. In addition to a lot of books, Tenya Iida's room is full of glasses. Shangming's room was very sloppy and disorganized. Guchida, whose appearance is quite non-mainstream, is that he can control animals. This room was liked by most of the girls in the class. Because there are all kinds of small animals inside. For Guchida, Kurosaki Ichigo felt that there was a song that was very appropriate. Don't look ugly, I'm actually gentle. Soon, I came to the scorching room that the class was more curious about. After opening the door, everyone said in amazement, my God, it turned out to be the Japanese room. Quote, a strong vintage style comes to the fore. Hongjun, how did you do it? It's only been a day, and I changed the room like this. Kirishima said in surprise. Bang Jiao didn't explain much, but said indifferently, I worked very hard. Quote, hee, Hongjun, your tea tastes pretty good. At this time, a voice that made Bang Jiao feel very uneasy sounded. Ichigo Kurosaki actually sat on his chair and drank tea with his newly purchased tea set. Boom, scorched and frozen, full of helplessness. Since childhood, the superior family has been scorched, and he is still somewhat clean. Ordinary people are afraid of their own strength and do not dare to make such a move. And this product in front of you, there is no worry at all. In the end, the boy's room was left with Ichigo Kurosaki's. After pushing the door in. Good, Ichigo-kun's room is very clean and tidy. Riri Ochako said with a smile. Ashido-sana nodded. This doesn't seem to be much different from Kirishima Rikuro's room. Quote, is this the advantage of handsome guys? Sunton said. Wow, Ichigo-kun, I didn't expect you to be a fitness enthusiast too. At this time, Kirishima Ruerlang couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the fitness equipment in half the room. With a somewhat impulsive personality, he ran directly over to carry a pair of dumbbells that looked heavier. Be careful, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was talking to Riri Ochako, quickly reminded at this time. Hiss, oh my god, Kirishima Ruerlang couldn't help but exclaim. He used all his strength, he hadn't even lifted it. If it weren't for his hardened personality, it was likely to flash to his waist. In addition, this pair of dumbbells is probably too heavy, and what kind of material is this made of? Why is it so heavy? Rishiro Kirishima asked. Yes, is it that heavy? Just after eating the sweet tooth, the strength of the sand vine increased by 5 times. Seeing that Kirishima Ruerlang, who was also very powerful, could not lift it, he also wanted to try it. As a result, Sunato blushed and only let the pair of dumbbells leave the ground slightly. Bang! A bang! The dumbbell landed, and there was a sudden explosion. This material is refined from extraterrestrial meteorites. In addition, this weight prop was specially made for me by my classmates of Inventor Purpose. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. This pair of dumbbells is about 800 kg. If the sandvine is concerned, he can barely lift a little. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, 2 fingers, 1 pinch gently. The dumbbell was picked up, and at the same time, it was quickly turning on Ichigo Kurosaki's hand like a turntable. Everyone who couldn't help but look at this was dumbfounded. So strong. Ichigo-kun, getting stronger again. In fact, Ichigo Kurosaki's exercise props that shocked these people. Dumbbells are only the most rudimentary. In order not to freak them out, Kurosaki Ichigo thought about it and decided not to say it. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 136. After viewing the boys' room, it was the turn to visit the girls' room. The first room is the room of Eero. When you open the door, you can enjoy punk ears, and the room is full of various metal instruments. For this reason, Aoyama Grace and Kaminari Electric ridiculed them as not having a bit of femininity, and this angry Earlang launched his personality to teach them a good lesson. However, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo praised. It's good. Quote, really, Ichigo-kun? Earlang asked in surprise. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. Ichigo-kun, do you play these instruments? Riri Ochako on the side asked. Of course. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and walked into Eero's room, and before preparing to use the instrument, he specifically asked Shimohiro, can I use it? Quote, Earlang blushed and nodded. Although Erlang currently looks plain, her appearance is definitely not bad. After all, her mother is also a big beauty. Soon, Kurosaki Ichigo began to play the instrument. A song, Rice Fragrance, makes people almost sink in. Ichigo-kun, so handsome. Yi Yintu said. Wow, Ichigo-kun, if you don't be a hero, you can become an idol star. Ashido-sana said with a small blush. Although the Momo Yaoyorozu on the side, the frog blowing plum rain, and the Riri Ochako did not speak, from their eyes, they could clearly see the worship of Kurosaki Ichigo. However, at this time, Iida Tenya said seriously, several classmates, Ichigo-kun, but they are determined to become heroes. Quote, Tenya Iida, who has an overly straightforward personality, does not want his friends to be heroes but stars. More importantly, Iida believes that Ichigo Kurosaki may be the new symbol of world peace, in the future. Poof. Okay. Several girls couldn't help but laugh. The girls' room. There are still many points to see. However, the most anticipated thing is the Momo Yaoyorozu room. What will this young lady's boudoir look like? After opening the door, everyone was dumbfounded. This is simply a proper aristocratic princess room. Just because the furniture is too expensive and atmospheric, the whole room looks very small. It seems to be too crowded. 8 million Bai said, slightly embarrassed. After visiting their respective rooms, everyone came to the sofa in the lobby on the first floor again. Okay. Then it's the turn to choose the room king. The lively Ishido-sana laughed. Everyone has a vote. Choose your favorite room. The final result was somewhat unexpected. The rough-looking Sunato and Ichigo Kurosaki each received 6 votes and became the king of rooms, together. Kurosaki Ichigo's words are because of his high strength and handsomeness, which is not to be said. As for the sand vine, I am really a little anxious in terms of appearance, but the snack of the sand vine is the favor of many people. This boy is still very cute and gentle. Bastard, what did you use to buy them? Shangming Electric said indignantly. Ahem, sand vine, who was put around his neck by Shangming Electric, coughed lightly twice. When I was a student, memories are always good. The class had a very happy night. But tomorrow we'll meet them with a huge challenge. Following. Hero Big Kitchen. Cementos used personality cement to quickly build a training ground. At midnight, Aizawa said to the A-class crowd, in order for them to successfully obtain the temporary license they must practice 2 special skills before that. Quote, special move. When I heard this word, the students in the class all boiled in unison. Hee, it's finally some hero school. Leary Ochako said secretly. Regarding special moves, Ichigo Kurosaki has quite a few. For example, Gravity Knife Series, One Knife Flow Series. As Kurosaki Ichigo's homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shida also understands that this kind of training is important to others, but it is of little use to Kurosaki Ichigo. To this end, Aizawa asked the Tsuneki Dark Stepping On and Kurosaki Ichigo group to train special moves together. Ichigo-kun, in order to increase my strength, I plan to wrap myself in a black shadow. What do you think of this? Chong darkly said, well, the idea is not bad, but you have somewhat ignored the true role of the black shadow. Kurosaki Ichigo said, what really works? Chong darken asked suspiciously. Yes. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. What is that? Often secretly step on the vagina. I remember telling you before that you can use black shadows to conjure up the appearance of an animal. While speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo used a small pebble to draw the 9-tailed demon fox inside Naruto on the ground. Look at this claw and teeth, Kurosaki Ichigo explained. Well, thank you. Chong darkened suddenly realized, and said with a grateful face. Hey. Suddenly, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled playfully and said, I'll call the third brother out later, let's play. Quote, third brother. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, the black shadow in his ordinary state subconsciously trembled. Chapter 137. Ichigo-san, but the light here, said Tsunade. For Kurosaki Ichigo's suggestion, Chong Dark Taiyan was also very curious and wanted to try it. But now it's broad daylight, the light is too good, and the role of black shadows is limited. It's okay, you can call Kamaguchida-san to help. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Koji Guchida, 186 centimeters tall, is tall, and although he usually doesn't like to talk, he has a strong idea of wanting to be a hero. Personality is biological voice, which simply means that it can control animals. But Koji Guchida hates bugs very much. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, he immediately understood. Koji Guchida can summon birds to mute the ambient light, so that he can let the black shadow use its full strength. Naru. Soon, birds of several kilometers around, about 400 or 500, flew over. Cover the sky, blocking out the light above. Chong dark, it's okay. Kurosaki Ichigo said. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo quickly left. Tsunade tells Kurosaki Ichigo that he hopes to control violent black shadow through his own powers, rather than always through Kurosaki Ichigo's help. Black Shadow began to adjust his emotions at this time, trying to think of something angry and release violent Black Shadow. Roar, roar, Lao Su is out, Lao Su wants to destroy. After the violent Black Shadow came out, a terrifying aura suddenly spread. It's so strong. I didn't expect that his personality is so strong. At midnight, when I had never seen the violent Black Shadow, I couldn't help but be shocked. Boom. Storming the Black Shadow, with a casual blow, a small hill artificially built by Cementos was directly shattered. So strong. I'll give it a try. Rishiro Kirishima was surprised. Rishiro Kirishima hardened his arm using personality, used his arm as a hand knife, and slashed towards the Black Shadow. Outcome. Slag. The disdainful voice of the violent Black Shadow sounded. With another casual blow, he directly knocked Kirishima Ruerlang dozens of meters away. At the same time, Kirishima Ruer Shonko, who has a hardened personality, has a clearly visible scar. So strong. It was so easy to injure the amazingly defended Kirishima Riero. Leary Ochako looked surprised. Yes. Quote. Chong Dark Stepping Yin is suppressing the violent Black Shadow with willpower at this time. But the violent Black Shadow did not buy it at all, and it was still wanton destruction. Rubberhead, do you want to control this guy? Midnight said with a worried look. The destructive power of this violent Black Shadow is really amazing, and the site built of cement stone, at this speed, will be razed to the ground by the violent Black Shadow in half an hour at most. Wait a minute, Aizawa said. I must subdue you. Chong Darkened Yin roared angrily, once again wanting to suppress the violent Black Shadow. After 5 minutes passed, Chong Darks could not control the violent Black Shadow after all. Instead, the violent Black Shadow began to control the body of Chong Dark, turning into the King of Destruction. Start conducting indiscriminate attacks. Another punch to smash an artificial rockery. Behind the mountain stood a teenager with a cigar in his mouth. The young man spat out the smoke ring and sighed. Third brother, why are you always so unbehaved? After the violent Black Shadow saw Kurosaki Ichigo, the violent aura disappeared without a trace in an instant. At this time, when he saw this scene at midnight, who was about to tear his combat uniform, he couldn't help but stop and look at this scene curiously. Most of the classmates, such as Koji Guchida, Erlang, Ashido Sana, and others, also seemed like curious babies. Big brother, why are you here? The violent Black Shadow, trembling and majestic, did not have the previous fury chi. On the contrary, it felt like a docile husky. Nonsense. I'm not here. Where am I? Kurosaki Ichigo reprimanded. I will also return the control of my body to your second brother. Quote. Oh, I see, big brother. The violent Black Shadow said helplessly. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother. What is the relationship here? At midnight, at this time, I felt that I had two big heads. What did this media darling, who caused countless troubles for UA High School due to the dark shadow that often stepped on the dark shadow? As for Aizawa Wantai, he couldn't help but sweat cold. I'm sorry, Ichigo-kun, my psyche is still not strong enough to control the violent Black Shadow. At this time, Chong Dark, who regained control of his body, said. Haha, it's okay. Kurosaki Ichigo patted Chong Dark's shoulder and said, it's okay, just come a few more times. In addition, Kurosaki Ichigo walked to Kirishima Ruerlang, who was injured by the violent Black Shadow, and said, Kirishima-san, your special move should be related to hardening. As for those small skills, they can't really bring you much lethality. Quote. Kirishima was first taken aback, and then nodded thoughtfully. In fact, Kurosaki Ichigo's words are fine. What hand knives, hand axes, foot knives and the like, have not strengthened hardening, compression hardening strength to come strong. On the other hand, this time the combined skill drill of Koji Guchida and Chong Dark Stepping Yin made them see that they might be able to show great results in the assessment of temporary license. Chapter 138. 3 days later, special skill training began as usual. Chong Dark Stepping Yin can already control the Black Shadow about 3 meters high. At this time, Chong Dark's appearance transformed the appearance of the Black Shadow into a one-tailed demon fox. The attack was so powerful that both Aizawa and Midnight were taken aback. With one claw down, a small rockery immediately lacked a corner. However, he was still punched by Ichigo Kurosaki. Chong Yan classmate, you can't do this. If you have this bit of strength, you won't be a hero in the future. Kurosaki Ichigo said excitedly. Under the stimulation of Kurosaki Ichigo, the demon fox, who often walks in the dark, has become a little bigger. However, Kurosaki Ichigo still didn't feel enough. Chong Yan-san, if terrible enemies appear in the future, can you only watch them being killed? Have you forgotten what happened in the forest of sharing? Kurosaki Ichigo continued to excited. If you think about it, I was killed by Brain Wu. Everyone was killed by Brain Wu. Bring out your true strength. Stimulated by Ichigo Kurosaki, Tsunade finally broke out. Don't. Chong Dark, treading in a low voice, roared. At this time, a black shadow more than 10 meters high suddenly appeared. Ichigo-kun, come on. Chong darkly said. In this state, I can only support 3 minutes, and once the time passes, the black shadow will control my body. Moreover, this black shadow is more brutal than before. Quote, hee, I like it. Kurosaki Ichigo sees Hunter Shinki. For the battle site of Kurosaki Ichigo and Tsuneki Dark, Cementos, was specially reinforced with the cement personality. Their training ground is not with the classmates of Class A, mainly to prevent the students of Class A from being injured by the aftermath of the battle between these two people. Now in the past few days of training, the students in the class have successively practiced special skills, but they are still stuck in the previous ones. Although his One Knife Flow series and Gravity Fist series are enough to kill them all in seconds, Kurosaki Ichigo does not think that he has reached the limit. Roar. The violent black shadow, controlled by the often dark shadow, roared. Immediately afterwards, a whoosh sound, like a bolt of lightning, came towards Kurosaki Ichigo. So fast. Midoriya Izuku, who was watching the battle not far away, was surprised. Even if it is a classic car, I am afraid that it is not necessarily faster than it. Poof. A bang. Kurosaki Ichigo did not block, but directly resisted with his body. A dull bell rang. Boom. Gravity Fist exploding landslide. Kurosaki Ichigo punched out. It was like an ancient chariot that destroyed and decayed, roaring out. Roar. The black shadow of the demon fox, after resisting this punch, could not help but let out a wail of grief. Rubber head, is this little guy a monster reincarnation? Midnight asked puzzled. Probably. Aizawa was also stunned. Kurosaki Ichigo's punches are getting closer and closer to All Might, and it can even be said that if All Might does not bring out 100% of his strength, he may not be able to defeat Kurosaki Ichigo. This shows how powerful Ichigo Kurosaki is. But at this time, psychological darkness has reached a certain level of black shadow, and the strength cannot be underestimated. After resisting Ichigo Kurosaki's heavy punch, he swooped in again. The wind pressure caused by the astonishing speed is like a hurricane. The surrounding stones were all driven up. Gravity Fist exploding landslide. Ichigo Kurosaki threw another heavy punch. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying fist not only made the surrounding air tremble, but at the same time, the earth trembled. Is this an earthquake? The corners of Aoyama's elegant mouth couldn't help twitching. Kurosaki Ichigo's fist power is like an aurora, shining dazzlingly. Let Aoyama call out gracefully, Kurosaki Ichigo is the only man who is brighter than himself. Punch after punch. A punch is faster than a punch. A punch is heavier than a punch. While throwing his fist, Ichigo Kurosaki has been on the side to stimulate the strongest power of Chong Dark. The strength of the black shadow is also increasing. Bang, 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 buzz. Finally, let the big kitchen of combat training begin to shake. HMPH, this group of Class A guys is out of time again. At this time, Brad King, who was still hundreds of meters away from the combat kitchen, arrived with the students of Class B. Teacher, their group of smelly farts guys, no matter how they practice, they can't surpass us. Izuma Ninto said. Thing Ning people, don't be too light on the enemy. Kazuka Kento said. And yet, just as they spoke, the whole training kitchen shook even more. It even gave Brad King and others the illusion that the kitchen was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. Training inside the large kitchen. At midnight, he said with a horrified face, "Rubberhead, hurry up and stop them." Quote, "After that, at midnight, I wanted to tear my combat suit and let my skin be exposed. But at this time, Aizawa stopped him. It's okay, this little devil is breaking through, everyone watches." Quote, after speaking, he glanced at Boomfrost and Cementos again. The two nodded in agreement. One with cement and the other with freeze, made some defenses so that the students watching the battle were injured by the rubble. Kurosaki Ichigo, who kept shaking his fists, suddenly had a feeling in his heart. Overweening. Only I don't break. Hundreds of punches blasted. This feeling is getting stronger. At the same time, both Aizawa and Midnight felt Kurosaki Ichigo's punch power, and seemed to have an imperial domineering. Gravity Fist 6 Reincarnations. After more than 1,000 punches have passed, Kurosaki Ichigo, in a state of, "I am invincible," threw a punch. A punch blasted out, the fist thundered, the void was distorted, and the black shadow that was invulnerable was actually shattered by Kurosaki Ichigo. Chapter 139. The terrifying fist force made the barrier built by Cementos and Boomfrost constantly disintegrate. When Ichigo Kurosaki finally pulled out Gravity Fist 6 Reincarnation Fist, the barrier burst apart. Everyone in Class A was crushed by the strong wind of their fists, together with gravel and broken ice, all of them were blown out. Terrifying. Did he surpass All Might? Abominable. Having personally seen the Bakugai victory against All for One with All Might, this scene involuntarily appeared in his mind. At that time, Bakugao Katsuji clearly felt that if he continued to stay on the scene, then for All Might, it was simply a big burden. At the same time, the people of Class B, who were rushing towards the training kitchen, were stunned and dumbfounded when they saw the scene of the collapse, as well as the gravel, broken ice and everyone in Class A. Kurosaki Ichigo stands in the center of the battlefield, his black hair like a waterfall, like a god of war in the battlefield. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the fallen Chong Dark stepping in, quickly ran over, and said, "Tsune Dark-san, are you okay?" Quote, I'm okay. Chong Dark, who was full of exhaustion, passed out after speaking. After a while, everyone came back to their senses. Class B teacher Brad King said, "Rubberhead, now it's our turn to take Class B." Quote, The Rubberhead nodded. At present, this training kitchen, the school is mainly for the A and B classes of the first grade hero subject. And Mono Maninto, who has always liked to mock Class A, wanted to ridicule Class A again, but after seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's death-like eyes, he didn't dare to say anything more. He's getting stronger again. Looking at Kurosaki Ichigo, who left with Chong Dark on his back, Kazuka Kento and Shiozaki Tsubaki, a thorny beauty, secretly said in their hearts. At the same time, the head teacher, Aizawa Shida, glanced thoughtfully at the destroyed site. After the training, I went to the office of the headmaster, Nezu. "Headmaster, I think it's necessary to build a training room for Ichigo Kurosaki alone." Aizawa said straight to the point. 3 days later in the evening, everyone in Class A sat in the hall on the first floor and chatted idly. "This compressive training is really tiring. I'm dying of exhaustion." Ir Lang, who had changed into casual clothes, said, "Yes, I'm so tired." The Momo Yaoyorozu who distributed said with a cup of black tea, "Lady Fan is full. I really envy Ichigo-kun's body, it's really too strong." Richie Ochako watched. "Yes, in order to allow Ichigo-kun to train normally, the school has built a special training room for him." Yi Yin said with admiration and envy. "After all, Ichigo-kun's strength is far superior to ours, and when you train with us, you have to worry about the damage affecting us." Midoriya Izuku said a little helplessly. Kurosaki Ichigo and himself are also favored by All Might, otherwise, All Might would not have told him about All for One in advance. However, Midoriya Izuku finds himself always unable to keep up with Kurosaki Ichigo's progress. Just yesterday, he also mastered that special move and the power of 1 foot is good. However, after peeking at Ichigo Kurosaki's exercises, he found that he and he were not on the same level at all. Cementos, Scorched, built into artificial ice and snow mountains with personality. And Kurosaki Ichigo is training boxing with mountains. Cementos called out. Several times he was tired and didn't want to move at all. Ichigo-kun's training method is really hot, and his physical strength seems to be completely inexhaustible, so he should still be in the training room now. Rishiro Kirishima said, Soon. Kurosaki Ichigo came to the first floor of the dormitory with Bang Scorched and Chong Dark on his back. Ichigo. Momo Yaoyorozu concerned stepped forward. Kurosaki Ichigo gave a gentle glance at Momo Yaoyorozu, and then put Boom and Tsunade on the sofa. Everyone found that the two seemed to have passed out. What's wrong? This is 8 million. Bai handed a cup of brewed black tea to Kurosaki Ichigo and asked in a low voice. That, I didn't have to control the strength at once, and I stunned the two of them. Kurosaki Ichigo said apologetically. Then hurry up and send him to recovery girl. Tenya Iida said. The teacher said that we have to recover from injuries like this, and besides, the injuries they suffered are not too serious. Kurosaki Ichigo explained. Oh, okay, Shu Yu. Kurosaki Ichigo also began to chat and fart with his classmates. After 9 o'clock in the evening, everyone felt a little tired. After all, there was still high-intensity training tomorrow, so they went back to their respective rooms to rest. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Kurosaki Ichigo was preparing to go to bed after taking a bath. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Who? Kurosaki Ichigo frowned. All this point, it was really disturbing dreams. Midnight hour minute. A voice with a bad tone sounded outside the door. Check sleep. Quote, check your bed, belch. What rhythm? Kurosaki Ichigo, who was somewhat speechless, had to get up and open the door. Chapter 140. The avant-garde dressed heroine walked in expressionless at midnight hour. Midnight Sensei, are you in trouble? Ichigo Kurosaki asked with a yawn. Although Kurosaki Ichigo's personality is evolution, his physical fitness is already 100 times better than ordinary people. But after a full day of high-intensity, Bang Shan, training, Kurosaki Ichigo was particularly tired both physically and mentally. HMPH, I'll check your dormitory and see if you have any prohibited items. Midnight hour minute snorted coldly and barged in. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the tall mature woman fan's midnight hour, and subconsciously swallowed his saliva. After entering the room, midnight hour sat directly on Kurosaki Ichigo's chuang, with his legs on it, showing his devil-like figure to the fullest. Ichigo Kurosaki. Midnight hour minute. A pair of beautiful eyes began to look Kurosaki Ichigo up and down. This gave Ichigo Kurosaki the feeling that the female teacher was deliberately trying to find trouble for herself. Is it because she took advantage of her in the actual battle of the final exam last time? This is too vengeful, bedtime, in fact, is just an excuse for midnight hour minute. In the final exam, the midnight hour minute personality, sleeping incense, did not have any effect on Ichigo Kurosaki, and at the same time, he was teased in public by this little guy. Just yesterday, I was invited to participate in a variety show. However, what made midnight hour minute very unhappy was that he actually met his nemesis, Yu Shanyu. The two lashed out at each other for dressing, lashing out at each other's various knots. These two professional heroines are known as the old generation of otaku goddesses, and the new generation of otaku goddesses. Even in the show, due to the jealousy between the two women, they almost didn't fight directly. And in the end, midnight hour minutes was directly speechless by the mountain woman, Yu Shanyu. HMPH, your school students, Ichigo Kurosaki has said that you are just an old woman. 31-year-old woman. When she said this, the mountain heroine Yu Shanyu was like a successful little fox. These words directly blew up midnight hour minute. And midnight hour minute directly blamed Kurosaki Ichigo for this matter, which belongs to the new feud. And old hatred. During the final exam, this little guy teased himself and took himself to see the meteor shower. Also, today, I have to face paparazzi reporters who want to break into the school every day. It's all his fault. His fault. Other than that, midnight hour minute was also very curious about why Kurosaki Ichigo was immune to his personality. Little ghost, hurry up. During the final exam, What method did you use to immunize my personality? Midnight Hour Minute whipped the leather whip at Kurosaki Ichigo's feet. Snap. A bang. Belch. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but have black lines on his face. This Midnight Hour Minute was obviously wanting to declare a personal vendetta. I had rhinitis. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't bother to think about a woman, and casually wanted to find a reason to push out Midnight Hour. HMPH, huh. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Midnight Hour Minute said with an indignant look. But I picked up with him. When up. Your rhinitis, how can it be insulated? Little ghost, if you don't say it today, I will sue you for secretly storing adult magazines and corrupting the school spirit. Midnight Hour Minute threatened again, and by the way, he also put a large number of his own photo albums under Kurosaki Ichigo's pillow. I rub. Nima. Kurosaki Ichigo's face was as dark as coal. This crazy woman, do you think you've already eaten yourself? Instantaneous. Kurosaki Ichigo took a step, and at the same time, Midnight Hour found Kurosaki Ichigo as if he had disappeared in front of his eyes. Then, Midnight Hour Minute suddenly felt that he was being held by a pair of big hands. Midnight Hour Minute wanted to scream loudly. Teacher, if you are not afraid of being seen by others, shout loudly. Ichigo Kurosaki's playful voice threatened. What do you want to do? Midnight Hour Minute breathing increased, and said slightly nervously. Just give me a little better. Kurosaki Ichigo said. You dare to tease the teacher like this. Midnight Hour Minute while talking, I want to release my personality, sleeping incense. Teacher, I said everything about your personality, and it has no effect on me. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo did not stop it, and said indifferently. Yes, Midnight Hour Minute did not believe that Kurosaki Ichigo could really insulate his personality, so he kissed Kurosaki Ichigo again. I don't believe that this little guy can be okay when facing his personality. For this, I tried again at midnight. Just like during the last final exam, to the surprise of Midnight Hour Minute, Kurosaki Ichigo has not yet fallen. Could it be that this kid is really immune to his sleeping incense personality? But in fact, Kurosaki Ichigo was stimulated by Midnight Hour Minute's personality, sleeping incense, and his spiritual power skyrocketed again. Suddenly, Midnight Hour had a heart-pounding feeling. Midnight Hour Minute, who could not be pushed, in a fit of anger, he bit Kurosaki Ichigo fiercely. Kurosaki Ichigo's physical body is rock solid, and even his organs have terrible toughness. This bite, replaced by someone else, has already hurt the dragon teeth grinning. But for Ichigo Kurosaki, it was just some pain. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo saw the tears in the corners of his eyes at Midnight Hour, and for a while, his heart softened, and he let it go. Ahem, I seem to be playing a little bigger. Chapter 141. Following. Aizawa gathered everyone together and roughly talked about the temporary license. To Kurosaki's surprise, he took a week of sick leave at midnight. The hero of the 18 Forbidden, is his skin so thin? Didn't I just feel the freshness of the waves and the apricot fragrance? Kurosaki Ichigo thought brazenly. The hero qualification examination, also known as provisional license, is held at the same time in 3 examination centers across the country on June 9 every year. In order to prevent students from killing each other, each school will arrange for students to be scattered in different examination venues. After hearing Brad King's words, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but sigh regretfully, and at the same time, looked at Class B next door. A majestic fighting intent made everyone in Class B shudder. Even the mouth-strong king of Class B, Thing Ning Ren, did not dare to beep more. Because at this time, he was frightened by Kurosaki Ichigo. The day of the hero provisional license exam. Aizawa led the A-class candidates, and before the candidates entered the examination room, he repeatedly instructed, everyone must pass. Quote, it will. Squad leader Tenya Iida took the lead and shouted. Good. At this time, a tall man wearing a hat also shouted along with Kurosaki Ichigo. It's not good to join someone else's camp without permission, Inasa. A candidate next to the tall man said that judging by their attire, they should belong to the same school. Sorry. The tall man in the hat immediately banged his head on Kurosaki Ichigo and they gave a bow of praise. Shiji High School. It is the same name as UA High School. I really want to say that I really like UA High School. It's an honor to compete with you. The tall boy in the hat said. Yogarashi Inasa, Aizawa said lightly with a blank face. Teacher, do you know him? Yi Yinto asked curiously. This guy who hits his head on the ground is really powerful. Rishiro Kirishima said. This person is strong, Aizawa said indifferently, but quickly glanced at Ichigo Kurosaki beside him. A trace of worry in my heart suddenly disappeared. This Yolan Inaza used to be the first place among the escort students, and his results were still ahead of Momo Yaoyorozu and me. But I don't know why, but in the end, I didn't join UA High School. Quote, on the side, he said with an impression of Yolan Inasa. Oh, that's so powerful. Ashido-sana suddenly realized, and then said, but we have Ichigo-kun. Quote, his words were filled with trust in Ichigo Kurosaki. Whiskers. A voice sounded behind everyone again. Rubber head, isn't this a rubber head? And, Ichigo Kurosaki. Quote, everyone looked back and found a young beauty wearing shorts and a plump figure walking over. Ichigo-kun, let's get married. Suddenly, the young beauty said with a smile. No knots. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little stunned. Nima, what rhythm is this? At this time, Midoriya Idehisa, who knows all kinds of heroes well, quietly said behind Kurosaki Ichigo-kun. Ichigo-kun, she is a smiling hero. Her personality is hilarious, forcing the people around her to laugh, making her opponents' thinking and actions dull, and every time she defeats her opponent, she is crazy. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and nodded. Little ghost, is it really not marrying me? If you start a family with me, you will laugh every day from now on. The smiling hero said, well, I'm not fully developed. Kurosaki Ichigo said rather speechlessly. Ha ha ha, little ghost, you're hilarious. At this time, the smiling hero who heard Kurosaki Ichigo's words immediately covered his stomach and laughed. My day, what the hell is this woman? It's quite beautiful, how is it like a neuropathy? Smiling hero, currently serves as the homeroom teacher of the second class of the second year of Masterpiece Academy. Several students behind her naturally came to compete for heroic qualifications this time. A god like Midoriya Izuku. The biggest difference is hair color and height. Wow, it's a real person. You've all been on TV. My name is Shindo. The boy walked towards Ichigo Kurosaki and wanted to greet him cordially. However, Kurosaki Ichigo directly scolded, get out. Quote, belch. Yes, this angry rebuke not only made the man called Juntang stunned in his heart, but also the people of Class A were shocked in their hearts. Ichigo Kurosaki is usually very sunny. Put away your mask of hypocrisy. You denominators, Kurosaki Ichigo said with a look of disdain. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 142. You, the man named Shindo, couldn't help but be slightly startled when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo so faceless, not knowing what to say for a while. Ichigo-kun, this is a bit rude. Zheng Nao's Iida Tenya reminded. HMPH, I think he is rude, and his tone and expression are completely different. The irascible boy burst into glory and pouted. Although Kakuro Katsuji has been chasing Kurosaki Ichigo, he does not hate Kurosaki Ichigo in his heart. Instead, he has always looked to Ichigo Kurosaki as a role model and target. Regarding the students' quarrel, Aizawa on the side did not say much. Now that All Might, the symbol of world peace, has retired, the older and more dark forces of society will surface, and the students will definitely not be able to do it if they are still the same as before. Contend. The strong must compete. Let them fight, grow in the competition, Aizawa is too happy to see. At this time, Shindo and their homeroom teacher, Smiling Hero, said. Little ghost, you are really as rumored, what a lifetime. But let me remind you of one thing. Hero High School exposed your personality in the sports festival, hee hee. The meaning of the Smiling Hero is obvious, that is, we all know your old base, but you don't know the personality of our students, and you will be targeted by everyone in battle. This is also known as hunting heroes. After hearing this, many people in Class A were surprised, such as Sandvine, Aoyama elegant, Kaminari electric. Their faces showed a little worry. Of course, there were people who were excited, such as Booming Hero's victory over themselves, Bang Scorched, often secretly stepping on the yin and others. After seeing the reaction of the students, Aizawa Yuta, who has always been paralyzed, continued to choose silence. Little ghost, are you scared? The smiling hero said provocatively. Ha ha ha, scared. Won't our personalities be investigated when we become professional heroes? Are we afraid to act because the enemy knows our personality? Kurosaki Ichigo said sarcastically. Oh, the smiling hero was stunned. He didn't expect this student to see the problem so thoroughly. Sorry, our UA has a different pattern than your motley high school. Kurosaki Ichigo said in a deep voice, and when he spoke, he also deliberately glanced at Shindo, who was wearing a false mask before. For the personality of this kind of person, Kurosaki Ichigo hates the most. On the contrary, the hot-blooded second boy like Yogarashi Inaza is more in line with Kurosaki Ichigo's appetite. HMPH, huh. These words obviously stung the smiling hero, so he left with the students sullenly. Little ghost. After Aizawa heard Kurosaki Ichigo's words, a relieved smile passed on the corner of his mouth. Hero qualification exam venue. Similar to before entering UA high school, before the exam, you first enter a large hall and listen to the candidates give an introduction to the corresponding exam rules. As All Might, a symbol of world peace, retires, more new people are needed to join the path of professional heroes. To this end, this year's provisional license will be released, and first-year students can also join. As a result, 1,540 people participated in the assessment this time, but only 100 people passed the first round. Contest rules. 1. Each person has 6 balls in their hands. 2. Every candidate must wear a target. As long as they are hit by 3 balls, they are eliminated. The location of the target should not be hidden under the armpit or the soles of the feet. 3. For every 2 eliminated people, you can successfully advance. Ichigo-kun, as a squad leader, I will make sure that everyone can advance. Complete Aizawa-sensei's explanation. Before entering the examination room, Iida said to Ichigo Kurosaki, who was sitting next to him. However, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo's body was trembling again. Belch. This scene reminded Tenya Iida of the first time he met Ichigo Kurosaki, when he thought that Kurosaki Ichigo was out of fear, but in fact, it was him controlling his fighting intent in his body. I want to pray for this year's candidates, Asui said. Well, I hope Ichigo-kun can control himself. Richie Ochako echoed. In order to keep the morale of the candidates of UA High School, the smiling hero deliberately said the words related to hunting UA. But in reality, fear is only instantaneous. As long as Ichigo Kurosaki is there, these things don't have to worry about at all. Instead, they were worried that Ichigo Kurosaki would beat other schools too badly. Bakugao Katsuki glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo, who was forcibly suppressing his desire to fight. Couldn't his penance during this period of time be effective? With him there, it is estimated that it will be difficult for him to make a move. The examination room for temporary licenses is particularly large. Among them are mountains, industrial areas, commercial buildings. The moment Kurosaki Ichigo walked into the examination room, it was just like the smiling hero said. The remaining 1,520 candidates all attacked UA High School. Heard. Hee, our pattern is different, aren't we? At this time, Shindo, who had previously been angrily rebuked by Ichigo Kurosaki, unleashed his personality and caused the big earthquake to shake. Trying to separate Ichigo Kurosaki from them. Break them one by one. Slag, do you think you can emit an earthquake? Just as the shock was about to approach Kurosaki Ichigo and them, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly raised his fist. Boom. Gravity Fist 6 Reincarnations. A terrifying momentum, like a shock wave from thousands of troops, trampled towards the earth. Thundered. Before, the vibration emitted by Shindo was directly annihilated by Kurosaki Ichigo's fist, and at the same time, the huge fluctuation directly shook Shindo into the air. Chapter 143. Kurosaki Ichigo's single punch not only shook the earthquake, but also shocked more than 10 Masterpiece Academy candidates, including Shindo. Rubberhead. This little devil is not bad. The smiling hero sitting next to Aizawa Yuta in the stands said. Oh, Aizawa replied expressionlessly. But now everyone is praying to your UA high school. The smiling hero on the side said. Oh, Ichigo-kun. At this time, hundreds of people rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo from all directions, and Iida Tenya said unexpectedly. Hehe, it's okay. Ichigo Kurosaki threw another punch. Gravity Fist 6 Reincarnations. A punch blasted out, the sound was like thunder, and the majestic fist, like a violent wind, directly shook all the students in the south direction. Some people with weaker physiques directly vomited blood and fell into a coma. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo threw a few more punches. East, west, south and north, hundreds of candidates in all directions, like kites that have lost their lines. They all landed. Seeing this scene, the explosive heroes and others were stunned again. They knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was strong, but they didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. However, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo said to himself, "Rub, it's dangerous, control the power, otherwise it will really kill people." Quote, the people who heard this were collectively petrified. "I'm going to get the ball," Midoriya Izuku said. "No need." Kurosaki Ichigo stopped him, and for Midoriya Izuku's simple attempt to shove the ball into his opponent's target to win. Ichigo Kurosaki disagreed. Midoriya Izuku looked puzzled. "Let's play a big one this time. What do you think?" A smile rolled across Kurosaki's mouth. "How?" Tenya Iida asked. "Hunting. We heroes come to a hunt and defeat all the candidates who are not from our school." Hey, Kurosaki Ichigo laughed badly. "Yes, belch." Everyone was shocked, including Bakugao and Boom. But soon, Bakugao Katsuji was the first to agree. "I agree." Quote, "Me too." Boom scorched the second raised hand. "You guys, this doesn't match." Iida hesitated. "Iida-kun, don't worry, the exam rules don't point out, we are not allowed to do this." Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. "All right," Iida said. "So what are you going to do with Ichigo-kun?" Midoriya Izuku asked curiously. For Kurosaki Ichigo's proposal, Midoriya Izuku was also very moved. As a personal disciple of All Might, after All Might's retirement, he felt that the burden on him was heavy. After all, he is the successor to One for All. However, even if he obtained All Might's power, he could not keep up with Kurosaki Ichigo. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to improve his strength under heavy pressure. I'll deal with 1,000 people. You will divide the rest yourself." Kurosaki Ichigo said simply and rudely. "Although, it is not a difficult thing to destroy all the candidates by yourself. But I still have to keep some for my classmates." Good. The crowd echoed. Whiskers. Kurosaki Ichigo exhibited instantaneous and left quickly. The remaining 19 members of Class A were divided into 5 groups. Blaster wins over yourself. Boom. Oh Aikida. Always dark in the dark. Riko Kirishima. 3 to 4 people per group. What does Shang Ying want to do? Do they want to be anti-hunting? The invigilator said with great trepidation. Shu Yu. Kurosaki Ichigo came to a building. HMPH, it looks like Ichigo Kurosaki is going to get on his arms. We're here to ambush him. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyesight was like that of an eagle falcon, and he had long noticed that there was a school student hiding in it. However, Kurosaki Ichigo did not have the idea of going upstairs. The so-called hunt. Instead of hunting enemies, why don't you just take them to their hiding place? Although this is a Longtao high school, their vitality is very tenacious, and they should not collapse and be crushed to death. Kurosaki Ichigo said secretly. But it should be fine. When the time comes, just make a gravity wave yourself and let them float directly. Quote, hey, just do it. Kurosaki Ichigo sacrificed the Gravity Fist 6 reincarnations. Thundered. The fist was like a demon U flock rushing out, destroying and slamming into the building. Knock. A bang. The building seemed to be bombarded by heavy artillery, and the first floor was directly missing 1/5. The whole building began to crumble. The students hiding in the building couldn't help but turn pale with fright after feeling this shock. What's wrong with this? The building is going to collapse. Are we going to die? These students are just Longtao High School students, which are completely different from the students who have seen life and death in UA High School. Such a big movement scared them. Since this academy is full of girls. The screams kept ringing. Hey, hey, one more punch. Kurosaki Ichigo once again sacrificed Gravity Fist's 6 realms of reincarnation. Ichigo Kurosaki has some understanding of the structure of the house, and the destructive power of this punch seems to be very amazing. But in fact, it doesn't really make the house collapse immediately. They still have time to escape. Not good. Do you want this imp to stop? Otherwise, these students hiding in the building will be dangerous. The proctor said with a worried look. Although our medical equipment and personnel are sufficient to ensure the safety of students. Another proctor said. But this is too bad for the rules, and he is ordered to go down and not destroy the building again. Quote, good, however, before the command could be ordered, Kurosaki Ichigo threw 2 more punches, directly causing the building to collapse. No way, these girls hiding in the building, led by one, think that they dare not really collapse the building, so that the people around them continue to stay in the building. But in fact, Kurosaki Ichigo is not afraid. Thundered. Chapter 144. The crumbling building fell apart and began to crumble. The girls hiding in the building were all frightened, closed their eyes one after another, and waited for the moment of death. But at this moment, the ghost on Kurosaki's waist was unsheathed. Gravitational waves. Ichigo Kurosaki swung out a sword. Suddenly, the building that was about to collapse was suspended in midair. At the same time, the female students who hid in the building to ambush Ichigo Kurosaki were all floating in the air. Ichigo Kurosaki saved them. Ghost into the sheath. Thundered. For a while, the whole building fell. The violent vibration made the female students who were rescued by Kurosaki Ichigo directly faint. And then the voice of the invigilator sounded. Serious damage to the building is not allowed. Otherwise, it will be directly judged to be ineligible for the exam. As soon as the words came out, Kurosaki Ichigo quickly retracted his fist. Nima, is this a warning to yourself? Poof. Rubber head. No wonder you were so calm, is it because of his relationship? The smiling hero said. Not exactly, Aizawa said indifferently. At this time, the team led by Boom Jiaojia encountered the Ninja Academy. Students of the Ninja Academy hide in the large container area. Hunt UA. Ninja Academy shouted. Bang Scorched didn't say much, and directly released the ice wall. HMPH, we don't give in so easily. The student of the Ninja Academy snorted coldly. Immediately afterwards, they quickly dodged the scorched ice wall and jumped into the air. Intend to throw a red ball, intend to eliminate the scorch. Bear. At this time, a flame appeared on the scorched hand. A huge pillar of fire erupted. Rumble, rumble. This is one of the special moves of Bang Frost Superstorm. The terrifying shockwave directly made these Ninja Academy students directly faint. Seeing this scene, the smiling hero, his pupils couldn't help but dilate. I didn't expect that UA High School had such outstanding students. Hey, by the way, I remembered, he was Andwa's son. This is also a little monster. If it weren't for that kid, this student called Bang Jiao would definitely have received great attention. Just as the smiling hero was thinking, another boom sounded. The smiling hero looked dumbfounded at the overpass that was split by Ichigo Kurosaki's sword. Gravity Knife Tiger. One sword is not enough. One more sword. The sword chi was amazing, as if a demon mountain swept out, and the surrounding space shook. Terrible. It's really scary. The smiling hero looked at Ichigo Kurosaki in the examination room in amazement. There were several motley schools on the bridge, and after cutting the bridge themselves, these people fell into the water. This little ghost, didn't he understand my previous warning? The proctor scolded angrily. But we just said that serious damage to the building is not allowed, not that serious damage to the bridge is not allowed. Another said. Then you hurry up and order it again. No, this time it should be accurate not to destroy the building. Any building, including our artificial rockery. Hearing these temporary announcements, the teachers who came to lead the team looked at Aizawa Takeda one after another. There is unhappiness, anger, jealousy, and even envy in the eyes. In this regard, Aizawa is still pretending to be stupid and stunned. But if you look closely, you can see that the corners of Aizawa's mouth are twitching. For this scene, Aizawa thought too much. When this kid took the entrance exam, he destroyed the imaginary enemy number 0, causing the exam to collapse, and finally leading to a rematch. And today, this time, it seems that history is repeating itself. Hee, but this time the headache is not RUA High School, but the organizers. Fuck, such a rule. Lao Su is not happy to play at all. Ichigo Kurosaki was dissatisfied, chasing hundreds of motley students, running all over the field. Tell the truth, it's much harder to stun than to kill. In case the power is not well controlled, it will cause some unnecessary trouble. For this, Ichigo Kurosaki thought of a way to play. That is to act as a hunter, to chase prey. Exhaustion from chasing prey alive. However, this group of prey is not stupid, and after being chased for a while, it begins to scatter. Hee, it seems that this can't work. Let the Black Shadow come and help. Kurosaki Ichigo thought extremely seriously. At this time, Chong Dark Taiyan and Koji Guchida and others, who were besieged by the motley school, fell into battle. Koji Guchida summoned a large number of birds to block the sky. The Black Shadow began to control his anger and released the violent Black Shadow. Today's Chong Dark Stepping Yin, with the help of Kurosaki Ichigo, has been able to control violent Black Shadow. The only problem is that this is extremely physically and mentally draining. One-tailed demon fox. The Black Shadow transformed into a one-tailed demon fox, and in an instant, like a murderer, defeated dozens of students around it. After Tsuneki defeated these people, he suddenly heard Kurosaki Ichigo's voice. "Third brother, hurry up and help." "Okay, big brother," the Black Shadow said angrily. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search, categories, tags, updates, sign in. Chapter 145. Boom-kun, come and help. Gengugo-san, come and help. Kurosaki Ichigo shouted. Good. Everyone understood what Kurosaki Ichigo meant, and they rushed here. UA High School Hero Class A is divided into 3 teams at this time. Kurosaki Ichigo one by one. Boom scorched an explosive victory as the leader, becoming the second team. Chong Dark Taiyan and Koji Guchida and others, became the third branch. The 3 teams, like hunting teams, intend to chase all candidates as prey. Abominable. This hero is really abominable. It's just too arrogant. Seiji High School, which is the same name as UA High School, a student said to their genius, Yogarashi Inasa. Yogarashi Inasa's personality is a very strong personality. At this time, Yogarashi Inasa, who was besieged by his opponent, used his wind personality, and the whole person seemed to be a successful tornado. Swept away the balls in the hands of dozens of people around. Dozens of balls levitated in his palm. Swoosh. A bang. Yogarashi Inasa threw it directly at Ichigo Kurosaki. Be careful. At this time, Momo Yaoyorozu reminded. HMPH. Kurosaki Ichigo snorted coldly. Immediately, against the overwhelming and whistling ball, Kurosaki Ichigo threw a straight punch. Gravity Fist 6 Reincarnations. A punch was blasted out, the fist thundered, and a terrifying wind pressure burst out. Boom. These target balls were instantly shattered by Ichigo Kurosaki and turned into powder. Fuck. At this time, the Invigilator, the listless sleep hero, couldn't help but burst into a foul language. The game has been going on for half an hour, but so far, there is no one who has cleared the level. And the most important reason for this is that this kid named Kurosaki Ichigo leads his classmates, good deeds done. On the other hand, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly had an idea. The rule of this game is throw the ball into the opponent's target. If they don't have the ball, that is, the weapon. Wouldn't that be more interesting? Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo said just do it, just to try his latest new special move. Ichigo Kurosaki. It's really hot-blooded. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki was about to destroy the candidate's weapons, Yoroshi Inasa suddenly appears in front of Kurosaki Ichigo, intending to fight Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo-kun, I'm coming. The number 1 seed of Shiji High School, said enthusiastically. Yoroshi Inasa swung violently, and a fierce wind swept towards Kurosaki Ichigo. After the fierce wind blew, everyone was shocked to find that Kurosaki Ichigo had disappeared. In the stands. Rubberhead, your trump card is gone. The smiling hero said. Yes. Aizawa smiled lightly. For Kurosaki Ichigo's strength, Aizawa was extremely relieved. At the moment the whole country can defeat this little guy, there should be no. Of course, perhaps the original brain that had put all might into a bitter battle before might be able to do it, but the words of others hardly need to be thought of, even Andeva. What really worries Aizawa too much is whether this guy will play too much and lead to disqualification. After all, once this little guy plays, it is not measured. Oh, it's gone, Yogarashi Inaza said suspiciously, but there was a feeling in his heart that Kurosaki Ichigo could not have been defeated so easily. The next second, a playful voice sounded behind Yogarashi Inaza, "You're not bad, it's a pity we're not a level." Quote, Yogarashi Inaza was stunned in his heart. He couldn't think of why Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly appeared behind him. Instead, he felt a hand knife that hit his neck. With just one blow, it was Kurosaki Ichigo who deliberately controlled the power, which caused Yogarashi Inaza to pass out directly. Hey, third brother, Bangjun, you guys play first, I'll go somewhere else first. After speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo used Gao teleportation again and disappeared on the spot in an instant. Ichigo Kurosaki once again found the place where the candidates gathered. This was on a bridge made of steel. Due to the regulations, no further serious damage to the building can be done. Ichigo Kurosaki plans to change the gameplay. Gravity knife counterflow. The demon knife is unsheathed. In an instant, the 20-meter candidates around Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly felt as if they had entered space, and they actually floated. Taking advantage of their moment of consternation, Kurosaki Ichigo directly used Gravity Wave to roll all their balls out. Bang, bang, bang. With a whisker, they fell down one after another. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was too lazy to bird them. Facing hundreds of red balls in the air, a knife was swung out. Gravity Knife Tiger. A slash slashed out, alarming the sword chi and wind pressure of the mountains and rivers, and crushed all these red balls again. Chapter 146. Instantaneous. After solving the place with many people, Kurosaki Ichigo cast teleportation to go to the next place. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the class where the smiling hero belonged, after hearing the sound of stepping on the air, was first startled, and then found that the atmosphere seemed to have lost gravity, and everyone was floating. Gravity Knife Counterflow. As before, the balls in everyone's hands were destroyed again. Gravity Knife Counterflow. This is a new skill that Ichigo Kurosaki's Gravity Fruit has developed to 52%. In fact, this is similar to Gravity Realm. However, unlike the general weightless realm, Kurosaki Ichigo can control who in the field is not affected by gravity. Of course, the range of this field is centered on Ichigo Kurosaki and has a diameter of 20 meters. It is worth mentioning that after the Gravity Fruit is increased to more than 50%, for every 100 points consumed, it can only increase the proficiency by 0.01%. Previously, it was 0.1%. Then in other words, the difficulty of improving the Gravity Fruit has increased. HMPH. Rubberhead, your students are such monsters. It's just unfair to come to this level of competition. The smiling hero, with a cheerful temperament and a feeling of madness, can no longer laugh at this time. On the contrary, her mood was extremely depressed. The students in their own class were wiped out. In addition, my own bonus is gone. Oh, Aizawa replied expressionlessly. Just when the smiling hero was extremely aggrieved, suddenly, he felt a gaze staring at him. It's him, Ichigo Kurosaki. Although the two were hundreds of meters apart, the smiling hero could still feel Kurosaki Ichigo's warlike and defiant gaze. It's as if to say, our pattern is different. The next second, Ichigo Kurosaki once again raided the crowd of people at a motley school. This bastard imp, declare me expelled. The invigilator, Sleep Hero, said angrily. This little devil named Kurosaki Ichigo, Akagoku's breaking of the rules of the game is simply too arrogant. His staff reminded. Although what he does is a little strange, he has been following the rules. Quote, follow the rules. Which rule does he obey? However, it makes some sense to say that he broke the rules. The rules of the game do not mention that you cannot break a red ball. The rules of the competition also do not mention that buildings cannot be damaged. How to describe Ichigo Kurosaki's performance at this time? It's like a game of Mario, where everyone else thinks about how to reach the end of the red flag. But he always wanted to jump over the red flag and see what it looked like behind it. Of course, this thing is almost impossible for ordinary people, but Kurosaki Ichigo, he is a monster. Little monsters that are improving every day and evolving every day. That can't let him go on. Sleep Hero said. Well, he wouldn't be able to destroy the red ball. Another said. Okay, let's settle on it. The Sleep Hero said helplessly. Whiskers. The sound of the broadcast sounded. Announce a new rule that you cannot destroy the weapon, the red ball. Otherwise, disqualify from the competition. Rubberhead, look at the good work your students have done. The smiling hero said with a displeased pout. Oh, well done. The Rubberhead said to himself. For Kurosaki Ichigo's creative ideas, Aizawa still liked it. At the same time, Eraser also wants to make the other high schools feel the gap between them and Yue through Ichigo Kurosaki. On the other hand, the violent Black Shadow, that is, Kurosaki Ichigo's third brother. At this time, under the control of, often dark and tready, it is also playing positively. I didn't think chasing people is more fun than killing. My boss is such a genius. The Black Shadow said angrily. This voice made some students who were chased everywhere extremely angry. This Black Shadow monster simply regarded himself and others as prey. However, anger to anger, what can you do? Although this monster is not as strong as the bastard named Kurosaki Ichigo, if he is shot, it will definitely be a broken tendon. Bang! A bang! The Black Shadow ran for his life in order to stimulate the candidates. For the last man, he took the method of elimination at the end. Directly slapped over, fan it under the stone steps of the stands. At the same time, the chased candidate found that this palm seemed to sink the depression of his fan. Cool. The Black Shadow, who liked destruction, couldn't help but roar excitedly after feeling the horror of the students. Cool. It's cool. Big brother, I'm having a really good time. Then the Black Shadow that fanned 2 or 3 people roared like a devil. This sound was like a sound coming from hell, which made everyone except UA High School feel a huge pressure, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. As for the introverted Chong Dark stepping, he is red-faced. His own violent Black Shadow was once a murderous monster. However, now it seems to be a comma. What the hell is going on with this monster? UA High School, how many monsters are there? And, Nima, who is his big brother? Quote, who is the big brother of this devil? At this moment, a figure suddenly sat on that one-tailed demon fox transformed by the Black Shadow. Third brother. Nice job. Chapter 147. What? Nani? It won't. The candidates in the venue, the tutors of various schools in the stands, were stunned and dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Everyone couldn't have imagined that Ichigo Kurosaki was the big brother of this devil. But if you think about it, there is some truth in it. Kurosaki Ichigo was only cloaked in human skin, and the damage he caused to the examination room was more serious than that of the violent Black Shadow. Rubberhead, who the hell is that kid? The smiling hero said in shock. For this heterogeneous personality, it is not tamed by the host, often dark and tready, but by an outsider. How the hell is this done? He is the son of Kurosaki Isshin. You should know a little. At this time, Aizawa said suddenly. What? Kurosaki Isshin? It turned out to be the son of Kurosaki Isshin. That one on the island of Greed. After the smiling hero learned the identity of Kurosaki Ichigo's father, the whole person grew even bigger. Kurosaki Ichigo's father, Kurosaki Isshin, was one of the first players to enter Island of Greed. Kurosaki's strength is deep, but his dream is not to become a hero, but to become an adventurer. He is an absolute powerhouse on Island of Greed, and at the same time, he is also known as the player closest to clearance. However, When he was in the first year of Kurosaki Ichigo Junior High School, Kurosaki Isshin disappeared on Island of Greed. In addition, Kurosaki Ichigo's mother disappeared with it. Third brother, run. Kurosaki Ichigo stood on the one-tailed demon fox, transformed into a black shadow, as if a demon god had descended, and commanded. Due to the sudden increase in the rules of the game, Kurosaki Ichigo can no longer destroy the red ball, so he chases the other candidates all over the field, leaving them exhausted and falling to the ground and losing their combat effectiveness. In addition, the group of candidates chased by Ichigo Kurosaki could not be dispersed. Because Boom Scorched and Bakugan are better than themselves, respectively on the two wings. Because of the relationship between Ichigo Kurosaki, these two people work hard every day far beyond ordinary students. To this end, the progress of the two is also very rapid. The long-range special move that explodes the hero and wins his own makes all the candidates who want to break through fall. The same is true for Scorching. This little bastard, it's lawless. The sleep hero scolded Kurosaki Ichigo, who rode away the black shadow and drove the other candidates on the screen. The sleep hero roughly knew exactly what Kurosaki Ichigo was going to do, judging by his actions. He should want to beat all the candidates. No, to be precise, he wanted to hunt other candidates. As things stand, the game has been going on for almost 45 minutes, but none of them have passed. Kurosaki Ichigo and those candidates from UA High School, although they defeated one enemy after another, did not choose to clear the level. On the contrary, they cooperated with Kurosaki Ichigo, hoping to eliminate all the candidates. Blatant violation of the rules of the game. This made the teeth of the sleep hero itch, but helpless. This hateful imp actually drilled the hole in the ears of the game, and his strength was too strong, which seriously affected the balance of the game. At present, out of 1,540 students, 500 have lost consciousness and passed out. And, from this moment on, more and more people faint every minute. Because the candidates chased by Ichigo Kurosaki have reached the limit of their physical strength. All the students in Class A of UA High School are very good in terms of physical fitness. After all, they are well aware of the concept that a true hero does not have only one skill. The second is Aoyama elegance. 700 people fell. A proctor reported to the invigilators, sleep hero. Abominable. The sleep hero gritted his teeth and said, "This group of hateful male and heroic students is too rampant." Quote, "What a bunch of monsters, outrageous monsters. Rubberhead, HMPH, even if all of you UA High School pass, the media will definitely find you tomorrow." The smiling hero, who had all been eliminated in his class, said indignantly. "Oh, let them find it," Aizawa said indifferently. In addition to the smiling hero of the tutor of Masterpiece Academy, Aizawa also felt the resentful eyes of the teachers who led the teams at various high schools all over the country. Although the elimination rate of provisional licenses is particularly high every year, it is not as scary as this year. This UA High School can obviously pass the pass, but it doesn't go, but wants to, wipe everyone out. Ahem. Even though Aizawa was very calm in his heart, under the gaze of dozens or hundreds of pairs of eyes, he couldn't help but cough awkwardly. Come on, brothers, there are more than 300 people. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was standing on the head of the violent black shadow, roared loudly. Indeed, more than 1,200 people have been eliminated so far. More than 1,200 people were given seconds by Ichigo Kurosaki. However, at this very moment, a familiar voice sounded. "Ichigo, come and save me." Momo Yaoyorozu were pressed down by a large stone and begged for mercy. This scene surprised everyone in Class A. What the hell is going on here? Isn't Momo Yaoyorozu just around you? Why didn't Momo Yaoyorozu appear there? Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 148. What's going on? Could it be that Momo Yaoyorozu still have a twin sister? Richie Ochako asked in surprise. Probably not. It is estimated to be the ability of a certain candidate, Asui said. Is it transfiguration? But the two are really exactly the same. Hiroshima Reiro analyzed. She impersonated me, said Momo Yaoyorozu, who was with Class A, pointing to Momo Yaoyorozu who had fallen to the ground. 8 million Bai is very clever, and immediately uses his personality creation to directly create a small item to prove his identity. Everyone who saw this scene understood. Creation, but Momo Yaoyorozu abilities, except creatures cannot create, everything else can be created. Imposter. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed playfully. Then take a step and directly use the teleportation step to reach the side of the fake Momo Yaoyorozu. Next, Kurosaki Ichigo's actions made everyone laugh. Kurosaki Ichigo directly hugged the fake Momo Yaoyorozu. The fake Momo Yaoyorozu was stunned in his heart. Why is this kid's speed so fast? This kind of speed, even bursting muscles, is far from his opponent. The fake Momo Yaoyorozu, that is, cross my body, thought in amazement. The personality of the body is extracted into the blood of the other person, and then it can become the appearance of the other person. Momo Yaoyorozu were slashed with a dagger by someone, crossing my body, fake Kemi, during the melee, and he didn't care at the time. Kurosaki Ichigo said as he slapped like a disobedient child. Bastard, smelly brother, HMPH, is he taking revenge on me? Quote, really? Momo Yaoyorozu glared at Ichigo Kurosaki in annoyance. On the other hand, Wataru was physically tried to get out, but found that Kurosaki Ichigo's strength was too great, and the whole person was completely clamped and could not move at all. For this reason, Wataru was transformed into Kemi. After a vignette of true and false Momo Yaoyorozu, suddenly in the sky, dozens of students with personalities that can fly appeared. Most of these people are related to birds. The group suddenly launched an air attack and besieged Kurosaki Ichigo. Childish. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled coldly, just after they entered a 20-meter radius of Kurosaki Ichigo. Standing on the violent black shadow, Kurosaki Ichigo sacrificed Gravity Knife Purgatory. The terrifying gravity field was directly pressed down. Let these candidates who can fly fall to the ground one after another. Instantly, the loss of combat capability. As for the remaining more than 200 candidates, UA High School's first year class was like a hunter, chasing all the candidates around. Okay, it's almost over. Kurosaki Ichigo saw that the last 200 people had good physical strength, and then chased them down, and there were still some to play. Forget it, it's better to solve it directly. Instantaneous. Ichigo Kurosaki appeared in front of the group of candidates. Gravity Knife Counterflow. Hundreds of candidates, like a hurricane sweeping through the scene. All were weightless, suspended in midair. Gravity Knife Purgatory. The demon knife into the sheath. The remaining hundreds of candidates fell one after another. As for Kurosaki Ichigo walking out of the center with unusual dashing steps. Hunting success. At this time, the most enthusiastic Kirishima Ruerlang shouted loudly. For a time, this hero temporary license exam became the home of UA High School. UA High School's first year Class A has only 20 students, which wipes out all high schools in the country. Heroic power. Reflect the heavens. The next thing is very simple. Everyone just finds 3 balls and puts them on the ground candidates. All of the first year class of UA High School passed the first round. However, the proctor, Sleep Hero, at this time almost scratched his head. It stipulates that this year, in the examination room under his supervision, 100 people will obtain temporary licenses. Outcome: only 20 people made it through the first round. What to do about this? Originally, after All Might retired, the society hoped that more heroes would appear. But all this kid named Ichigo Kurosaki was screwed up. What kind of father there is, what kind of son there is. The Sleep Hero smiled bitterly and said, Kurosaki Ishin, you really gave birth to a good son. Quote, your fan fiction stories hub. Search, categories, tags, updates, sign in. Chapter 149. The candidates of Hero Class A, after passing the exam, came to the hall of the examination room. At this time, the delicious food is all on the table. In total, there are 100 servings of these foods for candidates who pass the exam. After all, soon, they will have a second round of assessment. Ichigo, it is estimated that only our UA High School passed this year. Looking at the huge hall, only himself and others from UA High School, Iida Tenya broke out in a cold sweat. Regarding Kurosaki Ichigo's behavior of completely destroying his opponent, Iida Tenya did not agree very much. But with the agreement of everyone in the class, the blood in Tenya Iida's body was also ignited. However, at this time, Tenya Iida, who had calmed down, began to worry, not for himself, but for Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo Kurosaki, who entered the examination room, was simply like the invincible destruction king, not only destroying the building, but also breaking the rules. I don't know if the official will make it difficult for Ichigo Kurosaki. HMPH, that's best. Fearing that the world would not be chaotic, Bakugao Shenji said, how can those cats and dogs be qualified to advance with us? Quote, hey, Bakugao-san, pay attention to the wording. As the class leader, Tenya Iida, of moral standards pointed out. Iida-san, don't worry. Let's eat quickly. There will be later exams later. Kurosaki Ichigo said vaguely while grabbing the chicken and duck legs with his hands. Iida looked defeated. What happened to the students in our class? Not afraid at all. Temporary license the proctoring department. At this time, because of Ichigo Kurosaki in the A class of UA High School, his personal ability is too abnormal, plus, he exploited the loophole in the rules of the competition. As a result, 100 candidates were supposed to pass the first round, but only 20 turned out. And it's all the same high school. Damn it, I think Ichigo Kurosaki should be punished. Someone suggested. Yes, I think so too. However, he did not challenge our rules of the game head-on, we did not have his handle. Exactly. At this time, the sleep hero said, regarding Kurosaki Ichigo, I don't think he can take the exam anymore. Quote, yes, belch, is it to eliminate him? A proctor asked in surprise. It's not, just let him through, the sleep hero said listlessly. However, this is not fair to other candidates. Someone said, fair, what is fair? If you let him continue to take the exam, this is really unfair to the rest of the candidates. Sleep hero said, okay. The proctor who questioned just now nodded thoughtfully. At the same time, the chief examiner in charge of the second round, Gangster Killer Whale, heard that Ichigo Kurosaki passed directly, and a stone in his heart finally landed. Follow this year's provisional license examination process. The first round is the knockout round. The second round is going to the rescue site, such as mountain areas, high-rise areas, firehouse areas, and so on. Also, to make it more difficult, during the rescue of the wounded, the professional hero Killer Whale will make a cameo appearance as a bad guy to interfere with the hero's rescue. As the chief examiner of the second round, Yakuza Killer Whale, he met Ichigo Kurosaki when dealing with All for One. He knew Kurosaki Ichigo's strength. He is not enough for him to fight, at least on the ground, he is not this guy's opponent at all. Now, he can directly obtain a provisional license. That's really fair to yourself, or to other candidates. After the results of the discussion about Ichigo Kurosaki, the next thing is how to deal with the number of people who advanced to the first round this time. Is it really only through these 20 people? Or do you want to go through the rematch and select the remaining 80 people? After more than an hour of discussion, there was finally a result. Except for Hero High School, the rest of the high schools replay and compete for the remaining 80 places. Thanks to candidate Ichigo Kurosaki for finding loopholes in the exam rules, so there is a special reward, and Ichigo Kurosaki directly obtains temporary license. It can still be like this. Rubberhead, did you UA High School stuff money to the organizers? After seeing the notice, the smiling hero said to Aizawa Mita next to him angrily. HMPH. We disdain. Aizawa suddenly snorted coldly. For Aizawa, you can make jokes about him, but once you insult to UA High School, Aizawa takes it seriously. Okay, I'm just kidding. The smiling hero said quickly. Oh, Aizawa's anger dissipated. Great, that kid finally made the cut. Yes, our students don't have to fight that monster. Exactly. Teachers from other schools couldn't help but cheer when they saw the new rules announced by the provisional license. Chapter 150. Ichigo-kun, congratulations on being the first to have a provisional license. Ashido-sana said enviously. Hehe, Ichigo-kun, you are really good, and your performance is so unexpected every time. Rishiro Kirishima said. Yes, Ichigo-kun, Midoriya Izuku said with a smile, and while speaking, Midoriya Izuku secretly shook his fist vigorously. Although Midoriya Izuku admires Ichigo Kurosaki very much, he also regards Kurosaki Ichigo as his goal. However, Midoriya Idhisa firmly believes that he who inherits the power of All Might will definitely be able to catch up with Ichigo Kurosaki in the future. Regarding Midoriya Izuku's character, according to the previous Life web article, it is the standard, Virgin. Various good personalities. Readers who liked online articles in previous lives hated the pig's feet of this character. But in fact, for this kind of friend with a Virgin personality, Kurosaki Ichigo does not hate it. On the contrary, there is still a trace of appreciation in his heart, at least much better than that kind of Dragon Aoshin. Officials have announced that Ichigo Kurosaki has become the first candidate to obtain a provisional license this year, and he does not have to take the second round of assessments. After learning the news, everyone in Class A was happy for Ichigo Kurosaki. But in fact, Kurosaki Ichigo himself was a little disappointed, and he wanted to play more. The devil knows, what is the second round of assessment? Just let yourself pass. Nima. This organizer is also too hasty. Tenya Iida, who roughly understands Kurosaki Ichigo's character, looked very helpless when he saw his friend's dejected look. Provisional license is a big deal for all candidates. Everyone is like a great enemy. But only Ichigo Kurosaki used the exam room as a playground and brought his classmates with him. Yawn. At this point, the listless sleep hero sneezed. Let's start tomorrow. Let this group of guys do it all over again tomorrow. Sleep hero said. Yes. His proctor said. In the second round of assessment, Ichigo Kurosaki, like the instructor who led the team, also sat in the stands. In addition, Aizawa went back first because the principal had an urgent notice. As for the rest, let Ichigo Kurosaki be in charge. Following. Provisional license first round of exam rematch. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was idle, came to the stands to watch the battle. Little one, congratulations on getting the temporary license in advance. The smiling hero said to Ichigo Kurosaki. At the same time, in order to test the difference of Kurosaki Ichigo, she used personality. The personality of the smiling hero can make people laugh, which is similar to an attack of spiritual power. Due to his relationship with Midnight Hour Minute, Kurosaki Ichigo's spirit is incredibly powerful. Kurosaki Ichigo, who felt the interference of spiritual power, pulled the corners of his mouth and laughed twice. The smiling hero looked at Ichigo Kurosaki in disbelief. God knows, how the hell did this little ghost do it? Could it be that he also has Aizawa's erased personality? At this point, the rematch of provisional license begins. Sleep Hero also specifically announced 2 additional rules. 1. The building cannot be seriously damaged. 2. Do not break the red ball. Since there is no relationship with the monster of Ichigo Kurosaki, the exam finally has a bit of an exam look. Yosashi Inaza, Shindo, and other candidates with good strength, who were defeated by Ichigo Kurosaki last night, all successfully advanced. Time flies quickly. Shortly after the first round was successfully completed, Sleep Hero drew the attention of test takers who were resting in the hall to the big screen. Thundered. As a result, all the buildings in the examination room collapsed. Everyone was stunned. But then came the second test. Disaster Relief Show. What surprised Ichigo Kurosaki was that the Hero Society had spawned a large number of actors. To put it bluntly, they are pretending to be trapped passers-by. Little heroes go to their aid. Of course, this is not only to rescue them from the disaster area, but also to give them appropriate psychological comfort. Not only that, there are some wounded, their injuries are minor, but after the heroes arrive, there will be some unreasonable demands. You have to judge it, otherwise it will delay the rescue of others. I have to say that the luck of the explosion is good. Unexpectedly ran into 2 actors who pretended to be seriously injured. After they made unreasonable demands, they were directly scolded by Bang Hao Sheng. However, this curse instead made Bakugao Katsuki get a high score. Actually, it's really just a mistake. On the other hand, Aizawa Yuta, who rushed back to Yue High School overnight, is discussing with the principal Nezu about the Island of Greed. The login window for the Island of Greed is currently in the United States. And just a week ago, the High School League in the United States sent someone to Yue High School to invite students to join. Of course, not everyone is eligible. On the contrary, there are only 2 places in the entire Yue High School. At the same time, Shiji High School, which is the same as Yue High School, has only 2 places. Although the Island of Greed is full of dangers, the opportunities inside are equally coveted. The 3-year group of Yue High School believes that 2 people should be selected among the 3 giants of Yue High School. But Aizawa believes that Ichigo Kurosaki also has this qualification. In other words, this meeting of Yue High School is to select 2 people from the Big 3 and Kurosaki Ichigo to Island of Greed. Chapter 151. Just as the rescue exam was nearing its end, suddenly, there was an explosion in the venue. Enemies played by Gangster Killer Whales appear. Gangster Killer Whale, his ranking is the top 10 professional heroes, but his appearance is third on that ranked version of the appearance that looks like an enemy. The head of a killer whale, the body of an ordinary person. It looks very fierce and often scares children to cry, so the Gangster Killer Whale himself will also feel a headache about his appearance. But in fact, the character of the Gangster Killer Whale is still very gentle. Hey, Uncle Orca is actually here. Ichigo Kurosaki in the stands was slightly stunned. When All Might summoned professional heroes to deal with the enemy alliance, Kurosaki Ichigo once met him. At that time, he also rescued him from the hands of Mammoth Brain Wu. Oh, little ghost, I didn't expect you to know him too. The smiling hero on the side was slightly stunned. Well, Uncle Killer Whale, you still owe me a meal. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. Haha, little ghost, don't be kidding. Gangster Killer Whales are the top 10 professional heroes, how is it possible? The smiling hero scoffed in disbelief. However, I saw Kurosaki Ichigo standing up at this time and said to the Gangster Killer Whales that suddenly appeared under the field, Uncle Killer Whales, remember to invite me to dinner after the game. Quote, at this time, the fierce Gangster Killer Whale who appeared on the scene couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words. Indeed, he owed this imp a meal. Gangster Killer Whales, as professional heroes, will not be overwhelmed, but because there are too many things to delay. At this time, the Gangster Killer Whale was said by Kurosaki Ichigo in person, and hurriedly beckoned to Kurosaki Ichigo, as if to say, when the exam is over, I will definitely please. To this end, Ichigo Kurosaki also made an okay gesture. Oh, smiling hero, what were you talking about? Kurosaki Ichigo, who had regained his seat, asked. It's nothing. The smiling hero was a little speechless. For Kurosaki Ichigo's fame, smiling hero has also heard about it. Absolute prick students, catching, hero killers, tearing brains, cursing journalists, and so on. But I didn't expect that even a hero as strong as a Gangster Killer Whale was a little afraid of this little ghost. Suddenly, the smiling hero said again, little ghost, are you really not going to have a baby with me? Quote, there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was teased again, directly took the hand of the smiling hero and walked towards the gate of the venue. Little ghost, what are you doing? The smiling hero said in surprise. Let's go have a baby. Now, Kurosaki Ichigo said a little impatiently. You, the smiling hero, who was teased by Ichigo Kurosaki, was at a loss for a while, and his face was red. From the look in Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes, the smiling hero saw that this little ghost really didn't seem to be joking anymore. If he really dares to go, this little ghost, it is estimated that he can really give himself the upper. This female rascal really thought she could tease Lao Su. Kurosaki Ichigo thought playfully, but to be honest, this smiling hero looks really good, fair skin, precise facial features, plus a graceful figure. Just work hard yourself. Stinky little ghost, are you going to come here like this? Aren't you afraid that your sister will be angry? At this time, the smiling hero who was teased by Kurosaki Ichigo and wanted to find a way to get into it suddenly laughed. Belch. After hearing the smiling hero mention Momo Yaoyorozu, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly had a big head. Yesterday, he smacked his sister again because he hit Kimi's buttocks. However, what surprised Ichigo Kurosaki a little was that his relationship with Momo Yaoyorozu seemed to be clear to people all over the world. Looking at Kurosaki Ichigo's confused expression, the smiling hero explained with a smile. Little ghost, I'm not so bored to investigate you, I just happened to see you and your sister in hero interview. Belch. Yes. Dare to love like this. After a fight between the smiling hero and Ichigo Kurosaki, he did it again, watching the candidates deal with the Yakuza killer whales in the venue. The students of UA High School took the lead. Midoriya Izuku rushed out. A kick was kicked at the gangster killer whale, but was dodged by the gangster killer whale. Instead, a hand knife almost made Midoriya Izuku's eyes fall out of pain. Stupid. Kick him underneath. Kurosaki Ichigo saw that his classmates were suppressed by the gangster killer whale alone, and he couldn't help but curse. The corner of the smiling hero's mouth twitched. Attack him below. This is also too insidious. It's not like a hero's style. Ashido-sana. Spray his eyes with acid. Kurosaki Ichigo's voice sounded again. Smiling hero. Third brother. How did you do it? Haven't you eaten enough? Kurosaki Ichigo said to the violent black shadow. Yes, big brother. The violent black shadow said loudly. After speaking, a huge black shadow condensed into a slap directly fanned dozens of little brothers of the gangster killer whale into the air. The smiling hero has been completely speechless. Kurosaki Ichigo turned into a violent man in the stands, and his words were particularly rough, which made some female teachers blush. But how to say it? Practical indeed. However, after all, this is a hero's qualification exam, not a fight. To this end, the sleep hero warned again. People in the stands are not allowed to make loud noises, which will affect the normal progress of the exam. Quote, Chapter 152. Gangster killer whales cannot exert their strongest combat power on land. He was afraid of the scorching heat, which somewhat restrained him. In addition, plus the wind personality of Inaza Yoro. To this end, after joining forces with Karatarashi and Bang Jiao, after a hard battle, they defeated the gangster killer whales. After defeating the gangster killer whale, the hero qualification exam came to an end. The next step is the issuance of a provisional license. Class A of UA High School, except for Bakugao Shengji and Bang Scorched, the rest of the people passed. Seiji High School, which is the same name as UA High School, the hot-blooded boy, Yoarashi Inasa, initially fought against Boom Frost because of the relationship of Andua, and almost caused Mado to be burned by the scorched flames. These poor performances made Yogarashi Inasa not pass the exam. However, fortunately, the three who did not pass, because they performed well in the first round, as long as they accepted 3 months of lectures, they would still have the qualification to make up the exam. After the report card was released, the smiling hero said to Ichigo Kurosaki mockingly, Little ghost, you UA High School, but 2 of them did not pass. Our Masterpiece Academy has passed it all this time. Kurosaki Ichigo sneered twice and directly countered. We haven't passed, don't you still have points in your heart? Quote, the smiling hero suddenly choked. It seems that our 2 schools will not meet in the future. Kurosaki Ichigo said again. There was a strong threat in his tone, and although the smiling hero was dissatisfied in his heart, he did not dare to say more. Kurosaki Ichigo is obviously telling the smiling hero that even if your students pass this provisional license test, they will still have a chance to meet in the future. As in the first round of the assessment, Ichigo Kurosaki led UA High School to hunt other high schools. Such a shocking scene, all the leading mentors present can see it clearly. But you don't have to be afraid. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo's tone suddenly softened. Oh, the smiling hero was slightly startled. Let's hurry up and have a baby, and when the child grows up, let him go to your Masterpiece Academy. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a flowery mouth. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo had a pair of dishonest hands, and he actually wanted to climb the mountain. The smiling hero quickly dodged and said with a red face, "I'm a little unwell, go back first." Quote, seeing the smiling hero who left in shame, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but laugh. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's smug laughter, the smiling hero realized that he was actually teased by this little ghost. Abominable, abominable little ghost. The smiling hero bit his lip and said, temporary license outside the examination room. Little ghost, let's go. The smiling hero said with a smile to Kurosaki Ichigo and the others. Oh, Kurosaki Ichigo's malicious gaze swept over the smiling hero. This kind of red fruit gaze made the smiling hero bite his lip, his face turned crimson, and left in a hurry. On the other hand, Yogarashi Inasa of Seiji High School also found Kurosaki Ichigo them. Bang! With a sound, Yellen Inasa slammed his head directly in front of Boom Frost and said, "I'm sorry, if it weren't for my narrow-mindedness, you wouldn't have been eliminated." Quote, Boom Zhaojing was a little surprised by such a direct action, and quickly waved his hand. "You don't have to do this, your such direct personality makes me see a lot of things clearly." Quote, and Ichigo-kun, looking forward to meeting you next time. You're really too strong. After getting up, Inasa Yogarashi said to Ichigo Kurosaki with a smile on his face. Hee, me too, Kurosaki Ichigo said, On the other hand, in a dark corner of a city in Reborn. Fairy me, you're finally back. The Tamura Shigaraki said, hang, I've already got Midoriya Idhis's blood. Wataru was suddenly transformed from the appearance of Kemi to the appearance of himself. Oh, what about the little ghosts? The Tamura Shigaraki said with some expectation. His is too hard to get. Quote, ordinary weapons simply can't cut through his body. I was leaned over and said, The Tamura Shigaraki sighed heavily. After returning to school, the summer vacation is over, and a new semester is here. After learning that Kurosaki Ichigo had obtained a temporary license, the local, to be precise, several nearby urban hero offices took the initiative to come to the door and let Kurosaki Ichigo assist them. Since All Might's retirement, crime has soared. Professional heroes are tired of coping, and Ichigo Kurosaki has shown his amazing strength in many major battles, and is favored by many hero firms. At this time, there were many hero offices who came to the door. There is MT Lady Yu, the Tide-Burst Heavenly Kings, the hero of the Long Snakes. There is even Andevas. Chapter 153. Ichigo Kurosaki is suitable for our hero office. Tide Explosion Heavenly King, obviously suitable for us, okay. I think Ichigo Kurosaki should be more suitable for me. Long Snake Hero, don't open your mouth, what is he following you for? Is it to be a model? Quote, Inside Aizawa's office, the major offices almost didn't fight in order to compete for Ichigo Kurosaki. For this reason, Aizawa said secretly in his heart, this prickly boy, I didn't expect it to be quite popular. Quote, at this time, Aizawa cleared his throat and said, okay, you guys stop fighting. Kurosaki Ichigo is still going to Yuyutsu's hero office. What, Rubberhead, do you think my hero office will be worse than hers? Quote, yes, although you are his homeroom teacher, you don't give him the right to make decisions. HMPH, rude man. Quote, Aizawa didn't say much about the controversy of these people, and he still had a paralyzed expression. For letting Kurosaki Ichigo continue to follow you, Aizawa naturally had some considerations of his own. First, Yu Shan's hero office is located in this city, so you can take into account learning. Second, it is very likely that Ichigo Kurosaki will travel to the United States in a month and enter the Island of Greed. Of course, the premise is that he has a clash with the Big Three. Island of Greed has a magic card that heals All Might's injuries, which is especially important for Reborn. You must know that the recent criminals have sprung up like mushrooms. As for the current number 2 professional hero, Andwa, although he is ranked first, his behavior is a little extreme, and most of his supporters are men aged 20 to 40. He does not become a hero that ordinary people can trust. Kurosaki Ichigo was taken away by you on his first day of class. Congratulations. Little brother, Yu Shan Yuhu said charmingly. Hey, thank you. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. The relationship between Ichigo Kurosaki and Yu is very delicate, and the two of them should go to the hero office. But Kurosaki Ichigo was forcibly dragged shopping by Yukiyama. Moreover, Yu Kurosaki also asked Ichigo Kurosaki to invite her to drink milk tea. I'm still a student. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Sister has no money recently. Little brother, don't be so stingy. Yu Shanyu said pitifully. Okay. Kurosaki Ichigo was also helpless, so he had to pay Yu Shanyu for milk tea out of his own pocket. The two of them held a cup of cold milk tea, chatting while hanging out. Not long after, Yu Shanyu's mobile phone rang. At this time, not far from the two, a group of criminals was robbing a jewelry store. What is surprising is that the criminals are huge, not to mention 7 meters tall. In the face of such a big criminal, an ordinary professional hero is not his opponent at all. Shu Yu, the two came to the crime scene. What's going on? Yu Shanyu looked at these gigantic criminals and frowned slightly. What's the problem? Kurosaki Ichigo asked. Well, there have been a lot of gigantic criminals in the city recently, and according to the information of these criminals, they didn't have such a strong personality before. Yu Shanyu said with a slight headache. Yu Shanyu's personality is huge, turning into a 2,063 centimeters tall mountain woman, but the criminal in front of her is in a bustling downtown area. Yu Shanyu is too big to participate in this kind of battle. Then in this way, it only depends on Kurosaki Ichigo. Dense forest Kamui is entangled with 3 gigantic criminals. However, the branches of the dense forest divine power were easily torn apart by the 3 criminals. At the same time, a criminal with sheep's horns slammed the dense forest divine power to the ground with a simple punch. Poof! Dense forest Kamui spat out a mouthful of blood. Kurosaki Ichigo walked towards the 3 huge criminals. Oh, a little ghost again. One of the criminals spoke. Good Shinigami, be careful. Feeling the power of these criminals, Dense Forest Shinwei said worriedly. When performing missions, companions are called heroes by name. Kurosaki Ichigo replied without care. Little ghost, give Lao Su death. One of them roared loudly. Bang! A man-tall fist smashed directly into Kurosaki Ichigo's face, causing a gust of wind and waves. The strength is not bad. Ichigo Kurosaki smiled playfully. Are you? The criminal suddenly saw Kurosaki Ichigo's face clearly and said in horror. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. Instantaneous. Kurosaki Ichigo cast teleportation, like an aurora-like speed, and appeared behind the criminal. Boom. Punch out. The strength of the fist is like 1,000 horses galloping, and the waves are terrifying. Dwang. The criminal sank directly into the ground. The other 2 gigantic criminals were cold in their hearts and wanted to escape. But where will Kurosaki Ichigo give them a chance to escape? 1 punch per person. Boom. Boom. The sound of the 2 positions shaking, the 2 criminals fell to the ground in response. Wow, so handsome. Kind Shinigami, really handsome. So handsome. Kind Grim Reaper, hee, it's just my idol. After Ichigo Kurosaki defeated the criminals, the boys and girls watching the battle cheered in unison. Ichigo Kurosaki's domineering performance at the Hero High School Games attracted a large number of teenage fans. The age is approximately 12 to 18 years. And Kurosaki Ichigo Toyogami's handsome appearance has also been welcomed by female fans of all classes. It can be said that Ichigo Kurosaki's support rate today can at least be compared with the professional heroes of number 10. Chapter 154. The defeated 3 gigantic criminals quickly became smaller after falling into a coma. After a while, the city's police chief, Tsukasukai, rushed over. After some investigation, Tsukashi said in surprise, the personalities of these 3 are enhanced. However, after they became huge, that is, close to 3 meters, how could they be more than 7 meters at once? Yu Shan nodded. Yes, there have been several similar situations recently. Tsukashi's face was gloomy, and he clearly felt that an underground force was surging undercurrent. Otherwise, it would not be possible to have so many gigantic enemies in the near future. Sure enough, after the fall of All Might, the symbol of world peace, darkness will sweep in. Well, thank you, kind Shinigami. After Tsukashi asked his men to escort the 3 criminals to the police car, he said to Ichigo Kurosaki. Thank you. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. At this time, Yu Shan, who had just recovered from the war, handed over the milk tea that Kurosaki Ichigo had not finished drinking, and said, Kind Death, the ice has not yet melted. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. Sheriff Tsukasaki on the side couldn't help but glance at the two when he saw the delicate relationship between Kurosaki Ichigo and Yukiyama. This made Yu Shan Yu's face red all of a sudden. At the same time, Dense Forest Kamui, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, also glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo enviously. This little ghost is much stronger than the last time I saw him. An enemy who was helpless on his own, he turned out to be a second kill, and he didn't even use his weapon. No wonder, Yu Shan Yu will miss him, Dense Forest Shinwei said with a bitter smile. After leaving the crime scene, Yu took Kurosaki Ichigo around again. At this time, Yu Shan Yu's face was full of spring breeze, sunny and charming. Not only is Ichigo Kurosaki accompanying her, but more importantly, with the big help of Ichigo Kurosaki, the income of her own hero office, it will definitely go up. And Ichigo Kurosaki is just an intern, and the salary given to him is basically negligible. Quack. Thinking of this, Yu Shan Yu's eyes seemed to have the words. Good Shinigami, let's keep strolling. Yu Shan Yu said happily, and at the same time, the magnificent ferocity inadvertently rubbed against Kurosaki Ichigo's arm. This one is a little bigger than my sister's. Kurosaki Ichigo deduced by touch. On the other hand, Kurosaki Ichigo also planned to think of a mantra for himself. For example, when All Might appears at the scene of a crime, he will say, I'm coming. To calm the hearts of the wounded people. There is no reason why you don't have it, otherwise you will have to drop the price. After thinking about it, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly thought of his mantra. Death, there are criminals 2 streets away from us. The mountain woman, Yu Shan Yu, frowned. Well, understood. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. Then the two of them rushed away. This time the enemy is also huge. His personality is a black bear, which is huge and reaches a height of 10 meters. The professional heroes of several hero offices around could not get close to this behemoth at all. Grim Reaper. After seeing the enemy, Yu turned to Kurosaki Ichigo and said. But at this time, Yu Kurosaki found that Ichigo Kurosaki was missing. Immediately afterwards, a voice floated in the air. You want to be kind. I saw that Ichigo Kurosaki, who was wearing a trench coat, appeared on the shoulder of the criminal. Who is he? You don't know this. I don't know. Is it a new professional hero? No. You think about it, one is called Black. Ah, it was him Kurosaki Ichigo. Quote, there were those who knew Ichigo Kurosaki and those who didn't, but after seeing Ichigo Kurosaki punch after punch, 3 or 5 punches defeated criminals who left other heroes helpless. Passers-by began to scream. It seems that they see a new idol. Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper. There are also many female passers-by, as if they have committed a flower idiot, and they can't wait to immediately throw themselves into Kurosaki Ichigo's arms. With this kind of look, Kurosaki Ichigo believed that if he wanted grass powder, it was estimated that they would immediately agree. So, Kurosaki Ichigo is still quite picky about women. After solving the criminals, the nearby police arrives again. At this time, the media was interviewing Ichigo Kurosaki. Kind Shinigami, you are so powerful, you actually solved 2 batches of criminals in one day. A beautiful reporter asked, this is what a hero should do. Ichigo Kurosaki replied professionally. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was being interviewed, Yu suddenly came over and said with a nervous expression, Shinigami, 3 kilometers away from us, another criminal has appeared. Quote, oh yes, Kurosaki Ichigo said. Suddenly, Kurosaki Ichigo said to the beautiful reporter, this reporter, can you drive us over? Quote, well, okay, it's my pleasure. The beautiful reporter was overjoyed. It couldn't be better to be able to chase Ichigo Kurosaki for the first time. Quickly came to the place where the crime occurred. Kurosaki Ichigo jumped up from the reporter's car and easily picked up a few criminals who robbed the bank. Before cleaning them up, Kurosaki Ichigo deliberately said loudly, "You have to be kind." Quote, dot. You want to be kind. You want to be kind. You want to be kind. In this way, Kurosaki Ichigo packed up a total of 7 batches of criminals in one day. The next day, national headlines. One day 7-0, death comes. You want to be kind. Close double angle bracket. The descendants of All Might. Close double angle bracket. Chapter 155. 3 days later. Ichigo Kurosaki. Hero name. Kind Shinigami. Mantra. Be kind. Ahem. About this mantra, some readers say that it is very stupid. You can make some suggestions and modify it as appropriate. Closing square bracket. These labels quickly spread, and the city where Kurosaki Ichigo is located is almost a household name. An idol in the mind of a teenager. The male god in the hearts of women. However, Ichigo Kurosaki's exaggerated approach has also been criticized by many media. HMPH, a hero who likes to bring his own media. Yes, the most high-profile hero in history. Show off. Love to show off so much. Quote, such a person does not deserve to be called a hero. Dot. Kurosaki Ichigo is different from Midoriya Izuku. He likes to be in the limelight, and he likes to be in a crowded place. He loves to hear people slap himself on the "I prefer others to flatter me." For Ichigo Kurosaki, life is in the world, and if you can't pretend to be forced, it's too boring. A few days ago, when I was interviewed by reporters, I suddenly learned that the criminal had appeared. At that time, Kurosaki Ichigo hitchhiked with reporters. As a result, the matter got out of hand. At the downstairs entrance of the hero office opened by you, more than 10 media cars are provided to Ichigo Kurosaki every day. In this regard, Kurosaki Ichigo did not refuse, on the contrary, he was happy to accept. Therefore, it has created a phenomenon of Ichigo Kurosaki leads a large number of reporters and media to catch criminals. Maintain a good relationship with Kurosaki Ichigo. Well, that is, the news media that followed Kurosaki Ichigo, naturally will not go to Kurosaki Ichigo. But there are some media outlets, such as the one that broke up with Kurosaki's girlfriend before. Kurosaki Ichigo openly did not accept his interview, so these media members went to Kurosaki Ichigo. Dot. However, the negative impact of these black fans on Ichigo Kurosaki is basically zero. First, the media who followed the film were as attentive as eunuchs serving the emperor. He has repeatedly published news in support of Ichigo Kurosaki, and even praised Kurosaki Ichigo as having surpassed All Might, the symbol of world peace in the past. Second, these media that supported Ichigo Kurosaki also began to launch a counterattack against those who criticized him. But both positive and negative energy have raised Kurosaki Ichigo's fame to a higher level. Dot. On the other hand, All Might goes to the place where All for One is being held, trying to figure out something. All for One, who had an oxygen tube plugged in, said, "What are you doing with me?" Quote, the bone version of All Might said, "Just to make a break, All for One." Quote, All Might, it's too depressed here. Not only living bodies, even brain waves are strictly controlled. As long as I want to use my personality, the muzzle of monitoring is aimed at me. Even if I want to go out, it will take a lot of effort. All for One seems to be saying something that has nothing to do with him. No, you'll never get out. All Might said, All Might didn't want to say any more nonsense, and asked directly, where's the dead-handled wooden hanging now? Quote, I don't know, unlike your one, I'm fully mature and no longer need my protection. All for One said, however, halfway through the words, he suddenly froze. All for One knows that Midoriya Izuku is a descendant of All Might. But there is also a little guy who, although he does not get the power of All Might, is even more difficult than All Might. What the hell are you thinking? What do you want to do? What is your real purpose in prolonging life? All Might said quietly, like the hero you envision, I worship the Demon King. All for One said, All for One said again. Those who do not support heroes, people who used to live in the shadow of heroes have begun to move. Quote, there is a hint of playfulness in the voice. All Might didn't speak, and what All for One said was true. In today's society, because of their retirement, some dark forces are ready to move. Hey, they should be lurking for a while now, in order to see the newly rising organization. Today's professional heroes, and the police should be tired of coping. If I imagined it correctly, it would look like this. All for One's resolute voice sounded. After All Might heard All for One's words, he didn't sweat coldly in his heart. Unexpectedly, although this terrible opponent has been arrested, he knows the external environment well. But soon, All Might's frown stretched out, and said, "It seems that you have neglected someone. Although the situation outside is particularly chaotic, a new heroic flame has risen. I believe that it will not be long before he will replace. No, it should be beyond my existence." All Might's sonorous voice sounded. This time, let All for One be silent for a long time. He knew very well how much strength that little ghost named Kurosaki Ichigo had. If he really grows up completely, I'm afraid that the dead-handled wooden hanger is not his opponent. As for All Might's other disciple, Midoriya Izuku, All for One did not pay attention to it at all. Chapter 156. On the third day of school, Ichigo Kurosaki successfully captured 7 groups of criminals in one day. The speed and efficiency can already be compared with the world peace, All Might, of the past. Of course, there is still a far difference in terms of prestige. To become a higher-ranked professional hero, you must execute several major events. This kind of small-scale capture of criminals, the bonus is not very much. However, because Kurosaki Ichigo brought his own reporters to do propaganda, his reputation became more and more famous. 7 o'clock in the evening. Ichigo Kurosaki also participated in an exclusive interview with a certain media. For this kind of interview, Kurosaki Ichigo is not much interested, but Yu has to pull himself. For this reason, Kurosaki Ichigo only reluctantly agreed. In the interview, the host told Ichigo Kurosaki that the fans who support him now have gone from a few hundred at the beginning to 10,000 people now. This number is enough to rank in the top 20 professional heroes. In addition, the host also jokingly told Ichigo Kurosaki that his mantra, "You want to be kind," was frantically spit on by fans. This mantra weakly exploded. This mantra, how stupid. Insensible. Quote, "Can you be a little more casual?" Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but have black lines on his face after seeing the messages from fans. MMP. This is Lao Tzu's brainstorming brain, you guys who don't know how to appreciate it. Death, what do you want to say about the fans' complaints? The host said again. Yu Shan, who was sitting next to Kurosaki Ichigo, smiled non-stop, and as for Kurosaki Ichigo himself, he pondered for a moment and said, "Maybe poverty limits their imagination. Also, it doesn't matter what the mantra is, what really matters is the heart of a hero." After the interview, Kurosaki Ichigo plans to go back to school because Aizawa tells him that he has something important tomorrow. Death, I have recently been evicted by the landlord because I have no money to pay rent. Yu said pitifully. Yes. Kurosaki Ichigo was a little speechless. This Yu is also a professional hero, and this bastard is too miserable. But if you think about it, there is indeed this possibility. You must know that this girl's personality is huge. It is especially vulnerable to hurting the streets, and for this reason, her salary is not enough to pay for maintenance. I'm homeless. You really don't worry that I'm alone on the street, in case I'm targeted by bad guys. Yu said delicately. So what do you want? Kurosaki Ichigo asked angrily. For you, Kurosaki Ichigo's mood is quite complicated. This girl is simply too dark, but she did not buckle the basin on her head during the interview. Telling herself this now is nothing more than wanting to make yourself pay for her to rent a house. He almost worked for her for free, and even had to pay her a salary. What is the reason for this? But at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo said with a playful look, "Mountain lady, or you can live with me in the school, which is free." Quote, school. Kurosaki was slightly startled after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words. Yes, now we can board at UA High School, and everyone is a single room. My room is big enough, you can live in it. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Yu with a bad smile on his face and said. This look is nothing more than saying, Shao Xian, you play with me, see if I don't play with you. It's just that Kurosaki Ichigo didn't expect that this Yu Shanyu's face was really thick enough, and he really agreed. Of course, the purpose of this Yu Shanyu was to force Kurosaki Ichigo to comply. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo is still a student, he lives in a room with him, how can he be embarrassed? Then he is not going to obediently lend money to his wife. Ha ha ha, ... When I returned to the boarding house, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and the class had already begun to rest in the room. Wow, your room is nice, Yu Shanyu said with a smile. It's okay, Kurosaki Ichigo said indifferently. Ichigo-kun, look at my sister has been hungry and thin lately. You saw that Kurosaki Ichigo really didn't want to lend money to herself, so she planned to use the beauty scheme. She suddenly came to Kurosaki Ichigo and teased this little guy well. However, just as Yu and Ichigo Kurosaki looked at each other, their heartbeats suddenly accelerated. What's going on? Yu Shanyu was shocked in his heart. Kurosaki Ichigo's mental power has increased a lot recently, so women are especially easy to be fascinated by Kurosaki when they look at Kurosaki Ichigo. Especially when the guard is down. Hee, this belly black woman. Looking at Yu Kurosaki, who was a little shy, so he kissed her on the cheek. As a result, to Kurosaki Ichigo's surprise, Yu suddenly took the initiative and put his arm around his neck. The moonlight is hazy. Yu's defense, seeing that he was about to be protected by Ichigo Kurosaki, who was holding the ball, violently broke through. Suddenly, with a boom, there was a bang outside the room. Interrupted Kurosaki Ichigo's interest. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki was preparing for a second attack, UMT. Takayama applied for a timeout. Nima, fuck, who is it? I didn't sleep well at night, and I actually fought. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo, who could not successfully tear Yu's defense tonight, angrily put on the scattered clothes and rushed out directly. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 157. Ichigo Kurosaki, who came to the outside of the dormitory, followed the sound of the fight and found that Bakugao Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku had already fought. In his heart, Midoriya Izuku is just a very inconspicuous pebble on the side of the road, but now he can be on par with him. This made Bakugao Shenji very unhappy. And Midoriya Izuku has always been despised by Bakugao Katsuki. Similarly, he also wants to prove himself, wants to make Bakugao Katsuki recognize himself, and wants to use his own strength to defeat Bakugao Katsuki. At this time, the battle between the two had reached a fever pitch. They each used their special moves. Fuck, these two bastards, disturb Lao Su's good deeds. Kurosaki Ichigo thought with a black line on his face. If it weren't for the fight between these two guys at night, he would have already single-handedly broken into Yu Shanyu's basket. Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo felt a fire in his stomach. Instantaneous. Ichigo Kurosaki exhibited a teleportation. Almost in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the two people. Bang, bang. One person punched his head sharply. Directly beat the two of them. Yes, belch. The two who suddenly suffered a heavy blow looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with a confused expression. What are you two doing here after you don't sleep at night? Is it so energetic, or is it not enough training during the day? Kurosaki Ichigo cursed at the two. After all, the pain of being interrupted for a slam dunk can be imagined. At the same time, Aizawa Yuta, who was wearing pajamas, also felt the fight outside and rushed out of the dormitory building. Just seeing Kurosaki Ichigo reprimanding Midoriya Izuku and Bakugao Katsuki, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. What's wrong with this? How did you suddenly become compliant? Aizawa had a pang of doubt in his heart. You two actually use your personalities to fight. Is this what a hero did? Aizawa was angry and his eyes turned scarlet, which is also an external characteristic when he uses erase personality. Seeing Empress Aizawa, both of them looked stunned. Suzuki and Aizawa took Midoriya Izuku and Bakugao Katsuki to his office and gave the two of them the punishment of confinement. At this time, All Might and Midnight arrived at the scene at the same time. After learning of Midoriya Izuku and Bakugao's punishment, All Might interceded for the two. And, take the responsibility on yourself. As for Midnight Hour Minute, He sneered and said to Aizawa, "Rubberhead, your student is really precocious," and he actually brought the girl to the dormitory. Quote, at this time, Aizawa Yuta, who was fighting with Bakugan Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku using personality, heard that Kurosaki Ichigo actually took the girl back to the dormitory, and instantly stood up from his chair. "You know, just now I also praised him, saying that he is now a bit of a professional hero, and he will stop the class from fighting." However, what made Aizawa feel angry was that this bastard little ghost, how old he dared to talk to a girl. Thinking of this, Aizawa's face was full of black lines, and he got up and walked towards the boarding building of Class A. On the other hand, Kurosaki Ichigo room. Yu Takayama was already dressed and sat at a table with Ichigo Kurosaki. "Open the door." At this time, Aizawa Yuta, who had already arrived at the door, said in a deep voice, "Watch over each room at midnight and open the door directly." Pushing the door in, he found Kurosaki Ichigo and Yu Tsuyama sitting together. "Kurosaki Ichigo," Aizawa's extremely angry voice sounded. For Ichigo Kurosaki, this is Aizawa's most optimistic student, and his expectations are also the highest. He didn't want his students to take detours, let alone let his students go astray. Aizawa doesn't want to care about the affairs of men and women, but you brought the woman back to the dormitory, which is too hurtful for the atmosphere of UA High School. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Kurosaki Ichigo turned his head and said to Aizawa, "What are you two doing?" Aizawa said with a dark face, "Oh, I'm discussing tomorrow's work arrangements with Yu Shanyu. And a summary of recent work," Kurosaki Ichigo said. As he spoke, he also handed the densely packed worksheet on the table to Aizawa. When Aizawa saw it, he couldn't help but be stunned. It was indeed a job arrangement, and to Aizawa's surprise, Kurosaki Ichigo's sense of smell turned out to be so sensitive, and he also discovered the gigantic enemy, which did not appear by chance, but hid a conspiracy that was about to come. These gigantic criminals seem to be just some experimental products. "Rubberhead, your student is really rigid. I asked to go to the hero office to discuss. He had to say that he must come to the school, otherwise the school will be closed." HMPH. But at this time, Yu Shanyu's heart was like thousands of deer running around. "Not long ago, I came to check my bed at midnight, and although I hid in Kurosaki Ichigo's closet, I saw my clothes scattered on the ground at midnight and discovered my identity." At midnight, he did not say anything, but pretended not to know his existence and chose to leave. And then, deliberately send someone to catch. However, my own reaction is not slow. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 158. Pass Million, due to his own personality, began to undress. This couldn't help but provoke the female students in the class, speechless for a while. The battle begins. Pass Million used his personality penetration to dive underground in an instant. When it popped up again, he immediately came to the Erlang, who attacked from a distance. Just when Erlang was about to be attacked by the Passage Million, Shengming Electric suddenly pulled out a long sword formed by condensed electricity. Swoosh. A moment, waved towards the millions. Millions of shocks. This weapon is like the laser sword of the Jedi in the movie of the last century. In addition to his own personality, his physical skills are also very strong, and he dodged sideways and dodged. However, the clothes that passed through millions were cut by the laser sword. Wow, these first grade are so strong. Wave Screw Scroll was surprised. Yes, it's really good. The heavenly ring rode on the side. The third grade doesn't seem to be very good. At this time, Hiroshima Ruerlang's voice sounded. After that, Hiroshima Ruerlang rushed over. Yes, hey, pass a million smiles, then disappear. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of Hiroshima Ruerlang and punched out. "It's okay, I'm hardened. You can't hurt me." After speaking, Hiroshima Ruerlang used hardening compression, and the skin on his whole body was like a stone. However, the next second, Hiroshima fell to the ground. "My stomach," Hiroshima said bitterly. "What happened just now? Why do I feel his arm penetrate into Reiko Dekuroshima's body?" Asui was surprised. "Iida-kun, let's go on." At this time, Midoriya Izuku said to Tenya Iida, Tenya Iida nodded, and the two of them went up and down, striking through millions. This time, Pass Million directly penetrated Midoriya Izuku, grabbed it with his backhand, and once again clasped Midoriya Ida's stomach. Pained Midoriya Izuku fell to the ground again. Not bad. Next. After that, Pass Million killed Tenya Iida in seconds. However, what surprised the big three was that although Class A was beaten by Pass Million, they also seemed to control the actions of Pass Million within a range. Moreover, the male students in the class rushed towards the Million without hesitation. Aren't they afraid of death? Of course, they probably know very well that the Passage Million will not kill them. But the pain of being held in the stomach is real. These little guys are so strong fighting spirit. Mistress, come out. Chong darkened Yin roared. The violent black shadow appeared violently, and with a casual blow, it was as fast as lightning, and it would directly knock millions of people away. Poof! A trail of blood left a trail of blood at the corner of Pa Sing's mouth. At this time, the whole body is shrouded in black shadows. The black shadow condensed into a big palm to catch the millions. Millions of people who are chased around run around. What a bunch of perverted little guys. Fluctuation Screw thought in cold sweat. Are they really first grade? Tianzun Ring was also surprised. However, just when everyone in Class A thought that the violent black shadow was about to catch Passage Million once again used penetration to burst out from the ground, passed through the black shadow, and pinched Chong Dark's stomach. Yes, Chong Dark stepping Yin let out a wail and then fell. Phew. At this time, the Fluctuation Scroll and the Heavenly Dragon Ring couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Today they came to teach the first grade. In case they were taught a lesson, it would be too humiliating. Although Chong fell in the dark, the male students in the class pounced again. Immediately after, another fall after another. Aren't you on? Aizawa said to Boom. I haven't got my provisional license yet. Boom Zhao said. All right, Aizawa said. Phew, you guys are really good. I almost lost. Passage Million said with a gasp. He saw the performance of everyone in Class A at the UA High School sports meeting, but he didn't expect that they were very different from that time at this time. Okay, let's continue. Just when Pass Million was preparing to attack the remaining girls, a terrifying atmospheric pressure directly crushed the ground under him directly. Gravity Knife Hell Brigade. What's going on? How did a deep pit more than 10 meters high appear? Chapter 159. Who is it? Ichigo Kurosaki. After seeing the wave fluctuation spiral of the three giants of UA, he thought in amazement in his heart. Today's UA High School, I am afraid that only Kurosaki Ichigo can cause such terrifying destructive power. At this time, suffering from the Gravity Knife Hell Brigade, he felt that his body was as if he was pressed by a mountain. Poof! A bang! Pass Million spewed out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, Tong Million used his personality penetration to appear underground, and after lifting the personality, the whole person ejected. Punch Ichigo Kurosaki. Gravity Knife Purgatory. The demon knife is unsheathed. The terrifying gravity field fell down like a mountain, once again crushing the Passage Million. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo transformed into a pitch-black lightning bolt, and the demon knife Onitori was placed on the neck of the passer. You lose. Kurosaki Ichigo chuckled. Through a million cold sweats, he clearly felt that the gap between himself and Kurosaki Ichigo was so big. It's a monster. No wonder even the hero of the Long Snake said that Kurosaki Ichigo is probably the person most likely to surpass All Might. Wave Screw said. From the battle just now, the Fluctuation Scroll could clearly see that Tongwan and Kurosaki Ichigo were far apart. You know, the Passage Million is known as the closest to N0.1 All Might. But if you think about it, the gap between Pass Millions and Kurosaki Ichigo is indeed a little big. One is that the future can be the closest to All Might. One is to be able to surpass All Might in the future. Ichigo-kun. Sure enough, you are very strong. Even my husband said that your future is limitless. Although Passman lost, there was no trace of displeasure on his face. On the contrary, Pass Millions talked to Ichigo Kurosaki very grandly. This heart made Kurosaki Ichigo appreciate it a lot. Your sir, Midoriya Izuku said curiously. Passman nodded and said, "My husband can see the future." Quote, "Can you see the future? Such a powerful personality." The crowd was shocked. At this time, Aizawa Yuta next to him explained, "The gentleman in the million mouths is Night Eye. He can indeed predict some future, and he is also All Might's former assistant." Quote, Aizawa's words surprised everyone in Class A again. All Might's assistant. Still able to see the future. Well, that's right, my husband, very strong, and he told me that of all the people in the world, only the future of the Guardian is the most ambiguous. Pass Million said in an adoring tone. The relationship between the Night Eye and the Passage Million is not simply a master and apprentice. It can be said that Night Eye regards the Passage Million as its own dream to cultivate. Passage Million did not disappoint him. From the earliest crane tail difference, all the way to the counterattack, became the three giants of the heroes. Even professional heroes admire Passage Million. Ichigo-kun's future, can't you see? At this time, after hearing the words of the pass, everyone in Class A started talking again. That's right. Mr. said that perhaps Kurosaki Ichigo's energy is too strong, and his every move may change the future, so Mr. can't see his future clearly. Passman explained with a smile. Oh, I didn't expect that Night Eye also paid attention to Ichigo Kurosaki. Aizawa said secretly in his heart. Although Passman lost to Ichigo Kurosaki, it did not affect the admiration of everyone in Class A. After all, in the hearts of Class A, Kurosaki Ichigo's strength is currently only second to All Might, and even the professional hero Andwa of No the second of may not be his opponent. Next, the students in the class began to ask what is the personality of Pass Million. After all, what the Passage Million shows is like teleportation. The people of Class A expressed great interest in what kind of personality it is. Passman smiled and said, "Simply put, it is penetration." Quote, "What you call spatial teleportation is actually just an application of personality. When passing through millions of personalities, you can cross anything, including the ground. Then, when activating the personality of the whole body, it will fall into the ground. When you drop halfway and disarm your personality, the Passage Million will be ejected from the ground. The general principle is, nothing with quality can overlap." Wow, what a great personality, being able to ignore all attacks. At this time, the frog blowing plum rain exclaimed, "No, to be precise, turn him into a strong personality." Passman shook his head. "When I activate my personality, I can't breathe, and even if I breathe air, it passes through my body. In the same way, I can't hear, see, or even feel anything. Of course, because of the quality, I can feel the feeling of falling." When he said this, Passman suddenly stopped and said, "But Ichigo-kun, he can do true teleportation, so my attack is one step slower for him." Quote, Chapter 160. If you pass a million, people are stunned again. Kurosaki Ichigo's speed is actually fast to this extent. You know, the attack of millions of people is like space teleportation in the eyes of others. But Kurosaki Ichigo turned out to be faster than this. How powerful Kurosaki Ichigo was. As for Midoriya Izuku, who was good at observation and analysis, in addition to marveling at Kurosaki Ichigo's speed, his accurate judgment is even more incredible. Even, Midoriya Izuku thinks that the current Kurosaki Ichigo has the qualifications to fight All Might. Powerful, it's so powerful. Immediately afterwards, Pass Million gave an actual list of his penetration to describe. For example, a million people want to go through a wall. First of all, in addition to the A foot, activate the personality of the whole body. Second, lift the ability of the B foot and place it on the ground. Finally, the remaining A feet activate their personalities and travel through the past. After hearing the introduction of Passman, Kurosaki Ichigo was also surprised. Such a simple action requires such a complex program. If you change to an ordinary person, you will definitely be in a hurry, which can only be completed after countless exercises and training day and night. This heroic 3 is the most outstanding one, and it is really not a waste. There is no difference between strong and weak personality. It's all up to the developer. Finally, Pass Million said. Thank you, everyone said. After Passman's experience ended, Aizawa suddenly spoke up and said, since the three giants of Yue and Ichigo Kurosaki are here, let's solve one thing now. Quote, one thing to solve. What's going on? Everyone looked puzzled. Regarding the island of greed, the United States gave us 2 places in UA High School. After discussion and decision by our school teachers, 2 of you will be selected. Might as well settle down today, Aizawa said, pointing to the 3 giants of Kurosaki, Ichigo and Yue. After hearing Aizawa's words, everyone was taken aback. Nima, this also came too suddenly. Ahem, is Shang Ying's style so decisive? Midoriya Izuku complained. I've already lost the battle, I'm not Ichigo-kun's opponent. Passman touched his nose and said. Oh, yes, Aizawa said indifferently. I still have things, I have to go home first. Tianzun said with a smile. In this regard, everyone present was crying and laughing. However, at this time, the Passage Million pulled it and said, Heaven for God, you should try, hehe, let everyone also see your personality. Quote, Tianzun Ring and Pass Million are a pair of good friends and have known each other since childhood. However, Tianxuanwan's personality is more introverted and does not like such fights. But since it was a million people to let himself try, Tianzun Huan reluctantly agreed. Oh my god, you need to come on. Wave Screw said. Well, okay, Tianxuan said listlessly. Okay, you 2 are ready to start. Aizawa said. Good. The 2 said in unison. The personality of the Tenkaku ring is reproduction, which reproduces the characteristics of food. For example, Tenkauru ate octopus before coming to Class A. Therefore, during the battle with Ichigo Kurosaki, the arm directly turned into an octopus tentacle. The giant octopus shot out, like a whip, towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo shook his head slightly disappointed. The demon knife is unsheathed. One slash. The sharp sword wave directly shattered this octopus tentacle. Come on, oh my god, you're being despised by first-grade kids. At this time, the lively fluctuation screw on the side said. Oh, Heavenly O-Ring answered. As the big 3 of UA, although he looks wasted, in fact, the Tianzun Ring is not bad at all. Death. What follows is my strongest achievement in my 2.5 years at UA High School. It brought everything I could together. The aura on the Heavenly Dragon Ring suddenly fused. Immediately afterwards, the Celestial Ring turned into an underwater monster chimera. Of course, in reality this is just a high imitation version, which is put together by the characteristics of various foods. Not only is the appearance very similar, but the combat effectiveness is also very amazing. Wow, it's terrible. Is this the special move of the Celestial Ring? It's terrifying. Monster under the sea, chimera. Everyone in Class A screamed incredulously. Chapter 161. The appearance of the chimera, which evolved from the Celestial Ring, makes people feel a terrifying sense of threat. This heroic triumvirate is really extraordinary. It looks like Ichigo-kun is in danger. Leary Ochako, a little worry appeared on her cute face. Interesting. Hey, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled slightly. This hero's world is really varied. Shish. Tenkauru Ring Chimera, a huge tentacle, fast as lightning, fanned towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo remained motionless and stood in place. Frightened. Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo standing still, he subconsciously thought that Kurosaki Ichigo was probably stunned by the underwater monster chimera, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was unlikely. Judging from his own fight with him just now, Kurosaki Ichigo is absolutely impossible to be afraid of in battle. Next second, poof, it was as if it had hit a steel plate. It seems that only looks alike. Kurosaki Ichigo's slightly disappointed tone sounded. What? Tenkauru Ring was shocked to see that Kurosaki Ichigo was hit by himself, and he didn't move. And, from his tone, it seemed that this guy was deliberately trying his chimera's attack. Come again. Kurosaki Ichigo's voice sounded again. Tenho constantly wielded octopus tentacles and whipped Ichigo Kurosaki. Poof, poof, poof. One after another, the sound like striking iron sounded. Everyone in Class A was taken aback again. Kurosaki Ichigo seems to have improved his abilities compared to when he was taking his provisional license. In addition, The frog on the side blows Mayu and says, "How do I feel that Ichigo-kun's physical strength is harder than yours in Kirishima?" Quote, this. Kirishima was instantly speechless. Kirishima Riero's personality is hardening, but Kirishima Riero also has a feeling that his body is far inferior to Kurosaki Ichigo. I really don't know, how did he practice? Stop playing. Ichigo Kurosaki was constantly whipped, and an indifferent voice sounded. Kurosaki Ichigo really wants to try how strong this chimera really is, after all, it looks so similar. However, what disappointed Kurosaki Ichigo was that Nima, this is really just the imagination of the appearance, and the attack power is too weak. Even your own skin can't be broken. Ichigo Kurosaki grabbed his backhand at this time and grabbed one of Chimera's tentacles. After that, it was a hammer. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, countless Chimera celestial rings appeared in the air, as well as a continuous impact sound. Okay, Aizawa's voice sounded, and Kurosaki Ichigo stopped. At this time, the Tenkauru ring had been swollen by Kurosaki Ichigo's nose and face. Of course, if it weren't for Kurosaki Ichigo's subordinates, he controlled some power a little, and the Tenkauru ring was estimated to go to hell. Such perverted power. Attack ability. Let the two giants of UA who watched the battle also sweat cold. It seems that this year has really produced an amazing character. Strong. It's simply too strong. After the battle, the fluctuation screw of the three giants of UA smiled and said to Aizawa Yuta, "Rubberhead, the three of us have important matters to deal with recently, so we don't need the place to go to the Island of Greed." Quote, in addition, the main purpose of our coming this time is to see the true strength of Ichigo-kun. Your class A got a spot, and the class B next door also got a spot. Oh, yes, Aizawa replied expressionlessly, Going to Island of Greed, there are only 4 places in total in the entire Riben, except for UA High School, which is Shiji High School, which is the same name as him. UA High School Year B class. Yijia, you need to come on. Teacher Brad King said. Yes, teacher. Kazuka Kento nodded. Like Ichigo Kurosaki, Kazuka Kento, the squad leader of Class B, also got the opportunity to go to the Island of Greed to practice. 3 days later, unlike other first-year students, Ichigo Kurosaki and Kazuka Kento did not intern at the Hero Agency, but went to the Island of Greed with the mission of saving All Might. As long as you can pass the level, you can get 3 magic cards on the Island of Greed. Among them, Archangel's Sai can restore All Might's injury. And this matter has also become the hottest topic in the country. Chapter 162. If you want to enter the Island of Greed, you must go to the Game Center of the United States and log in. The huge game login base reminded Kurosaki of the scene when he was watching Ready Player One in his previous life. Similarly, if you want to enter the game, you must bring a virtual helmet. But the difference is that when you put on a virtual helmet and enter the game, both the person and the helmet disappear, as if entering a new world. In addition, death in the game is equivalent to death in reality. And the real items cannot be brought into the game world. Conversely, items in the game world cannot be brought out. But if you get injured, missing an arm, breaking a leg, or getting stronger during the game, you'll be consistent when you return to reality. Therefore, Island of Greed can simply think of this as a parallel world. In the first 10 years, the players in Island of Greed were relatively safe. Although Island of Greed is dangerous, the monster or NPC in him will at most severely injure the player, but will not really kill the player. However, just 5 years ago, the game Island of Greed was lurked by an international black organization to the Research and Development Center of Island of Greed in the United States and cracked the server. At the same time, they are also developing virtual helmets. In this way, there are many evil organizations in Island of Greed. Moreover, these evil organizations are constantly expanding. The US government is also trying to curb black organizations, so this year it will give free places to Riben and countries around the world. You know, in the past, the United States was sold to countries at an expensive price of $1 billion per virtual helmet. At the beginning, Kurosaki Ichigo's father, Kurosaki Isshin, had the qualifications to enter the game, largely because of the financial support of the 8 million family. After all, the power in the Island of Greed is too transcendent, and if it is obtained by the Black Organization, it will bring great disaster to the world. This year, the United States gave 50 places to other countries around the world. At this time, the main developer of this game roughly talked about this game. First, the time in the game and the time in reality are 100:1. Simply put, if you spend 100 days in the game, then the real world only passes 1 day. Second, if you die in the game, the virtual helmet will appear in the real world, but the human body will not come out. Third, if you want to return to the real world, you need to go to the exit designated in the game world. This is not like other online games, you can get off the machine at any time, sorry, not in Island of Greed. Fourth, in the game, not only the players will grow, but also the NPCs in the game. In addition, due to the entry of international black organizations, today's NPCs and the monsters inside have mutated, and they will really kill people today. After saying this, the developer of Whitebeard said again, of course, it is still too late for you to quit. After all, this game helmet can only have one owner in a lifetime, and when you die, the virtual game helmet will not be able to be used again. Quote, but even so, the geniuses of various countries around the world were not frightened, on the contrary, they looked forward to the scene inside. However, at this moment, connected to the host, several disorganized data lines, several helmets with red lights suddenly appeared. When this scene appeared, young geniuses all over the world couldn't help but marvel. Because just now, the white-bearded developer said that the helmet will not appear until the player dies. Dead 1, the professional hero of Taiguo N0.8, Punch Papa. Dead 2, the professional hero of the American N0.29, Mayo the Lightwalker. Dead 3, the professional hero of the stick country N0.17, the ultrasonic hero Jin is afraid of it. At this time, the staff in the venue read out the list of the deceased. A total of 9 people died, and they are all Tianzhou of various countries, and many people are also slightly related to the Tianzhou who was about to enter the game on the scene. For a while, the scene was silent. A creepy aura of death swept through Ichigo. At this time, the sweet-looking and tall Kazuka Kento couldn't help but lean on Kurosaki Ichigo's body. Kurosaki Ichigo subconsciously touched Kazuka's head and said, "It's okay, don't be afraid." Quote, Kazuka Kento nodded, but soon, he felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the movements of the two, but the first time he faced so many strangers in the ultimate death, Kazuka Kento did not leave Kurosaki Ichigo. Chapter 163. Welcome player 9527 to Island of Greed. Please name the game character. At this time, the pleasant voice of the game elf of Island of Greed sounded. 9527, which means that Ichigo Kurosaki is the 9527th player to enter Island of Greed. Christen, 9527. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't think much about it and directly named it with the player's serial number. Ding, congratulations to the player for receiving the item presented by player 0008. Ding, congratulations to the player for receiving the item presented by player 0009. Gifted items. I-Rub. What rhythm is this? Who is number 0008? Who is 0009 again? After thinking about it, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly thought, could number 0008 and number 0009 be his deceased father? Belch. Kurosaki Ichigo has always thought that his cheap parents have not left him any property, but he never expected that these two couples would put their property in the game. However, Kurosaki Ichigo also found it strange how the game elves knew that they were their descendants. At this time, the game elf seemed to sense Kurosaki Ichigo's doubts, and explained, before players 0008 and 0009 died, they used legacy cards. Quote, Heritage card. This is a passively initiated magic card. It will only be activated after the player dies. After launch, if the player's first descendant enters the game, all of it will be given to the descendants. In this way, it will not be the same as other players who are killed, and once killed, the magic card will be exploded. It is worth mentioning that the legacy card is an extremely rare card. Ichigo Kurosaki checked the inheritance left by his parents. Weapon card, Holy Sword Ruling, level 80. Weapon card, Stormhammer, level 85. Weapon card, Eagle Falcon's Bow, level 90. In addition to these 3 weapon cards with a level of 80 or above, there are dozens of weapons with more than level 30. Regarding weapon cards, the game sprite has a general introduction. The weapon cards in the game are divided into growth type and cannot grow type. Roughly divided into grades. Grade 0 to 30, grade F. Grades 31 to 40, E. Grades 41 to 50, D grades. Grades 51 to 60, C grades. Grades 61 to 70, grade B. Grades 71 to 80, grade A. Class 81 to 90, class S. Class 91 to 99, SS class. Level 100, SSS level, highest level. Magic card. 1. Great Angel Wings Introduction. You can give birth to wings and fly in the air. Directions for use. Meditate. In addition, it will consume physical strength when used. Grade. S grade. 2. Super Fireball Introduction. Fireballs can be emitted. Note. Meditate, in addition, can only be used 100 times a day. Grade. Grade A. 3. Dark Dragon Blessing, level S. 4. Extreme Wall of Fire, grade S. 5. 100 times Strength, level S. 6. Tyrannosaurus Armor, level S. My goodness. There are a total of 108 magic cards, of which 6 are above the S level. I wipe. Lao Tzu's starting point is also too high. However, then again, these cards are not easy to get, so much for my parents. Kurosaki Ichigo said secretly in his heart. After inheriting the inheritance of his parents, Ichigo Kurosaki officially entered the game. At this time, I found myself in a castle. Inside the castle are 4 big characters, Hogwarts. Kurosaki Ichigo was quite speechless. Nima, the world is already in chaos. My English is roughly the same world. One Piece World Sword. There is also the same name as Lao Tzu and the Pig's Foot in Grim Reaper. I also met the mature woman in the Full-Time Hunter, Parker Norda. Is there another Harry Potter now? Later, the game genie prompted. Hogwarts is an exit to the real world. In addition, Hogwarts is a huge magical city. The so-called Magic City has all kinds of magical items for sale. Of course, if you have money, you can also hire magicians to be your bodyguards. It is worth mentioning that the unified currency in the game world is gold. There are 2 ways to get gold. First, kill monsters, which may burst cards and coins. Second, complete the tasks assigned by the NPC. Ichigo-kun. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was sighing at the awesomeness of this game, Kazuka Kento's voice sounded behind him. Kazuka Kento. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. In the unfamiliar and dangerous game world, Ichigo Kurosaki has become a reliable person for Kazuka Kento. The two chatted briefly for a moment, and it turned out that of the 50 people who came in with him, only a few appeared at Hogwarts. Others, unaware of it, were randomly teleported by the game. Gollum. At this time, there was a noise in Kazuka's abdomen. Although this is only the game world, players will be hungry just as they are in reality. Let's go get something to eat. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. But we don't have any money. Kazuka hesitated. Kurosaki Ichigo spent a lot of time in the special space of the game because he inherited his parents' inheritance. And Kento Yigia came more than 10 minutes early, and he also has a general understanding of the world. Now if they want to eat, they will either go to fight small monsters outside Hogwarts, burst gold coins, and then come to Hogwarts to buy food. Otherwise, complete the task assigned by the NPC. Or, you can borrow money. Of course, if you borrow money and don't pay it back, you will be hunted down by all the wizards of Hogwarts. Chapter 164. It's okay, I have. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a smile. Kurosaki Ichigo's father. Kurosaki Ishin left Kurosaki Ichigo 239 million gold coins. Of course, these gold coins were stored in the bank in the enchanted castle of Hogwarts. Every day of interest, there are 13 gold coins. Nima. Seeing so much money, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but secretly say in his heart, could it be that Greedy Island also has inflation? Quote, Suyu, Ichigo Kurosaki and Kazuka Kento arrive at a famous restaurant in Hogwarts. It's all about a variety of strange foods. In addition to some simple foods, there are also some delicious names that Kurosaki Ichigo has never heard of. The lion's head of the flaming lion. The paw of the iceberg white bear. The monkey brain of the wind spirit monkey. Blue tiger whip. Wait a minute, in the island of greed these precious foods not only fill the stomach, in fact, they can strengthen themselves, and even play a role in enhancing personality. Moreover, after you kill the mob in Island of Greed, it is not like some online games, directly bursting gold coins and equipment for you to pick up, and then the body of the mob will disappear out of thin air. This is not the case in the game Island of Greed, where the bodies of killed mobs do not disappear. Even players, NPCs, they can eat. This also proves that the Island of Greed is not a game, but a real world. Of course, Island of Greed also has his side as a game. For example, in an online game, no matter how much you hang in it, you can't bring the skills learned in it to reality. The same goes for the Island of Greed. For example, Hogwarts, where Ichigo Kurosaki is located, this magic castle has a magic academy where players can enter and study. After learning, it can only be used in Island of Greed. It doesn't take to reality. For this reason, after the game came out, many people came in and learned a lot of skills. As a result, after going out, these skills are useless, and he is still a weak chicken. Therefore, these people who call for wind and rain in the game simply stay in Island of Greed forever. Sir, please order. At this time, a beautiful waitress in the restaurant who looked like a European or American handed a menu to Ichigo Kurosaki and Kazuka Kento. After taking the menu, Kurosaki Ichigo began to order. Only pick the expensive ones. Don't pick the right one. However, after Kurosaki Ichigo ordered a table of about 20 gold coins. The beautiful waitress told Ichigo Kurosaki that since their fees were too high, they had to check out first. After all, there have been players who have wanted to eat overlord meals before. In this regard, Kurosaki Ichigo did not say anything. With a wave of his big hand, he took out a bank card from the space storage ring that came with the game. Drip. Swiped the card successfully. The prompt of the card reader sounds. At this time, the beautiful waitress couldn't help but be slightly stunned when she looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes. I didn't expect that this newcomer player, who seemed to have just entered the game, would be so rich. Is he also a rich second generation? After paying first, I returned to my seat. Ichigo-kun, that waiter just now seems to be a player too. Kazuka Kento spoke. Oh, how do you know? Kurosaki Ichigo was surprised. The person at the table next to her just now said that she is Anna, a magical freshman from Hogwarts, and she came to the restaurant to work because she wanted to buy a scepter. Kazuka Kento whispered, "Oh, that's it." Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, and then suddenly thought that when he entered the restaurant, he did notice the job posting outside the door. Just as Ichigo Kurosaki and Kazuka Kento were waiting to be served, they suddenly heard a loud laugh from the next table. Mad, Lao Su worked hard for 7 days to finally slaughter the big snake, got 2 pounds of black iron, and spent 10 gold coins to make this B-class weapon. A tall European and American man laughed. Wow, B-class weapons. Awesome. That's too powerful. It's really handsome. At this time, a group of people around the man said flattering and envious. After hearing their conversation, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but think of the hundreds of B weapons left behind by his father. Isn't it just a B-class weapon? It is necessary to be so excited. Kuroki Ichigo thought secretly in his heart. Ichigo-kun, what are we going to do? At this time, Kazuka Kento asked. Do what? Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but think. Island of Greed, this game, although there is a saying of clearing the level. But no one in the world knows how to clear customs. Some people say that it is to collect all the magic cards. Some people say that it is to defeat the gods in this game. But exactly how to clear the customs, no one knows. Take a step, see a step. Shu Yu, Kurosaki Ichigo said. Regarding several ways to clear the level, Kurosaki Ichigo plans to give it a try. For example, collect magic cards. Another example is to find the god of this world and see what he really looks like. Chapter 165. All the meals ordered by Shuyu and Kurosaki Ichigo were served. It's fast, less than half an hour. 8 plates of the restaurant's most expensive meals were served one after another. The color and smell are exactly the same as the delicious food in the real world. The boxing vine Yijia on the side couldn't help but swallow his saliva. At the same time, the eyes of the other guests in the hall, whether NPCs or players, all converged on Ichigo Kurosaki and Kazuka Kento. It's not good, Ichigo-kun, we seem to be being targeted. Kazuka Kento said with a slight worry. It's okay. Just eat. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. In Island of Greed killing people is not illegal, and after returning to the real world, there will be no legal punishment. This is also an agreement that must be signed before entering the Island of Greed. No matter what conflicts occur between players in Island of Greed, they cannot be solved in reality, and if they are to be solved, they can only be solved in the game. For his strength, Kurosaki Ichigo is very confident. In addition, in the real world, as Kurosaki Ichigo's strength increases, it is as if he has touched the ceiling. No one is their opponent at all. Kurosaki Ichigo would like to encounter a few tough enemies in the game. No, it should be a group of tough enemies. In this way, your evolutionary personality will be effective. This bear's paw, it tastes good. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't bother to use chopsticks, grabbed it directly with his hand, and handed one to Kazuka Kento. Kazuka Kento is quite shy, and this eating is too rude and savage. But Kazuka Kento also took it. Unlike Kurosaki Ichigo's fast eating, Kazuka Kento eats slowly. Moreover, after Kazuka only bit off a small piece of bear paw, he found that he was full and could no longer eat. Kazuka Kento, what's wrong? Isn't it delicious? Or is it already cold? Or I'll let them make another plate. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Belch. Yes. At this time, the NPCs and players in the hall are petrified. A plate of 2W gold coins was said so casually. It seems that this guy must be rich second generation. Players have a secret message in their hearts. There are actually many rich second generation people like Ichigo Kurosaki, but it is rare to see someone as rich as Ichigo Kurosaki. There was a little greed in the eyes of many players and NPCs. But soon, greed in the eyes of most people vanished. The so-called rich second generation is not only a lot of money, their equipment is also unattainable. That, Ichigo-kun, I'm full. Kazuka Kento said with a blushing face. Although Kazuka Kento's personality is very generous and cheerful, it is the first time to eat under the attention of so many people. At the same time, Kazuka Kento was very surprised why his meal was so small. In addition, why is Kurosaki Ichigo still eating food like he can't eat enough at all? What is the origin of this kid? With so many rare delicacies, ordinary people have long been full, and if they eat it forcibly, it is estimated that they will be burst by the terrifying energy contained in the food. For Mao, is he okay now? These expensive foods are not simple ingredients, they can increase the physical strength of players or NPCs or further develop personality. Ordinary people cannot digest these ingredients. Of course, Ichigo Kurosaki is not an ordinary person. For him, these energies are great tonics, and due to evolution's personality, these terrifying energies are being frantically devoured by the cells of his body. Hiccup, hiccup, Shu-yu, Kurosaki Ichigo burped. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo found that his strength had actually become stronger after a meal. Island of Greed, not bad. Eating a meal can make Lao Su stronger. Paralysis. I really want to find someone to fight. After eating, Ichigo Kurosaki and Kazuka Kento walked out of the restaurant and headed to the union in Hogwarts that issued the mission. Anyone can take on these tasks. And after completion, you will receive the corresponding mission reward. Kurosaki Ichigo really wanted to fight at this time, but because he was too unfamiliar with this world, he still planned to complete a simpler task to be on the safe side. F-level mission. Collect 10 slime corpses. Mission description. In a forest 10 kilometers away from Hogwarts Castle, there is a large group of F-class small monster slimes. Kill 10 slimes and bring them back to the guild to earn 5 coins. Fuck. To complete such a task, there are only 5 gold coins. This money is probably too valuable. Ichigo-kun, let's take on this task. Kazuka Kento said excitedly. Well, okay. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. Compared with Kazuka Kento's drive, Kurosaki Ichigo is a little interested. However, for this world, Kurosaki Ichigo has a strong interest. No wonder, the players who entered the Island of Greed have really only left on their own initiative in history. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 166. Arriving in the Eternal Forest outside Hogwarts, Ichigo Kurosaki and Kazuka Kento begin their first mission on the Island of Greed. Kill the monster slime. This is a very low-level monster and the best prey for novice players to level up. At this time, in addition to Ichigo Kurosaki and Kazuka Kento who came from the real world, there were also many people from the outside world. At this time, they had already hunted a lot of slimes. Among them is a dazzling blonde, tall man named Arthur, who moves very quickly to pick up the slime. His personality is lightning. It is similar to Shangming Electric's personality, but Arthur's personality is 10 times or 100 times stronger than Shangming Electric. Arthur threw a bolt of lightning and killed a bunch of slimes. What a strong personality. Kazuka Kento couldn't help but exclaim. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but subconsciously nodded. This Arthur is really good and well developed. Not only can you swing lightning to attack, but you can also use lightning to accelerate. Compared to his classmates Shangmingdian, he has become an idiot at every turn, and he is simply not much stronger. Arthur is the #1 freshman in the European Paladin Academy and his strength is unfathomable. After killing the slime, players can place their bodies in the storage ring. Every player who enters Island of Greed from the outside world will enjoy a 10 cubic meter space ring. Arthur slipped all the bodies into the ring and returned to Hogwarts. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo and Kento Kazuka were about to make a move, another voice sounded behind them. Look at Uncle Ben's big knife. At this time, a medium-sized, fat man, carrying a large axe, rushed towards the slime. This look makes people want to laugh. However, the next scene was stunning. After this fat man swung the big axe, several flames burst out, and 7 or 8 slimes were instantly seconds. Little master, I sent it. I didn't expect that my dead parents would leave such a powerful weapon. B-class weapon, flaming axe. The fat man held the flaming axe in his hand, and like Ichigo Kurosaki, it was also the legacy left to him by his parents. This can't help but attract the envy of everyone around. In addition, what surprised Kurosaki Ichigo slightly was that every tens of minutes, the slime that had been destroyed before was refreshed again. Like an inexhaustible leak, this fat man was very excited, and in addition, his companion from a place was full of envy and jealousy in his eyes. This fat man's grades in school are not very good, and he was able to enter Island of Greed completely because his parents are superheroes. Plus the government believes that the fat man's parents may have left a legacy to the fat man, so let the fat man try his luck. Sure enough, this fat man really got a legacy. The fat man who obtained a B-class weapon raised his eyebrows, and the whole person was like an endless squander of strength, killing the slime. But at this moment, bang! A sound, an electric laser, like a bullet, passed through the fat man's temple. The fat man was shot in the head with a shot. The moment the fat man died, the flame axe turned into a weapon card and levitated on the fat man's body. At the same time, there are several gold coins and other cards. At this time, several men in black quickly took away the weapon card. Are they? Death Eater. At this time, some people with low strength and who have been wandering this newcomer area for many years said loudly. Kazuka Kento subconsciously leaned over Kurosaki Ichigo's body, thinking that this was just a safe place for brushing monsters, but he never expected that he would encounter such a bloody scene. Death Eaters. This is an organization founded by the traitor, Voldemort, who escaped from Hogwarts. About Voldemort's true identity, everyone is not clear. Some say he is an outsider. Others say he is indigenous. But Voldemort is a very terrifying figure. He has always been wanted by Hogwarts, but what he didn't expect was that he sent someone to Hogwarts. In addition, to Kurosaki Ichigo's surprise, these Death Eaters seem to have come here to hunt Fujidai. Otherwise, there is no point at all. After all, the people who mix in this area are all novices or rookies. Where will there be anything good in such a person? But if it's really to hunt that rich second generation, then how did these people know that they and others would appear here, and so coincidentally, are today? As a result, Ichigo Kurosaki concluded that Voldemort must be related to alien humans. Shortly after Voldemort's Death Eaters left, a wizard from Hogwarts came to investigate. Then things went back to calm. As for the fat man who was killed, no one cared at all. It seems like a dead fly, insignificant. Ichigo, here, I feel, Kazuka Kento couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Although the fat rich second generation who got the inheritance just now was a little public, he died so quietly. And, Kazuka Kento feels like the world is like there are no laws. Human life is worth nothing in the slightest. It's okay, I'm here. Kurosaki Ichigo said. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly thought of a set of armor in his storage space, which was quite suitable for Kazuka Kento. Chapter 167. The fat man was killed, which was the first time that Ichigo Kurosaki and Kazuka Kento really felt the danger on the island of greed. Kurosaki Ichigo himself is not very afraid, after all, his physical strength, and the ability to super regeneration and the like. But Kazuka Kento is more dangerous. It is impossible to protect her all the time. Here you go. Kurosaki Ichigo took out an item card and gave it to Kazuka Kento. After taking it, the whole person couldn't help but petrify. S class. Kazuka's surprised voice suddenly sounded. Well, that's right. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded and smiled. You use it first, after all, it's too dangerous here. Quote. But, Kazuka Kento was a little embarrassed. This is an S-class card. Kurosaki Ichigo actually gave it to himself. Don't you believe in my strength? Kurosaki Ichigo asked rhetorically. Okay. Kazuka Kento took it, and then equipped the Tyrannosaurus armor. To Kurosaki Ichigo's surprise, this set of armor turned out to be a cheongsam, which completely set off Kazuka's graceful body. At this time, Kazuka Kento seemed to see through Kurosaki Ichigo's thoughts, and smiled angrily. This armor can be transformed according to our wishes, but his defensive power is unchanged. Quote. Oh, yes, Kurosaki Ichigo said with a dumb smile. Kurosaki Ichigo also thought that the Tyrannosaurus armor was similar to those armor in Iron Man or Saint Seiya. I didn't expect that I could even transform myself. Tyrannosaurus armor is S-class defensive equipment. Immune not only to magic, but also to physical attacks. Unknowingly powerful, but Kurosaki Ichigo feels that this armor has no effect on him. On the contrary, it will be counterproductive, because his personality is evolution. Only in the harsher environment will your strength improve faster. Why buy is guilty. For ordinary people, it is a sin to have precious jade worth thousands of gold. Because this may cause the envy of others, which will lead to the scourge of killing. But Ichigo Kurosaki is no ordinary person. He directly took out the Stormhammer in the weapon card. The weapon card emits a dazzling white light. The Stormhammer was held by Ichigo Kurosaki in his hands. Not to mention, this pair of hammers turned out to be quite heavy, and a pair was estimated to be 400 kilograms. I wonder how powerful this S-class weapon is. Ichigo Kurosaki picked up his hammer and smashed it at a slime. Thundered. The ground within a radius of 1 kilometer instantly shattered. The nearby players turned pale with fright, and couldn't help but think suspiciously, could it be an earthquake? But soon, they noticed the Stormhammer in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand. All of them are poured with gold, looking mighty and domineering. A murderous aura swept through the audience. Just like before in the restaurant, Kurosaki Ichigo also felt the greedy eyes of many people, but Kurosaki Ichigo did not put it on his body. If they really dare to find themselves, it is a grasshopper shaking a big tree, and they can't measure themselves. But then again, used Stormhammer, a hammer that can slay dragons, to deal with the lowest level slime. Nima. It's all about killing chickens with a dragon slaughtering hammer. But this hammer really can. He only used Yichung's strength, it's so terrifying. If you use all your strength, I don't know if you can really kill a dragon. After slime was blasted into slag by Kurosaki Ichigo, a card appeared on his corpse, F-grade physical recovery card. F-level stamina recovery card after use. Stamina can be regained slightly, and can only be used once a day. Wipe. What junk card? Is Lao Su's luck so bad? Kurosaki Ichigo thought sullenly. But this almost didn't cause public outrage. Nima. Slime. This is the lowest level mob. You actually swiped out the cards. This is not reasonable. The higher the level of the monster you kill, the higher the probability of getting the card, and the higher the level of the card. What Kurosaki Ichigo didn't understand was where his luck was. It's obviously so good that it doesn't work. According to the statistics available from the available data, the probability of slime bursting cards is only 0.005%. That's 5/10,000ths. This Nima, you've hit a lot of luck, what do you want? On the other side, Kazuka Kento also hunted slimes. She used her personality, Big Fist. One punch passes, directly killing the slime. I have to say that this slime is really weak enough. Ichigo-kun, I killed one too. Kazuka Kento said to Ichigo Kurosaki excitedly. However, at this time, Kazuka Kento saw that Kurosaki Ichigo had piled up Slime's body into a hill. That's too fast. Kazuka Kento saw Ichigo Kurosaki use teleportation like a whack-a-mole, facing Slime, one hammer at a time. Head, this man and woman, seems unusual. At this time, not far behind Kurosaki Ichigo, several young men conspired. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the young man at the head, but it quickly disappeared. The strength of these two is extraordinary, let's not act rashly. But there's a kid, we could, hey. The leading young man looked towards a thin young man wearing wizarding robes. He is, well, that's right, he's Harry Potter, his father. It seems that he was left a lot of gold coins. The man at the head said with a grim smile. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 168. Harry. It's like we're being targeted. A chestnut-haired, delicate girl beside Harry Potter said warily. You're too daring, Hermione, where would anyone be eyeing us? A medium-sized, ordinary-looking teenager scoffed and teased. Shut up, Ron, Hermione said with a roll of her eyes. These three are students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and they came to hunt slimes this time, naturally to exercise themselves. They are not outside humans, but natives on the Island of Greed. Island of Greed is the same as the real world. The humans inside, the outside world calls them NPCs. They will also get married, have children, and grow. And, since this game was born for more than 10 years, more than 1,000 years have passed since the first outside humans to now. In fact, Island of Greed. Harry Potter, Hermione, and Ron were being targeted, and just as they were ready to do so. Suddenly, an eagle cry sounded. Naru. The terrifying sound shockwave, almost no eardrum piercing of Harry Potter and others. Similarly, players or NPCs who are hunting slimes have been greatly affected. The exceptions are Ichigo Kurosaki and Kazuka Kento. In an instant, a giant eagle tens of meters long appeared above everyone's heads. Not good. This is the Eternal Fire Eagle. How did he show up here? Isn't this the periphery of the Eternal Forest? Why did sea-level Warcraft appear? Quote, at this time, some players who knew about the giant eagle exclaimed. Naru. Another cry sounded. The Eternal Fire Eagle also seemed to notice Ichigo Kurosaki and the others. Suddenly, the Eternal Fire Eagle spewed out a roaring flame. After seeing the flames, everyone fled. However, like an eagle catching a chicken, the Eternal Fire Eagle first kills all those who want to escape. The wind-like speed, coupled with sharp claws, is simply a second kill for these players in the rookie area. It's so hot, Harry. At this time, Ron, who was not far from Kurosaki Ichigo, said in a panic. With a whisker, Hermione unleashed a water polo technique. However, this small water ball has a limited volume and cannot extinguish the flame. Instead, it made the Eternal Fire Eagle notice Hermione's presence. At this moment, the Eternal Fire Eagle rushed down and rushed towards Hermione. Ikika Kento, who is studying at UA High School, has a girl with a heroic bloodline, and naturally will not see death and not be saved. Although Kazuka Kento does not consider himself a match for this Eternal Fire Eagle. But he still sacrificed his personality, Big Fist. A large fist burst out and smashed into the Eternal Fire Eagle. Poof! A bang! After the Eternal Fire Eagle suffered from the attack of Kazuka Kento, its body only paused slightly, and it was not affected in any way. So strong, Kazuka Kento said secretly in his heart. They didn't expect at all how the C-grade warcraft in their mouth could be so strong. That's it, B-class warcraft, A-grade warcraft, S-class warcraft, and SSS level warcraft, how strong will it be? The Eternal Fire Eagle stared at Fistvine Yijia with a pair of cold eyes at this time, not expecting that this small human dared to hurt himself. Naru. The Eternal Fire Eagle spewed out a pillar of fire and slammed into Fistvine Kazuka. Not good. Be careful. At this time, Hermione, who had just been saved by Kazuka Kento, screamed. However, the next second, everyone present was shocked. After Kazuka Kento suffered a flame attack, he was unharmed and unscathed. What's going on? Is the attack power of this flame so weak? Kazuka Kento was surprised, but after thinking about it, no, it should be the credit of the S-class defensive equipment, Tyrannosaurus armor, that Kurosaki Ichi escorted to him. The C-level demon beast Eternal Fire Eagle couldn't help but be secretly surprised when he saw that his high-temperature flame couldn't hurt this small human being. The C-level warcraft on Island of Greed already has a certain amount of wisdom. At this time, it thought that maybe this human girl had immune magic equipment on her body. Just as the Eternal Fire Eagle was preparing to attack again. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo stepped into an instantaneous step and jumped onto the body of the Eternal Fire Eagle in one step. The storm hammer in his hand smashed violently and directly smashed the head of the Eternal Fire Eagle. Blood and brain pulp shattered. Let everyone around be shocked. That's too weak, Kurosaki Ichigo muttered after killing the Eternal Fire Eagle. Belch. Yes. Harry Potter and the others, who couldn't help but listen, were stunned. C-level warcraft even if it is an ordinary magic teacher at Hogwarts, one-on-one is not necessarily its opponent. At the same time, Ichigo Kurosaki found a magic card on the body of the Eternal Fire Eagle. Class D flying technique. After use, you can master the ability to fly. The daily time limit is 2H. Chapter 169. Here you go. Ichigo Kurosaki, who got this card, directly threw the D-grade flying technique to Kazuka Kento. Kazuka Kento didn't know why Ichigo Kurosaki couldn't look at this D-grade card. But Kazuka Kento knows that a D-class card is worth at least 15,000 gold coins. This is not a small number for people who have just entered the world. Of course, Kento Yijia does not know, Wangzi has an inheritance of more than 200 million gold coins. This move made Harry Potter, Hermione and Ron on the side envious. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know their value, but the three knew it very well. Their eyes revealed their infinite adoration for Ichigo Kurosaki. At this time, Hermione, who came back to her senses, trotted to Kurosaki Ichigo and Kento Kazuka, and said generously, "Hello, I'm Hermione, thank you for saving me just now." Quote, "It's okay, you're not hurt?" Kazuka Kento asked with a smile. Hermione smiled and shook her head. Hermione's personality is very generous, cheerful and very talkative. Hermione, 14 years old, is a second-year student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This time I came mainly to train myself, earn some bounties by the way, and be able to buy a magic scepter. Two other people, Harry Potter, an orphan. Ron's words, born into the family of ordinary magicians. The three are friends. In addition, Kurosaki Ichigo learned something that shocked everyone. Hermione, she is not an indigenous inhabitant, nor is she a real-world player. Her real identity turns out to be a descendant of the original inhabitants and real players. That's right, the descendants of the combination of players and so-called NPCs. Hermione, these people are called new humans. When Kazuka Kento learned the news, he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. But when you think about it, it seems reasonable. The game has been in development for more than a decade, and more than 1,000 years have passed in the game world from the first players to now. It also confirms a famous saying in the previous life, love has no boundaries. People and people, People and animals. People and ghosts. Gods, immortals, demons, Buddhas. It's just that to Kurosaki Ichigo's surprise, humans and NPCs in the game can also be. Although Hermione is a new human, she is also recognized on the Island of Greed. I have to say that previous players can really play. Ichigo Kurosaki and Kazuka Kento, who had no clue about the Island of Greed, became acquainted with the three of them and began to inquire about the news. It's already here. Then be safe. In order to clear the game, Kurosaki Ichigo felt that the fastest shortcut should be to become the strongest player. The place where we are now is the outermost and safest place in the Eternal Forest. As for why the Eternal Fire Eagle appeared here, it is very likely that it is related to the Flame Qilin that made a big fuss some time ago. Flame Qilin is a quasi-S-class warcraft, with a very terrifying strength, and suddenly appeared at Hogwarts last month and injured many magicians. After that, it ran into the Eternal Forest. Most likely it encroached on the Eternal Fire Eagle's lair. Quote, "That's why the Eternal Fire Eagle will run out of the outer 3 rings. Hermione explained with a pretty face. Haha, Hermione, don't be kidding. Flame Qilin, how could it be possible to occupy the magpie's nest?" At this moment, Ron next to Hermione interrupted. HMPH, stupid Ron. This Flame Qilin seems to be the same as the one that appeared hundreds of years ago. They all have a scar on their forehead, and even the position is exactly the same. Hermione said angrily. Ah, you are saying that this Flame Qilin was the mount of Lord Saint King hundreds of years ago? Ron said with a shocked look. But instead, Ron said, Hermione, how do you know this? Quote, HMPH, read more. Hermione said with a proud look. Ron suddenly looked defeated. Hermione, do you know the location of the Flame Qilin? Kurosaki Ichigo asked suddenly. Hermione was startled and said, Ichigo-kun, do you want to? Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo nodded and said, that's right, I want to see that Flame Qilin. Quote, sorry, Ichigo-kun, where would Hermione know? At this time, Ron quickly pulled Hermione back. Stupid Ron, don't drag me. Ichigo-kun, I don't know very well, but I know from the books where the Eternal Fire Eagle lair probably likes to be built, and from this point, it is very likely that you will find the Flame Qilin. Hermione said with a twinkle in her beautiful eyes. 4GL, Chapter 170. As the saying goes, teenagers love adventure. But Ron's parents are only E-level magicians belonging to the poor class among magicians. Coupled with his timid and poor strength, he did not want to participate in adventures. The division of strength in Island of Greed is the same regardless of Warcraft and NPCs. They are F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SS. However, at this time, his teammates Harry Potter and Hermione agreed, and although Ron was very reluctant, he still forced himself to go with them. Before heading to the depths of the Eternal Forest, Ichigo Kurosaki directly threw out some B-level equipment. The grass in Kurosaki's eyes, and in the eyes of Harry Potter and Hermione, it was a treasure. Even ordinary teachers in schools, many do not. Ichigo, thank you. When I become a C-level magician, I will definitely double it back to you. Harry Potter said gratefully. Harry Potter, like Ichigo Kurosaki, is also a rich second generation. The difference is that he is the rich second generation in the game. His parents are very powerful magicians. After being killed by the enemy, he left a lot of property. But Harry Potter set a rule. Only after Harry Potter becomes a C-class wizard can he live the entire inheritance. Now, Harry Potter can only receive 500 gold coins a month for living expenses. Of course, 500 gold coins is also quite rich for a student. Ichigo Kurosaki, Kazuka Kento, Hermione, Ron, Harry Potter, and the 5 of them team up to go to the Eternal Forest. Harry Potter, occupation, fire magician, grade, F, Hermione, occupation, water magician, grade, F, Ron, occupation, earth magician, grade, F, As for Ichigo Kurosaki and Kazuka Kento, they still don't know what level their strength is on the Island of Greed. However, according to Hermione, the classes on Greedy Island can probably be divided into warrior and magician. Both warriors and magicians need to be judged by actual combat in specialized institutions. For this matter, Kurosaki Ichigo is not in a hurry. The most urgent thing now is to understand the Island of Greed. Eternal Forest. Divided into outside, inside, core. The periphery is divided into 9 rings. 9 rings, 8 rings, the risk factor is gradually increasing. The inner circumference also has 9 changes. 9 rings, 8 rings, the deeper you go, the more dangerous it is. The core area, the encyclopedia's Hermione is also not clear, because these materials need to be read after becoming an A- level magician. In order to make it easier to hurry, Kurosaki Ichigo bought 4 more magic horses with wind attribute. These horses are far more than 1,000 miles of good horses, and they travel thousands of miles every day. Also, sitting on horseback does not feel bumpy at all. However, because Hermione couldn't ride a horse, she sat on the same horse as Ichigo Kurosaki. In this regard, Ron glanced at Ichigo Kurosaki with envy. Hermione, who was sitting behind Kurosaki Ichigo, her face was crimson, red like a big apple, but there was a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. Harry, did you notice that Hermione looks like a lady when she talks to Ichigo Kurosaki? Ron complained. Yes. Haha. Harry Potter smiled slightly. For Hermione, their friend, they knew very well that she was a little hot, but in front of Kurosaki Ichigo, it was nothing. HMPH. Hermione, who was not far from Harry Potter and Ron, heard the jokes of the two friends, and couldn't help but snort coldly and expressed dissatisfaction. But at this time, his face became more and more red. This couldn't help but make the boxing vine on the side Yigia, and he was taken aback in his heart, and secretly said, "What a lustful guy." Quote, if I knew that I also said I couldn't ride a horse. Quote, The 5 of them soon arrived at the outer 9th ring of the Eternal Forest. During this period, it also alarmed many warcraft. However, for most of the warcraft that are F-class, even F-class ones are rarely seen. Those who were not enough for Kurosaki Ichigo to warm up were directly burst by his fist. It was just to the surprise of Harry Potter and Hermione and the others that Kurosaki Ichigo's luck was so good. As long as he kills a warcraft, he will get some equipment or gold coins. However, to be clear, F-class warcraft has the lowest burst rate. Many times it is possible to return empty-handed. On the other hand, the 5 also saw quite a few crowds along the way, and according to Hermione, most of these people came to hunt warcraft. Of course, there are also a small number of specialized robbers. Just when the 5 people stepped into the outer 8th ring, suddenly, an explosion sounded. Kurosaki Ichigo and the horses under them were injured by explosives buried in the ground. Harry Potter and Hermione are all on their backs. However, for Kurosaki Ichigo, it was just a kick of some dust. Little ghost, put down all your money and equipment. At this time, a rough voice sounded. Looking at the source of the voice, Kurosaki Ichigo found that 20 or 30 men, with fierce looks, appeared in front of them. Everyone has a weapon in their hands. At the head is a one-eyed man with a scar face. P.S. Although this Island of Greed is my original chapter, the plot is basically worth scrutinizing, and the more I write, the more vigorous I get. I hope you don't give up on the old dishes either. Chapter 171. Are you one-eyed, Billy? Hermione looked at the scar-faced one-eyed man in front of her in horror, and said in a panicked tone. Oh, I'm Billy, is it so famous? Even you know me. One-eyed Billy was slightly startled at first, and then stared at Hermione with a wolf light and said. Hermione, why do you know about him? Ron asked curiously. Stupid, I saw him when I was flipping through the newspaper. Hermione said. One-eyed Billy, most wanted at Hogwarts, hazard level, B-. Billy is a warrior with a grade, B-. Good at using knives, Hermione whispered to Ichigo Kurosaki and introduced them. Warrior. After Kurosaki Ichigo heard that the other party was a warrior, the whole person couldn't help but get excited. Magicians, Ichigo Kurosaki have also seen it, but their bodies are too weak to enjoy the pleasure of hand-to-hand combat. Hey, hopefully, This warrior in front of you can bring you some surprises. In order to enjoy the fun, Kurosaki Ichigo did not sacrifice his Stormhammer. Instead, Ichigo Kurosaki simply took out a B-class weapon. A quick knife. HMPH, little ghost, you are looking for death. One-Eyed Billy saw that Kurosaki Ichigo dared to resist, and he couldn't help but frown coldly, picked up the big knife in his hand, and slashed at Kurosaki Ichigo. Come on, Kurosaki Ichigo hissed excitedly. One slash. Poof. With a sound, One-Eyed Billy found that the big knife in his hand cracked slightly. The strength is not bad. Kurosaki Ichigo saw the hunter and said darkly. Unexpectedly, AB warrior could block about 70% of his own strength. Kurosaki Ichigo slashed again, and the fast knife slashed, whistling, like lightning. One-Eyed Billy has the wind knife technique, which is also known for being fast, but it is not as fast as this. In the face of Kurosaki Ichigo's knife attack, One-Eyed Billy only has the power to parry. One-Eyed Billy hurriedly urged the fighting chi in his body, and under the crazy urging, the One-Eyed Billy's strength increased significantly. Interesting. It seems that the warriors of this world have a magical power. Kurosaki Ichigo said secretly in his heart. The two fought for dozens of rounds, and Billy was very embarrassed by Ichigo Kurosaki's attack. Moreover, this is still when Ichigo Kurosaki did not use his full strength. The little brothers behind the One-Eyed Billy saw their leader, and they were about to be beaten into shong, and for a while, they fled like birds and beasts. Bastard! You unrighteous fellows! When the One-Eyed Billy saw this, he couldn't help but curse. As for Kurosaki Ichigo at this time, he also felt more and more that the One-Eyed Billy Chian donkey skill poor, and said with a playful smile, "It's boring, it's time to end." Quote, Gravity Knife Hell Brigade, thundered. One slash. It was as if a mountain had fallen down, crushing the One-Eyed Billy directly, and at the same time, a bottomless black pit appeared on the ground. One move is fatal. Soon, a pile of gold bags and a series of low-level equipment appeared on the body of One-Eyed Billy. Kurosaki Ichigo only needed the gold coins. As for these cheap equipment, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't look at it and gave it directly to Hermione. Hermione's face was stunned when she heard this. First of all, she felt that Kurosaki Ichigo's strength was really bottomless. Secondly, Ichigo Kurosaki is generous. Finally, the appearance is high appearance, compared to his companion, Harry Potter. I don't know how handsome he is. Moreover, Kurosaki Ichigo has a masculine smell that Harry Potter does not have. Ichigo, you're too strong. Ichigo, you should have the strength of a B+ level fighter. Shu Yu, Ron's excited voice sounded. Stupid, according to Ichigo's strength, at least at A level. Hermione rolled her eyes and said angrily. I don't know very well either. Quote, you'll know when you have time to judge. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. After killing the robber One-Eyed Billy, everyone did not rush immediately. On the contrary, Hermione at this time contacted the Hogwarts police station through the communication device. Its purpose is naturally to confirm with the police that One-Eyed Billy is dead, and still died in the hands of himself and others. In this way, there will be a reward of 10 W coins. After making contact, Hermione buried the One-Eyed Billy in the ground. The people from the police station will arrive soon, and when the death is confirmed, the corresponding reward will be paid to Ichigo Kurosaki. Several people continued on their way. After entering the outer 7th ring, gradually, some E+ level and even D level warcraft began to appear. In addition, I see more and more people. Many of these people are mercenary groups. If you establish a mercenary group, you can accept tasks above level C, and if you are an individual, you can only accept tasks below level C. Through their conversation, Kurosaki Ichigo vaguely heard that their purpose this time was to find the purple gold demon dragon. It is said that the purple gold demon dragon is an S+ level monster, and after its death, the powerful magic power in the body will condense into the Amethyst Philosopher's Stone. Amethyst Philosopher's Stone is an S+ level treasure. If a magician possesses it, he can not only unleash 10 times his own magic. At the same time, it can also accelerate the cultivation of the magician's own body. There are even legends that the Amethyst Philosopher's Stone can resurrect the dead. Of course, the financial demon dragon that can kill S+, just by everyone present combined, is not enough. However, according to intelligence, the purple gold demon dragon's life yuan is not much left, and it should be dead within these 3 or 5 days. The purpose of these mercenary group coming this time is to be able to fight, and if they find the Amethyst Philosopher's Stone, they won't have to worry about it for 10 lifetimes. After driving for most of the day, it was late, and Kurosaki Ichigo was also tired, and together with many mercenary groups they camped in an open field. At this time, a middle-aged man walked up to Kurosaki Ichigo in front of them. Chapter 172. Boy, would you like to have a drink together? The middle-aged uncle spoke. Oh, no thanks, Kurosaki Ichigo said. Hee, it's really a hero out of a young man, you guys came here at a young age. The middle-aged uncle continued to say brightly. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled slightly, not wanting to say anything more. The middle-aged uncle took the initiative to talk to himself, and although his face was very enthusiastic, he gave Kurosaki Ichigo a very unpleasant feeling. Just like when he was taking the temporary license, he met the guy who looked similar to Midoriya Izuku. The feeling that came out of his bones made Kurosaki Ichigo feel very sick. Seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo was unwilling to take care of himself, the middle-aged uncle didn't say much and walked away silently. But before the middle-aged uncle turned around, Kurosaki Ichigo once again felt the flickering cold light in the middle-aged uncle's eyes. As a super-rich second generation, Kurosaki Ichigo, even in the wilderness, will not be hungry and cold. After dinner, he took out a magic room card, high-end villa. In an instant, a 3-story villa appeared in a vacant lot. This abrupt scene surprised everyone present. This magic room card, after use, a house will appear. This is developed by Magic Card Company, one of the several forces of Island of Greed. In Island of Greed, not only can you play monster explosive cards, but players and NPCs can also develop their own. The Magic Card Company is actually a company established by the players themselves, and the founder of the company is still the first player to enter the game. The Magic Card Company has been established for 1,500 years. Of course, the effect of this magic room card is not very large, that is, it can live comfortably in the wilderness. In addition, the general magic room card is at most a single room, or a 1-bedroom and a living room, and there are very few villas like Ichigo Kurosaki. The cost on the market is as high as 200 W gold coins. With 200 W gold coins, there are too many things to do, and the average person will not buy this chicken rib room card. It seems that Kurosaki Ichigo's parents like to enjoy life very much. The middle-aged uncle who wanted to talk to Ichigo Kurosaki before couldn't help but be stunned when he saw that there was a high-end villa-level magic room card, and then chuckled. It turns out to be a rich second generation. Quote, HMPH, but these will be mine soon. Kazuka Kento, Harry Potter, Hermione, and Ron who entered the villa were all very excited. I didn't expect to be able to enjoy such high-end treatment in such a place. At this time, Ron suddenly said worriedly, Ichigo-kun, you said that at night, those mercenaries outside will rush in to seek wealth and kill. Quote, as soon as the words fell, Hermione said directly, stupid, don't you know, this is a high-end villa-level magic room card, and he has a strong defense function. Once an outsider breaks in, it will call the police. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but glance at Hermione in amazement. This little Nizi really knows a lot of things. Indeed, this high-end villa has a magic defense function. You can't enter without your permission. If you want to force your way in, you must have at least S-level strength. In addition, this magic room card is not a simple high-end villa. On the contrary, it was specially customized by Ichigo Kurosaki's parents. The cost is up to 1,500 W gold coins. By the way, Ichigo-kun, I have a question for you. How do you know that person is Silver Fox Fox? Since it was still early, everyone did not go to sleep, and they all sat on the sofa in the hall and chatted, when Hermione suddenly asked. Silver Fox Fox. Ichigo Kurosaki was confused. Who is he? I don't know. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Ah, you don't know him, Hermione said in surprise. It turned out that the middle-aged man who had previously devoted himself to Kurosaki Ichigo was the leader of the Silver Fox mercenary group, Silver Fox. This is a very annoying guy who has the face of a good old man, but he specifically likes to deceive people. According to Hermione's analysis, the reason why Silver Fox took the initiative to find Kurosaki Ichigo is very likely to want Kurosaki Ichigo to become cannon fodder and explore the way for them. Hermione thinks that Kurosaki Ichigo knows the Silver Fox, so she rejects him. But what he never expected was that Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know Silver Fox at all, and the reason why he didn't want to talk to him was only because there was an aura on Silver Fox's body that made Kurosaki Ichigo feel sick. It's just that. For Ichigo Kurosaki's keen sense of smell, it made Hermione's heart beat again. There are many rooms in this magic villa, so everyone can choose a room. To Kurosaki Ichigo's surprise, Kazuka Kento turned out to be the mistress of this villa, and began to allocate rooms for Harry Potter and others. After entering the Island of Greed, the relationship between Kazuka Kento and Ichigo Kurosaki changed little by little. Although there are not many ambiguous actions between the two, a smile makes the two like a small couple. Chapter 173. Silver Fox led everyone to the cave of the Amethyst Demon Dragon to hunt for treasure. Along the way, hundreds of people are dreaming of finding some treasures in the cave and enjoying their old age. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, he instinctively felt that things were not that simple. However, when it comes to what kind of dangerous things are, Kurosaki Ichigo likes it the most. It's been a long time since I encountered an enemy that made me feel tricky. Even sometimes, Ichigo Kurosaki would miss brain nothing. Drip, drip, drip. In the cave where the flame Kirin was, suddenly, the communication device that Silver Fox gave himself rang. Hey, the prey is coming. The flame Kilin was slightly startled, and the whole person seemed very excited. The old master, before the Great War, sealed himself. Therefore, the flame Kilin has not fought for hundreds of years. Everyone looked at a deep and bottomless cave in front of them, and asked the Silver Fox in confusion. What, Fox, is this the cave of the Amethyst Demon Dragon? Quote, yes. Fox nodded. At this moment, a burst of fire appeared in the cave, and a stream of heat. This is convinced, because the Amethyst Demon Dragon also belongs to the Fire Demon Beast. And this powerful heat was undoubtedly emitted by the Amethyst Demon Dragon. HMPH. Then thank you, Silver Fox. At this time, several icy voices sounded. Immediately afterwards, they transformed into several gusts of wind and rushed towards the cave. Are they? Wind Mercenary Group. Someone in the crowd shouted. Functioning Mercenary Group. Although the strength of the team is not strong, but it can be described as notorious. Compared to the Silver Fox Mercenary Group, it is not far behind. These people learned that Fox knew the whereabouts of the Amethyst Demon Dragon, so they mixed in with it. They didn't want to just ask for some treasures collected by the Amethyst Demon Dragon, instead, they wanted the expensive Amethyst Philosopher's Stone. For this reason, they thought that they were wind magicians, and they wanted to take out the Amethyst Philosopher's Stone in the body of the Amethyst Demon Dragon that was about to fall. However, it didn't take long. Several mournful wails rang out. Before they could even say a whole sentence, they were consumed by the flames. This couldn't help but make everyone outside the cave mouth extremely shocked in their hearts. It is really worthy of being an S-class Warcraft, even if it is in a dying state, it is still not something that anyone can kill. For a while, the scene became noisy. Guys, please calm down. At this time, the voice of Silver Fox sounded. As soon as the words fell, indeed, everyone fell silent. Although the Amethyst Demon Dragon in the cave is the end of the strong crossbow, it is not so easy to deal with. Fox frowned. Oh, then according to your words, you should have a corresponding countermeasure. Silver Fox, you just say it. Yes, Silver Fox, everyone said with a lot of discussion. Ahem. At this time, the Silver Fox cleared his throat and continued, I think we should send some people in first to find out. Quote, HMPH, Silver Fox. If that's the case, let's go first. A strong man said angrily. After hearing this person's words, the silver fox did not feel angry. On the contrary, he said in a very calm tone. According to previous information, my people have detected the amethyst demon dragon in the cave. But everyone should be clear that high-level warcraft are all intelligent. Is it possible that it will invite its friends? I don't know. When everyone heard Silver Fox's words, they were all shocked. Indeed, high-level warcraft, like humans, uses good wisdom. However, at this time, Hermione whispered with disdain, "Liar." Quote, "What's wrong, Hermione?" Kurosaki Ichigo asked in a low voice. The dragon race has always been proud, how could they be friends with other species? Ichigo-kun, he's a big liar. We need to be careful. Hermione reminded again. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and nodded. At this time, Silver Fox was still talking. Since everyone is here, it is natural to be able to get benefits. There are definitely dangers, and this is what everyone should bear. Of course everyone doesn't want to die, including me. If there are other powerful warcraft inside, we definitely can't continue this plan. Otherwise, even if we are all in this group, I am afraid that we will not be the opponents of those few beasts. So, I think some people should be sent to explore the way. What do you think? Fox simply wanted to let people in and die, so he made up this lie. Well, indeed, everyone comes for money, and the risk must be taken, but it cannot be sacrificed innocently. Silver Fox's statement, I agree. Me too. For a while, more than half of the people at the scene agreed to send someone in to explore the way. In this way, you can find out what is going on inside. It is also possible to reduce some competitors. In addition, because the people of the wind-walking mercenary group just now were instantaneous after entering, even if there were hundreds of people outside the cave entrance, they did not dare to form a group to enter them all. Shu Yu, after the decision of all the bosses present, draws lots to decide who enters the cave first. Of course, if there are those who do not agree, they will face the siege of everyone on the scene. Chapter 174. The strong naturally do not pin their fate on luck. Many mercenary groups with good strength present have their own methods to ensure that they will not be selected. But at this time, Kazuka Fisto, Hermione, and Harry Potter involuntarily showed sadness on their faces. Fortunately, it wasn't them who were picked for the first time. This is a mercenary group with poor strength, and when they are selected, their expressions are as if they have been struck by lightning, which is very ugly. But at this time, there is no other way but to enter head-on. Less than 5 minutes. In the cave, there was a ghost cry again. The 3 people who entered were killed by the amethyst demon dragon, again. Is that dragon really dying? Why is it so powerful? Some people in the room questioned. Yes, what's going on? Why is that? Are there really other high-level warcraft helping? At this time, many people have begun to retreat. Guys, it seems that just one team entering has no effect. Next time, let 3 teams go in at the same time. At this point, someone proposed. Agreed. As soon as the voice fell, many people chose to support it. Indeed, when a team went in, it was not even clear what was going on inside. To die is to die in vain. If there were more people, maybe one could escape and bring out the information inside the cave. However, this made Silver Fox frown in his heart. This is not good. The group of bastards from the previous mercenary group have already disrupted their plans. If these people rushed forward, the Flame Qilin could wipe out their entire army. But now, even if the Flame Qilin is strong, I am afraid that it will be difficult to kill everyone. And these people did not dare to concentrate on dealing with the Flame Qilin, which made it unacceptable for Fox, who wanted to kill everyone, including the Flame Qilin. You'll have to figure it out yourself. What should I do? By the way, or I'll go first, and then tell them that there is no danger in the cave. Silver Fox really wanted to pump himself a mouth, such a simple truth, why he couldn't figure it out. TMD also recommends going in groups. However, at this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly spoke. Everyone, you don't have to fight, let me go first. Quote, yes, belch. Kurosaki Ichigo's words surprised everyone. Is this kid a fool? Why make such a request? Little brother, it's good. It's really worthy of being a hero out of a teenager. Little one, it's good. Little one, really handsome, sister likes you so much. Everyone praised Ichigo Kurosaki. Of course, Kurosaki Ichigo himself is well aware of the nature of this group of people. For the Warcraft inside, it completely aroused Kurosaki Ichigo's desire to fight. The hot blood in the body is burning. He really wanted to see the strength of S-class Warcraft. Ichigo, you. At this time, Hermione and the others were also very puzzled. It's okay, trust me. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. For his own strength, Kurosaki Ichigo uses full confidence. Isn't it just a high-level Warcraft? Even if you really can't fight, if you want to escape, there is absolutely no problem. First, they are fire resistant. Second, he has impact absorption. This amethyst demon dragon is a fire attribute demon beast, and it is not so easy to inflict large-scale damage on himself. Ichigo, I'll go in with you. At this time, Kazuka Kento said. Ichigo, me too. Hermione said, I'll go too. Harry Potter said, I go too. Ron said stiffly, no, just wait outside. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a smile. But, said Kazuka Kento worriedly. Don't worry, I'll come out safely. Kurosaki Ichigo said as he stared into Kazuka's eyes. Kazuka Kento nodded tearfully. For Ichigo Kurosaki to go deep into the cave, the happiest is the Silver Fox. Silver Fox knew that Kurosaki Ichigo had possessions that ordinary people could not imagine, such as the magic room card he revealed last night, which was not something that ordinary people could have. Once he's dead, there's bound to be a lot of good stuff popping out. Silver Fox thought greedily. Kurosaki Ichigo, who walked into the cave, felt a burning sensation coming. This burning sensation is simply not a grade compared to the scorched flame. Kurosaki Ichigo has the ability to fire resistant, but his upper limit can only resist the flame temperature cast by the scorching freeze. As for this one, the amethyst demon dragon, in the mouth of the Silver Fox, I am afraid that it will be difficult for him to bear it. Of course, if you have an evolution personality, you will adapt to the temperature of the flame at an amazing speed. The flame Qilin in the cave found that a human had walked in, and it was still a person. Just when he was about to spew out a fireball and burn him directly to ashes, he felt a familiar smell. No, is it the Little Master? Yes, it must be the Little Master. The flame Kirin was ecstatic. I couldn't help but let out a roar. Roar. This voice startled the people outside. What exactly is going on inside? At this time, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was on the safe side, sacrificed an S-class weapon, Stormhammer. However, just as Kurosaki Ichigo was about to slash at the flame Qilin, the flame Qilin was like a pug, crawling in front of him. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 175. Kurosaki Ichigo forgot one thing. The Stormhammer in his hand was a level of equipment. The role of equipment for players is too great. Even if it is a level of warrior, handheld level equipment can easily kill level fighters. For this reason, this did not make Kurosaki Ichigo feel the thrill of fighting. On the other hand, after killing the Silver Fox, a large number of equipment and gold coins burst out. Kurosaki Ichigo slipped these items into the space storage ring. This scene can't help but make people feel hungry. But at this time, the strength shown by Kurosaki Ichigo had completely calmed these people. No one in the room thought that he could be Ichigo Kurosaki's opponent if he fought alone. But there were also some people with ulterior motives, who quickly united at this time to seize Kurosaki Ichigo's equipment. The so-called guilt is such a truth. Little ghost, your strength is very strong, but in the old man's opinion, the carving insect trick between you and the Silver Fox cannot escape our eyes. A tall, strong old man with white hair said. This old man is the leader of the Split-Wind mercenary group and a new human. Name. Jakes. Weapon. Large knife. Personality. Wrist strength increase, up to 10 times more wrist strength. Level. In addition, he also mastered the special power of the warriors of this world, Nian power. Mindfulness and magic are unique to magicians and warriors in this world, and outside players can also learn them, but they cannot be used in the real world after learning. According to scientists, both mental power and magic are related to some element in the air of this world. Without this element, even level magicians or warriors cannot use the special powers of this world. You and the silver fox tricked us all into burying us in the mouth of the monster in the cave. But you divided the spoils unevenly, which led to killing each other. Don't think we don't know. Jax said coldly. You killed so many of our brothers, now take your life. The gray-haired Jax spoke. Jax's eloquence is really not covered, and it is not much better than that of the silver fox. For a while, everyone's spearhead was aimed at Ichigo Kurosaki. What to do? What to do? Oops. Hermione, Harry Potter, Ron, and Kazuka Kento couldn't help but feel worried. At this time, it is really difficult to argue. However, to Hermione's surprise, Kurosaki Ichigo actually laughed at this time. Silver Fox, is he worthy of joining forces with me? Kurosaki Ichigo's domineering voice sounded. At this time, the eyes of the world swept the audience. Hello big breath. Jax looked at Ichigo Kurosaki with some stunned. Little fire, come out. Kurosaki Ichigo did not pay attention to him, but shouted into the cave. Small fire, that is, the flame Kilin. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, the flame Kilin with its whole body exuding flames rushed from the cave. Yes, belch. When everyone saw the flame Kilin rushing out, they couldn't help shouting in panic. This flame Kilin is a grade demon beast. Even if there are 300 or 400 people on his side now, I am afraid that they are not the opponents of the flame Kilin. However, to everyone's surprise, after the flame Kirin came outside the cave, it crawled at Kurosaki Ichigo's feet. Reaching out towards Ichigo Kurosaki, this look seemed to have Ichigo Kurosaki sitting on top of him. Kurosaki Ichigo jumped and sat directly on the back of the flame Kilin. Kurosaki Ichigo, who has an evolution personality, still felt a little burning at first, but soon the burning feeling disappeared. At the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo even felt that the flame transformed into energy and poured into his body. Hey, what's going on? Could it be that it has evolved from the previous fire resistance to flame evolution? Fire resistance, to put it bluntly, is not afraid of fire. But flame evolution not only is not afraid of fire, but can even transform flames into their own energy. Little master. At this time, the flame Kilin suddenly spoke. What the? Small master. Everyone didn't expect that the flame Kilin who made a big fuss about Hogwarts some time ago would actually call a teenager, little master. What kind of rhythm is this? Little fire, it's my pet. Ichigo Kurosaki, it is necessary to join forces with Silver Fox. I really laughed out of my big teeth. Kurosaki Ichigo's domineering voice sounded again, nothing more than mocking Jax's words. This left Jax speechless for a while. Just when the scene was extremely delicate, suddenly there was a dragon groan in the sky. This sound was at least more than 200 meters above the ground, but it still shook the earth. This is. Several men in black robes were being chased and killed by a purple dragon that was tens of meters tall. These long-distance running men are all wind system magicians using wind system magic. Their speed is extremely fast. But even so, there is still no escape. The strength of these 5 black-robed men is at least plus. One of the leaders is still level. The fight of 5 people in one dragon is completely a fight between immortals. Little master, it's the amethyst demon dragon in the air. At this time, the flame Kilin under Kurosaki's crotch said with a somewhat nervous face _ Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 176. Many people recognize the Amethyst Demon Dragon, plus Warcraft flying in the air. Plus Warcraft, not only unparalleled in flesh, comparable to Plus Warriors, but also has the magic power of a Plus level magician. To put it simply, whether it is a warrior of Plus or a magician of Plus, there is only one choice when encountering a Warcraft of Plus, and that is to escape. Oops, it's really bad. Hermione said with a frown. Unexpectedly, these black-robed Death Eaters lured the Amethyst Demon Dragon out. What are these crazy guys trying to do? Apparently, both the Death Eaters and the Amethyst Demon Dragon at this time had spotted the crowd below. The 5 Death Eaters looked at each other and immediately agreed. They sped in the direction of Kurosaki Ichigo and them. Bastards, these guys are trying to make us targets. At this time, Jax said in horror. Jax instantly understood the purpose of the Death Eaters, and the group of guys hoped to use himself and the others to delay the Amethyst Demon Dragon so that they could escape. Among these 300 or 400 people, most of them are, and even quite a few, even plus. Where will it be the opponent of the Amethyst Demon Dragon? Woe to the east, the Amethyst Demon Dragon turned his anger on Kurosaki Ichigo and them. In just the blink of an eye, the Amethyst Demon Dragon rushed down. The thick dragon tail swept over. The appearance of the Amethyst Demon Dragon is not the legendary dragon of China, but rather like a Western dinosaur. This strafing shot was like a hurricane, and the power of 10,000 caddies directly blasted dozens of people into meat foam. At the same time, these dead people burst out equipment cards and gold coins one after another. But everyone didn't have the heart to pick it up. They had only one purpose in mind, and that was to escape. Little master, let's run away too. The Flame Qilin frowned. No need. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled slightly and continued. Hermione, Harry Potter, Kazuka Kento, Ron. Hurry up to the back of the Flame Qilin. Quote. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo jumped off the back of the Amethyst Demon Dragon. Fight. Ichigo Kurosaki, who has not experienced a battle for a long time, is simply hot. Such a good opportunity, how could it be missed? At this time, the Amethyst Demon Dragon's anger spread to Jax's body. Jax's mental power belongs to the enhancement system plus his own personality, wrist force enhancement. The power of one punch can also hit the wind that is not weak. However, the Amethyst Demon Dragon only swept its tail and blasted Jax away from him. The whole person who has already died can no longer die. Equipment, money, cards, all out. Annihilation. It was really a few breaths of time, and everyone present was almost wiped out. The only ones who survived were Ichigo Kurosaki, and Kazuka Kento and others on the Flame Unicorn. Of course, because he was worried that these people would be burned to ashes by the flames of the Flame Qilin, Kurosaki Ichigo specially instructed the Flame Kirin to extinguish the flame on his back. Roar. At this time, the Amethyst Demon Dragon with red eyes roared after seeing that the humans on the ground were almost killed by itself. Seeing the lonely remaining Kurosaki Ichigo, the Amethyst Demon Dragon spewed out a flame. Thundered. Plus Warcraft, imposing. I don't know how many times more powerful this flame is compared to scorching. There seemed to be a sea of fire in the air, roaring towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Even Kurosaki Ichigo has teleportation, but it cannot be surpassed. The flames slapped on Kurosaki Ichigo's body like waves. Ichigo-kun, Ichigo, Ichigo. At this time, Hermione and the others couldn't help but scream. Such flames can melt steel. In their opinion, Kurosaki Ichigo is already fierce. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was in the midst of the fire, also felt a burning sensation. The whole person is almost evaporated. But at this time, his body began to transform these flames into energy to repair his body. Flame evolution. That's right, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo's flame evolution had a reversal effect. The influx of energy not only repaired Kurosaki Ichigo's burned skin, but also honed his muscles and muscles. On the other hand, the Amethyst Demon Dragon thought that Kurosaki Ichigo was certain to die, so he looked at the Flame Qilin. Flame Qilin, do you want to go against this seat? As A+ Warcraft, it is natural to be able to speak human language. Moreover, it possesses wisdom no less than that of human sages. Amethyst Demon Dragon, don't kill innocents. We have no grudge with you. The Flame Qilin said that for the powerful Amethyst Demon Dragon, the Flame Qilin did not want to have a head-on conflict with him. No grudges. Ha ha ha, laugh to death. It was this group of lowly humans who stole my child, and now you tell me that there is no grudge. The Amethyst Demon Dragon spewed flames and roared. Amethyst Demon Dragon, you listen to me, it was done by those black-robed humans, and it has nothing to do with them. The Flame Qilin said, HMPH, I don't listen to the explanation. I want to avenge my child. The Amethyst Demon Dragon, who was in pain from losing his son, had lost his mind. Although killing the Flame Qilin was not a simple matter, the anger had already made him not think about anything else. Just when the Flame Qilin was anxious, a voice sounded from the Sea of Fire. Useless flames, just light me a cigarette. As soon as the words fell, a black hole appeared in the Sea of Fire, absorbing all the flames. Chapter 177. Ichigo. When Kazuka Kento saw Kurosaki Ichigo reappear, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. In Island of Greed, Ichigo Kurosaki is the only person he can trust. If he dies, Kazuka Kento doesn't know how he should live. You, the insignificant human being, is still alive. The Amethyst Demon Dragon looked at Ichigo Kurosaki, who had survived in his own Sea of Fire, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes and look up and down. Big Lizard, it's okay for your flame to be used for roasting meat. Kurosaki Ichigo said with a relaxed face. Stinky little ghost, stop pretending. The Amethyst Demon Dragon spewed out a pillar of fire again. This mountain-like pillar of fire made Harry Potter feel what a real strong person is. However, shortly after this pillar of fire hit Kurosaki Ichigo's body, it was absorbed into Kurosaki Ichigo's body again. Ichigo Kurosaki could clearly feel that every cell in his body was filled with energy. Just as the flames were about to disappear, Ichigo Kurosaki pulled out a cigar. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was holding a cigar and holding the hammer of the storm, said feverishly in his eyes. This is A+ Warcraft, you should resist it, it will not be like the previous opponent, it is always so easy to be hammered by yourself. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo slammed the stormhammer and slammed into the Amethyst Demon Dragon. Boom! With a sound, a pillar of true air that was the size of a mountain range smashed into the body of the Amethyst Demon Dragon. Suddenly, the purple-gold Demon Dragon's body sank into a piece, and at the same time, it also let out a painful wail. This human imp actually has a first-class weapon. The smashed Amethyst Demon Dragon looked at Kurosaki Ichigo in amazement. The disdain in his eyes gradually changed to solemnity. But soon, the Amethyst Demon Dragon laughed again and said, Little ghost, you are very good. But still not the opponent of this seat. Quote, after the Amethyst Demon Dragon finished speaking, it suddenly emitted a dragon groan. Master, be careful, it's going to cast the Dragon Clan's secret method. At this time, the Flame Qilin on the side reminded. At this time, a ball of energy appeared in the blood basin of the Amethyst Demon Dragon. The dense energy affects the surrounding weather. For a while, the situation changed. The sky is covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. Dragon Clan secret method. Demon Dragon Roar. The ball of energy formed by the huge purple flame, like decay, struck towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Although Kurosaki Ichigo's physical body has no solution, if it is hit by this energy, it will definitely be destroyed. It was then that Ichigo Kurosaki thought about his legacy. He took out a Grade Demon Extreme Wall of Fire. It's defensive magic. In an instant, a wall of fire formed around Kurosaki Ichigo. Thundered. After the Demon Dragon roared and hit the wall of fire, countless flames and shockwaves burst out. The surrounding trees were uprooted. At the same time, the ground also seemed to have suffered from heavenly thunder. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo found that the extreme wall of fire could not completely stop the roar of the Demon Dragon. Layers of walls of fire were destroyed. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo can take out another defensive magic card. But thought about it, Kurosaki Ichigo gave up again. Because at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo wanted to feel how much power there was left with his physique. Bang! A bang! Kurosaki Ichigo was shot more than 10 meters away, and his body seemed to have fallen from a meteorite, causing the ground around him to sink tens of meters. How many treasures are there on this kid? The Amethyst Demon Dragon looked in horror at Ichigo Kurosaki, who actually possessed the Extreme Wall of Fire magic card. But at this time, seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo had been knocked to the ground by himself, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a smile. The Dragon Clan are greedy for money, and if you kill this kid, you can definitely get a lot of good things. However, at this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo got up from the ground. Shaking the dust on his body and said, It seems that plus the big lizard is not good. Quote. The words were filled with contempt and disdain. This made the amethyst demon dragon, who was the overlord of the eternal forest, angry. Small human beings. The amethyst demon dragon rushed straight over, opening its blood basin and mouth, wanting to swallow Kurosaki Ichigo in one bite. Great Angel Wings. Ichigo Kurosaki once again sacrificed a level magic card. Great Angel Wings introduction. Can give birth to invisible wings and fly in the air. There are many cards that can fly, but Great Angel Wings allows users to instantly have the speed of a warrior or magician. Kurosaki Ichigo jumped lightly and dodged. This hides. Directly the amethyst demon dragon eats soil. Turning to look at the air, he found that Ichigo Kurosaki was actually on his head. Bang! A bang! Kurosaki Ichigo picked up the storm hammer, jumped onto the head of the amethyst demon dragon, and slammed it. Gravity Hammer Lion. This hammer is not only Kurosaki Ichigo's own strength, but also has dozens of times the gravity field. A stream of brains smashed towards the amethyst demon dragon, directly causing the amethyst demon dragon to wail in pain. Chapter 178. Hey! Kurosaki Ichigo sat on the body of the amethyst demon dragon, holding the storm hammer in one hand and the dragon whiskers of the amethyst demon dragon with the other. Bang! 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 Hammer after hammer. With each hammer, the power that shocked the mountains and rivers erupted, shaking the void and humming. And the amethyst demon dragon, which was unparalleled in the flesh, comparable to King Kong, was smashed out of a blood hole by Kurosaki Ichigo. Boom! Arrogant. Invincible. This is what Hermione, Harry Potter and others think about Ichigo Kurosaki. I can't believe that humans can be so ferocious. Roar! 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 The humiliated amethyst demon dragon couldn't help but roar. It didn't expect that its great self was actually ridden on the head by a human imp. The amethyst demon dragon flew towards the sky, and then swooped down again. Want Kurosaki Ichigo to collide with the mountains. However, before Kurosaki Ichigo could make contact, he waved the Great Angel Wings and got away. HMPH, silly little ghost. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo dodged, an eerie voice sounded behind him. Kurosaki Ichigo was stunned in his heart. This plus demon beast, amethyst demon dragon, the speed is really terrifying. With such a large body, the speed is still so fast that even he can't see clearly. Roar! The amethyst demon dragon suddenly opened its blood basin and sucked hard. A hurricane directly swept Kurosaki Ichigo into the mouth of the amethyst demon dragon. This scene once again surprised everyone. But at this time, the Flame Qilin said, "You don't have to worry, the master's life is not in danger at present." Quote. How to know? Kazuka Kento asked with joy. I have a master-servant contract with my master, and as a servant, I can feel the vitality of my master. Flame Kirin explained. HMPH, the little ghost's physique is really good. The amethyst demon dragon felt the Kurosaki Ichigo in his abdomen. His vitality was still tenacious, and he couldn't help but snort coldly. But in this regard, the amethyst demon dragon was not worried, and he could not digest Kurosaki Ichigo. The acid in your body can dissolve the extremely hard UGIN. This little ghost, no matter how strong his body is, his own gastric juice will melt away in 2 or 3 minutes at most. Amethyst demon dragon inside. Kurosaki Ichigo's clothes were all corroded by amethyst liquid. In other words, the current Kurosaki Ichigo is still a Kagwo. As for the damage of acid to Ichigo Kurosaki, it is almost zero. This is mainly due to the Ashido Sana, who I met when I was in Yue High School. Her personality is acid. Of course, her acid is not as good as the stomach acid in the body of the amethyst demon dragon. However, Ichigo Kurosaki has a certain immune effect on acid. Coupled with the relationship between evolution personality, Kurosaki Ichigo only began to feel a slight corrosive pain in his skin. But soon, the pain gradually disappeared. The acid at this time is the same as ordinary warm water. However, Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little disgusting. These sticky liquids, dripping on his body, were very uncomfortable. Kurosaki Ichigo quickly found a grade gold armor set from the Legacy and put it on. But even so, Ichigo Kurosaki can clearly see the grade gold suit, gradually corroded by acid. Have to find a way to get out. No, think of a hairy way. If you go out by yourself, the probability of defeating this amethyst demon dragon is 0. Quote, it's better to attack directly from the inside. Kurosaki Ichigo thought playfully. Hermione had said to herself that dragons were a good thing. The whole body is a treasure. Moreover, it is said that the dragon will have a dragon source in its body. After taking the dragon source, it will make people's strength skyrocket. Of course, you don't have to take it easily, otherwise it will be burst by the huge energy contained in the dragon source. Hey, silly dragon, Lao Su is going to eat you. Kurosaki Ichigo's heart was full of joy. This island of greed is really fun, and it is 1,000 times more exciting than the real world. In the body of the amethyst demon dragon, it was almost pitch black. Even if ordinary people are not corroded by acid, it is difficult to move an inch. However, Ichigo Kurosaki has night vision. Day and night are the same. Ichigo Kurosaki sprang through the body of the amethyst demon dragon. On the other hand, after the amethyst demon dragon swallowed Kurosaki Ichigo, he planned to attack the flame Qilin. However, he just flew in front of the flame Qilin. I felt my internal organs churn violently. What's going on? Could it be that my dragon source? The amethyst demon dragon could feel that his body was bleeding heavily. It turned out that Kurosaki Ichigo found the dragon source in the amethyst demon dragon's body after 3 strokes and 5 divisions, and directly ate it in 3 or 2 bites. I wipe. Lao Su is so hot. Paralyzed. Ichigo Kurosaki felt as if he was walking in the sun, and flames rose all over his body. Roar. Kurosaki Ichigo roared, and a flame erupted from his mouth and directly burned through the abdomen of the amethyst demon dragon. The outside world Fist Vine Yigia and the others, after seeing a large hole appear in the abdomen of the amethyst demon dragon, were surprised again and couldn't speak. Who the hell is Warcraft? How do I feel that Kurosaki Ichigo is the real Warcraft? The little master seems to be much stronger than the old master. Quote, Hehe, it seems that the little master will fulfill the old master's last wish. Flame Kirin Dark Path _ Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 179. The Amethyst Demon Dragon, who was eaten by Ichigo Kurosaki and burned through his body, began to moan in pain. The Amethyst Demon Dragon never dreamed that the small human being in his eyes would actually eat himself. After losing the dragon source, coupled with the great trauma suffered by the body, the combat power of the Amethyst Demon Dragon collapsed. Kurosaki Ichigo flew out of the blood hole in the Amethyst Demon Dragon's body. Randomly, sacrifice the Hammer of the Storm. With a hammer, he directly shot the Amethyst Demon Dragon down from the air to the ground. At this time, the upper body of the golden armor on Kurosaki Ichigo's body had been completely corroded by the stomach acid of the Amethyst Demon Dragon. For this reason, Ichigo Kurosaki, who was wearing a strong upper body, was like a primitive person, and he beat the plus-level Amethyst Demon Dragon into a big worm. After the Amethyst Demon Dragon fell to the ground, it was unwilling and used the Dragon Clan's secret method to kill Ichigo Kurosaki at the cost of burning its own essence blood. He lost the most precious dragon source of the Dragon Clan, and in addition, his body was greatly damaged, and it can be said that he was completely finished. Now I am just angry, holding on to a breath. Little ghost, I'm going to kill you. The Amethyst Demon Dragon suddenly burst into purple blood light all over his body, and the terrifying murderous aura made Hermione and the others dozens of meters away feel like they were in the abyss of hell. Kurosaki Ichigo also saw clearly that the Amethyst Demon Dragon wanted to find himself desperately. To be honest, if the two fought fairly, they would definitely not be the opponent of the Amethyst Demon Dragon. Today's battle is completely because the Amethyst Demon Dragon is too light on the enemy, in addition, his own equipment is too much. At this time, due to the devouring of Dragon Source, Kurosaki Ichigo's body was very uncomfortable, and his internal organs were still being baked by the scorching sun. Grass, we must end this stupid dragon early. Lao Su, this is also too uncomfortable. Kurosaki Ichigo secretly said. Boom. A bang. After burning the essence blood, the Amethyst Demon Dragon's strength soared and reached plus again. A demon dragon swung its tail and directly swept Kurosaki Ichigo out. The whole body was as if it had been swept away by a demon mountain. Even Kurosaki Ichigo was incomparable, but under this heavy blow, several bones were broken. HMPH. Kurosaki Ichigo snorted coldly and faced the amethyst demon dragon who planned to kill himself. Kurosaki Ichigo sacrificed instantaneous step, empty cicada, and the person seemed to have disappeared. Where did the imp go? Little ghost, where have you been? The amethyst demon dragon patrolled for a week and did not find Ichigo Kurosaki. Stupid dragon, I'm back in your body. Kurosaki Ichigo's voice sounded. The amethyst demon dragon was also taken aback, and he couldn't believe that this human imp had burrowed into his abdomen in the face of his own burning blood. Just now, after Kurosaki Ichigo made a teleportation, a fang rush came to the body of the amethyst demon dragon. Ichigo Kurosaki, who often watched Journey to the West in his previous life, knew very well that the Monkey King who got into the body of the monster was tried and tested. Even if you are awesome, Lao Su is in your body, see what else you can do with me. Ha ha ha. However, Kurosaki Ichigo is even more excessive. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo had a whim and found a professional barbecue stove from the inheritance left by his cheap father. Hee, Hermione said, this amethyst demon dragon is a treasure all over its body, I don't know if it's true. Grill a dragon gallbladder first. Ichigo Kurosaki cut off a dragon gallbladder and grilled it directly in the body of the amethyst demon dragon. Whiskers. What surprised Ichigo Kurosaki was that this professional stove for barbecue turned out to be made of titanium alloy. The stomach acid in the body of the amethyst demon dragon did not have much dissolving effect. I wipe. This complete set of titanium alloys. This price will not be much cheaper than a piece of equipment. My cheap daddy is really a foodie. Kurosaki Ichigo took a bite of the amethyst demon dragon gall and said. Well, it tastes good. Put some pepper, it should taste better. Kurosaki Ichigo sprinkled some more pepper. At the same time, he only felt that his body was in terrible pain, but he did not know what was happening in his body. Kento, you let Xiaohuo take you to a safe place first, and I'll go out when I'm full. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was sitting in front of the barbecue stove, said using the communication device. Kento Kazuka was directly dumbfounded when he saw Kurosaki Ichigo eating barbecue in the body of the amethyst demon dragon. Instead, he nodded and let the flame Qilin take himself and the others to flee. Amethyst demon dragon chi is terrible. As A+ Warcraft, it was about to die on the body of a human imp. He burned his essence blood, but he hid in his body, and there was no way to take him by himself. Abominable, abominable, abominable. The amethyst demon dragon wailed angrily. Just when the demon dragon felt that his life was about to be exhausted, he suddenly thought, doesn't this little devil have a companion? I'm going to kill them all. However, when he reacted, Kazuka Kento and the others had already fled without a trace. Chapter 180. Ichigo, are we going back now? Kazuka Kento asked. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. This time it was also a big harvest. More than 50 magic cards have been collected alone. Among them, there are also quite a few level magic cards. In addition, there are hundreds of sets of equipment. Of course, none of these things Kurosaki Ichigo wanted, all of them were given to Hermione and Harry Potter and others. However, at this moment, the Flame Qilin smiled wickedly. Hee, Master, I heard that the Dragon Clan likes to collect treasures, let's go over now. After hearing the words of the Flame Qilin, everyone was stunned. That's right, now this plus Amethyst Demon Dragon has been killed by Kurosaki Ichigo, so in this way, the treasures collected by the Amethyst Demon Dragon have become ownerless. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo also glanced at the Flame Qilin quite meaningfully, and did not expect this guy to be so bad. In addition, Kurosaki Ichigo was also very curious about the previous Death Eaters who had brought the Amethyst Demon Dragon over. Although those guys have good strength, but they are looking for trouble with the Amethyst Demon Dragon, it is simply a dead end. What is the purpose of these guys? Shu Yu. The group took the Flame Qilin and went to the inner third ring. The Flame Qilin seems to have some festivals with the Amethyst Demon Dragon, and this product is actually very familiar. It only took 2 hours for the Flame Qilin to find the Amethyst Demon Dragon's lair. At this time, To everyone's surprise, there were traces of fighting outside the cave of the Amethyst Demon Dragon. In addition, there were the bodies of several Death Eaters. Their corpses all had large amounts of gold coins and equipment floating on them. I wipe. Picking up money again. Ichigo, your luck is simply against the sky. Ron said with great joy. However, at this time, Hermione said angrily, Ron, shut up. Quote, Hermione noticed the undried blood on the ground. The Flame Qilin walked over, sniffed it, and laughed loudly instead. Haha, Master, I guessed correctly. Quote, guessed right. How did you guess correctly? Kazuka Kento asked puzzled. Hehe, Master, come and see, this blood is left by another dragon. The Flame Qilin said. Oh yes. Kurosaki Ichigo was surprised. The Amethyst Demon Dragon family is naturally fluid and selfish, and after mating, the male Amethyst Demon Dragon will leave. But the Amethyst Demon Dragon will become very weak after giving birth. Therefore, he will ask the Amethyst Demon Dragon who has mated with him to guard his child together, and when the mother's Amethyst Demon Dragon passes the period of weakness, the male Amethyst Demon Dragon will leave. Quote, Flame Kirin explained. After hearing the words of the Flame Qilin, everyone suddenly realized. The corpses of dozens of Death Eaters on the ground, as well as the Amethyst Demon Dragon that chased out, proved one thing. The Death Eaters used the dragon leaving the mountain. The two Amethyst Demon Dragons were destined to be difficult to deal with, so they first sent out a few Wind Magicians Plus to lure one of them out. The remaining Death Eaters then concentrated on attacking the remaining one. However, it is not clear whether the remaining male is dead. Master, I'll go and investigate first. The Flame Qilin volunteered. I'll go anyway. Kurosaki Ichigo said. Hehe, Master, don't worry, an injured Amethyst Demon Dragon, small fire can still be dealt with. The Flame Qilin said confidently. Despite this, Kurosaki Ichigo was still a little uneasy, so he offered to enter with the Flame Kirin himself. For Xiao Huo, he cheapened the warcraft left by his father. Kurosaki Ichigo is somewhat emotional, plus this big guy is very familiar with Island of Greed and he will definitely help himself a lot in the future. After entering the cave of the Amethyst Demon Dragon, Kurosaki Ichigo thought there would be a big battle. For this reason, he took the lead in taking out the Stormhammer. However, what disappointed Ichigo Kurosaki was that the old friend of the female Amethyst Demon Dragon was actually dead. From the residual body temperature, Kurosaki Ichigo roughly deduced that the male head should have killed all the Death Eaters and died of exhaustion. Master, our luck is too good. The Flame Qilin said very happily. Ichigo Kurosaki also nodded. Indeed, today I was lucky enough to run into two Amethyst Demon Dragons. In addition, the dozens of Death Eaters outside the cave should be important personnel, and they have a lot of tier plus or even tier equipment on their bodies. But now, all of these things belong to Ichigo Kurosaki. Although I have a lot of money, it is also very cool to be able to get so many treasures for free. The host, the Flame Qilin stared at the body of the Amethyst Demon Dragon and said with some embarrassment. What's wrong? Small fire. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. Master, the dragon's source in the body of the Amethyst Demon Dragon, can you give half of the small fire? No, even a third. The Flame Qilin said with a hopeful look. Dragon's source is a good thing, and Kurosaki Ichigo can obviously feel that after taking Dragon's source, his physical body has strengthened a little again. However, the dragon source that he had eaten before had not yet been digested, turning his right arm into a strange hand. If you want to eat another dragon source, if you mutate your hands or feet, it doesn't matter, in case you mutate, where you shouldn't mutate. How cautious that is. It's okay, this dragon source will be eaten for you. Kurosaki Ichigo waved his hand and laughed. Really, Master, Xiaohuo will definitely obey orders in the future. The Flame Qilin, who was several meters tall, was once again like a Kyoba, wagging its tail to please Ichigo Kurosaki. Chapter 181. The Flame Qilin sneaked through the body of the Amethyst Demon Dragon, and skillfully took Long Yuan out. But to Kurosaki Ichigo's surprise, the Flame Kirin did not swallow Long Yuan in one gulp. Instead, it ate only a third of it. In this regard, Kurosaki Ichigo was quite puzzled. As if seeing through Kurosaki Ichigo's doubts, Xiaohuo opened his mouth to explain. Master, even if Xiaohuo is a grade Warcraft, after swallowing the plus dragon source in one bite, there will be problems in the body. Quote, even if Xiaohuo only eats 1/3 of the dragon source now, it won't be digested in a few months. Hehe, Xiaohuo is not as good as the master, and the flesh is simply too strong. Okay, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. This monster in Hermione's eyes was so good at swatting. However, this guy's shooting his own heart is still quite cool. Since there was no danger in the cave, Kurosaki Ichigo let Kazuka Kento and the others in. After entering, they saw that Kurosaki Ichigo had put a plus monster into his space ring. This picture made Harry Potter and others a little difficult to accept. This is A+ Warcraft, but today it feels like a cabbage, everywhere. Found it. At this time, the voice of the Flame Qilin's small fire suddenly sounded. What? Everyone was shocked. Then it turned out to be the dragon egg of the Amethyst Demon Dragon. Ha ha ha. That group of men in black should have wanted to steal this dragon egg, and they ended up angering the Amethyst Demon Dragon. The Flame Qilin said excitedly. Looking at the dragon eggs of the Amethyst Demon Dragon, Hermione and Kazuka Kento were overflowing with motherhood for a while. They thought this dragon egg was pitiful. Born without parents. However, at this time, the Flame Qilin said, Heroine, you must not sympathize with this Amethyst Demon Dragon. Quote, belch, hostesses. Seeing this Flame Kirin say such a skinny thing, even Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little embarrassed. But Kurosaki Ichigo didn't want to explain either. Kento is good-looking, kind-hearted, and very suitable for his taste. As for Hermione, although she is 2 years younger than herself, she will grow up. HMPH, Flame Qilin, don't say it. Hermione blushed. Hey, the Flame Qilin laughed twice. The Amethyst Demon Dragon clan is the most let dragon clan, just like the mice in the human world. You see, after speaking, the Flame Qilin sniffed hard with his nose, as if he was looking for something. Shu Yu, the Flame Qilin came to a clearing. Kurosaki Ichigo noticed that the soil on the ground was different from the surrounding area, and the Flame Kirin used his claws to dig a pit in 3 or 2 strokes. Then, everyone was surprised to find that there were several large treasure chests inside, buried underground. Kento Kazuka and Harry Potter couldn't help but surround them, and after opening a treasure chest, they found that they were full of shining gold coins. Then, another treasure chest was opened. It's all jewelry. The last treasure chest, when Kurosaki Ichigo opened it, the whole person couldn't help but be surprised. Inside were a pair of human eyes like rubies. Blood red eyes. Hermione couldn't help but scream. Blood red eye, this is a race on the island of greed. The blood red eye is very beautiful, the price is more expensive than diamonds, and some wealthy merchants especially like to collect. This almost led to the destruction of this family. But despite this, in this world, there are very few races of blood red eye. Did you see it? This Amethyst Demon Dragon is the most tasteless dragon race scum, he actually collects human eyes. Warcraft eat people and kill people, this is normal. But under normal circumstances, high-level demon beasts rarely do anything to ordinary people, but the Amethyst Demon Dragon is not. Hundreds of years ago, the Amethyst Demon Dragon tortured and killed the blood red eye humans everywhere. The purpose is to collect these eyeballs. When the old master couldn't stand it, he directly fought with the Dragon King of the Amethyst Demon Dragon, and fought for 7 days and 7 nights, and in the end, the Dragon King of the Amethyst Demon Dragon ordered that no more humans of the blood red eye were allowed to hunt the blood red eye. The Flame Qilin said, these guys are so bad. After Hermione listened to the words of the Flame Qilin, her sympathy suddenly disappeared. Hermione, I didn't expect you to have something you didn't know. At this time, Ron on the side said, HMPH, there's no end to learning. Hermione said with a pretty face. Master, I don't know about this dragon egg, what are you going to do with it? Flame Kirin asked. Eden. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't think about it and said directly. Belch. Yes. Hermione, Harry Potter, Kazuka Kento and others were dumbfounded again. This amethyst demon dragon's dragon egg was worth at least 150 million gold coins. However, Kurosaki Ichigo made such a hasty decision to eat it. Hee, master, are you planning to make steamed eggs? Old master, often make it for small fire. The flame Kilin said Peepee. Yes, Kurosaki Ichigo laughed, but soon the flame Kilin said again. Master, but the little fire generation does not recommend that you eat it now. There is too much residual energy in your body, and if you eat it if you don't digest it, it's easy to go wrong. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. Indeed, the energy contained in the amethyst demon dragon source is too powerful. Even if he has an evolution personality, he can't digest it for a while. How to quickly digest it? Kurosaki Ichigo felt that the easiest and most effective way was to fight. Constant fighting stimulates the absorption of energy by cells, muscles and bones. Chapter 182. This half-day tour of the Amethyst Demon Dragon Cave can be described as a bumper harvest. Both boxes of gold coins were all put into the space ring by Kurosaki Ichigo, so that Kurosaki Ichigo currently has a total of 110 million cash gold coins. In addition, plus, equipment and magic cards, Kurosaki Ichigo also wanted. In this regard, Hermione, Harry Potter and others also accepted it gladly. The 3 Harry Potters, each of whom picked up 40 to 50 sets of equipment, were already satisfied. For plus, equipment, the 3 did not ask for it and did not want to ask for it. Because at this time, their strength is too poor, and several people still understand the truth that they are guilty. After packing up all this, everyone left again in the Flame Kilin. But not long after they left, several Death Eaters who had previously lured the female amethyst demon dragon away came to the outside of the cave. At this time, their whole bodies were scarred, which was even more serious than when they were chased and killed by the amethyst demon dragon before. 2 of them also lost an arm each. The Death Eaters were surprised to find that all their companions were dead. At the same time, a bad feeling sprang up in their hearts. The ultimate purpose of this sneak attack on Amethyst Demon Dragon is to resurrect Voldemort. It can be said that the Death Eaters have produced 3/4 of their elite. If it doesn't work out this time, it's a big loss. They were worried that the remaining Amethyst Demon Dragon was still alive, so they carefully walked into the cave. However, upon arrival at the cave, the Death Eaters were all petrified. Quadruple A. Here's what happened. Several gray-haired core personnel continued to roar loudly. The entire cave was emptied. Not a single hair remained. The most important thing is that in the past 100 years, the savings of the organization have been all put in. Abominable little thief. Abominable Dumbledore. One of the Death Eaters at the head spewed out blood and fainted. Dumbledore, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I don't know where Dumbledore knew that Voldemort's entourage wanted to sneak up on the Amethyst Demon Dragon and refine the Amethyst Philosopher's Stone, so he brought many senior-level mentors to stop the action of Voldemort's entourage. Therefore, the 5 people who led away the Amethyst Demon Dragon did not turn around and return to the cave in time, but fought a big battle with Dumbledore and the mentors. This also gave Kurosaki Ichigo and the others enough time to pick up this bargain. It's just that Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know that his luck would turn out to be like this. Inside the Eternal Forest, Headmaster Dumbledore, are you all right? A young and beautiful female mentor asked with concern. Well, I'm okay, Dumbledore said with a somewhat pale face. Everyone could see that Dumbledore's damage was not small. Unexpectedly, that group of Death Eaters actually had a disposable magic forbidden spell card. Dumbledore, as a strong person of plus, can completely compete in the face of that magic forbidden spell card. However, it was only the presence of many plus mentors, and the hateful Death Eaters chose to do so against these mentors, which allowed Dumbledore to resist a forbidden spell and cause him to be seriously injured. Headmaster, you go back first, I'll track them down in the Eternal Forest. The beautiful magic mentor said. After Dumbledore pondered for a moment, he said, Davier, you have to be careful. Quote, Lateral nodded, reassuring Dumbledore. Lateral is Hogwarts' most outstanding young female mentor, 27 years old, but she has A+ level strength, just half a step away. In addition, Die Wire is also very clear that she lacks an opportunity to mention the level. Level and plus seem to be only a small notch difference, but in fact, the gap between the two is like a chasm. It's like Andwa and All Might in the real world. Although the two are only one place behind the second and the first, the strength between the two is completely incomparable. Ichigo, where are you going next? Walking on the path of the eternal forest, Hermione suddenly asked. Yes, Ichigo, where are you going? Harry Potter asked. Where to? Kurosaki Ichigo hesitated for a while. Ichigo, are you come with us to Hogwarts to study? Hermione asked tentatively. For joining Hogwarts, in fact, Kurosaki Ichigo felt that it was somewhat unnecessary. The magic and mental power in this can't be taken out by myself at all. Besides, he wants to return to the real world, and for nothing else, for the sake of his sister, Momo Yaoyorozu, Kurosaki Ichigo must also go back. However, Kurosaki Ichigo did not immediately refuse, and Wanner smiled and said, let's see it then. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo was not in a hurry to return to Hogwarts, so after letting the flame Kirin fly some distance, he landed. Currently, Kurosaki Ichigo is in the inner seventh ring in the Eternal Forest. Kurosaki Ichigo felt the need to digest the power of the Amethyst Demon Dragon Source. For this reason, I want to walk straight back to Hogwarts from here. What is walking in a straight line? Split the tree, hit the mountain, slaughter the beast. Chapter 183. Hehe, that's right, flat. Kurosaki Ichigo planned to go over, hoping that there would be a few close battles on the way, so that while he could refresh himself, he could also digest the residual energy of the Amethyst Demon Dragon in his body. Soon, Kurosaki Ichigo encountered a giant wolf 3 meters tall. This Ice Abyss giant wolf is a level demon beast, and when Kurosaki Ichigo was about to make a move, this Ice Abyss giant wolf suddenly prodded, pulled out his legs and ran. Kurosaki Ichigo was startled at first, and then he noticed that it was most likely that the flame Kilin had scared it. A level flame unicorn. In front of Kurosaki Ichigo is a Kyoba, but in the eyes of outsiders, it is a ferocious monster. That, master, all disguise. The flame Kilin knew that he had ruined the master's plan, and said a little apologetically. Then, the flame Kirin also used a transformation magic card, and when it changed, the flame Kirin really turned into a white and pure puppy. For a while, Kazuka Kento and Hermione's eyes flashed with red hearts. My god, the appearance of the flame Kilin at this time is too cute. Hostess, no, there is a difference between men and women. The flame Kilin quickly dodged and said. This made everyone laugh. Unexpectedly, the flame Kilin was not only terrifying in strength, but also particularly skinny. This transformation magic card is somewhat different from ordinary magic cards. It can not only change shape, but also hide the breath. However, there is one point: if the mental power or spiritual power are high, if you peep carefully, you can still find it. Walked another distance. Kurosaki Ichigo meets a tiger who has always been colorful. Hermione told Kurosaki Ichigo that this was a first-class tiger king. Ichigo Kurosaki, who heard this, couldn't help but be a little interested. In the real world, his combat effectiveness has almost touched the ceiling, and it is no exaggeration to say that almost no one can defeat him except All Might. After coming to the Island of Greed, Kurosaki Ichigo's strength is also strong, but how many grades he has reached, Kurosaki Ichigo is not clear. The previous battle with the Amethyst Demon Dragon was taken advantage of, so I couldn't see it. The grade Tiger King in front of him can let himself evaluate. When the Tiger King saw that a human teenager dared to provoke himself, he couldn't help but let out a few tiger roars. The roar of the tiger made Harry Potter and the others' eardrums buzz. Hermione, let's stay away. For a battle of this level, I don't have the qualifications to see it. Ron said helplessly. In fact, not only Haribo and Min, but also Kazuka Kento had to retreat if he didn't wear superior defensive equipment. Seeing the Tiger King rushing towards him at almost the speed of sound, Kurosaki Ichigo roared with excitement on his face, come on. Quote, after speaking, Kurosaki Ichigo subconsciously swung out a mutated right fist. Because this is Kurosaki Ichigo's dominant hand, A punch was punched out, and the overwhelming power swept the heavens and the earth, directly tearing the space to pieces. It was as if a demon mountain fell down and directly killed the Tiger King. Belch. Yes. The faces of everyone changed suddenly. Oh my god. This is a level of Warcraft. I was killed by your punch. What a powerful force this is. However, in fact, Kurosaki Ichigo sighed self-pityingly. Regarding his amethyst demon dragon arm, Kurosaki Ichigo did not think that it was his own power. Because this force cannot be controlled by itself. On the contrary, Kurosaki Ichigo felt that a good object of trial was just gone, and he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Well, before you fully absorb this power, it's better not to use this hand. Kurosaki Ichigo decided, and instead, Kurosaki asked Kazuka Kento to help him tie this arm with duct tape in order to remind himself. Ichigo, you, for Kurosaki Ichigo's thoughts, Kazuka Kento somewhat understood, and couldn't help but roll his cute eyes. This made Kurosaki Ichigo's heart hot. Hee, it looks like he can find a time to eat her. However, what made Kurosaki Ichigo feel depressed was that he did not encounter a decent monster on the flat road next. At most, it is a level Warcraft. Of course, this is also normal. The farther away from the core area of the Eternal Forest, the strength level of Warcraft showed an overall downward trend. Of course, there will be special cases. For example, a high-level Warcraft, he wants to pretend to be forced on the periphery. It's like being a master of a novel in a past life in the city, the gods are in the city and so on. Unfortunately, Kurosaki Ichigo did not encounter it. On the other hand, Hogwarts headmaster Dumbledore and a group of injured mentors returned to school. And the beautiful mentor, Dai Wire, led the team along the road to find traces of the Death Eaters. The beauty mentor Dai Wire has a Warcraft mount, Violent Ice Blood Leopard. A Warcraft with level strength. At this time, Dai Wire let it run 2 or 3 kilometers away in front of the team, using its sense of smell to detect the enemy situation ahead. An hour later, Kurosaki Ichigo came across a bush. Dense bushes, ordinary people cannot walk an inch. Just when Hermione, Harry Potter and the others proposed to get around, Kurosaki Ichigo waved his hand. Gravity Fist 6 Reincarnation. Kurosaki Ichigo, who is determined to walk in a straight line, naturally will not choose to detour because of such a small trouble. Punch out. Immediately, a road of several meters appeared. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but be slightly startled. His 6 reincarnation fists could collapse mountains. In other words, the hardness of these shrubs is extraordinary. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 184. Little Flower Cat, Don't Run. Kurosaki Ichigo cast an instantaneous step, and the whole person was like an aurora, chasing in the direction of the Violent Ice Blood Leopard. Violent Ice Blood Leopard, a level ice system monster. Just now, when it was thousands of meters away, it heard the sound of fighting, so it ran towards this place to see what was happening. However, what frightened the Tyrannosaurus Blood Leopard was that a human warrior was actually using his fist to defeat the terrifying man-eating bush. Be clear that even your own words are not necessarily opponents of cannibal bushes. However, the cannibal bush was simply powerless in front of this human teenager. For this reason, the Violent Ice Blood Leopard, who has a certain amount of human intelligence, guesses that Kurosaki Ichigo is likely to be a level, or even A+ warrior. But in fact, Kurosaki Ichigo's strength should only be a little stronger than the level warriors in this world, not even plus. But why Kurosaki Ichigo's performance is so terrifying? There should be several reasons. First, Kurosaki Ichigo's physical body is unique, and Kurosaki Ichigo, who has an evolution personality, has a physical body that is comparable to A-level Warcraft. Second, Kurosaki Ichigo has the dragon source of Amethyst Demon Dragon in his body. As A+ monster, Kurosaki Ichigo is difficult to fully absorb it for a while and a half, but in the battle, Kurosaki Ichigo is equivalent to digesting this domineering power and transforming it into his own power little by little. For this reason, in the battle, Kurosaki Ichigo's strength will not only not decrease, but on the contrary, it will increase. Third, that is the branch derived from evolution personality, such as flame evolution, impact evolution, anti-electricity, cold resistance, and so on. When the ice blood leopard saw this human boy, he had bad intentions and wanted to escape. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The ice blood leopard began to run, and this speed made Kurosaki Ichigo directly dumbfounded. The speed of this leopard monster is actually faster than the speed of sound. Even if it is a teleportation by itself, it is difficult to keep up. Quote! So soon. Don't run, little flower cat. The speed of the Tyrannosaurus blood leopard aroused Kurosaki Ishin. As a paranoid, Ichigo Kurosaki became more and more courageous in battle. But Kurosaki Ichigo found himself getting further and further away from it. The ice blood leopard saw that he was at ease, and he wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. However, in the next second, it was horrified to find that the human being who was behind him before appeared in front of his eyes at this moment. Phew, little flower cat, is it fast? Kurosaki Ichigo thought playfully, and at this time, put away the great angel wings. Just when the Tyrannosaurus blood leopard thinks he has gotten rid of Kurosaki Ichigo uses the inheritance left by his cheap father, Great Angel Wings. This is a level magic card, and the main effect is to limit the speed. Although the Tyrannosaurus blood leopard is the fastest among the grade warcraft, it is still inferior to the flying grade warcraft. And this Great Angel Wings of Kurosaki Ichigo, after use, is equivalent to the fastest level warcraft. And even some plus warcraft do not use Kurosaki Ichigo, who uses Great Angel Wings, let alone this violent ice blood leopard in front of him. Roar. When the ice blood leopard saw this human boy who was not good at coming, he chased after him, and he was a little angry for a while. It's a monster of the same level, and in Hogwarts, it's admired. But the young man in front of him actually opened his mouth and said that he was a little flower cat, which was simply deceitful. It's abominable. HMPH, do you really think that you are afraid of him? After the violent ice blood leopard roared, it opened its mouth, and dozens of half-meter-long ice picks burst out. Huh, that's interesting. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled. Seeing this violent ice blood leopard, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but think of Boom Scorched. When the ice blood leopard saw the human in front of him, he did not dodge, and after being hit by his blizzard ice pick, a burst of ice mist rose. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus blood leopard anthropomorphized with a hint of a smile. HMPH, abominable little ghost, you know how powerful Miss Ben is. The ice blood leopard spat out and said. And, to Kurosaki Ichigo's surprise, it turned out to be a girl. Little flower cat, your ice pick, the power is good. In the ice mist, a voice sounded. The ice blood leopard was a little panicked. His own ice pick, doesn't it work for him? The violent ice blood leopard saw that the situation was not good. The young human in front of him was so strong, he had to be surprised, otherwise it would be dangerous. At this time, the ice blood leopard rushed straight towards Kurosaki Ichigo. After Kurosaki Ichigo saw it, he still did not dodge. Gravity field purgatory. For a time, the violent ice blood leopard felt thousands of pounds of weight pressing on its body. And taking advantage of this gap, Kurosaki Ichigo turned over on the horse. No, it should be a leopard on the body. This leopard, Ichigo Kurosaki himself really intends to eat it. But after seeing it up close, Kurosaki Ichigo changed his mind. After all, the villain is also a leopard girl. I'm a little embarrassed to kill you. In addition, this leopard is really beautiful, white hair like snow. Qualified to barely be your own mount. Chapter 185. Good. Lao Su likes it. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed loudly after sitting on the ice blood leopard. The violent ice blood leopard, who can understand people's words, at this time, became angry. Although the violent ice blood leopard in front of him is a level strength, it is still in the growth stage, just like Kurosaki Ichigo's mount, Flame Kilin. Once it matures, its strength will increase again. Generally speaking, the final level of Warcraft is limited to death. For example, the Amethyst Demon Dragon that Kurosaki Ichigo killed some time ago, it can only grow to level plus in the end. As for Xiaohuo, the same is true, and in the end, it can only grow to plus. And the Tyrannosaurus blood leopard can eventually reach that level. Of course, There are also some gifted or mutated warcraft that may break through their genetic limits. Violent Ice Blood Leopard, in addition to good strength, it is also a kind of magical beast with character. They have a serious hygiene. Especially the female Tyrannosaurus blood leopard. They are absolutely not allowed to be worn by men. In addition, the violent ice blood leopard is extremely loyal, and once it recognizes its master, it will definitely not betray it. No matter what its owner did to him, it would rather die than betray it. Such a severely hygienic and unruly Tyrannosaurus ice blood leopard, where would he let Kurosaki Ichigo sit on its back? The angry ice blood leopard, jumping up and down, tried to throw Ichigo Kurosaki off his back. But Kurosaki Ichigo, who is on the body of the ice blood leopard, is as stable as Mount Tai. Little flower cat, stop making trouble. Kurosaki Ichigo laughed. However, the violent ice blood leopard ignored it and continued to go berserk. The roar in his mouth made some of the low-strength monsters around him quickly dodge. On the other hand, Dai Wire, who was 4 or 5 kilometers away, faintly heard the voice of her beloved mount, which made Dai Wire frown slightly. His own ice blood leopard, a level demon beast, even if he entered the inner 5 ring of the eternal forest, he had few opponents, and it was absolutely impossible for him to have problems here. But Dai Wire still quickened her pace and rushed here. Little flower cat, if you don't listen again, blame me for being rude. Kurosaki Ichigo threatened. The Tyrannosaurus blood leopard turned a deaf ear. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo increased sharply. For a time, more than 20 times the gravity field was blessed on the body of the Tyrannosaurus blood leopard. This makes the Tyrannosaurus blood leopard feel like a land trapped in mud. Of course, as a level warcraft, there is still no problem with a gravity field of more than 20 times. It's just that the physical exertion is relatively fast. However, to Kurosaki Ichigo's surprise, this Tyrannosaurus blood leopard seemed to become more wild. I really thought Lao Su wouldn't dare to hit you. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo used his fan-like big hand and directly pumped towards the butt of the violent ice blood leopard. Snap, snap, snap. The applause was loud and deafening. Kurosaki Ichigo is not a gentleman and does not hit women, but in general, Kurosaki Ichigo does not hit women. However, the violent ice blood leopard in front of him is just a female monster. The violent ice blood leopard that was treated like this by humans was ashamed and unbearable. As a Beast King clan on the Blizzard Plain, he was bullied so by a human teenager who had not dried up. But the problem is, there's no way to get rid of this hateful bastard. I'll kill you. The Tyrannosaurus blood leopard roared in extreme anger. However, Kurosaki Ichigo smoked even more fiercely. It wasn't until the ice blood leopard was unconscious by this heavy sense of humiliation that Kurosaki Ichigo stopped the movement of his hands. This little flower cat is really glass-hearted, so he is unconscious. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the ice blood leopard with red skin and complained to himself. Because the ice blood leopard is really good-looking, white hair like snow, crystal clear, plus the age equivalent to a human girl. Kurosaki Ichigo does not intend to eat it. On the contrary, Kurosaki Ichigo intends to tame it well, even if he does not want to become his own mount, and become Kazuka Kento. Kurosaki Ichigo lifted the ice blood leopard up and quickly ran towards the place he had agreed upon with Hermione and the others. At this time, Hermione and the others had already set up the fire. Well, I have to say that in this world where magic and mental power coexist, making a fire is really not too simple. Wow. Ichigo, this. Everyone looked surprised again. Unexpectedly, Kurosaki Ichigo actually captured the violent ice blood leopard. This guy, let's not eat it first. Kurosaki Ichigo said, let's raise it first. After everyone heard this, they all nodded. Just kidding, a level of Warcraft, that is extremely precious. Of course, in front of Kurosaki Ichigo, it seems to be more ordinary. Harry Potter and Hermione and others admired Kurosaki Ichigo. Not only is it strong, but luck is also nothing. Chapter 186. Although Kurosaki Ichigo did not treat the violent ice blood leopard as a meal, he took out the amethyst demon dragon meat from the space ring. The energy contained in the amethyst demon dragon is also quite terrifying, and the meat is delicious. After a while, Kurosaki Ichigo put the meat skewer on the branch and grilled it. On the other hand, Dai Wire, who felt that her mount, the violent ice blood leopard, was in danger of life, also rushed over from afar. When she was still a few hundred meters away from Kurosaki Ichigo, Dai Wire saw her beloved, violent ice blood leopard, fainting at Kurosaki Ichigo's feet. Another glance at the dangling knife in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand, and the pieces of meat set on the fire. Dai Wire instantly felt that her violent ice blood leopard was in danger of life and death. It turned out that his own violent ice blood leopard was stunned by the human teenager, and even had to eat it. Ice magic. Ice storm. Dai Wire exerted her ice magic in annoyance. Ice and snow storm belongs to level magic. For a time, a cold storm like a tsunami swept towards Kurosaki Ichigo and the others. After Kurosaki Ichigo saw this, his brows frowned slightly. The woman opposite, what is going on? It's quite a sign of appearance. As soon as you come up, you have to attack yourself. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was about to get up and fight back, the flame Kirin small fire took the initiative to jump out. Or a small fire in the state of Jingba, spitting out a flame. However, what people didn't expect was that this flame actually extinguished the violent ice and snow storm. This scene surprised Dai Wire. What kind of monster is the little one in front of you? So powerful. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Kurosaki Ichigo asked coldly. HMPH, you stunned my Xiaoshui, and even asked me who I am. Dai Wire, who was wearing golden armor and her figure was vividly outlined, said with a face like frost. Oh, you said this little leopard is yours. Kurosaki Ichigo said. HMPH. Dai Wire snorted coldly, with a proud posture, all said, naturally. Fart, this monster is Lao Su's. Kurosaki Ichigo said. This is what I just caught, don't think about it. Quote, you. Dai Wire's rude words were taken by Kurosaki Ichigo, and her chest was constantly rising and falling. What are you? It's okay, just leave quickly, don't disturb young Master Ben for dinner. Kurosaki Ichigo said angrily. As soon as the words fell, Dai Wire's face was already dark. Since he was born, he has also dared to talk to him like this. Embarrassed, Dai Wire waved her magic scepter and chanted a magic spell. Shu Yu, an ice dragon formed by ice condensation appeared in the air, roaring towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Roar. At this time, the small fire behind Kurosaki Ichigo also roared, indicating that it could fight. However, this was stopped by Ichigo Kurosaki. Forget it, this should be a fun show before eating, after all, the amethyst demon dragon meat will be roasted for a while. Kurosaki Ichigo jumped up in one step and sacrificed the gravity fist 6 reincarnations. Aiming at the head of the ice dragon, a punch was thrown. Bang! With a sound, it was as if the ice surface of the river had suffered a boulder falling, and it instantly disintegrated. What a terrifying power! Teacher Wire, be careful. Teacher Wire, pay attention. The academy teacher behind Dai Wire opened his mouth to remind. Dai Wire nodded slightly, he didn't expect that this teenager's strength was so strong. Immediately afterwards, Davier chanted magic again. Hundreds of ice thorns, formed by the condensation of crushed ice on the ground, shot towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Interesting. Just to verify the strength of my physical body. Kurosaki Ichigo sees Hunter Shinki. With your hands behind your back, you are facing the attack head-on. This scene made Dai Wire a little stunned. Is this guy crazy? He didn't even dodge. Immediately afterwards, the crowd heard, bang, bang, bang. Quote, it was like the sound of a bullet hitting a steel plate. Dai Wire looked at it with some stunned eyes, and the ice thorn that she could shoot through the steel plate was unharmed to him. Not bad, a little sweet. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo grabbed an ice pick casually and chewed it as a popsicle. You bastard. Dai Wire saw Kurosaki Ichigo so contemptuous of herself, and the anger in her heart surged even more. Ice magic. Ice and snow. Dai Wire cast her plus magic, which is also the most powerful of all her magic. For a while, the surrounding air changed. Harry Potter and the others all sneezed coldly. As for Kazuka Kento, because of the relationship of wearing level equipment, he did not feel that the temperature suddenly dropped to below zero. A blue light appeared on Dai Wire's hands, and at the same time, it emitted a suffocating cold air. She lowered her hands to the ground. The ground instantly began to freeze and spread at the same time. Moreover, the speed of this spread is comparable to supersonic speed. Ichigo Kurosaki also felt the chill hit. Hey, give it a try again. If you evolve some cold absorption, wouldn't it be a happy death? So, Ichigo Kurosaki stayed where he was. Let the cold invade. Dai Wire was stunned. Isn't this guy human? It's a high-level Warcraft. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search. Categories. Tags. Updates. Sign in. Chapter 187. Don't say, this plus level of magic is really cold. The cold makes people shudder. It's like bathing in ice water in winter. That's all, Kurosaki Ichigo thought. Not long after, Dai Wire stopped after seeing a layer of frost condensed from cold ice appear on Kurosaki Ichigo. Ignorant child, Dai Wire, who thought she had succeeded, said contemptuously. However, the words just fell. Kurosaki Ichigo's voice rang out. I wipe. Cold. It's really cold. It's just cold. Kurosaki Ichigo scolded her directly. At the same time, the body trembled, and the frost on the body fell. Dai Wire and the others were taken aback in their hearts. This is Dai Wire's strongest killing move, even if it is a level of power. If he eats this move, he will be greatly harmed. Why is this little devil in front of you? There is nothing at all. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo discovered that his cold resistance ability really evolved into ice system absorption. He can absorb ice magic and, at the same time, transform it into his own power. But the tragedy is, previously, because of eating the relationship of Dragon Origin, his right arm was still in a monster state. Then absorb digest the endless power, all will be stored in the right arm. As a result, the right arm mutated again. Kurosaki Ichigo glanced. On the scales of his right arm, a layer of ice crystals actually grew. Who the hell are you? Dai Wire was also completely subdued by Ichigo Kurosaki at this time. She had no idea how the other party could crack her ice and snow without using any magic. In addition, due to the casting ice and snow, the magic power in Wire's body has been completely exhausted. Without ours, it is impossible to fully recover. You were too weak to qualify for the title of Young Master Ben. Kurosaki Ichigo said coldly. What? Stinky little devil, don't be too arrogant. It was not Dai Wire who spoke, but the teachers behind her. Who is Lateral? Hogwarts' strongest genius. He actually said that Dai Wire was too weak. What about the others? This is not just insulting Lateral, but insulting the whole Hogwarts. How could this not make the teachers behind her angry? In fact, the reason why Kurosaki Ichigo spoke so arrogantly was also because he was worried that this woman would be someone from a certain force. He told her his name. She wanted to hunt down herself, so what should she do? Although Kurosaki Ichigo is very clear that he is strong, there are some things that need to be guarded against. At this moment, Harry Potter and the others suddenly walked up to Daviel and said, Teacher Ware, Teacher Anna. What rhythm is this? All go. Are these all Hogwarts teachers? Kurosaki Ichigo said secretly in his heart. You are Harry Potter. Lateral saw the lightning scar on Harry Potter's forehead and asked in amazement. Yes, Teacher Violet, Harry Potter said. Why are you here? Dai Wire asked curiously, and at the same time, her eyes also skimmed Kurosaki Ichigo who was not far away. At this time, Ron and Hermione began to explain the cause and effect of the matter. However, Hermione was very clever, and she did not tell them about her encounter with the Amethyst Demon Dragon. Okay, but you can't trust him too much, he's not a good guy. Davier whispered to several Harry Potter people. Don't worry, Ware-sensei, Ichigo-kun, is the kindest person under the sun. Hermione said a little foolishly. Looking at this poisoned girl, Dai Wire sighed and did not say anything more. On the other hand, Hermione, as the persuader of both sides, she approached Ichigo Kurosaki and told Ichigo Kurosaki about the ice blood leopard. This is not a masterless beast, but the mount of their most outstanding mentor at Hogwarts, Davier. Looking at Hermione, who looked embarrassed, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled and said, "It's okay, it's not just a kitten, just have the opportunity to catch another one." Quote, "Really? Thank you so much, Ichigo." After speaking, Hermione excitedly pecked at Kurosaki Ichigo's face. And this move made the fist vine behind him, and a trace of vinegar rose in his eyes. That, the so-called don't fight and don't know each other. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had just come to Island of Greed, did not want to deal directly with Hogwarts, so he took the initiative to find Daewire. "I didn't know that the ice blood leopard was yours." Quote, after that, Kurosaki Ichigo returned the ice blood leopard to Daewire. After Daewire took it, she quickly put the ice blood leopard into the pet space for fear of being snatched away again by Ichigo Kurosaki in front of her. "Did you eat a meal? If you haven't eaten, sit down and eat some meat," Kurosaki Ichigo said warmly. Seeing Daewire and the others, who had changed from killing gods to sunshine big boys, they wanted to refuse directly, but after smelling the addictive smell of meat, they actually agreed to stay. "Hehe, it should be almost fine," Kurosaki Ichigo said with a smile. A few minutes later, the amethyst demon dragon meat was already grilled. Since the amethyst demon dragon meat was cut like the meat slices in the barbecue stall, Daewire did not know that what was in front of them was the amethyst demon dragon meat. Chapter 188. Chapter 188. I really can't use another hand. 1 subscription. Good. When the beauty mentor Daewire ate a piece of the roast meat of the amethyst demon dragon, she couldn't help but be secretly shocked. As an A+ powerhouse, he has naturally eaten a lot of mountain and sea delicacies, but such delicious barbecue is really not an exaggeration. Daewire is still the first time to eat it. Moreover, Daewire found that after taking the barbecue, a wave of energy emerged. Then in other words, the roast in front of you is not an ordinary product. As for Harry Potter and others, due to their low strength, after just eating half of the piece, the whole person could not move and meditated on the spot. For magicians, meditation is a practice. Ichigo Kurosaki. After a while, Daewire said. "Oh." Kurosaki Ichigo glanced up at Daewire. "Kurosaki Ichigo, are you interested in joining us at Hogwarts?" Daewire suddenly asked. As soon as these words came out, several mentors next to them suddenly stopped their movements and looked at Kurosaki Ichigo in unison. "Hehe, what's the benefit?" Kurosaki Ichigo asked rhetorically. "Benefits." After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Daewire's face was full of black lines. "Hogwarts. What is this place?" "The 4 great magic academies of mankind. Inviting you to join you is worth it, and as a result, you even ask what the benefit is." Daewire knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was extraordinary, and at this time, she was also patient and said, "Naturally, it is beneficial." Quote, "According to your strength, after joining Hogwarts, you can become a tutor in our house. Then Hogwarts will be your sanctuary, and as for the privileges that other mentors have, you will not be less." Frankly, Kurosaki Ichigo, who came to the Island of Greed, really needs a force to assist him, so that he can avoid many detours. But for the earliest Kazuka Kento proposed to make him a student of Hogwarts, Kurosaki Ichigo was not interested in the slightest, but as a mentor, Kurosaki Ichigo was, "Hey. But here's the problem, I can't do magic myself." "Went to Hogwarts, what do you teach others?" At this time, Daewire seemed to look at Sake Ichigo's doubts and said, "In Hogwarts, there are not only magic teachers, but also physical arts teachers, but also needs." "Oh, yes, that's not a hurry." Quote, "When you get back to Hogwarts, negotiate the terms with your headmaster," Kurosaki Ichigo said. HMPH. After hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, the rest of the mentors were dissatisfied. This little ghost's tone is really big, and his voice does not mean that he needs his own principal to personally invite him. "Oh, do you have anything to dislike me?" Kurosaki Ichigo, who was eating barbecue meat at this time, suddenly put down the barbecue in his hand after hearing several mentors next to him snort coldly, and looked at them playfully and said. For a while, the majestic murderous aura on Kurosaki Ichigo's body spread out. The terrifying murderous aura seemed to have drained the vitality in the air. Several mentors who had just shown dissatisfaction with Kurosaki Ichigo instantly felt as if several mountains were pressing on them. Let them not even gasp for breath. Didn't, it's nothing. Quote, at this time, one of the most powerful people, resisting this pressure, stammered, and said in a cold sweat. On the other hand, Kazuka Kento seemed to sense that Kurosaki Ichigo was bullying people with his own momentum, and couldn't help but persuade in a low voice. In this way, Kurosaki Ichigo converged the murderous aura on his body. The barbecue is almost eaten. Kurosaki Ichigo and the others also planned to leave for Hogwarts. Suddenly, at this very moment, several blue beams suddenly appeared in the sky. It fell like a shooting star. Bang, bang, bang. Several young men with flying swords on their feet descended from the sky. After seeing the costumes on their bodies, Hermione suddenly muttered in a low voice, Paladin Academy. Quote, Paladin Academy. Kurosaki Ichigo looked surprised. What kind of organization is this? Violet, you're okay, it's really good. A young man at the head said. The man was blonde and blue-eyed, with a very tall nose. The look of Europeans and Americans. However, Daiwire did not seem to be interested in the young man. Oh, why are you here? Leo, Daiwire said. I heard Headmaster Dumbledore say that you are chasing the Death Eaters, and I was worried that you were in danger, so I rushed from the Paladin Academy. The young man named Leo said underscore. Chapter 189. Chapter 189 I really can't use another hand, too, subscription. Leo, an outstanding warrior of the Paladin Academy. His fame is comparable to Daiwire's, and at the age of 30, he is already a warrior of the level. Leo has been pursuing Daiwire, and, in the eyes of the outside world, Leo and Daiwire are simply a natural couple, golden boy and jade girl-like existence. Thank you. However, it is no longer necessary. Daiwire declined politely. From Hermione's mouth, Davil had learned that the Death Eaters had suffered heavy losses and did not know where to hide now. If you continue to move towards the Eternal Forest, there is no need at all. Moreover, there are many dangers on the road. It is better to return to Hogwarts and think in the long run. Oh, Leo smiled and nodded. Suddenly, Leo at this time noticed the Flame Qilin that had turned into a Kyoba. Grade Warcraft. Flame Qilin. Leo's eyes should release a light. Grade Warcraft. Flame Qilin. After hearing Leo's words, Davril and the other Hogwarts mentors were stunned. I couldn't believe my ears at all. Xiaohuo seemed to be very hostile to Leo in front of him. His hair stood up, and he stared at Leo with an unkind face. Beast, after looking for you for so many days, I didn't expect to find you here. Leo suddenly said sharply. Everyone was stunned. I don't know why Leo suddenly went crazy. Where? This beast, there was a big trouble in our Paladin Academy some time ago, and it injured many of our Academy's mentors. I want to bring it back now, and I hope you don't stop it. Leo said to Davil. At this time, Daiwire was still in shock, and she subconsciously glanced at Kurosaki Kazugo. For a while, he became more curious about Kurosaki Ichigo's identity. The Flame Qilin is a level demon beast, with wisdom no less than humans, but why do you recognize him as the master? HMPH, you guys are really thieves shouting to catch thieves. Xiaohuo snorted coldly and said, Beast, come back with me. Suddenly, a dazzling gold shot out of Leo's eyes. When the golden light touched Xiaohuo's body, the body of the fire shook one by one, and the body began to shake. Master, this guy is a new human. He has the true eye. Xiaohuo said secretly. The true eye, new humans. In other words, this Leo in front of him is the descendant of outside players and the natives on the island of Greed. On the other hand, Kohuo tells Ichigo Kurosaki that the true eye can see through all illusions. In other words, his transformation technique has no effect on Leo. In addition, true eye can produce a strong stun effect, especially beasts. At this time, Leo took a step. The whole person's body, as if crossing the void, appeared behind the Flame Qilin. Punch out. At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo also turned into an aurora and intercepted Leo. Bang! A bang! The powerful power of the two collided together, and it was like an earthquake, spreading in all directions. Who are you? Leo stared at Kurosaki Ichigo and said. You don't have the right to know. Kurosaki Ichigo said coldly. For this guy who dares to do something to his pet without saying a word. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't have a good face. Violet, is he from your school? Leo's face changed, but he didn't say anything to Kurosaki Ichigo, as if he didn't look Kurosaki Ichigo in his eyes at all, but looked at Wire and said. Mr. Ichigo Kurosaki, in the future, we will be a mentor at our school. Wire spoke up defensively. Oh, yes. However, although he is the tutor of your school, the Flame Qilin has some personal grudges with our Paladin Academy, and I met him this time, and I definitely want to bring him back. Leo said. This, Wire wanted to explain at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo's strength. If he joined Hogwarts, it would be beneficial and harmless, but the Paladin Academy, the foundation is very thick, and it is definitely not a wise statement to hate them. Oh, yes, Mentor Ware, although he is your friend, he has bullied my pet, and there are some personal grudges between me and him. I met this time, I must have asked for an explanation. Kurosaki Ichigo said in Leo's tone. You, Leo, who had a very stoic personality, couldn't help but be angry. Mentor Ware, I hope you don't interfere. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had always wanted to fight, wanted to have a happy battle, and at this time he casually found a reason to say to Wire. Wire was speechless. Ha ha ha, what an insolent brat. No one has dared to speak to me like that for many years. Leo smiled angrily. Ha ha ha, what an insolent old fellow. Kurosaki Ichigo learned the way again. As soon as the words fell, the two of them walked forward to the clearing. Boom, a bang, the fists of the two slammed together. In an instant, a huge wave of shock waves spread out in the center of the two. Chapter 190. Chapter 190 I really can't use another hand. 3. Subscription request. What a terrible power fluctuation. The space was shaken by the two of them. The mentor beside Wire said in surprise. A little skillful. Still, look for death. Leo said secretly in his heart. At this time, Leo urged that mental power in his body and the whole person's surroundings seemed to be burning with flames. There was even thunder and lightning on both fists. Heavenly Thunder Fist. Leo sacrificed the family tradition. A punch was thrown out, and thunder and lightning buzzed. The lightning light several meters thick turned into an arrow and flew towards Ichigo Kurosaki. Raiden. Ha ha ha, how about carrying your punch? A smile appeared at the corner of Kurosaki Ichigo's mouth. Kurosaki Ichigo, who has an evolution personality, is immune to many abilities. Such as flames, ice, poison, corrosion, and lightning. In the real world, Ichigo Kurosaki has carried the electric attack of Kaminari Electric, and has evolved the ability of anti-electricity. Thundered. Several thunderbolts, 10,000 horses galloped down Kurosaki Ichigo's body. Lightning. HMPH, is this guy scared stupid? I didn't even hide. Stupid guy. Leo thought contemptuously. However, at this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo's voice sounded. Old fellow, are you lighting me a cigarette? After the smoke dissipated, Ichigo Kurosaki, holding a cigar, appeared in front of everyone. And this scene made Leo also feel stunned. His Heavenly Thunder Fist is a level exercise, how can it have no effect on him at all? Tell the truth, it's still a little useful. The Fist of Thunder and Lightning released by Leo is hundreds of times stronger than that of Shangming Electric. It's just that now Kurosaki Ichigo is hundreds of times stronger than he was at the beginning. In addition, Kurosaki Ichigo discovered that Leo's Heavenly Thunder Fist allowed him to evolve Thunder Absorption. In other words, in the future, the power of thunder and lightning will not only be difficult to cause damage to oneself, but on the contrary, it will strengthen oneself like a tonic medicine. Does he have any defensive equipment? Middle and dark passages. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo sacrificed Violent Hammer and the cane rushed in. Gravity Hammer Tiger. Hammer it out. A gravitational air wave tens of meters long, like a mountain, flew horizontally. The surrounding space began to vibrate. Terrible. What a terrifying power. Wire and the others were shocked. Seeing this, Leo immediately used the condensation in his mental power, and a layer of blue barriers condensed around his body. Poof! A bang! It was as if the sound of a bell ringing in a temple sounded. Nice old guy. It actually blocked it, Kurosaki Ichigo praised. The tone of this speech is as if the elders are praising the elders. This annoyed Leo. This hateful guy is probably too arrogant. However, Leo found that this guy's attack became more and more ferocious every time. A hammer is more powerful than a hammer. As if he didn't destroy his own enchantment, he would never stop. What a terrible will. What an amazing will. It's not a way to go on like this. Leo, who has been beaten, secretly said in his heart. Kurosaki Ichigo's attack was too brutal, almost giving the other party time to breathe. At the same time, he himself seems to be completely untired. In fact, this is related to Kurosaki Ichigo's Amethyst Demon Dragon arm. Even though evolution personality makes Kurosaki Ichigo's physical body unique, there are times when it is exhausted. And after swallowing the dragon source of the Amethyst Demon Dragon, the power of plus Warcraft has not been digested. Plus, during this time, he ate a lot of demon dragon meat and absorbed a lot of external forces. It's all stored in the right arm. Fight. Only by fighting can Ichigo Kurosaki digest and absorb the power that does not belong to him and use it for himself. Wrath of Thor. Seeing his defense, Leo, who was disintegrated by Kurosaki Ichigo little by little, burst out his strongest killing move. Thor's Wrath. The mental power of the whole body turned into the power of thunder and lightning. For a time, Leo transformed into a lightning giant more than 5 meters tall, and the power of crackling thunder and lightning flowed all over his body. It's terrifying. At this time, the giant Leo caught Kurosaki Ichigo's Stormhammer and threw it into the distance. Kurosaki Ichigo was directly thrown dozens of meters away. Little ghost, you're so arrogant, Leo roared angrily. As soon as the words fell, Leo turned into a bolt of lightning, appeared directly above Kurosaki Ichigo, and stepped down. Thundered. With this foot as the center, the radius of tens of meters instantly turned into a scorched earth. Not bad. Will transform. Just when everyone thought that Kurosaki Ichigo was killed by Leo, a lazy voice sounded from the air. Then, everyone was stunned to find that Kurosaki Ichigo was sitting on Leo's head. Bastard. Leo was furious. Reach out and grab Ichigo Kurosaki. However, Kurosaki Ichigo flashed easily and appeared in front of Leo's eyes again. Leo stared at Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Little ghost, are you planning to fight me with one hand all the time?" Quote. Kurosaki Ichigo touched his chin, pondered for a moment, and nodded. Although I don't want to. It's really unpleasant to use one hand, but if I use this hand, I will beat you to death. Quote. Kurosaki Ichigo's serious and sympathetic voice made everyone laugh. But this made Leo angry. This imp in front of you. I've always called myself an old guy who was only 30 years old. Now he even said that he didn't need another hand because he would beat himself to death. Furious. It's really too rampant. Chapter 191. Leo, who was suppressed by Kurosaki Ichigo with one hand, heard Kurosaki Ichigo's rampant words, but calmed down from his rage. Haha. Such a rampant little ghost. I can't remember how many years I haven't met such an interesting little ghost, haha. Kurosaki Ichigo stood on a branch not far in front of Leo, quietly hugging his hands, staring coldly at Leo, who suddenly became calmer, with a very disdainful smile still tugging at the corner of his mouth. Uncle, are you giving up? If this is the case, then I don't think about it with you, an old man, in the face of Teacher Dai Wire. Quote. In fact, Kurosaki Ichigo knows very well that Leo can't just give up like this, he just wants to provoke Leo again, let him burst out more powerful, and then use the big outbreak Leo to temper his physical body. After all, such a good sparring partner is not easy to find in the real world. Sure enough, after Kurosaki Ichigo said these words, Leo's lightning body flashed violently. Boy, you will pay for your arrogance. Quote. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had the Amethyst Demon Dragon's full body and blood, was not afraid of Leo's nutrientless threat at all, only to see him smile coldly and say in a condescending tone, "There are not 1,000 or 800 people who have said this to me, but guess what happened to them in the end?" Quote. Hermione, who had always admired Kurosaki Ichigo, sent a divine assist at this time, and she looked at Kurosaki Ichigo standing on a high branch with a dull expression and asked, "Huh? What's wrong with them?" Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo snapped his fingers at Hermione very dashingly, and said with a smile, "Of course." He obediently knelt in front of me and sang about conquest. "So, uncle, I advise you to retreat in the face of difficulties, just rely on you, not my opponent." Quote, after the fight just now, Leo already knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was very strong, and even if he exerted his full strength, he was not necessarily his opponent, but as a long-established veteran powerhouse, his dignity did not allow him to back down in such a situation. Ichigo Kurosaki, Leo, the mentor of Paladin Academy and an A-level Warcraft hunter, I'm here today to officially challenge you, and I will not die. Quote, however, just as Leo challenged Kurosaki Ichigo, a white-bearded old man who came with the sword behind Leo suddenly jumped out and stopped. "Young Lord Leo, don't do it. How can this kind of goods make such a golden body as yours dangerous? Let the old slave do it for you." Quote, a hint of intent clearly flashed in Leo's eyes, but his dignity as a strong man still made him flatly refuse. "No. Uncle Omega, this is my own business, I will solve it myself." Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, stood at the treetops and smiled coldly. "Hee, what a master-servant affection. Don't waste time. Let's go together. I have to fight 2 more games in the province. That, lay what little master, I accept your challenge." Quote, after Kurosaki Ichigo said this, he didn't talk nonsense with Leo, and disappeared into the treetops in an instant, and the next moment, the long sword in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand appeared in front of Leo like a ghost, and he had a posture of not splitting Leo in half and swearing not to take the knife. Time stands still. However, just when Kurosaki Ichigo's knife was about to slash Leo, the old man called Omega by Leo suddenly shouted, and then Kurosaki Ichigo felt that his body jumping forward stopped for a moment. As an A-class Warcraft hunter, Leo's strength and reaction ability are naturally not covered. He was very keenly aware of Kurosaki Ichigo's short-term flaw, and then did not hesitate to attack Kurosaki Ichigo who was stranded in midair. Bang! With an earth-shattering loud noise, Leo, who had been suppressed by Kurosaki Ichigo for half a day, finally ushered in a big outbreak, and the lightning light on his body almost illuminated the entire sky at this moment, and it was obvious that he had burst out all his power at this moment. Ichigo Kurosaki, who was suddenly fixed by a strange force, was hit by Leo's all-out blow without suspense, and then his whole person was shot out like a kite with a broken line. Kazuka Kento, who had not spoken much, saw Kurosaki Ichigo who was wrapped in a cloud of thunder and flew out upside down, and her good-looking little face was instantly filled with a nervous look, and then she didn't care that the battle on the field was still continuing, and rushed towards the direction where Kurosaki Ichigo landed. Shameless. What a skill is 2 to 1. Hermione, who had been nervously observing the situation on the field, did not care about her own safety at this time, and quickly rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo. However, someone did not want the 2 of them to approach Kurosaki Ichigo, and a very handsome middle-aged man standing behind Omega frowned slightly, and casually pointed at the 2 who rushed forward regardless of their own safety. "The duel is not over yet, no one is allowed to approach, barrier." Quote, poof, poof, quote, immediately following the voice of this handsome middle-aged man sounded 2 dull impacts, worried about Kurosaki Ichigo's Kento Kazuka and Hermione, as if they had hit a piece of transparent glass, and were directly blocked by an invisible barrier. The powerful impact made the 2 eyes of Venus, and they couldn't even say a complete sentence for a while. On the other hand, after Kurosaki Ichigo was sent flying, Leo and Omega did not let their guard down, and judging from the strong defense shown by Kurosaki Ichigo before, Leo's blow is likely not to pose a fatal threat to the teenager. It was also true, after the smoke and dust cleared, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was beaten by Leo, slowly stood up again, but Kurosaki Ichigo was not as relaxed as before. Judging from the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, Leo's blow still had some effect. Is time stagnant? It's kind of interesting. This ability is the first time I have met. What a good training object. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo, who slowly stood up from the smoke, gave Leo a strong pressure, and it was not that he had never met enemies as powerful as Kurosaki Ichigo, but none of those people could cause him such a sense of oppression and crisis. At this time, Leo even felt that what stood in front of him was not a human, but an S-class ferocious beast wearing human skin, and this dangerous aura was almost making him kneel involuntarily. Chapter 192. When the smoke cleared, Kurosaki Ichigo stood with a long knife, and the dense trees in the eternal forest made the environment here seem a little dim, and it was dark that people could not see the expression on Kurosaki Ichigo's face. Leo, who turned into a thunder giant, was intimidated by the momentum of Kurosaki Ichigo, who stood quietly, and couldn't help but take a step back. However, the old and heavy Omega was not as timid as Leo. He did not retreat, and his thin body quickly passed Leo's huge body and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo. "Stinky boy, suffer death. Now is the time for you to pay for your words and deeds, and everyone who dares to insult the Boa family must die." Holy Horse Impact. Quote. Along with Omega's voice came his powerful attack. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had just stood up, looked at Omega, who turned into a silver-white holy light, and very casually reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then he raised the long knife in his hand. Hee, smelly old man, you are really verbose. One knife flow, Juhei, death, lion elegy. Quote. With the trembling sound of a sword, a huge sword chi instantly burst out from the long knife in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand, and then, this sword chi instantly turned into a huge red lion and rushed towards Omega. With the rapid growth of Kurosaki Ichigo's strength, his stunned lion elegy has long been perfected, and the huge spiritual pressure suddenly made Omega's heart palpitate, but now that he was on the way to charge, he couldn't stop at all. Omega, who did not dare to collide with Kurosaki Ichigo's knife chi, abruptly stopped his stunt time, and took advantage of this unbearable moment to adjust the angle of his charge, avoiding Kurosaki Ichigo's powerful blow. Boom! A loud sound sounded, and the trees in the eternal forest fell in pieces, and an incomparably huge rift started with Kurosaki Ichigo's knife and stretched forward for a distance of hundreds of meters. Omega, who forcibly changed the direction of the charge, crashed headlong into a thick red shirt wood surrounded by 10 people, and then without suspense, it hit the red shirt wood that had grown for an unknown number of years with a click, and completely broke off from the root. Hiss! The Paladin Academy instructor who had just blocked Hermione and Kazuka Kento looked at the earth that was split by Kurosaki Ichigo, and immediately gasped, and involuntarily added several invisible transparent barriers to his front and back, left and right. Kurosaki Ichigo saw that his knife did not hit the Omega, and immediately felt a little regretful. Hee, you old man escaped quite fast. It's a little interesting, but I don't know if under 10 times the gravity, can you run as fast as now? Ha ha. Quote. Omega, who had been on guard, suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura when Kurosaki Ichigo finished speaking, but just when he wanted to retreat, he found that his body suddenly went up a mountain. Then, before Omega could even make an exclamation, he was heavily pressed to the ground by the sudden strong gravity, and the powerful impact centered on his knees, instantly shaking the ground around him 3 meters into a spiderweb-like crack. However, although Omega was temporarily pressed to the ground by Ichigo Kurosaki with 10 times gravity, after all, he was the mentor of the Paladin Academy, which was famous for refining flesh, although his body looked thin and weak, but it contained extremely powerful power, and fortunately, although he could not move temporarily, he did not worry about his life. However, although Omega has nothing to do for the time being, Leo on the side has already been scared out of his guts. Uncle Omega. How are you? Quote. The mentor who added at least 10 transparent barriers to himself was also taken aback by Kurosaki Ichigo, but he was much smarter than Leo, who turned into a lightning giant, but he was shocked for a moment, and this man immediately greeted the mentors of the Paladin Academy who were surrounding him. Everyone go together. This devil's move is unheard of. He must be Voldemort's lackey, an evil black warrior. Everyone doesn't need to pay attention to any chivalry. Eliminate evil, obligation, don't care about these subsections. With the sound of the barrier man, Leo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately echoed the barrier man's voice and shouted. Ah, yes, Bartle is right. Everyone is responsible for eliminating evil. I, Leo Pova, am willing to take the lead in the charge. Everyone go up with me and kill this black warrior. Quote. After Leo said this, he brandished his thunder fist and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo first. Little ghost, who wants to hurt my uncle, eat my heavenly thunder fist again. Quote. Following Leo to rush forward, there are several other mentors of the Paladin Academy. These are all extremely strong people above A, usually singled out a random throw in the world of this island of greed, are all well-known figures. At this time the 5 of them go together as a unique thing, which can also show how much they attach importance to Kurosaki Ichigo. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already picked up his tail and fled when he saw the posture of the group of mentors of the Paladin Academy, but Kurosaki Ichigo was certainly not an ordinary person. At this time, he not only did not escape, but also plunged the long sword in his hand to the ground, and then laughed wantonly and arrogantly. Ha ha, good come, gravity fist, explosion, landslide. Quote, in Kurosaki Ichigo's thoughts, since his ability to manipulate gravity has been exposed, there is nothing to hide, and he simply fights with these aborigines, which also has some benefits for his strength. Thinking like this in his heart, Kurosaki Ichigo unreservedly used his best trick, Gravity Fist. Under the blessing of 10 times gravity, Kurosaki Ichigo's fist is simply heavier than Mount High. When Leo's huge electric fist collided with Kurosaki Ichigo's small fist, the electric light on Leo's fist was instantly scattered, and then his entire arm was shattered by Kurosaki Ichigo's hammer. Then, Leo, who was still imposing just now, was like a kite with a broken line, and was hammered by Kurosaki into the brightest star in the sky. However, while fighting Leo, Kurosaki Ichigo was also besieged by the mentors of the Paladin Academy, and at this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo's body was bombarded with at least 4 heavy punches. Even Kurosaki Ichigo, who was as strong as a demon dragon in the flesh, could not bear the poof, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 193. Stop. What a good man to bully more. Quote, when Kurosaki Ichigo was besieged by the mentors of the Paladin Academy and beaten to the point of vomiting blood, Dai Wire, who had been standing on the sidelines, finally couldn't sit still. And after Dai Wire spoke, the tutors and students of Hogwarts House, who had long been a little unaccustomed to the mentors of the Paladin Academy, also immediately stood up, and their position was self-evident. In fact, if you talk about the extraordinary level alone, the beautiful Dai Wire is the highest one among everyone. As an A+ other strong person, Dai Wire's strength is not covered. In the moment she spoke, everyone in the Paladin Academy was stunned, not daring to protect Kurosaki that victorious pursuit again. However, these ordinary mentors are afraid of Dai Wire, but some people are not afraid of her, and Omega, who has just been suppressed by Kurosaki Ichigo and fell to the ground, has taken advantage of the gap between Kurosaki Ichigo's injuries to stand up. He glanced at Dai Wire coldly and said, it is everyone's duty to eliminate the evil Black Warrior. Does Miss Dai Wire want to stand on the opposite side of the light? Quote, Dai Wire was obviously a little jealous of this Omega, and at this time, she was threatened by his cold eyes and words, and suddenly didn't know what to say. However, Dai Wire was silent, and Hermione, who was jealous as hatred, did not intend to bow to evil like this, and the little girl pointed at Omega's nose very bare and scolded. Bah, smelly old man, it's really shameless. Did you see in that eye that Ichigo-kun was a black samurai? Do you have proof? Quote, Omega frowned, and said a little impatiently, HMPH. Evidence. Our Boa family says he is a black warrior, then he is a black warrior. Moreover, just by attacking the descendants of the great speaker of the Council of Light, our Boa family can permanently arrest him wherever the light can reach. Quote, Hermione, who said Omega's righteous words, was speechless, and she angrily pointed at Omega with her slender little hand and said angrily, You turn black and white upside down. It is clear that you provoked him first, and now you are not as good as others to besiege him. Bah, the Boa family really does not want to be faceless. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was defeated by the Paladin Academy mentor, stood up tenaciously again, and he glanced at Hermione, who was arguing for herself, with very gentle eyes. Ahem. Hermione, Davril, thank you for speaking for me, but this group of people can't threaten me yet. You two go back first, and then watch me perform. Quote, the reason why Kurosaki Ichigo said this is actually his confidence, and after being hit hard twice in a row, the evolution personality that has been dormant in his body has finally been awakened again. As Momo Yaoyorozu once said, the essence of evolution is adaptation, and after several powerful blows, Kurosaki Ichigo very clearly felt that the power of the amethyst demon dragon stored in his arm was being consumed rapidly. A small part of these magic dragon powers are fueled by the body, while most of them are dominated by the personality of evolution and quickly transform Kurosaki Ichigo's already perfect body. If anyone can see his inside through Kurosaki Ichigo's body's surface at this time, they will be surprised to find that the muscle tissue of Kurosaki Ichigo's whole body is rapidly reorganizing, constantly changing his form under a magical force. In the end, these constantly reorganizing muscle tissues finally found the most stable form, that is, the honeycomb type, and the muscle tissue with this form not only has a stronger ability to resist blows than ordinary ones, but can even rebound part of the attack. And this strange change that happened to Ichigo Kurosaki is the best adaptation of this perverted personality of evolution to the external environment. At this moment, although Kurosaki Ichigo's appearance still looks extremely miserable, his inner state is surprisingly good, and he even can't wait to fight this group of mentors of the Paladin Academy to verify his latest form. Swoosh! A sound of a sharp object cutting through the sky sounded, and Leo, who was beaten by Kurosaki Ichigo into the brightest star in the sky, came with a sword again, but this time Leo did not have the coquettish of the first imperial sword. At this time, not only could he not maintain the image of the lightning giant, but he returned to his original appearance, even his entire right arm was pulled down, and the clothes on his body were also tattered, looking miserable. "Ah! Boy, come with your life, I'm going to kill you." Quote. As soon as Leopu appeared, he roared again and rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo, who had not suffered any setbacks since he was a child. He really couldn't bear it, and was sent flying like a dead dog in front of his beloved woman. At this time, Leo has been completely carried away by anger. There is no fear in his heart, and there is only one goal in his eyes, that is, Kurosaki Ichigo. If he didn't kill Ichigo Kurosaki today, then he would never be able to stand up in front of Dai Weier in the future, which was simply an unbearable shame. Leo, who suddenly stormed away and attacked Ichigo Kurosaki, surprised everyone, and no one had time to stop his attack. However, looking at Leo's closer and closer, thunder lightning left fist, Kurosaki Ichigo only showed a very disdainful smile, not even the slightest intention to dodge. Hee, just in time, just use you to try my new body. Quote. Poof. Leo's fist slammed firmly on Kurosaki Ichigo's solid chest, and the powerful electric light also invaded Kurosaki Ichigo's body with Leo's fist at this moment, and as the electric light continued to pour, the smile at the corner of Leo's mouth became bigger and bigger. Although Kurosaki Ichigo had not yet fallen at this time, Leo laughed maniacally as if he had foreseen his death. Haha. Stinky little ghost, fight with me, you are still a little too tender, this time I see if you die or not. Ha ha ha. Quote. However, just when Leo felt that the victory was in hand, Kurosaki Ichigo, who had not moved, slowly raised his right hand. Then, under Leo's terrified gaze, Kurosaki Ichigo slowly held Leo's electric left hand at a slow but firm speed. Uncle, you are really noisy. Didn't your dad teach you that you don't want BB for things that can be solved with your fists? Quote. Click. There was a crisp sound of bones breaking in the air, and Leo's remaining left hand was once again folded into an L shape in Kurosaki Ichigo's hands, and Leo finally could no longer bear the huge pain and the double blow of humiliating flesh and mind in front of the goddess, and fainted without hesitation. Chapter 194. Young Lord, bold maniac, hurry up and let go of my young master. Quote. Time stands still. Holy horse impact. Quote. After Leo was passed out by Kurosaki Ichigo with broken hands, the centaurs on the side of the Paladin Academy were simply out of order, and these usually human-looking knight mentors could no longer care about their own image, and they were as worried as dogs who lost their families, and there were those who lost their families. In fact, these mentors have such a performance. Paladin Academy is not like Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It is a public magic school. It is completely a private school controlled by the Pova family, and all the tutors in this academy can be said to be the vassals of the Pova family. There is a saying called, "The Lord worries about the humiliation, the Lord humiliates the subject to death," and today the young master of the Boa family is not only humiliated under Ichigo Kurosaki, but even directly knocked out. This kind of thing has been unimaginable for hundreds of years since the rise of the Boa family. These mentors can now imagine what kind of punishment they should receive after returning to the academy. Being exiled to the barbaric land to clear the wilderness is light, and it is more likely to waste the fighting spirit of the whole body, and finally be kicked away by the boa family like a dead dog, and live the second half of their lives extremely miserable. Now, the only one who can make up for all this is Kurosaki Ichigo's head. As long as he can cut off Kurosaki Ichigo's head, then everything will still have room to return. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the Paladin Academy people who rushed over like bereaved dogs, and a cruel smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Hee, are you sure you want me to let go of this waste? If you are sure, then I will return it to you, who calls me a good person. Ha ha. Quote, after Kurosaki Ichigo said this, he kicked Leo in the crotch, and Leo, who had just been unconscious by pain, felt a sound of egg breaking in his crotch, and immediately woke up from the pain in his coma. As soon as he opened his eyes, Leo found that he was flying quickly towards Omega and the others from the sky in an extremely humiliating posture with his hands covering the eggs. Omega and the others, who were rushing towards Kurosaki Ichigo, couldn't help but be overjoyed when they saw Kurosaki Ichigo kicking Leo back. What they were most afraid of was that Kurosaki Ichigo would grab Leo and use this as a blackmail to force them to do something embarrassing. But now none of this will happen, although this little devil has a strong fighting talent, but after all, he is still too young, he does not know how to grasp the enemy's weaknesses, and he gives up a trump card to Shang, Omega thought in his heart. However, Omega's contempt for Ichigo Kurosaki disappeared after only a second, and when he was very happy to catch his young master with his own hands, he realized how outrageous he was. Kurosaki Ichigo's kick didn't seem to have anything special, but it actually added 10 times the gravity skill, and the powerful kick directly said that Leo's eggs were completely exploded, but all this happened too quickly, and Omega didn't have time to react. However, even if Omega was dull, when Leo's body containing powerful momentum fell into his arms, he realized that something was wrong. How can it be? This power. Quote, Omega only had time to let out an exclamation and was knocked out by Leo, who crashed into his arms, and at the same time as being knocked away, Omega and Leo's mouths also spewed out a mouthful of pale golden blood, which seemed to be not lightly injured. After kicking Leo, Kurosaki Ichigo stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the powerful shock wave instantly swept a radius of 10 meters, and the heavy sword that had been inserted by him on the ground also bounced violently with the vibration of the ground, and then Kurosaki Ichigo waved indifferently, and the gravity skill firmly sucked the sword back into his hand. After Kurosaki Ichigo made a successful move, he began to chase after the victory, and after his body was strengthened again, he burst out with extremely terrifying attack power. Just a few simple ejections and slashes, and those mentors of the Paladin Academy were beaten by him, and they were all injured. After knocking everyone down, Kurosaki Ichigo stepped heavily on the head of the still arrogant Omega just now. Hey, smelly old man, didn't you just make me pay? How did it become a dead dog now? Hurry up, I want to continue to compare with you twice. Quote, Omega, whose head was trampled into the mud by Kurosaki Ichigo, was furious, and he struggled desperately under Kurosaki Ichigo's feet, but under the strong pressure of 10 times gravity, no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Kurosaki Ichigo's big foot. After a few such times, Omega finally exhausted and stopped struggling. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at the Omega, who was like a real dead dog at his feet, and kicked him out with a bored kick. Hey, it's really boring, just like you dare to say crazy words. It's really overwhelming. Quote, Leo, who was kicked and burst by Ichigo Kurosaki, covered his crotch with both hands, and kept wailing and cursing viciously while saying, "Oh, little ghost. You're finished, you kind of kill me now, otherwise I will definitely not let you go, you will wait to be hunted to death by the Boa family. Not only you, but all those related to you are going to die." Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo raised his eyebrows, and said very coldly to Leo, who kept tumbling, is there anyone who wants to die so much? It's really the first time I've heard of this kind of request, but since you've asked for it, I'll fulfill you. Quote, after Kurosaki Ichigo said this, he raised the long sword in his hand, and then with an extremely fierce posture, he slashed towards Leo's head. If this sword made him slash solid, Leo would not have 9 lives enough to kill. However, just as Leo was about to land his head on the ground, a very thick old male voice suddenly sounded in everyone's hearts, fixing curse. Quote, and after this voice sounded, Kurosaki Ichigo immediately felt that his body was as if it was embedded in a stone, and the sword that he was determined to win could not be cut down now. After hearing this voice, Lateral and the other Hogwarts teachers and students looked at a certain place in the forest very excitedly, and Hermione, who had a big grin, waved madly at the woods. Haha, it's Headmaster Dumbledore. Teacher Lateral, it's Headmaster Dumbledore here. Chapter 195. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was released by Dumbledore, remained motionless, like a lifeless stone statue, and many mentors of the Paladin Academy who were defeated by Kurosaki Ichigo immediately sensed that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Bartle, who has a barrier personality, was the first to rush up and wanted to solve him while Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't move, but Bartle had just made an attacking stance, and Dumbledore, who slowly emerged from the woods, waved his old wand at him casually and said, "Upside down Admiralty." Quote, just this simple spell, Bartle, who was also a strong man, was like a puppet, hanging upside down in the air. And the other mentors of the Paladin Academy saw Bartle like this, and suddenly did not dare to act rashly. One by one, they stood in place like their grandson, looking at Dumbledore who came from the depths of the woods. And Dumbledore, who walked to Lateral's side, saw that everyone was shocked by himself, so he waved his wand at Bartle, who was hanging upside down in the air. Admiralty landed. Quote, bang. After a dull sound, the handsome face of Barthold, who was suspended upside down in the air, made an intimate contact with the earth. After Leo and Omega were seriously injured, Bartle was the strongest of the mentors of the Paladin Academy, but what people never expected was that even if they were as strong as Bartle in the hands of Dumbledore, they did not make a move. After Hermione saw that Dumbledore had collected Bartle, who was preparing to attack Kurosaki Ichigo, she immediately begged Dumbledore, "Headmaster, Ichigo-kun is a good man, you can also lift his spell." Quote, the bearded Dunjado touched Hermione's little head very lovingly, but did not immediately promise Hermione to unlock the spell for Kurosaki Ichigo, but instead looked at Daiwire who was standing on the side and said, "Daiwire, who is this young man and the little girl over there? I heard you being attacked by Death Eaters and no one was hurt, right?" Quote, hearing Dumbledore's question, Lateral first bowed slightly to him and saluted, and then replied respectfully, "I was about to report to you, we were indeed attacked by Death Eaters before, but thanks to this little brother who saved us, the little girl you saw is also this little brother's companion." Quote, when Dumbledore heard this, he was a little surprised. Oh. In that case, then this little brother should be a friend. How did he fight with Leo of Paladin Academy in the end? And looking at his appearance, it seems that he wants to kill Leo. What's going on here? Quote, Rei, who was kicked by Kurosaki Ichigo, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He heard Dumbledore's question, and immediately replied, "Woohoo. Headmaster Dumbledore, you are a good friend of the world, you have to decide for me." Quote, hearing Leo's spineless cry, Dumbledore's brows furrowed slightly, but soon, a kind smile appeared on his face again, and he turned to Rei. The rest are put aside first, your injuries are important, I will heal your wounds first, the wounds are healed. Quote, this wound healing spell was originally a very common healing spell in the magic, and even a magic apprentice who had just learned magic could use it, but it was such a simple magic spell, under Dumbledore's powerful magical cultivation, it actually had the effect of turning decay into magic. With Dumbledore's flick of the Elder Wand, Leo instantly felt that his two eggs were not in pain at all, and the person was also energetic. On the other end, Kurosaki Ichigo, who had been hanging aside by Dumbledore, was extremely shocked at this moment, and he had long been famous for Dumbledore, but what he didn't expect was that the first meeting with this legendary magician was actually under this situation. Kurosaki Ichigo's perception of the outside world was not actually disturbed, he could clearly detect Bartle's attack on him, as well as Dumbledore's conversations with others, but due to the limitations of magical power, he could not react to any of them. However, under the strong rebound of evolution personality, Kurosaki Ichigo has clearly felt that his body has gradually become resistant to the magical power of body fixation, and in the period of time that Dumbledore has spoken to others, this resistance to body fixing has become stronger and stronger. When the last trace of Amethyst Demon Dragon power stored in Kurosaki Ichigo in his arm was exhausted, his body was completely adapted to the body fixing technique. After feeling the effect of the body fixing technique lifted, Kurosaki Ichigo gently moved his little finger and found that, as he expected, the body-fixing technique had no effect on him. However, although the effect of the body-fixing technique was lifted, Kurosaki Ichigo did not move immediately, but pretended to be fixed and motionless, wanting to see what these people would do. Dumbledore, who released the spell, was obviously very confident in the effect of his spell, and after fixing Ichigo Kurosaki, he never looked at him again, seemingly not worried that Kurosaki Ichigo would escape. The attention of the others at this time was attracted by Dumbledore, so they did not notice that Kurosaki Ichigo's fingers could not feel a slight movement. Of course, this, others, did not include Kazuka Kento and Hermione. The two little girls' minds had all pounced on Kurosaki Ichigo at this time. Almost as soon as Kurosaki Ichigo moved his finger, they immediately found out. Kazuka Kento was much more mature than Hermione, so after seeing Kurosaki Ichigo move slightly, he did not show anything, but turned his eyes elsewhere casually, for fear of exposing Kurosaki Ichigo. However, Hermione did not have such a delicate mind as Kazuka Kento. After seeing Kurosaki Ichigo move, Hermione's originally worried face was immediately full of smiles. Fortunately, Kurosaki Ichigo found out early, taking advantage of the fact that others were not paying attention, quickly made a grimace and silencing motion to Hermione, which avoided his own exposure. Dumbledore seemed to notice a hint of abnormality when Kurosaki Ichigo grimaced at Hermione, and he turned his head to look at Kurosaki Ichigo with some surprise, only to find that Kurosaki Ichigo was still motionless and without any abnormalities. Dai Weier noticed Deng Kijua's abnormality, and asked with some curiosity, "What's wrong, Dean?" Chapter 196. Dumbledore, who didn't see anything unusual from Kurosaki Ichigo, shook his head slightly. "It's okay. It may be that I'm old. The illusion. You continue to talk about the ins and outs of this matter. I'm listening." Davil nodded, and was ready to continue to report to Dumbledore the cause and effect of the attack, but Leo, who had just been cured by Dumbledore, interjected first at this time. "Grandpa Dumbledore, listen to me. This kid called Kurosaki Ichigo is not a good person. His moves are very strange. It must be black magic." Leo was afraid that Davil would reveal to Dumbledore that he first provoked Kurosaki Ichigo, so he preemptively poured dirty water on Kurosaki Ichigo's body, and the other Paladin Academy instructors also helped at this time. Yes, this kid's move is unheard of. It must be black magic. He must be Voldemort's vassal. As the saying goes, 3 people become tigers, even if they are as wise as Dumbledore. After hearing so many people say that Kurosaki Ichigo's moves are strange, they faintly believe a little, but Dumbledore is not a mediocre person after all. He did not pay attention to the people of Paladin Academy but looked at Davril with a searching gaze. Dai Weier was a very honest person, and at this time, facing Dumbledore's searching gaze, she nodded very honestly and said, "Ichigo-kun's move is indeed very strange. I have not seen it before, and it does look a little like black magic, but..." Leo was overjoyed when he heard Dai Weier's words. This fool still thought that Dai Weier was helping him speak, and he danced excitedly. "Dean, you heard me. Even teacher Dai Weier said that it was black magic. Everyone is condemned by the Death Eaters. Let me kill this demon." Hearing Leo's upside-down words, Daviel immediately explained anxiously, "No, it's not like that." However, Leo, who has long held a grudge against Kurosaki Ichigo, where would he miss such a good opportunity to get rid of his great enemy? Without waiting for Dumbledore's order, he threw his fist at Ichigo Kurosaki, who seemed immobile. At this moment, the powerful thunder light once again swirled around Leo's hands, and Leo could even feel that in the next second, the head of that nasty stinky imp would completely explode into a brilliant firework under his fist. Bang! A dull explosion resounded through the eternal forest, and with this explosion, little Hermione covered her small mouth in surprise, and Davril widened her good-looking eyes in disbelief, and even the old and heavy Dumbledore was completely shocked by this scene in front of him, standing motionless as if he had been released from the fixing charm. At that moment just now, there was indeed a person's head turned into a brilliant firework, but this person was not Ichigo Kurosaki, but took advantage of Kurosaki Ichigo being fixed and suddenly poisoned and killed his Leo. Poor Leo didn't understand until he died. Akira was released with the fixing curse. Why was Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly able to move again? Not only did he not understand, but even Dumbledore, who personally released the spell, did not understand. How strong his own fixing curse is Dumbledore is completely clear. As an SSS-level legendary powerhouse, even if he just casually releases a low-level one, then this kind of spell is not something that ordinary people can unravel, and breaking through the shackles of the binding curse with his own strength is even more unheard of. Omega, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground by Ichigo Kurosaki, was horrified when he saw this scene. You actually killed our young lord. The people of the Boa family will not let you go, you are finished. If you die, not only you, but even your family will die a bad death. You have no idea how great the Boa family is. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo, who killed Leo like an ant, flicked his fist nonchalantly, throwing all the blood stains on it. Is it? Are you going to kill my whole family? I'm so scared, but unfortunately, my father and mother don't know where to die. If your Boa family can resurrect them and kill them again, please tell me, I want to thank you very much, ha ha ha. Quote, Dumbledore finally recovered from the shock of Kurosaki Ichigo killing Leo at this time, and his first reaction was to save Leo, who had become a headless horseman. But even if he was as powerful as Dumbledore, he could not come back to life, and Leo who had no head had long died and could not die anymore. Where could he save it? This can make Dumbledore angry. The first heir to the Pova family was hammered in front of him, and it was still that person who was cast a binding spell by himself. If this matter could not be properly handled today, he would not have to mess around in the circle of legendary mages. Without saying a word, Dumbledore took out his sharp weapon, Elder Wand, pointed at Kurosaki Ichigo's nose and blew his beard and glared. Bah, you will kill people at every turn. You are indeed Voldemort's lackey. I will take this scourge of yours for Skywalk today. Quote, after Dumbledore said this, he was ready to release a spell to completely kill Kurosaki Ichigo, and Kurosaki Ichigo was not to be outdone, and put on a fighting posture to fight Dumbledore to the death. Seeing that the war between these two was about to break out, Lateral, Hermione, and other teachers and students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry immediately jumped out to block it, and Lateral even anxiously hugged Dumbledore's hand and persuaded, Dean. It's a misunderstanding, don't fight. Quote, as soon as Dumbledore was stopped by these apprentices and grandchildren, he immediately realized that this matter did not seem to be so simple. His brows frowned slightly, and he said helplessly to Daiware who was holding his arm, Okay, old man, can't I do it if I don't do it? You quickly let go of my hand, such a big girl, what kind of system? Quote, Davy saw that Dumbledore really had no intention of making a move, so she carefully let go of Dumbledore's hand, but although she let go of Dumbledore, her body was still firmly blocked in front of Ichigo Kurosaki. Deng Waiduo felt a little amused by Daiware's small action, but he didn't debunk her. He brushed his white beard, and this Kurosaki Ichigo said, Devier, explain, what the hell is going on? I'm still confused. Chapter 197. Under the mediation of Daiware, Kurosaki Ichigo did not fight with Dumbledore after all. However, after listening to Davis's story completely, Dumbledore still frowned, and said to Kurosaki Ichigo with some dissatisfaction, You young man is too violent. Leo provokes you. You just drive him away. Why kill him, alas? Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo pouted disdainfully, I have given them opportunities several times, but they themselves do not cherish it. Since they are bent on asking for death, then of course I can only fulfill them. Anyway, it is a matter of reaching out. Quote, Dumbledore was blown by Kurosaki Ichigo's cynical look, and he pointed at the Paladin Academy mentors who were standing not far away and showed hatred to Kurosaki Ichigo, and said angrily, You wild boy who doesn't know the height of the sky, do you know who they are? Do you know who the person you just killed is? I don't know how thick the sky is. Quote, hearing Dumbledore's serious words, although his heart was still disdainful of this Rylian Paladin Academy, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but feel a little curious. Oh. Who is it? I really don't know, old man, tell me about it. Quote, Dumbledore first glanced at the Paladin Academy standing on the side with meaningful eyes, and then explained to Kurosaki Ichigo in a low voice. The others are nothing, but Leo's identity is somewhat special. He is the first heir to the Pova family, and he is also the most potential heir. Oh, I've been listening to you talk about this Boa family. How? Is this Boa family bullish? Quote, this time, it was not Dumbledore who answered Kurosaki Ichigo, but Hermione, who had always been very active. Of course, the Boa family is one of the 7 families that created the Council of Light, and the current Grand Speaker of the Council of Light is the helm of the Boa family, Bill Pova. And what is even more terrifying is that he, like Ardeen, is also an SSS-level powerhouse. Quote, speaking of which, Kurosaki Ichigo roughly understands what kind of existence the Boa family is, but as a player who can leave this world from the exit at any time, Kurosaki Ichigo does not care about this Boa family. Can he still cross to Earth to kill him? Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo was completely relieved. He waved the long sword in his hand, half jokingly and half seriously pointed at the group of Paladin Academy mentors and said, "Oh, since that Boa family is so powerful, then I simply kill them all, otherwise wouldn't it be troublesome to leave a living mouth to leak me?" Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo's words were very arrogant, and he simply regarded the group of Paladin Academy mentors as bedbugs that could be trampled to death at will, and this extremely arrogant gesture suddenly angered the Paladin mentors who were almost on the verge of madness again. Omega, who was seriously injured, had long been in his heart, and he also spoke to Kurosaki Ichigo without any scruples. HMPH, if you want to kill us, then you have to see if you have this Ben, and do you think that by killing us you can escape the sanctions of the Boa family? It's a dream. The Boa family is everywhere, and the Bright Sword Saint is there. You are not saved, wait for death. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo rolled his eyes at the dead duck's Omega very helplessly. You are just like a leper dog. It's really annoying. I'll kill you today. You can just let that shit Bright Sword Saint come to me. Quote, then he looked at Dumbledore again and said, "Hey, old man, you can see, this is what he asked for. You don't have a problem if I kill him, right?" Quote, how could Dumbledore have no opinion? He directly rolled his eyes and threatened Kurosaki Ichigo. If you dare to kill again, I will directly tie you up and send you to Bill's old fox's office, do you believe it or not? At that time, I guarantee that you will have 9 lives, which is not enough for him to kill. Quote, after stopping Kurosaki Ichigo's killing heart with words, Dumbledore waved to the mentors of the Paladin Academy again. You guys also leave, don't stay here anymore. This eternal forest is not a good place. As for this little brother who killed Leo, he is kind to me Hogwarts. You can go back and report to Bill. Just say that I Dumbledore saved it. Let him come to Hogwarts to find me if he has something. Quote, after Dumbledore's words, the mentors of the Paladin Academy fell into a dead silence. Dumbledore noticed the emotions of these people. His brows couldn't help but frown, and the unique coercion belonging to the SSS-level powerhouse burst out instantly. How? Do you think my face is not big enough to save this little brother? Quote, under the coercion of Dumbledore, the mentors of the Paladin Academy turned pale one by one, and the already seriously injured Omega was even more shaky, unable to say even half a word. Among this group of mentors, the handsome Uncle Bartle's brain is the most bright, and after Leo and Omega were killed and injured, these Paladin Academy mentors were also faintly led by him. At this time, Bartle saw Dumbledore angry, and immediately spinelessly submitted. Since the immortal law god has spoken, we little minions naturally have no opinion. I will take them back. You can rest assured, I will definitely bring the words. The law god you are busy with you, we will leave. Dumbledore did not hurriedly withdraw his strong coercion after hearing Bartle's soft words, and then waved at him like a fly. Let's go. I still have things to deal with here, so I won't send you guys. Tell Bill. This little brother will be our Hogwarts physical instructor from now on. Let him have less crooked ideas. Quote, however, after Dumbledore's words came out, Bartle didn't say anything, but Kurosaki Ichigo immediately rebounded. Hey, stinky old man, when did I agree to go to your Hogwarts to be a physical instructor? You don't want wishful thinking, okay. Quote, for Kurosaki Ichigo's objections, Dumbledore's response was simple and rude. He gently waved his old wand at Kurosaki Ichigo, and the powerful magic belonging to the SSS level instantly enveloped Kurosaki Ichigo. Everything is silent. All through petrification. Quote, after these 2 spells were cast, poor Kurosaki Ichigo was turned by Dumbledore into a stone man who could not speak or move. After solving Kurosaki Ichigo's problem, Dumbledore squinted his eyes at Shintor and the others, and said in a rather impatient tone, how? You're not leaving yet. Do you want me to give you a ride? Chapter 198. Bartle naturally did not dare to let Dumbledore give them a ride, and after hurriedly collecting Leo's body, Bartle took the remnants of the Paladin Academy defeated soldiers and left the Eternal Forest with their tails between their tails. And our big hero who dared to choke with Dumbledore Kurosaki Ichigo, of course, he was still like a stone man, but at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was subjected to a levitation technique by Dumbledore, and then, this big hero who was majestic in reality was kited by Dumbledore. However, although Kurosaki Ichigo was petrified magic, his perception of the outside world was not completely blocked, so he could still see and hear the movements around him through his eyes and ears, but at this time, he would rather be a blind and deaf person who could not see or hear. At least that way, Kurosaki Ichigo could pretend that he hadn't seen the unconcealed smile that Kazuka Kento and Hermione couldn't hide when they looked at him all the way, or he could pretend that he hadn't heard the constant and deliberate coughing sound of the woman Davrasaki. However, none of this happened, and Ichigo Kurosaki was neither blind nor deaf, but returned to Hogwarts alive and healthy, in the form of a kite, of course. When Dumbledore brought the Kite Man, Ichigo Kurosaki back to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the entire school was shocked. After all, not everyone is qualified to be treated as a kite by the Lord Dean who has not seen the end of the dragon, and put it all the way back to the Academy from the Eternal Forest. And when these teachers and students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry who came to watch heard that Kurosaki Ichigo was the first heir to the throne of the Chopova family, Leo, they were even more curious about Kurosaki Ichigo, a boy who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. You know, after Leo removed the layer of aura on his body, he is a strongman, and Kurosaki Ichigo can kill a powerhouse at such an age, and its strength and potential are simply unimaginable. Not to mention that there is no one to come, at least it is unprecedented, and in the years that the Island of Greed has been developed, he really has such a demon. The world setting of the Island of Greed is similar to the European medieval period. At this time, mankind has not experienced several industrial revolutions, nor has it experienced the era of information explosion in later generations, so the entertainment of people in this era can be described as quite scarce. And Kurosaki Ichigo's appearance is undoubtedly a bombshell dropped in the calm lake of Hogwarts. The effect is simply barbaric. When Kurosaki Ichigo enters the gate of Hogwarts, what awaits him are enthusiastic Hogwarts teachers and students. That scene was no worse than the concerts of those little fresh meat in later generations. Kurosaki Ichigo's heart that wanted to die at this time was watched by so many people now, and the glorious image he had finally established was completely gone. And he didn't know that there were no players who came in from the real world. If there were, then he was really humiliated. Dumbledore obviously didn't realize that casually bringing back a junior 2-year boy with a little short temper would cause such a big sensation, but after being surprised for a moment, the old Dumbledore smiled and beckoned to Daviel next to him. Wire, who had been stealing pleasure, saw that Dumbledore was greeting her, quickly ran forward 2 steps, bowed her head respectfully and asked, "Dean, do you have something to order? Is it because there are too many people here? Do you need me to disperse them all?" Quote, Dumbledore shook his head and said with a gentle smile, No, students think of where is their freedom. Although we are mentors, we can't drive them away because of our own preferences. I mean, since everyone has gathered here, then we might as well take this opportunity to hold a school meeting and introduce Ichigo Kurosaki for them. What do you think? Quote, Wire obviously did not keep up with Dumbledore's strange brain circuit, and after a long time, she hesitated and said, Principal, are you going to have a school meeting? Or is it because Ichigo-kun has a school meeting? That's a bit inappropriate, right? After all, he's not from our Hogwarts yet. Quote, Dumbledore brushed his snow-white beard and said meaningfully, Since I promised you to keep him in the Eternal Forest, his body has been branded with our Hogwarts, and unless he dies, this brand of his will never be shaken off. Quote, Speaking of this, Dumbledore persuaded Lateral in a serious voice, I know you don't want to force someone who saves your life, but we are also doing this to save his life, for his own good. Think for yourself, if you lose the protection of me in Hogwarts, can this kid really escape the pursuit of the Boa family? Quote, Dumbledore's words could not be more blunt. Lateral was not a fool, of course she could understand what Dumbledore meant, and after glancing at Ichigo Kurosaki who was still floating in the sky like a kite with slight hesitation, she finally made a decision in her heart. Okay, I'll go and organize the teachers and students to gather in the auditorium, and you old man will take Ichigo-kun with you first. Dumbledore saw that one of his favorite disciples finally agreed with his opinion, and his heart was very happy. He smiled heartily, shook his head at Wire, and said, "Where's the trouble? Since almost all the teachers and students of the school are here, I will inform you." Quote, after Dumbledore finished speaking, he gently waved the Elder Wand in his hand, casting a loud sound spell on himself, and at the same time, he cast a silence charm on the crowd of onlookers, and in an instant, the entire Hogwarts was completely quiet. Dumbledore saw that the eyes of all the teachers and students had finally moved from Kurosaki Ichigo's body to his body, so he smiled and said, "Teachers, students, please line up according to the grade and class and enter the auditorium. We will soon hold a school-wide assembly. I have important things to announce." Quote, under the blessing of the loud sound curse, Dumbledore's voice instantly penetrated into the ears of every teacher and student at Hogwarts, and out of absolute trust in the legendary headmaster, these teachers and students began to line up according to their respective classes without hesitation, and slowly walked towards the Great Hall located in the depths of Hogwarts. Chapter 199. More than half an hour after Dumbledore announced that the school meeting was about to be held, the teachers and students of the four houses of Hogwarts gathered together, but although the four houses were called one, the internal competition led to a very tense relationship, and this tension was directly reflected in the position of the teachers and students. Standing on the far left was Slytherin House. Their camp was far away from the crowd, and the bright silver house uniforms made them look very conspicuous. This group of people were the most gifted magicians in the entire house, and because of this, they were always out of step with the other houses, because they were so proud. Slytherin was followed from left to right by Ravenclaw House, Hufflepuff House and, most unpopularly, Gryffindor House. Dumbledore stood on a high platform and saw the position of the four houses clearly, but he did not intend to change anything. Sometimes, some healthy competition and pressure were necessary, which could push people to strive more, surpass themselves, and achieve what they could not achieve alone. After these bustling students stood in their camps, Dumbledore waved his hand again and cast a silent spell on everyone, and in an instant, the noisy Great Hall was completely quiet, and Dumbledore once again cast a loud spell on himself. Dear tutors, students, I have gathered you here today, mainly because I have a few things to announce. These things are very important. I hope you can pay full attention after listening. Dumbledore paused again when he said this, and after everyone's attention was concentrated, he continued, "Let me say the first thing first. I believe everyone has already heard. Teacher Lateral encountered an attack from the Death Eaters when she led the team out for an internship, and this has never happened before." Quote, maybe some students still can't understand what this means, but experienced mentors should be able to understand that it means that the activities of the Death Eaters have become more active. They are about to walk from the dark mud to the sun, and I am here to make a new decision to everyone in this academy. Starting today, all students and mentors must form a squad of more than 5 people when they go out, and there must be an A- level transcendent in the squad. As soon as Dumbledore's decision was spoken, the tutors and students of the 4 major houses immediately began to exchange ears. Although under the effect of the silence curse, these people could not hear each other's words, but it still could not prevent them from expressing their shock at this matter. You know, the Strong of A is not a big road in the world of the Island of Greed. That is the upper level of the 8 classics, although Hogwarts is a gathering place for the strong. But there are not many as strong. Once this decision is made, then it is likely to mean that for a long time, the travel of teachers and students at Hogwarts will be greatly restricted. This matter is closely related to everyone, and the reaction of all the students is actually expected by Dumbledore. He pressed his hand to everyone again, signaling everyone to be calm, but then he announced the second thing he wanted to talk about today. I just saw that everyone seems to be very interested in this little brother I pulled back, so let me introduce him to everyone. After Dumbledore said this, he pulled Ichigo Kurosaki, who had been restrained by him, to the head platform, and with a wave of his wand, he completely untied Ichigo Kurosaki. Kurosaki Ichigo was bound for a long time. As soon as he was freed, he immediately did what he wanted to do the most. He jerked out the sword he inherited from his parents, and despite the fact that he was being watched by the whole school on the head stage of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he slashed the sword at Dumbledore without hesitation. One sword flow, stay together, die, Lion Elegy. Quote, powerful sword chi instantly burst out from this gorgeous sword. Dumbledore had long expected Kurosaki Ichigo to do this, His brows were slightly wrinkled, and with a flick of the old wand he had already held in his hand, a powerful magic barrier blocked between him and Kurosaki Ichigo, and Kurosaki Ichigo's powerful knife chi attack was naturally blocked. However, although his attack was blocked by Dumbledore, Kurosaki Ichigo was not discouraged. His foot mistake, the teleportation skill was instantly unfolded, and for a moment, the entire head platform was Kurosaki Ichigo moving at high speed, making it impossible to tell which one was the real him. And this is exactly the effect Kurosaki Ichigo wants. He becomes almost impossible to lock in high-speed movement, and as long as he cannot lock the target, Dumbledore's various strange magic cannot work on him, which is also the most correct way for a melee combat unit to deal with a magician. However, Kurosaki Ichigo obviously underestimated this SSS-level archmage with the number of the undead god bandit. Dumbledore faced the constantly moving Kurosaki Ichigo. His eyes narrowed slightly, first put a golden egg-shaped magic barrier around his body that could protect in all directions, and then he waved the staff, and an extremely cold breath instantly gushed out from the tip of the wand. As soon as this magic was used, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was still observing Dumbledore's flaws, instantly felt that the air around him began to freeze, and his movement speed began to slow down and slow, until finally, Kurosaki Ichigo almost felt as if he was moving in a huge block of ice. The experienced Dumbledore obviously sensed Kurosaki Ichigo's intentions at the first time, so his first shot was a range-type magic that could reduce the enemy's movement speed, and poor Kurosaki Ichigo was once again defeated by Dumbledore. In fact, if Ichigo Kurosaki is given enough time and enough energy, Ichigo Kurosaki can still crack this magic of Dumbledore. His evolution personality has gradually become perfect, and the radicalization of various injuries and negative effects is becoming more and more effective. However, even with a powerful personality, it is futile without the support of time and energy, and these two are exactly what Kurosaki Ichigo lacks the most now, and a few minutes later, Kurosaki Ichigo was once again sealed by Dumbledore in a large transparent piece of solid ice, unable to move. And after sealing Ichigo Kurosaki, Dumbledore casually said to the teachers and students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, who were already dumbfounded in the audience, "Everyone has seen that your new physical arts teacher has a bad personality, and you should pay attention to it when you get along with him in the future." Chapter 200. A month after Dumbledore brought Kurosaki Ichigo back to Hogwarts, the teachers and students of this house were generally used to this orange-haired and somewhat fiery temperament teacher. In fact, in the beginning, most people in this house maintained a respectful attitude towards Ichigo Kurosaki, and felt that this young unspeakable physical arts teacher did not deserve such praise from the headmaster, and this phenomenon was most serious in the talented Slytherin house. In Slatling House, from the instructor down to the students, almost no one has ever looked at Ichigo Kurosaki squarely, and Ichigo Kurosaki is also happy, and every day after completing the teaching task that Dumbledore told him in Slatling House, he will pat his ass very happily, and he will definitely not stay for a minute. And the reason why Kurosaki Ichigo became a physical arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry so honestly was entirely because he was not Dumbledore's opponent. This is a real problem that he finally realized after many attempts. However, the wise Dumbledore did not blindly rely on his strong strength to suppress Kurosaki Ichigo. He had a long conversation with Kurosaki after sealing Kurosaki Ichigo for the last time, and in this long conversation, Dumbledore and Kurosaki Ichigo reached an agreement that as long as Kurosaki Ichigo honestly served as a teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for 3 years, then he could come and go freely after the 3-year period. Originally, Kurosaki Ichigo refused this proposal, but there was a saying that the situation was stronger than people, and in desperation, Kurosaki Ichigo had to gladly accept this errand. And Kurosaki Ichigo also has his own considerations. The Leo he killed before obviously has a lot of origin, and the others are just that. The key is that the guy's grandfather is a peerless powerhouse comparable to Dumbledore. With Kurosaki Ichigo's current strength, it is still impossible to compete with him. If he rushes out of Hogwarts now and is caught by that old man again, then his fun will really be great. You know, in the world of the Island of Greed, death is real death. Kurosaki Ichigo does not want to die here, so temporarily hiding himself and slowly accumulating strength is exactly what Kurosaki Ichigo is currently happy to see. For the group of little fart children and so-called mentors with eyes on the heads of the Slattering Academy, Ichigo Kurosaki is actually not cold. These ignorant greenhouse flowers never know how sinister the world is, and always feel that the bottom of the small well where they live is the whole world, and for these people, Kurosaki Ichigo feels that he has no obligation to teach them to be human. Time passed in such a boring mechanical commute, and perhaps Kurosaki's only gain was his growing closeness with Kazuka Kento, Hermione, and Daviel. Little Hermione is now completely for Kurosaki Ichigo's little fangirl. Every day, as long as Kurosaki Ichigo is there, she will definitely be able to see this smart and enthusiastic mother. And all this simply made Hermione's many crushes jealous of Kurosaki Ichi's death, and directly led to Kurosaki Ichigo being inexplicably unpopular among the little boys in the school, but still that sentence, Kurosaki Ichigo did not care about it. Outside the trumpet, the Triennial World Cup is about to begin, and this year's prize is the S-Class magic item, Black Dragon Heart. Quote, a very bloated little fat man flew past Ichigo Kurosaki at a speed that did not match his body, riding a flying broom. Looking at the broom that had been crushed into you, Kurosaki Ichigo drew a cross on his chest with great sympathy. Hermione, who has been existing as Kurosaki Ichigo's little fangirl recently, after hearing what this little fat man said, her delicate brows wrinkled slightly, and said with some dissatisfaction, the Ministry of Magic is really getting more and more critical. Such a big world competition, actually gave such a chicken rib prize, I am ashamed of them. Quote, Dai Wire, who returned from class with Ichigo Kurosaki, gently touched Hermione's head, smiled and comforted. I can't say that, after all, the Department of Magical Sports is a very unpopular department in the Ministry of Magic. Their funds are limited, and it is already good to be able to come up with an S-Class magic prop as a prize. It is better than nothing. Quote, Hermione thought that this was indeed the case, so she nodded very obediently and said, okay, then I will forgive them. Anyway, what they take as a prize doesn't matter to me. Anyway, I am not ready to participate. Even if I participate, I will definitely not win the championship. Then let the broken things be given to those fools, haha. Kurosaki Ichigo was intrigued by Hermione's conversation with Daver, and he asked curiously, I know about the Quidditch World Cup, but what the hell is that S-Class magic prop Black Dragon Heart? Isn't it S-Class? Why do you listen to your tone as if you have special contempt for it? Quote, Hermione, who was well informed and knowledgeable, heard that her idol had a problem, and immediately raised her hand happily and rushed to answer. I know, brother Ichigo, I'll tell you. Looking at the bouncing Hermione, Kurosaki Ichigo Ghost Messenger stretched out his hand and gently stroked the little girl's head. This intimate action immediately made Hermione blush, and Kurosaki Ichigo seemed to realize that there was something wrong with this, and withdrew his hand in disdain. I'm sorry, I forgot you're a girl, hee. Quote, Hermione, whose face was flushed, shook her head shyly and said, it's okay, as long as it's Ichigo's brother, you don't matter, Let me tell you about that S-Class prop, the Black Dragon Heart. In order to hide the embarrassment, Kurosaki Ichigo immediately nodded and changed the subject. Oh, okay, that's bothering you. Quote, Hermione smiled shyly at Ichigo Kurosaki again, and recounted the information she had seen from the book. According to legend, the heart of the Black Dragon was refined by digging the heart of an evil dragon after the knight killed a dragon Smaug who was on the wrong side. Quote, originally, this knight wanted to refine this precious magic material into an offensive magic prop that could emit a powerful dragon breath. But then for unknown reasons, this magic prop failed to refine and became a chicken rib type prop that would only absorb the essence blood magic of dead creatures, but could not be released. Hermione said this, and added, if it weren't for its own material being legendary level, this chicken ribbed magic prop wouldn't be worthy of the S rank at all. _ Your fan fiction stories hub. Search, categories, tags, updates, sign in. Chapter 201. Kurosaki Ichigo heard Hermione describe the characteristics of this Black Dragon Heart. His whole eyebrows jumped. Faintly, Kurosaki Ichigo seemed to grasp something particularly important, but that feeling was too vague for him to grasp the point at all. What did you just say? How is that Black Dragon Heart coming? Quote, Hermione looked at Ichigo Kurosaki a little strangely. Why are you suddenly interested in this useless chicken rib? Quote, however, this was a question that Kurosaki Ichigo himself could not answer, and he shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know, but I always feel that this thing seems to be useful to me, but I don't know what use it will be. You can tell me about it, maybe I can get some inspiration. Quote, Hermione naturally would not refuse Kurosaki Ichigo's request. She cleared her throat, and then explained to Kurosaki Ichigo. In fact, this black dragon heart is useless. It contains a very large amount of energy, but countless magicians throughout the ages have tried countless methods, but they have never been able to extract the energy inside, and this is why it has slowly become a chicken rib. Quote, hearing Hermione's explanation, Kurosaki Ichigo touched his chin and slowly fell into deep thought. Can you only absorb energy from a dead demon beast or a strong person but can't release it? This is a very peculiar nature. My evolution personality just needs an extremely large amount of energy. If I can get this black dragon heart and extract the energy inside, then my power will definitely be able to make a leap. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo's voice was very small, and Hermione on the side could only hear him muttering there, but did not know what he was saying. Brother Ichigo, did you come across something you couldn't figure out? How about you say it, and I'll figure it out for you, okay? Quote, in the world of Harry Potter, Hermione has always been known for her knowledgeable memory. She has read all kinds of books on magic, and she is also very familiar with the ancient history of magic, and Kurosaki Ichigo heard that she wanted to come up with ideas for herself, and really said her questions very cheerfully. After hearing your description of the black dragon heart, I found that it is very helpful for me to improve my strength. My cultivation exercises require extremely large amounts of energy. If I can extract the energy in the black dragon heart for my own use, then my strength will gain a qualitative leap. Hermione obviously didn't expect Kurosaki Ichigo to be playing with this idea, and she immediately said apologetically, I'm sorry, brother Ichigo, if it's this that bothers you. I really can't do anything. All the books record the black dragon heart that although it contains a very large amount of energy, it can never be extracted. I'm sorry, didn't help you. Due to the regret in her heart, Hermione's voice fell low at the end of her cute head, but of course Kurosaki Ichigo would not complain about the cute little Hermione because of this. He rubbed Hermione's soft blonde hair very much, and said in a very gentle tone, Haha, Shao enough knows so much is already very powerful. There is nothing to be sorry for. It's not your fault. Well, raise your head. Perhaps it was Kurosaki Ichigo's words that worked, and after bowing her head and blaming herself for a while, little Hermione immediately raised her head again and said firmly to Kurosaki Ichigo, since the thing is useful to you brother Ichigo, then I will go back and look for records about it, and I must study the method of using it. Quote, however, just after Hermione finished saying this, Daviel's slightly hesitant voice sounded, if what you're talking about is just calling on the power inside that S-class prop, I know one, but... Although Dai Weier's words were very hesitant, they still made Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes shine, and he couldn't wait to ask, oh. Doesn't it mean that it is absolutely impossible to call? Why is there a way to do it again now? What exactly is the method? Quote, Dai Weier looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's fiery eyes full of hope staring at her without flashing, and her heart couldn't help but feel a shyness, and her face that was as white as superb porcelain also flushed with a beautiful blush, and she responded to Kurosaki Ichigo's question in a very shy voice. I once saw a record in an ancient magic book passed down from generation to generation in my family, saying that 800 years ago, a very ambitious genius magician coveted the huge energy in the heart of the black dragon, and then designed a very unique energy extraction magic array, and engraved this magic array on his body with a special technique. Dai Weier paused slightly when she said this, and her face suddenly became a little difficult, as if she had thought of a very bad thing, but out of her heart of wanting to help Kurosaki Ichigo, she still forced herself to endure the discomfort in her heart and continued to explain it to Kurosaki Ichigo with those soft words. This genius magician finally turned himself into a magic array that could extract magic power infinitely, and the core of this magic array was the black dragon heart that he embedded in his body, and he did succeed, but the final result was beyond everyone's expectations, and this magician eventually turned into a monster. Kurosaki Ichigo raised his eyebrows and asked with great interest, turned into a monster. Can you be more specific? Quote, Dai Weier nodded very obediently. That genius magician successfully extracted the power in the heart of the black dragon after activating the magic array, but that power was too large and too evil, and the body and soul of that magician collapsed because they could not withstand this power, and in the end, this magician turned into a pool of swelling sentient flesh and blood monsters. Dai Weier sighed slightly when he said this, as if he was grieving the tragic fate of the poor magician. But Kurosaki Ichigo's focus was obviously not on the same line as Dai Wire, and he asked Dai Wire with great interest, "Dai Wire, do you know how that mage did it? Or, if you were asked to do it on me once, would you be able to do it?" Quote. Dai Wire and Hermione were shocked when they heard Kurosaki Ichigo's words, and then the two of them encouraged in unison. "No, Ichigo-kun, brother Ichigo, this is too dangerous." Quote. For Dai Wire and Hermione's concern, Kurosaki Ichigo just smiled and waved his hand. "You don't have to worry about this, you just say you can do it, right?" Chapter 202. At this time, the sun was setting. It was the time of the end of classes at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and on the tree-lined campus path, Kurosaki Ichigo stood opposite Hermione, Kazuka Kento and Lateral, and this scene quickly attracted many Hogwarts students to watch. Lateral had the thinnest skin, and after a few minutes of stalemate with Kurosaki Ichigo, she was the first to resist the questioning, shocked, or grief-stricken eyes around her, and jerked Hermione's hand and walked into the distance. "Ichigo-kun, this is not the place to talk, you come with me, I'll talk to you in detail." Kurosaki Ichigo looked at this big beauty who almost fled from the desert, touched his chin with interest, and then he didn't mean to shirk, and chased behind Dai Wire with Kazuka. Dai Wire went all the way, and finally threw most of the suitors and admirers aside and came to a small wooded forest. Kurosaki Ichigo saw that there was no one around, and finally couldn't help the question in his heart. "Dai Wire, there are no outsiders here, just tell me, will you have that magic array?" Quote. Dai Wire looked at Kurosaki Ichigo's determined eyes, and the expression on her face was a little sad. "Ichigo-kun, is power really so important to you? Is it so important that you don't even want life? Is it important to turn into a monster?" Quote. Kurosaki Ichigo knew that Dai Wire said these words for his own good, but the thirst for power had now almost become Kurosaki Ichigo's instinct, and he said to Dai Wire with a very solemn expression, "Yes, power is very important to me and indeed is, because I have someone I have to protect." Kurosaki Ichigo paused slightly after saying this. He knew that this reason was not enough to dispel Dai Wire's concerns, and after thinking about it for a while, Kurosaki Ichigo finally thought of an excellent reason. He pointed first to Kazuka Kento who was standing on the side, and then to himself. "Dai Wire, you should know that I'm different from Kento Kazuka, right?" Kurosaki Ichigo's words were endless. Dai Wire obviously did not understand Kurosaki Ichigo's meaning. She asked a little confused, "It's different. What's different? Are you talking about your Asian faces?" Quote. Dai Wire's words simply made Kurosaki Ichigo cry and laugh. He knew that this girl was beginning to be confused again, so he no longer minted around the bush. "Of course not. I'm talking about the identity of me and Kazuka Kento. We are not the natives of this world, we are people from the other world, can you come out of this?" Quote. After Kurosaki Ichigo's explanation, Dai Wire finally expressed something, and she nodded her head as a matter of course. "Oh, it turns out that you are talking about this, of course I know. What about the half-blood of these foreigners, what's wrong? Does this have anything to do with what we're talking about now?" Quote. Kurosaki Ichigo had long known that Dai Wire would ask this question, and he showed his white teeth and explained with a very confident smile. "Of course it matters. A stranger like us can not only cross the space barrier to your world at any time, but also cross the space barrier at the space gate at any time to return to the original. And the most important thing is that we absolutely cannot bring the things of this world back to the original world. Do you understand when I say this?" Quote. After Kurosaki Ichigo's teaching, Dai Wire finally kept up with Kurosaki Ichigo's train of thought. "You mean, even if you are eaten by the Black Dragon Heart, as long as you stand within the scope of the space gate, you can return to your own world at any time, and due to the rules between the two worlds, everything you have in this world cannot be brought back to the original space, so as long as you leave successfully, then the Black Dragon Heart's counterattack cannot hurt you, right?" Quote. I have to say that there is a reason why Dai Wire can reach the A+ level at such a young age, and this comprehension ability alone impressed Kurosaki Ichigo, and he sincerely admired. "Yes, this is indeed the strength of me to dare to try that experiment, so, Dai Wire, please help me." Quote. Kurosaki Ichigo's words were sincere. Dave almost believed it, but the clever devier quickly caught the loophole in Kurosaki Ichigo's words. Since everything you have acquired in this world cannot be brought back to your own world, what is the point of asking for this black dragon heart? As soon as you return, won't it disappear naturally? Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo really admired Devier's observation and comprehension at this time. He no longer dared to despise this seemingly weak beauty, and patiently explained to her. It's like this, although all the items obtained in this world cannot be taken out, but your body is not in this category, can you understand? Quote, Dai shook her head very honestly. Kurosaki Ichigo said it too simply. She obviously did not understand what body is not in this category meant. Kurosaki Ichigo saw Dai shake her head and was not impatient, but explained more carefully. It's like this, if my physical strength in this world is improved, then this is a real improvement. Even if I return to my world, this improvement will remain. Of course, if I lack an arm and a broken leg in this world, then I will still be in a state of missing arms and legs after returning to reality. Quote, Dai nodded and said, oh, that's so, I see. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo spread out his hands, and once again said to Dai with a smile on his lips, so, as long as my speed is fast enough to leave this world before the black dragon heart causes damage to my body, then after returning to my own world, the energy channel of the black dragon heart will be blocked, and I will definitely not be injured, so don't worry. Quote, although there were still some concerns in her heart, Dai was indeed moved by Kurosaki Ichigo's statement at this time. Well, it's not a secret, in that ancient magic book in my family, it does record the drawing method of the lost magic array, and how to embed the black dragon heart into the body, although I haven't operated it before, but this is not a complicated technique. After hearing Dai's affirmative reply, Kurosaki Ichigo's mood visibly improved, and after stretching a big lazy waist, Kurosaki Ichigo's slightly lazy voice sounded, in that case, then I will decide on the heart of the black dragon. Chapter 203, Seeing the confident Kurosaki Ichigo, Dai couldn't help but purse her mouth and show a hint of a smile. I admire your courage and naive thoughts, but I regret to tell you that this is almost impossible. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo raised his good-looking eyebrows, and asked a little unconvinced. I haven't tried it yet, so you have made up your mind. What made you so sure that I wouldn't succeed? Quote, Dai gently lowered her forehead with her plain white little hand to express her speechlessness on this issue. Isn't this an obvious thing? The minimum number of 7 people to participate in the Quidditch tournament, you can't even get together the players, how can you participate in the competition? Since you can't participate in the competition, how can you get that S-level prize, the Black Dragon Heart? Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo touched his chin thoughtfully, and then said very seriously, what you said seems to make sense, but do you think that if I give 200 million gold coins, will the first team sell me the heart of the Black Dragon? Quote, what? How much? Hearing the number that Kurosaki Ichigo casually reported, Dai's face changed a little. Isn't 200 million gold coins enough? Then there is no way, there are only so many gold coins on the body at present. Quote, Brother Ichigo, do you really have so much money? Hermione asked in disbelief. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't seem to realize what 200 million gold coins was for natives like Hermione and Lateral, and he still said with a breezy expression, yes, my parents left it to me, but I can't use it, so I haven't moved much. Quote, Dai finally recovered from the shock at this time, and she said to Kurosaki Ichigo almost in a screaming tone, you kid is so rich. You actually have to spend 200 million gold coins to buy a piece of garbage. 200 million not to mention buying a black dragon heart, is it enough to buy 10? It's enough to buy a whole big black dragon. Quote, when Kurosaki Ichigo heard Dai's words, his heart suddenly settled. Well, since the money is enough, let's go eat. After saying that I have been hungry for so long, what do you want to eat? Although order, today I have a treat. Quote, as soon as Hermione heard that Ichigo Kurosaki, a big dog, wanted to entertain, she immediately jumped 3 feet tall in place with joy. Haha, really? I have long wanted to eat the deadly Warcraft barbecue outside the school. It is said that the materials of their house are pure wild Warcraft. Teacher Dai, let's go together. Quote, Hermione said and took Dai's hand and walked forward first. It seems that she has slaughtered Kurosaki Ichigo today, but after only a few steps, Dai pulled Hermione, who was vigorous, and turned to look at Kurosaki Ichigo with a serious face. Ichigo-kun, do you really want to use 200 million gold coins to buy that black Quote, Dai Weier's voice sounded a little hesitant, and Kurosaki Ichigo knew what he wanted to say, so he asked bluntly, yes, what's wrong? Do you have an opinion on teacher Dai Weier? Or is there another way to do this? Quote, Dai Weier slowly shook her head, her good-looking face showed a slight trace of anger, and she said with some gambling, what opinion can I have? You rich too have so much money to smash others, what can I say? At most, I would think you're a fool. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo heard the unpleasantness in Dai Weier's words, and immediately said with a smiling face, if there were any other way, I wouldn't do it, and who would hate their money, wouldn't they? But you also said that Quidditch must have 7 teammates, I am not familiar with life here, where to find 7 teammates? Quote, Devier glanced at Kurosaki Ichigo angrily, it was obvious that she expressed her contempt for Kurosaki Ichigo's very perfunctory statement, you didn't even look for it, just said that you couldn't find it, can your attitude be a little more loose? Is it true that the only way for you rich people to solve problems is to smash others with money? Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo touched his nose embarrassedly and said, there is a saying in our world that problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Since things that can be solved with money, then you don't have to do it yourself, just smash others directly with money. I have always been a big fan of this sentence. Quote, Dai Weier was almost choked to death by Kurosaki Ichigo's words, but she still held back her temper that was about to erupt in the end, and turned to Kurosaki Ichigo and said kindly, your idea is wrong, you are just lucky to have a pair of good parents, you don't know the hard work of making money, you save this money well, I will find you a team friend, okay? Quote, Dai Weier's voice sounded very gentle, and the tone was like coaxing a child. Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't help but be moved by her proposal, and couldn't help but follow her words and said, this is not impossible, if Dai Weier, if you can find me a teammate, of course I am willing to save this money, and I promise that whether I can win the championship or not, I will give each team member a reward worthy of them. Quote, Dai Weier took a slight bite at Kurosaki Ichigo, and said angrily, bah, you know that you use money to buy others, making me seem to care about your money, if it weren't for the fact that you helped me before, I wouldn't be too lazy to go through this muddy water with you, you put away your money, I won't want a penny from you. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo heard that Dai Weier's voice was a little unhappy, and immediately did not dare to mention the matter of money, and very cleverly led the topic in another direction. Oh, then thank you so much Dai Weier-sensei, you said that you can find me a teammate. I don't know who you are going to look for, do you need my help? Quote, as soon as Kurosaki Ichigo talked about finding teammates, Dai Weier was a little difficult, just now she was actually just quick to talk, plus she was afraid that Kurosaki Ichigo would waste money, so she rashly agreed to Kurosaki Ichigo to help him find teammates. At this time, as soon as she calmed down, she immediately realized that those people she was familiar with already had fixed teammates, and it was simply unrealistic to temporarily pull people now. Kurosaki Ichigo read the look of embarrassment from Dai Weier's face, and immediately asked in an inquiring tone, what's wrong? Is there something difficult to say about teacher Dai Weier? If that's the case, then don't bother me, I'll figure it out myself. Quote, bah, what can you do? Isn't it just throwing money? Chapter 204. At this time, Dai Weier was chattering like a purred woman. Kurosaki Ichigo touched his nose very helplessly, and said with a wry smile, since you don't want me to spend money, then you tell me, who do you want to find to be my teammate? Quote, forced by Kurosaki Ichigo, her eyes began to drift around, trying to find available talents in this short time, but she seemed to have forgotten that she had brought Kurosaki Ichigo and them to this remote forest, and at this time the woods were quiet, only the sound of the wind, but there was not even a single figure. However, such a little difficulty in front of her could not be difficult for Dai Weier, who prided herself on being smart in ice and snow. She rolled her eyes and thought of a delaying strategy. Why are you so aggressive? Do you think I really can't find my teammates? I'll show you now. Quote, after Dai Weier said this, her little green-white hand passed over Kurosaki Ichigo, Kento Kazuka, Hermione, and her own body, and then said proudly, 1, 2, 3, 4, don't you see that there are 4? I'll think of a way to leave the 3, Hermione, you can also take a look, if you have classmates and friends to participate, I am always welcome. Hermione's eyes lit up when she heard Davies's words. First of all, she was happy that she could participate in such a grand Quidditch tournament with Ichigo Kurosaki, and secondly, she also immediately remembered her other two friends, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. In the previous time with Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, Hermione clearly knew the interests and ambitions of these two diehards, and if Hermione informed them now that they could attend the much-anticipated Quidditch tournament as an official player on a Quidditch team, Harry and Ron would definitely go crazy with joy. However, although she was happy for her friends, Hermione was still not carried away by this surprise, and she asked Lateral with some hesitation, "But teacher, this Quidditch tournament is not a small competition in our school, it is a world nature. The world's masters will come to participate. With our strength, is it really possible?" Quote, Hermione had just voiced her worries, and before Lateral could answer, Kurosaki Ichigo on the side said first, "You don't have to worry about this. Let's participate in this competition to focus on entertainment. If I can't win, I will buy it with money. Anyway, it won't cost much. You guys will treat this competition as entertainment, just pull a few people." Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo's words were equivalent to setting the tone for this match. Hermione no longer had any psychological pressure after hearing his words, and excitedly hugged Kurosaki Ichigo's arm and said, "Okay, good, since this is the case, then I will go and pull my friends to participate together, they will be very happy if they know." Quote, Daiwire didn't expect that things would turn into this situation in the end. She weakly put her hand on her forehead, and lamented, Okay, you can play whatever you want, I don't care, anyway, you dog big family has money. Quote, hearing Daiwire's helpless voice, Kurosaki Ichigo laughed and said, don't say this, let's go to a big meal." Quote, at Kurosaki Ichigo's urging, Lateral, Hermione, and Kazuka Kento quickly followed his steps and disappeared into the Silent Grove. A day later, Hermione, who promised Lateral to find teammates for Kurosaki Ichigo, led Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Sirius Black, who was forcibly pulled by Harry Potter, to the place where he agreed to meet Kurosaki Ichigo, and Kurosaki Ichigo, Kazuka Kento and Lateral had long been waiting here, and just like that, the 7-member Quidditch team belonging to Kurosaki Ichigo officially met. In fact, at the beginning, Sirius Black refused to participate in this childish activity, and he was not interested in everything around him, but he could not resist Harry Potter's strong request. Sirius Black still reluctantly joined this strange team. However, just standing here, a long-lost feeling of blood filled Sirius Black's body, and he seemed to have returned to more than 10 years ago, when he and Harry Potter were the same age, and he remembered that his relationship with Harry's father, James, was as close as Harry and Ron now. That year, it was also at this time that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry held a Quidditch tournament between houses, and he suddenly remembered the scene of himself and James riding a broom on the green field. That feeling, it's like a world away. Sirius Black's self-absorbed memories didn't last a minute when he was rudely interrupted by Kurosaki Ichigo's voice. "Hi, friends, nice to meet you. I'm your temporary captain Ichigo Kurosaki, please take care of you." Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo paused when he said this, and at the same time looked at Daiwire to the side, signaling the beautiful and powerful female teacher to take his words. Daiwire was very dissatisfied with Kurosaki Ichigo's willful behavior, but since this matter was raised by herself, then she had no reason to shirk, and after glancing at Kurosaki Ichigo very angrily, she took a step forward and took Kurosaki Ichigo's words. "Hello everyone, I am your Vice Captain Daiwire. I believe everyone should know me, but you must be a little unfamiliar with your captain and another team member. Let me introduce you to each other." After Daiwire said this, she first pointed to Kurosaki Ichigo and said, "Your captain is a traveler from the other world, basically does not know magic, but his physical skills are very strong, and his comprehensive ability is on the A+ right, and he is a very reliable partner." Quote, after introducing Kurosaki Ichigo, Daiwire pointed to the very non-existent Kento Kazuka and said, "This little girl is called Kento Kazuka. She is also an otherworldly traveler. She also can't magic, and her ability is very special. You can understand it as a kind of transfiguration. The combat power is also good, it should be in B+ other." Quote, after introducing Ichigo Kurosaki and Kazuka Kento, Daiwire wanted to make an introduction for the others, but Kurosaki Ichigo, who had already been familiar with the plot of Harry Potter, would not know these people, only to see him wave his hand slightly. "No need to introduce them, I am very familiar with them, and I believe in their abilities very much. Chapter 205. Under Dai Wire's words, Sirius and the others all had a preliminary understanding of each other's teammates who were about to partner with, while Kurosaki Ichigo's side was completely because he knew Harry Potter and the others too well to understand that there was no need to introduce too much. However, although Kurosaki Ichigo said to Dai Wire that there was no need to introduce him, the stubborn Dai Wire still pointed to Sirius Black to introduce Kurosaki Ichigo and Kazuka Kento after giving Kurosaki Ichigo a blank look. This is Sirius Black, a brilliant magician of noble blood, who in his heyday reached the rank of S+. And most importantly, he is an unregistered animagus, an achievement that few people can achieve. Kurosaki Ichigo knew that Sirius Black was indeed a powerful magician before entering Azkaban, but he did not expect his strength to be so strong, and he turned out to be a solid S++ level magician. Although after 12 years of prison life, Sirius's strength will inevitably decline, but the thin camel is bigger than the horse, and no matter how the strength of an S+ level archmage declines, he is also a very powerful person. However, Sirius obviously did not care much about these vanities, and after 12 years of hard work, this magician who was very arrogant when he was young had now become an unusually calm middle-aged man. He just nodded very indifferently to Daviel, and then continued to stand silently to the side. Dai Wire pointed at Harry Potter again and said to Kurosaki Ichigo, this is little Harry, who is good friends with Hermione and a very gifted lad. Quote, after introducing Harry Potter, Daviel pointed to Ron Weasley non-stop and said, this is Ron Weasley, as you can see, he and Harry are a pair of good friends, always inseparable kind, although his talent is average, but his brave and perseverance will inevitably make him climb to the peak of life. Quote, after Daviel stubbornly introduced everyone, Kurosaki Ichigo finally had a chance to interject. He first bowed slightly to Sirius Black, and finally said in a gentle and reverent tone, I have heard your story for a long time, and I deeply regret what happened to you. I believe that justice will come after all, and the true traitor will be judged. Quote, Sirius, who had been planning to stand aside and watch coldly, looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with wide eyes in surprise after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words. Boy, what did you mean by what you just said? Do you know something? Or where did you hear it? Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo smiled slightly and said, right as at ease, as for how I know, is it important? Quote, Sirius frowned. It was clear that he was not very satisfied with this answer. It may not be so important to you, but it is very important to me, are you not, Pitiru? Do you know where he is? Quote, of course, Kurosaki Ichigo knew where the rat in the gutter was hiding, but he didn't want to tell Sirius, so he just vaguely replied, everything you know is not what Pitiru told me, as for where he is. You and Harry will meet him one day, everything will be certain, and the wicked will be punished. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo's words have some tricky meanings, Sirius seems to understand or not, and Harry Potter does not understand at all. Little Harry has learned the truth of his parents' death from Sirius at this time, and also knows who his enemy is, so he impatiently asked Kurosaki Ichigo, Brother Ichigo, do you mean you know where Pitiru is? Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo has always been disdainful of lying, so after Harry Potter asked this question bluntly, he nodded without hesitation and said, yes, I do know where Pitiru is. Quote, as soon as Ichigo Kurosaki admitted that he knew where Pitiru was, Harry Potter and Sirius' eyes turned red. Although the person who directly killed Harry's parents was Voldemort, if it were not for Pitiru's betrayal, Harry's parents would not have died tragically. There is a saying that traitors are more hateful than enemies, and Harry and Sirius really hate Pitiru no less than Voldemort. When he learned that years of great feud might soon be rewarded, even Sirius, who had honed himself like a stubborn rock, became excited. Boy, tell me quickly. Where the hell is that traitor hiding? I'm going to kill him now. Quote, however, Kurosaki Ichigo stretched out his hand and waved. No, I refuse. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo's indifferent words instantly angered Sirius, and after he let out an angry roar in place, his eyes immediately turned blood red, and his whole body began to change rapidly, and after a while, a black giant dog appeared in front of everyone. Kurosaki Ichigo glanced up and down with interest at Sirius's transformed appearance, and muttered to himself, hee hee, it's kind of interesting, is this the ability of Animagus? Just don't know how about the attack power. Quote, Davile took out her wand the moment Sirius transformed, but she was clever and did not rashly attack, but only persuaded while guarding. Mr. Cyrus, please calm down. Harry, he is your godfather, you quickly calm him. Quote. However, although Davile reacted quickly enough and responded very decently, she obviously underestimated Sirius's aggression after transformation, and after letting out a roar in place, Sirius, who had transformed into a giant black dog, slammed into Kurosaki Ichigo's direction. When Sirius pounced, Kurosaki Ichigo did not hesitate to pull Davile into his arms, and at the same time activated his tenfold gravity skill. With a loud boom, Sirius, whose size and weight became very large, was firmly pressed to the ground. However, after only a few seconds of suppression, Sirius, who was physically strong enough to pervert, quickly adapted to the environment of 10 times gravity, and with an angry roar, Sirius, who had risen back on his feet once again, rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Chapter 206. However, just when an inevitable fire was about to occur, Harry Potter, who had been standing on the side without moving, suddenly seemed to come to his senses, and suddenly hugged Sirius's hind legs in a hungry tiger pounce posture, and at the same time said loudly in his mouth, "Godfather, don't be impulsive, you have to control yourself." Quote. If there is anyone else in this world who can make Sirius care, then this person is undoubtedly Harry Potter. Sirius, who has no children for life, has already regarded this good brother's son as his own, so Harry Potter's persuasion is obviously very important to him. Sirius was eventually persuaded by Harry, and a fire was completely extinguished on the verge of erupting. To be honest, Kurosaki Ichigo is a little regretful. He actually wanted to try what Animagus's ability is like for a long time. This time he finally came across a living one, but in the end he didn't succeed, which can only be said to be a creation of people. After calming Sirius, Harry asked Kurosaki Ichigo again in a very calm tone, "Brother Ichigo, can you tell me where Peter Pettigrew is now? Please." Quote. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Harry's eyes eager for revenge, and sighed slightly. "Do you want revenge so much? You know, Peter Pettigrew is Voldemort behind him, and he is still the person who is protected by Voldemort, and you are likely to go to death now. Even then, do you still want to go?" Quote. Harry's eyes were extremely firm. He raised his head and replied proudly, "Not everyone is as timid as Peter Pettigrew, although I am afraid of death, but I am more afraid that my parents' revenge cannot be revenged. As long as I can take revenge, what is it when I die?" Quote. Kurosaki Ichigo was deeply touched by the spirit of Harry Potter, but he still refused Harry without hesitation. "The spirit is commendable, but I still refuse." Quote. Harry was maddened by Ichigo Kurosaki, and he asked aloud in disbelief, "Why? There's always a reason to reject people, right? Are you with Peter Pettigrew?" Quote. When Harry said this, Kurosaki Ichigo immediately pouted with disdain. "Don't put me with that rat in the gutter and say, thank you. Although I knew where he was, I had never met him, let alone a gang, and that was impossible to happen." Quote. Harry grabbed his hair in pain and said, "Then since you are not in the same group, and you have no interests with him, why can't you tell me? What is your reason?" Quote. The reason, in fact, there is no special reason, because Peter Pettigrew is not only your enemy, he is also the person I want to kill, but now I am in the principal's school, I can't go out, so I can only delay it until the future to kill. I don't want him to be killed by you first. This explanation obviously surprised Harry and Sirius, and after they looked at each other for a while, Harry asked in disbelief, "Could it be that your parents were killed too?" Quote. Kurosaki Ichigo was speechless by Harry's brain replenishment ability. He shook his head and explained, "What kind of joke? How can someone who can leave a legacy of hundreds of millions of gold coins to me kill with that kind of garbage? Don't think too much, I just hate him." Quote. After saying this, Kurosaki Ichigo immediately said to Harry Potter and Sirius in a very seductive tone, "Do you really want to seek revenge on him so much? In fact, it is not impossible. As long as you can agree to my request, it is okay for me to tell you." Quote. Without waiting for Kurosaki Ichigo's request, Harry immediately replied, "Needless to say, no matter what the reason, I promise you." Quote. Sirius also stood beside Harry and said solemnly, "Me too." Quote. Kurosaki Ichigo smiled slightly, but still said his request. "Actually, the request is very simple. as long as you promise to do your best to play this Quidditch match for me this time. Then in the end, whether you win or lose, I will tell you the news you want, and I will go with you to capture the mouse." Quote. This request was really unexpected for Harry. He was now a little confused about this black-haired and black-eyed otherworldly visitor. It's that simple. Don't you say that we will also do our best to compete. This is the highest honor of wizards, who will not do our best. Quote. Snap. The crisp sound of die wires hands hitting each other sounded in the air. In that case, then even if your agreement is reached, let's start our pre-game training. We don't have much time, and if we waste it, we may not even be able to pass the in-court trials. For Devier's proposal, Kurosaki Ichigo naturally had no opinion. Well, everyone will listen to Daiwire's arrangement on this matter, but before that, I still have a few pieces of equipment to distribute to everyone, which is not a good thing, but at least it can improve the odds of our team's victory. Quote. After Kurosaki Ichigo said this, he began to pull out the equipment from the carry-on space, first appearing 7 pairs of flying shoes with small wings, followed by 7 sets of golden protective equipment, and most importantly, flying brooms. Each of these pieces of equipment is almost A+ level, and what is even more valuable is that these equipment are obviously specially prepared for Quidditch matches, if it is a set, but Kurosaki Ichigo took out a whole 7 sets at once. Hermione's little mouth was startled into an "oh" shape, and she was knowledgeable that she obviously knew the gleaming gold equipment that suddenly appeared in front of her. Wind God blessing track. Movement speed plus 50%, A+ other running god costumes. 7 pairs. Oh my god, I'm going to choke. Quote. And this, Tenjin light armor, A+, double defense plus 300, it's simply a light turtle shell. Who can fight this? Quote. Oh my god, Halo 2W. This is the legendary Light Wheel 2W, S-Class broom. 7. It is said that after riding it, even the light can't catch up with you. With such equipment, pigs can win. Brother Ichigo, where did you get so many god costumes? Don't say 200 million gold coins for these equipment, 300 million can't buy it. Quote. Looking at Hermione, who was about to jump up with excitement, Kurosaki Ichigo touched his nose a little helplessly and said, maybe my dead dad is a Quidditch fanatic, these are his legacies to me. Chapter 207. Sirius Black was born in the Black family, one of the sacred 28 races, and the wealth accumulated in the family for generations is simply inexhaustible, and he was also a young master before he was locked up in Azkaban, what world has not seen. However, when Kurosaki Ichigo took out a whole 7 sets of Quidditch costumes, even the knowledgeable Sirius Black was shocked at once, and he said to Kurosaki Ichigo with some disbelief, "Shish, with so many sets of god costumes, your father should have robbed the secret treasure house of the Ministry of Magic, right?" Quote. Kurosaki Ichigo shrugged his shoulders indifferently. I don't know about this, I haven't seen him, but no matter how they came about, can they be used? Can't the Ministry of Magic have special requirements for the equipment of the contestants? Quote. Daiwire shook her head and explained for Kurosaki Ichigo. There are no explicit rules on equipment requirements, but the general team is limited to financial resources, that is, the main seeker will have a set of luxurious equipment, and the equipment of other team members is very average, your equipment is too luxurious. Quote. Harry Potter was a little confused by the sudden appearance of the golden equipment in front of him, and he asked cautiously, Brother Ichigo, are these equipment really for us? Quote. Kurosaki Ichigo waved his hand very boldly. You misunderstood, these things are not for you. Hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who had always been elated, were a little lost. However, Kurosaki Ichigo immediately changed his tone and said with a smile, these things are my gifts to you, just as a small benefit for my team, haha. Surprised or not, surprised. Quote. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly ushered in a sensation like an earthquake in this small group of 7. And when Harry and Ron, the 2 older boys, learned that these equipment were given to him, they immediately pounced on a hungry tiger, and swished, and each copied the 3 pieces of equipment they liked the most. And Hermione and Kazuka Kento also happily picked up their own set of equipment after a little reserve, and constantly compared it to themselves. Among the 7, except for Kurosaki Ichigo himself, Dave and Sirius stood in place out of adult reserve, seemingly not interested in the god costume that ordinary people dream of. Kurosaki Ichigo saw this situation, so he personally took a set of golden equipment and gently held it in his hands to Sirius. Mr. Black, I know that you have been from a privileged family and have seen countless rare treasures, and this set of equipment cannot enter your eyes, but in order for our temporary group to achieve a good result, you still reluctantly accept it. Kurosaki Ichigo's words were very polite, but he couldn't refuse. Sirius, after feeling Kurosaki Ichigo's insistence, also took Kurosaki's equipment with very cheerful hands. Since that's the case, then I'm not welcome. Halo 2WA, even I've heard of it, I've never seen it. Quote, Dai Weier didn't wait for Kurosaki Ichigo to personally present the set of god clothes, so she put the equipment into her carry-on space with a self-conscious, oh, and at the same time said with a full mouth, since you are a local tycoon who wants to be the wrongdoer, then I am not polite. Anyway, you kid has money, not a little. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo saw that everyone had accepted the equipment, so he clapped his hands happily and said, since the equipment is divided, let's start training. Oh, by the way, I just heard earlier that if you want to participate in the Quidditch World Cup, you must first pass the in-house tryouts of our Hogwarts house, right? Quote, Lateral, as a veteran teacher of Hogwarts, is of course a doorman for these things. Yes, you heard this news well. If you want to participate in the quadrennial Quidditch World Cup, you must first win the qualification tournament of our Hogwarts house before you can represent the house in the World Cup. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo obviously did not know much about these situations, and he immediately made an open-minded appearance and said to Davier, oh, can you tell us about the specific situation of the in-house tryout? Quote, Dai Weier had just received a set of god costumes from Kurosaki Ichigo for nothing, and she was obviously in a very good mood at this time. She nodded and smiled. Of course, the courtyard selection competition, as the name suggests, as long as you are a member of our Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, you can freely form a 7-person team to sign up to participate. Quote, hearing Dai Weier's explanation, Kurosaki Ichigo's brows frowned imperceptibly. Huh. Can anyone participate? Wouldn't that be a waste of time because there are too many teams? Quote, Dai Weier naturally knew what Kurosaki Ichigo was worried about, and she smiled slightly and explained for Kurosaki Ichigo again. This is true for the general cadet team, but not for us. There are special columns under the rules. We as Hogwarts tutors have the privilege, at the beginning of the qualifying round, we only need to stand on the side and watch the play, and wait until the student teams of the 4 major houses have decided the final first place, and then it is time for our mentor team to compete. Hearing Dai Weier's words, Kurosaki Ichigo's face immediately became better, and he also smiled happily. Oh. Is there still such a good thing? It seems that our dean is not too old-fashioned, haha. Quote, however, Kurosaki Ichigo had just been happy for a few seconds, but Dai Weier immediately poured cold water on him. Don't be happy so early, although our equipment is very good, but the tutor team of our academy is not vegetarian. Those animals are playing this almost whenever they have time, and they are all strong, and the cooperation between them is tacit, but it is not comparable to our local chicken team. Quote, after splashing this basin of cold water, Dai Weier said with some hesitation, moreover, even if we luckily win the team of teachers and students in the academy, then we will face the highest level of Quidditch players in the world. You know, even if Hogwarts is the world's premier great school, we have not squeezed into the quarterfinals for 5 consecutive sessions. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked. I'll take a go. Is it so fierce? Such a fierce competition actually rewards only one S-class chicken rib equipment. Are you sure those people at the Ministry of Magic don't have water in their heads? Chapter 208. Kurosaki Ichigo's complaint immediately resonated strongly with Hermione, Davier, Harry and others, and Hermione clenched her small fists angrily and said, so now you know why I was so angry before. This group of bureaucrats of the World Magic United Department are not just brains in the water, they are simply brainless. Quote, Harry didn't agree with Hermione's statement. He glanced at his mouth with disdain, and disdained the Ministry of Magic in the arrogant tone characteristic of a teenager. Hey, aren't they brainless? Can brainless people do such smart things? Sponsorship fees and advertising fees are collected a lot, but when you want to bleed, you take out a garbage to fool it. Don't be too smart. Quote, due to the long-term hard training, Kurosaki Ichigo is much taller than Harry. At this time, After hearing Harry's words, he immediately smiled and stretched out his hand, easily wrapped his arms around Harry's shoulders, and kindly agreed with Harry. Young man, you are right, continue to maintain this angry heart, I am optimistic about you. Wire was obviously the only one on the scene who understood. Looking at this group of people who were not in tune from above, she covered her forehead in pain. Alas! What kind of team am I following? If it weren't for your sake, I would have turned around and left by now. Quote, for Wire's accusation, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't blush and his heart didn't beat. Haha. Wire-sensei, don't you have to be so knowledgeable? Don't all great things start at the beginning? Who is 100% sure that our current team will not win the championship in the future? Anything is possible. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo's words were reasonable. Wire suddenly looked up to this teenager who looked a little hanging. Your words are beautiful. I really can't be sure if this team can win the championship in the future. But if you don't go to training and continue to chat, I can tell you with certainty that you will definitely not pass the academy tryouts. Quote, Ichigo Kurosaki. At least you have to choose a team name before training. In the end, at the urging of Ichigo Kurosaki, the improvised Quidditch team led by him was officially named Top of the Canyon, and although the people who received a lot of benefits from Ichigo Kurosaki did not understand what this Top of the Canyon meant, no one raised any objections. A few hours later, the first simulation of the Top of the Canyon team began, this time in the real fantasy of Hogwarts, which looks like an ordinary Gothic building on the outside, but inside it is something else, and you can simulate almost everything you want here. In Kurosaki Ichigo's impression, there is no such bug-level facility in the Harry Potter story, and this facility should be added to the world by the game development line of the United States. However, although this high-tech thing feels a little out of place with Harry, it is indeed very easy to use, and it is also very expensive, with a startup cost of 10W gold coins, and a training fee of 1W gold, which is not at all a price that ordinary people can afford. Of course, the god How Kurosaki Ichigo, who has hundreds of millions of gold coins pinned to his waist, is not in the ranks of ordinary people, and it is also a blessing to him, and the top of the newly established garbage squad not only has a full-body costume, but also has the closest to the real simulation training ground. On the edge of the stadium simulated in the real environment, Wire changed her gentle and weak image in the past. She was riding her light wheel 2W and constantly roaring at the top of the canyon. Players, the expression was like an old witch in a dark fairy tale. Get moving. Move it, Harry. As a seeker, you need to know what your goal is. Don't be like a muggle and know how to run after a ghost flying ball. That's not enough to stuff your teeth. Quote, and Kazuka Kento, why did you fly so far as a batter? Going on vacation, you have to always take care to protect your teammates from bludgers, you know. Remember, don't let anything disturbing your teammates understands. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo, I've told you 100 times, although you are a batter, you can't cut people with a knife. You are foul. This is going to be free thrown, I'm telling you. Quote, Wire's violent cramming method of education eventually ushered in a dissatisfied revolt from Kurosaki Ichigo, who was the team's big boss, captain and actual patron, and slapped the giant sword similar to the door panel in his hand on the virtual court, and complained at the same time. Lean. There are more than 700 fouls on Quidditch, and if they all follow the rules, this ball will not be played. Quote, Wire, the actual helmsman of the team, vice captain and coach, was not at all moved by Kurosaki Ichigo's resistance. She first let out a contemptuous smile, and then looked at the angry Kurosaki Ichigo with condescending pity, and said in a slow tone. How, are you too old to remember these rules? Or are you, a muscular man, also have pimples in your head, so you simply don't have the brains to remember these simple rules? Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was ridiculed, immediately defended. Who said I can't remember? I just feel that these rules are just binding. I really don't know that the intellectual disability made these intellectual disability rules. Quote, Hermione, who was arranged by Wire to be a chaser, happened to fly past Kurosaki Ichigo on a light wheel 2W, and at this time, while throwing the ghost flying ball into the enemy iron ring in an extremely beautiful pose, she also took the time to explain to Kurosaki Ichigo, these rules are made by the Ministry of Magic and Sports, so the mental retardation you are talking about should be them. Quote, while Hermione was talking to Ichigo Kurosaki, Davire's voice sounded again, okay, Ichigo Kurosaki, have you been lazy enough? When you've stolen enough, keep training. We're running out of time, and you have to train all the time until you fully understand the rules of Quidditch, and even though we're a rookie team, we can't make jokes about fouling on the pitch. Quote, helpless, Kurosaki Ichigo had to devote himself to the great sports cause again after hearing Davire's urging, and for a while, the golden snitch and the light wheel 2W flew together in the real fantasy world, and the ghost flying ball and the celestial god armor were the same color, a lively scene. Chapter 209. When Kurosaki Ichigo and the others continued to train in the real illusion until the 7th day, the academy teacher in charge of managing the real illusion finally couldn't stand the scruffy young man who ate and drank and slept in this noble building, and the old pedantic black-robed archmage did not hesitate to use his oak staff to drive out the Quidditch team that had begun to take shape. However, although he said that it was because he couldn't stand Kurosaki Ichigo and the others being too sloppy, let them go back to take a shower and then continue training, but Daiwire, who was good at observation, saw a hint of worry in the old man's eyes, and it was obvious that this old man should be afraid that they would overtrain and die suddenly in the real fantasy realm. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had not seen the sun for 7 days, stretched out a lot after walking out of the real illusion, as if he wanted to rub all the fatigue of these 7 days into this lazy waste, and under his influence, several young people about his age also stretched out together, and their movements were surprisingly consistent with their expressions. In these 7 days of high-intensity training, Kurosaki Ichigo has completely impressed Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Kazuka Kento with his strength, and now these people admire him so much, almost to the extent that Kurosaki Ichigo said to go east, they will definitely not go west. After stretching his waist, the keen-hearing Kurosaki Ichigo immediately heard a faint cheer in the air, and he turned his head to Daiwire next to him with some doubt. Wei, did you hear anything? Quote, after hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Daiwire also began to listen sideways. Under these 7 days of intimacy, Daiwire and Kurosaki Ichigo's relationship also heated up sharply. Even the title of each other was changed to a more intimate nickname, and now Daiwire also attaches great importance to Kurosaki Ichigo's words. After listening for a while, Daver, who had been at Hogwarts for many years, immediately recognized the source of the sound, pointed in the direction of the playground, and explained to Ichigo Kurosaki, the sound is coming from the playground, and at this time, the only way to have such a loud noise is to have a Quidditch match. Quote, after Daiwire said this, she began to count the date with her own thoughts, and muttered to herself, we have been training in the real fantasy realm for 7 days, and the student round-robin tournament of the 4 houses of Hogwarts is played twice a day, a total of 6 games, and after the end of each day, there is a day off, and finally there are 2 grand finals for the winner and the winner of the losers group, 1 and 2 ideographic, 6, 7, Today happens to be the day of the grand final, let's go check it out. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo immediately refused. What's so good about the students' competition? It's all a group of weak chickens. I don't want to watch the game of this kind of team that is doomed to fail. If you want to watch it yourself, don't pull me up. I haven't rested for a few days, I'm going back to catch up on sleep now. Quote, however, Daiwire didn't seem to hear Kurosaki Ichigo, very naturally took Kurosaki Ichigo's arm, and said with a smile, Ichigo, you are arrogant, although you are indeed very powerful, no matter how weak the opponent is worth paying attention to, just as the so-called knowing oneself knows that the other is not lost. Let's go, I see how others play, it will definitely inspire you. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo's heart actually refused, but feeling the soft and almost suffocating stimulation coming from his arm, he instinctively made the most correct choice that all men would make, and without saying anything, he walked along Daviere's soft embrace to a hot field. Harry and Ron both swallowed a mouthful of saliva when they saw Daviere hugging Kurosaki Ichigo's arm with the softness in front of them, and then looked at each other very lewdly, and the admiration for Kurosaki Ichigo in their hearts increased a little. And Hermione, after looking at her frank and open mind very depressed, happened to catch a glimpse of Harry and Ron's lewd little movements, and she immediately glanced at these 2 friends who grew up together without looking back, and then followed the footsteps of Kurosaki Ichigo and Daiwire to the green field without looking back. Kazuka Kento, who has always played the role of Kurosaki Ichigo's big sister, suddenly felt a different kind of sourness in her heart after witnessing the intimate behavior of Kurosaki Ichigo and Wire. But she still didn't say anything after all. Perhaps, for her, silence is the best protection. By the time Ichigo Kurosaki, Lateral and the others leave the luxurious training room of the real fantasy and finally arrive in the playground deep in the quiet Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the playground has been completely ignited by the ongoing Quidditch match. In the huge playground of Hogwarts, a Quidditch game is entering its climax, and the Slytherin student team, led by Marcus Flint, is engaged in a thrilling battle against the Ravenclaw student team led by Roger Davis. Not far from this hot arena, the Gryffindor student team led by Oliver Wood and the Hufflepuff student team led by Cedric Diggory fought to the death, both of which were very hot, and the intensity was even comparable to the life and death battles of some wild mages. At the edge of the turquoise pitch are two huge scorecards, and every time a team of players scores a ghost flying ball, the number on one of the two huge scoreboards jumps upwards, and every time the Quidditch fans who support the team erupt into a tsunami of cheers. From these huge billboards, we can see at a glance the strength of these four teams. Perhaps at the beginning, the total score of each team is 0, but as the game progresses, the total point gap of each team will be widened. Moreover, in the rules of the Quidditch game, if any team gets lucky enough to catch the small and flexible golden snitch, then congratulations, your team will directly get a high score of 150, and the game will end as the golden snitch is caught. However, the team that loses this match does not need to be discouraged, because the qualifying tournament held in the courtyard of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is a round-robin point system, which does not count the win or loss of each game, only the final total score, and the highest score wins. Chapter 210. In this Quidditch World Cup qualifier, in order to increase the fun, the Academy also specially added some more confrontational rules to this game, which have never appeared in previous matches, but their appearance does increase the fun of some games. The new rules require that after each student team in the four colleges has played against each other, the two teams with the highest total points and the two teams with the lowest total points will continue with a life and death final, and the winner will receive all the points of the loser. In this grand final, the restrictive rules for the winners and losers were greatly reduced, and these players were allowed to use some offensive magic that was not very dangerous and limited body collisions, which is why Kurosaki Ichigo saw the current scene like a wild mage's fighting method. At first, Kurosaki Ichigo was not interested in this competition between students, but after seeing such a hot scene, which was similar to a group fight between mages, he immediately overturned his previous idea and watched with relish. At this time, on the green field in front of Ichigo Kurosaki, the match between the Slytherin students, who finished first in the total points, and the Ravenclaw students, who finished fourth in the total points, were being held, and the teachers and students of the two houses gathered on the edge of this court were basically the teachers and students of the two houses. Ichigo Kurosaki glanced at the huge scoreboard, which at this point displayed on the Slytherin side scoreboard was 120 points, which was exactly the score they had received in this match. Underneath the larger set of numbers, a smaller set of numbers, which showed 650 points, which was the total number of points the Slytherins had earned in this series, which was a very high score compared to their opponents. Compared to the always strong, fighting, glory-seeking Slytherin House team, the nerds of Ravenclaw House were clearly in a state of disadvantage, and this group of delicate, self-proclaimed wise readers were clearly not very good at this kind of violent game that required cooperation, as could be seen from their pitiful scores. The Ravenclaw House student team has a total of 220 points, which is almost the lowest number of points in any tournament, and their points in this game are also very low, only 60 points. Unless their chasers can catch the golden snitch by surprise and turn the tide of the game, according to the latest rules of the game, the 220 points they have earned will only be given to the Slytherin House. At this time, halfway through the fixture, the advantage of the Slytherin team was already very obvious, and the proud Marcus Flint could no longer hold back the pride in his heart, and defiantly drove his broom close to Roger Davis. When flying close to Roger's side, Marcus also said sarcastically, "Ha ha, Roger, don't you always look down on a Slytherin house? Didn't you say that nothing in our academy compares to your Ravenclaw house? What's wrong? Did you Ravenclaw get rid of it today?" Quote, Roger, who had been pressed and beaten by various academies since he participated in the competition, was furious when he heard Marcus's taunt, and he was very angry and drove his flying broom to the side of Marcus, trying to pull the annoying Marcus off his horse in this way. However, how could the astute Marcus be defeated by such a low-level trick? He had long been prepared to prevent Roger from becoming angry when he came to provoke. At this time, he just gently pulled his flying sweep, and then very quickly dodged directly above Roger, and at the same time, he also took the opportunity to step on Roger's head that had been held high. Roger, who was successfully angered by Marcus, not only did not hit Marcus, but was also fiercely swung by the other party, and stomped on his head and kicked him in front of thousands of people from the two houses. This behavior is simply a naked insult. If Roger can't take revenge today, then he won't want to mess around at Hogwarts in the future. Marcus's humiliating kick damaged not only Roger's face, he also stepped on the face of all Ravenclaw teachers and students, and after this kick, the entire arena was instantly detonated, and the students of the two distinct houses quickly began to greet each other's close female families. On the field, after being stepped on with an extremely humiliating kick, Roger's eyes were red, and he quickly urged his broom, bent on driving his flying broom again and fighting with Marcus, but Marcus never gave him this opportunity again. After stepping on Roger, Marcus quickly disappeared in front of Roger's eyes, and immediately re-entered the center of his own defensive formation, which can be attacked and retreated, and he is not afraid of Roger's retaliatory actions. After returning to his camp, Marcus once again gave an inverted thumbs up to Roger, who was already on the verge of madness, and greeted Roger's mother with a cordial lip shape. Marcus's series of actions finally completely drove Roger into madness, and he no longer cared if he was still racing, and rushed to Slytherin House in his flying broom. Roger's strength can be said to be quite top-notch among the students of the four houses, and his combat power after anger is especially terrifying, and after using the flying charm to hit two Slytherin students who stood in the way, he finally flew in front of Marcus. However, the insidious Marcus had anticipated all this long ago, and his deliberate provocation of Roger several times was precisely to make this proud and conceited guy lose his mind and fall into the trap he had carefully woven for him. Marcus lightly snapped his fingers on the flying broom, and in this instant, at least 4 beams of the flying spell hit Roger, who was carelessly underestimated and trapped in the enemy camp, and Roger was also knocked down his flying broom without suspense, and this was the first time since the start of the race. In the end, Roger paid the price for his impulse, and the Ravenclaw House team was no match for the sinister and cunning Slytherin House in the absence of a captain's leadership, and the Slytherin team became the biggest winner of the game without suspense. On the other side, the Gryffindor student team and the Hufflepuff student team also divided the final victory, but the total points of the winning Gryffindor student team were still a lot lower than the Slytherin team, so the team that could finally compete with the teacher team became the Slytherin student team led by Marcus Flint. Chapter 211. After the Quidditch qualifying tournament for the 4 house student teams, the winning Slytherin team received 5 days of rest, during which the Quidditch team made up of all school mentors would compete for the qualification tournament between the mentors. According to the first-hand information that Lateral obtained from the Academy, although the final prize of this Quidditch World Cup was very weak, the enthusiasm of the tutors of the houses to participate was still very high. Kurosaki Ichigo roughly counted from top to bottom from the list of contestants held by Die-Wire, and found that the tutor team of this academy was as high as 12, and with other substitutes, the total number had reached more than 90. You know, the tutors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry are only more than 200 people in total, and the scale of participation of these more than 90 people is already quite large, although there are some students here, but it is only a very small number of exceptions, and it is not mainstream at all. Due to the large number of mentor teams and the limited space available as a competition venue in the academy, Dumbledore changed the elimination rules of this competition again, and the mentors team no longer used the total points elimination system, but used a more intense and demanding life and death battle mode. In the life and death mode, all participating teams have only one chance, and the success or failure of each team can be known on the spot at the end of the game. The winner advances to the next round, and the loser is eliminated on the spot. However, although the rules have changed, Kurosaki Ichigo does not care very much. No matter how the rules of this game change, in the final analysis, it is necessary to rely on strength to speak, and after 7 days of running in, Kurosaki Ichigo feels that his advanced equipped squad has this strength. Just as confident as Kurosaki Ichigo was Harry and Ron, His age, when newborn calves were not afraid of tigers, but the slightly older Davile and Sirius had a different view of this. Sirius also saw the list of contestants in Davier's hands. In this list, he unexpectedly found several of his old acquaintances. These people were already very active when he was a student of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but he did not expect that after so many years, they not only became teachers, but also participated in this competition like himself. What a trick. Sirius was pessimistic about the tournament out of his knowledge of his old classmates, while Lateral was entirely aware of the strength of these magical mentors in the process of getting along with them. Almost every one of these mentors who signed up for the competition was not inferior to Leo, who died in the hands of Ichigo Kurosaki, and they have been together for many years, and everyone knows each other quite well, whether it is individual strength or team cooperation, almost a few streets away from Ichigo Kurosaki's improvised garbage team. However, regardless of the strength comparison, it was time to come, and early the next morning, Dumbledore led the entire school to the playground, where a huge glass box was standing, and inside this glass box were 12 small ones made of billowing gold. These 12 balls replaced the 12 mentor teams that were about to participate in the game, and now Dumbledore had to randomly grab these balls in front of the whole school to finally identify the opponent of each team. Under everyone's gaze, 12 golden balls danced with Dumbledore's wand. They kept rolling and jumping in the transparent glass box, and finally, the first golden ball finally rolled down the side slide of the glass box. And the first moment this golden ball rolled down, a school staff member who had been waiting on the side rushed forward. This staff member carefully held the golden ball, and then slowly opened it in front of the whole school. The moment the golden ball was opened, Kurosaki Ichigo saw the name on it, and the staff member who picked up the golden ball also announced loudly at the same time, Team 1, Barty Crook. Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo had no impression of the name, but Sirius, who was standing behind him, explained to them in a low voice, this person is a few grades higher than me, he is a very powerful person in their class, the magical talent is very high, I don't know what level he is now. Quote, just like me, A+. Don't. Die Wire, who was standing on the other side, had no waves on her face. Just as Kurosaki Ichigo was talking, the second golden ball in the transparent glass box also fell, Team 2 Londonary. Quote, immediately after announcing the name of the team, the staff continued, in the first life and death knockout match, Barty Clock played against Londonary. Ask the captains of both teams to go to the number 1 court to get ready, there are already referees waiting for you. The official match will be held as scheduled in 20 minutes, and the team that does not arrive will be considered as automatically forfeited. Quote, as the staff announced that the game was about to start, the two teams of horses who had long been standing on the playground and ready to go immediately jumped up from the spot as if their buttocks were burned, and almost instantly, the two teams whose names were named disappeared into the place on brooms. Kurosaki Ichigo just coldly glanced at the two teams that left, and then, his attention was quickly attracted by the third golden ball that fell out of the transparent glass box, and under his gaze, the staff slowly opened the ball, Team 3, Severus Snape. Quote, when the name that Kurosaki Ichigo was very familiar with was pronounced, Sirius's eyes visibly contracted violently. This name was all too familiar to him, thinking that this person was his good brother James Potter's nemesis and number 1 love rival. And most importantly, this man's magical talent was extremely fearful that if Sirius could choose, he really didn't want to face this very difficult person. However, sometimes things were so strange. Sirius was just praying in his heart not to drink Snape's name, and Kurosaki's name appeared in the fourth golden ball. Team 4, Ichigo Kurosaki. In the second game, Severus Snape vs Kurosaki Ichigo, please get ready for both teams at pitch 2. Your fan fiction stories hub. Search, categories, tags, updates, sign in. Chapter 212. On the turquoise playground, the small golden balls in the transparent glass box decreased one after another, and the names of the teams were also displayed on the huge sign on the edge of the playground, making it easy to see at a glance. The names that have been published are almost always opposite each other, which indicates that they will be rivals in the next 3 days in these two grassy playgrounds. Kurosaki Ichigo's leaders, Kazuka Kento, Dai Wire and others had already arrived at the number 2 playground to get ready, and their golden equipment soon attracted a burst of exclamations from the crowd of onlookers. many of whom did not know the equipment worn by Kurosaki Ichigo and others, but this did not prevent them from detecting their extraordinary value from the appearance of these equipment. However, not all of these onlookers were passers-by who did not recognize the goods, and a handsome boy with red hair immediately let out an irrepressible exclamation after seeing the equipment of Kurosaki Ichigo and others, and after making this exclamation, he explained feverishly to his little friend standing beside him. "Luke, do you see that? That's the Tenjin light armor. Although it is only A+ level equipment, its extremely lightweight and superior protection are simply designed for Quidditch matches. What is the origin of this team? They actually had 7 such divine costumes at once. Could it be the illegitimate son of the headmaster?" Quote, the boy named Luke who was standing next to the red-haired boy was obviously not an ordinary person, and after hearing the red-haired boy's words, he responded to his excited friend with an extremely contemptuous tone. "HMPH. The headmaster's illegitimate son can't get such equipment well. The celestial light armor can only be created by the dwarf master of Hearth City, and since the death of the last dwarf master 10 years ago, this equipment has completely become a bad one." Quote, after Luke said this, he immediately pointed to the golden winged shoes worn by Kurosaki Ichigo and explained to his friend, "And what is the Tenjin light armor, do you see clearly? That's the blessing of the wind god. Movement speed plus 50% of the superb god suit. Wear such shoes to play a game, and the pigs can win." Quote, Luke's slightly jealous words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of others, and a teenager who looked like a fat leather ball immediately viciously said to Luke and the red-haired boy, "What do you say? What does it mean that pigs can win? You actually compared our beautiful teacher Dai-Wire to a pig. Simply unforgivable. Me right away, or I'll beat you to death right now." Quote, Luke was unmoved by the threat of this fat academy. He smiled coldly, and said with disdain, "Just a dead fat pig like you even has the face to tell me to roll. Lao Su won you such a pustule 10, do you believe it or not? Bah, growing into this bird, I still learn to chase stars, bah, disgusting. If teacher Dai-Wire knew that a dead fat pig like you was a fan, she would definitely die of nausea." Quote, Luke's words were like a knife mercilessly pierced the fat boy. The boy's face turned red and white by Luke's words, and finally he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, and the whoosh rushed over to Luke who provoked and insulted him like a moving ball of meat. "Boy, I'm fighting with you." Quote, with this roar like a stormtrooper, the audience was immediately chaotic, but these did not affect the game on the green field. When the referee made a gesture for both players to enter, Kurosaki Ichigo led Dai-Wire and Kazuka Kento slowly towards the team of teachers led by Professor Snape, and after the two sides bowed to each other according to etiquette, the referee announced that the match had officially begun. And as the referee's order to start the game was issued, a small ghost flying ball was thrown into the sky by him, and the quick-eyed Kurosaki Ichigo did not wait for others to react, and immediately rode his S-Class broom light wheel 2W, quickly chasing towards the ghost flying ball. The golden snitch will not be released immediately at the beginning, and only when the referee feels that the time is almost up, he will release the golden snitch as a grand finale, which can not only add some confrontation and uncertainty to the Quidditch match, but also greatly mobilize the emotions of the audience and make them more obsessed. Kurosaki Ichigo's light wheel 2W is worthy of the top god costume of the S level. He identified the target and was as fast as a streamer. Ordinary people don't let alone keep up with him. Even if they capture his trajectory, they can't do it. Under this unexpected blow, Kurosaki Ichigo successfully hit the ghost flying ball into Professor Snape's iron fist, and was the first to get 10 points. Because Kurosaki Ichigo's movements were so fast, many spectators, even the referee, did not react, until the huge scoreboard at the edge of the playground automatically turned over 10 points, and people finally realized what had happened at that moment. Snape glanced at Ichigo Kurosaki with a very gloomy expression. Losing 10 seconds in the opening scene made him quite unhappy, and Ichigo Kurosaki, an outsider who suddenly broke into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, made his unhappy mood magnified tenfold. To be honest, the extremely conservative and exclusive Professor Snape really hated Ichigo Kurosaki, and if it weren't for the fact that Headmaster Dumbledore was suppressing him there, Professor Snape would have let this hanging boy get out. However, anger did not control Snape, and Snape, who was naturally good at controlling his emotions, was quickly regained his composure, his voice sounding ancient, and he did not have the slightest frustration because he lost 10 points at the beginning. Colleagues, deal with it according to the method of dealing with highly mobile units during normal training. Don't be afraid, the enemy can't each run so fast, we just need to prevent him. Groove. What is it? Quote, when Professor Snape arranged tactics for his team, Dave also led the others to take out their own Light Wheel 2W, and when the 6th Light Wheel 2W of Chi-Brush appeared, Professor Snape, who has always been known for his maturity and stability, finally couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. But this can't blame him. Anyone who sees his enemy suddenly change from a little white rabbit to a big dragon will also react like this. Chapter 214. When Kurosaki Ichigo made his own trick, Gravity Field, Professor Bruce, who took the lead, happened to be shrouded in the gravity force field by Kurosaki Ichigo, and under the tearing of 10 times the gravity generated in an instant, the 5-year-old and 3-thick Professor Bruce fell heavily from the sky like a kite that suddenly broke its line. Boom. Professor Bruce, who fell from the high clouds, fell like a dead dog on the turquoise court, and according to Quidditch rules, once his body landed on the ground and he could not get up for 10 seconds to continue the game, he was considered eliminated. At this moment, Professor Bruce didn't say that he got up and continued to compete. He couldn't even move, and he was really completely eliminated by Ichigo Kurosaki's unexpected blow. Professor Bruce's sudden exit caused Professor Snape's defense circle to have a very obvious fluctuation. This fluctuation is because the originally stable magic system suddenly has one less person, and the inevitable fluctuation, because the more powerful the magic system, its internal structure must be more precise. Any lack of any link will bring a devastating blow to the entire system. Although the talented Professor Snape successfully used his excellent magical knowledge and command art to stabilize the entire system when the entire system was about to collapse, and very incomprehensibly transformed the stable large system of 7 people into a stable large system of 6 people, and once again formed a continuous and stable, stay away from the curse, effect, but still could not save his own team that had fallen into the downwind. The moment Professor Bruce landed and Professor Snape's stay away curse effect disappeared, Kurosaki Ichigo and the others successfully broke through the cage carefully woven by Professor Snape with their speed advantage. Moreover, after successfully breaking through the blockade, Kurosaki Ichigo and others also took advantage of the fact that Professor Snape's rear was empty, and no one scored several ghost flying balls in a row, instantly reversing their own disadvantage of not being able to break through the defensive front built by Professor Snape. The referee of this field saw that there was a new turn in the game. His eyes turned, the magic staff in his hand waved gently, and the small golden snitch who had never known where to hide instantly appeared in the middle of the two teams, and the atmosphere of this game was also piqued by the moment the golden snitch appeared. Snape saw that in a few minutes, the people on his side could rely on their absolute strength advantage to steadily push Kurosaki Ichigo and them out of the playing field, so that Kurosaki Ichigo and the others were all eliminated due to fouls. And when his side easily won the game, there was such a moth, and the mood was quite bad. However, no matter how bad the mood was, and the game continued, Professor Snape, knowing that his away charm had lost its effect, very decisively abandoned this strategy, released a acceleration charm himself, and plunged into the ranks of competing with Kurosaki Ichigo and Harry for the golden snitch. When the golden snitch suddenly appeared, Snape was the closest to the golden snitch, and when Harry saw the small and wonderful golden figure, the ecstasy in his heart could hardly be concealed. In such an important game, God was so kind to him, sending the most important scoring opportunity to his mouth. Thank God. Thanks to the goddess of magic. As long as I catch this golden snitch this time, I will give you both a pig's head together with Brother Ichigo when I go back. No, one per person. Quote, while thinking so, Harry flew like an off-string arrow with the light wheel 2W towards the golden snitch that was constantly twisting in the air. However, when his hand was only a meter away from the golden snitch, Professor Snape, who had cast the acceleration spell on himself, came first. Seeing that victory was coming, Professor Snape, who was deep and restrained on the outside, was also in a commotion in his heart. 1 meter. 80 centimeters. 50 centimeters. Close. Haha. You little devils are calculating, and in the end, you will still lose in my hands. Ha ha. Also light wheel 2W, without this and that strength, give you light wheel 100W you can't play. This ginger is really still old and spicy. Quote, Ichigo Kurosaki, who had been working as a batsman on the side, saw that under the effect of the acceleration charm, Professor Snape's speed was obviously faster than Harry's 2W in a short period of time, and he knew that Harry alone could not win. And after understanding this, Kurosaki Ichigo immediately made a decision to exert gravity on Professor Snape, who rushed forward. But what shocked Kurosaki Ichigo was that Professor Snape didn't know anything strange. His gravity skill didn't have any effect on him. Professor Snape still quickly thought it was like an arrow from Zon. In desperation, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly moved. He slammed into the light wheel 2W he was riding on his crotch, and the whole person flew out with the help of this small impact. While flying out, Kurosaki Ichigo also applied a reverse gravity impact to himself. In this instant, Kurosaki Ichigo's speed was extremely fast. Bang! When the smug Professor Snape was only a few centimeters away from the golden snitch, he was suddenly kicked in the cheek by Ichigo Kurosaki, who gave up his flying broom and flew over. And Ichigo Kurosaki's kick was very heavy under the blessing of gravity, and he even saw a few white teeth flying out of the dignified and serious Professor Snape's mouth. In the end, under the cover of Kurosaki Ichigo's selflessness, Harry Potter finally lived up to expectations and caught the flying golden snitch, successfully obtained the crucial 150 points for the team, and officially ended this difficult game. However, although the referee had already announced the end of the game, Professor Snape, who was kicked out, did not intend to stop like this. He suddenly took out his wand, and unleashed a powerful lightning impact at Kurosaki Ichigo lying on the ground, and said viciously in his mouth, "Kurosaki Ichigo. Yes, you dare to kick me in the face. I'll kill you." Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was suddenly attacked by Professor Snape, also responded very unambiguously, "Hey, if you want to kill me, then you have to see if your dead face has this ability. It just so happens that Lao Tzu has long seen that you are unhappy. Come on. Let's fight." Chapter 215. Although Professor Snape, who eventually failed, threatened to teach Ichigo Kurosaki a lesson, Dumbledore, who had been watching the match all the time, stopped the impending conflict between the two in time. Professor Snape can be said to be one of the people Dumbledore believes in the most, but in this conflict, Dumbledore did not favor his right hand. In full view, Dumbledore waved his elder wand and immediately gave Snape, who was preparing to rush towards Ichigo Kurosaki, on the spot, "Snape. Don't forget who you are. How can you be a teacher without this bit of temperament? How will you establish your authority among students in the future?" Quote, at Hogwarts, Professor Snape's most respected person is the hidden Dumbledore. After hearing Dumbledore's voice, the angry look on Professor Snape's face immediately slowly recovered, and it can be seen that he is trying his best to maintain his inner peace. When the look on Professor Snape's face returned to the face of the dead face without waves, Dumbledore's voice came again, "How? Have you calmed down already?" Quote, Snape nodded slightly, and the large red shoe print on his face that had been stepped on by Ichigo Kurosaki was intriguing with his serious look at this time. However, although the expression on his face was a little embarrassed, at this time, he finally returned to his previous demeanor. "Principal, I'm already fine, please let me go." Quote, Dumbledore was glad that the successor who had always been favored by him had regained control of his emotions, and he gently released the fixing charm cast on Professor Snape, allowing him to regain his freedom. However, just as he was about to say something to appease his excellent air, Ichigo Kurosaki, who had been watching him perform, suddenly made a very bad sound. "Hey, it's really boring. I thought that there was finally a fight to fight, but I didn't expect that I just put a lightning bolt to tickle me and there would be no follow-up. What rubbish." Quote, hearing Kurosaki Ichigo's words, Professor Snape's face, which had already returned to normal, suddenly looked ugly. "Boy, I advise you to be a low-key person. People who are too arrogant tend to die early." Quote, Professor Snape's naked threat did not scare Kurosaki Ichigo. He pulled the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth, and sneered, "Hee, is it? But I also send you a word. Many people have said this to me, but they are all dead, and I am alive and well." Quote, Dumbledore, who had a good temper, finally couldn't stand Professor Snape's constant provocation by Kurosaki Ichigo, and after waving his hand to signal Snape to leave, he beckoned to the defiant Kurosaki Ichigo, "Boy, come here. You won Snape this time. It's not bad. I have a prize for you." Quote, Kurosaki Ichigo glanced at him a little strangely when he heard that Dumbledore actually had a prize to be handed out. You old man is so kind. Is it a bad idea again? I won't get on you. Quote. Dumbledore did not pay attention to Kurosaki Ichigo's unceremonious questioning, and the loving smile on his face made him look at Kurosaki Ichigo as if he was looking at a mischievous junior. Haha. Don't you boast that you are not afraid of heaven and earth. Why don't you dare to come to my side now? If your courage is only so big, then I advise you not to be so arrogant in the future, because this will make people think that you are just a strong outsider, and will only do some bullying and hard things, and this is really shameful. Quote. Under the effect of the amplification spell, Dumbledore's voice appeared grand and majestic, but what he said made Kurosaki Ichigo thunderous. Bah, I'm afraid of you. I'm afraid it's almost the same to kill you. I was too lazy to calculate with you before, and you are still hard. I'll pass, don't run. Quote. Although Kurosaki Ichigo is arrogant, but in his heart is actually a little stunned Dumbledore, this old man who belongs to the top combat power in the Harry Potter world still has some real skills. If he really fights him, Kurosaki Ichigo is really not his opponent now. However, if you can't fight and can't fight, for Kurosaki Ichigo, a fight can be lost, but people must not be lost. Just like that, with the mentality of being humiliated again, Kurosaki Ichigo finally stepped on the head stage where Dumbledore was standing. Dumbledore saw Kurosaki Ichigo walking over, the corners of his mouth smiled slightly, the old wand in his right hand waved gently, and an extremely vast and magnificent force landed on Kurosaki Ichigo's body. When this vast force had just fallen, Kurosaki Ichigo took a defensive stance. However, until the end of this force, Kurosaki Ichigo did not wait for Dumbledore's follow-up attack. After the mana on Dumbledore's Elder Wand disappeared, an extremely strange feeling suddenly enveloped Kurosaki Ichigo's eyebrows, as if at that moment, something was attached to his eyebrows, but Kurosaki Ichigo carefully sensed it, but found nothing. He said to Dumbledore with some suspicion, Hey, what the hell are you old man doing? What did you just do to me? Quote. After Kurosaki Ichigo said this, he looked back at Kazuka Kento and Hermione and asked, You two see if there is something in my eyebrows. Quote. Ah, there is indeed something, so beautiful, like a feather. Quote. When Kurosaki Ichigo just turned his body, the sharp-eyed Hermione found a teardrop-shaped red feather on Kurosaki Ichigo's eyebrows, and the caring Hermione even wanted to go up and take off this beautiful tail feather for Kurosaki Ichigo. However, Dumbledore waved his hand to stop Hermione's movement, and he explained to Kurosaki Ichigo with a smile. Don't worry, this is the tail feather of Phoenix Fox, it won't hurt you, maybe it can save your life at the critical moment, it's my reward for winning the game this time. Quote. Of course, Kurosaki Ichigo knows Phoenix Fox, this magical immortal bird is simply famous in the Harry Potter world, its two tail feathers respectively created Voldemort and Harry Potter's wand. And the most important organization in Harry's world, the Order of the Phoenix, is directly named after it as the name of the society, all of which is enough to prove its specialness. Something so important, why are you giving it to me? Did you know something? Chapter 216. Kurosaki Ichigo's question silenced the smiling Dumbledore for a moment, and then he said in a deep tone, I don't know why you want to participate in this Quidditch World Cup, but the Boa family will never miss this opportunity. As long as you step out of Hogwarts, you will inevitably encounter the deadliest chase. Quote. Dumbledore paused again when he said this, and continued in a slightly deeper tone. For some very special reason, I can't go out of Hogwarts and protect you in all aspects when you play the Quidditch World Cup, so I decided to grant you this life-saving feather in the hope that it can help you somewhat. Quote. Kurosaki Ichigo knew that after he killed Leo, the first heir of the Pova family, the Pova family regarded him as a thorn in the eye, and they couldn't wait to get rid of him quickly, but in the recent period, he had been banned by Dumbledore at Hogwarts, and the Pova family simply couldn't find any chance to kill him. I have another question. I have just finished a match, how can you be sure that I will win the qualifying round and represent Hogwarts in this Quidditch World Cup? Dumbledore brushed his white beard and explained with a smile. Although I am old, my eyes are not blind. Snape's Quidditch team is already the strongest team among all the participating teachers, and if you can defeat them with your own strength, then there is no doubt that you will qualify in the house. Quote. Kurosaki Ichigo had no objection to Snape's strength. He nodded and said to Dumbledore, Well, I will accept your kindness, even if I owe you a favor. If it is useful in the future, just say it. Quote, if other A+ other Transcendents said this to the SSS-level Dumbledore, it is estimated that they would have been swept aside by Dumbledore, and they stayed cool, but I don't know why. Dumbledore can always feel a touch of special from Kurosaki Ichigo. After Kurosaki Ichigo made this seemingly random promise, Dumbledore said to Kurosaki Ichigo very solemnly, in that case, I have nothing else to ask you. I only hope that if it is convenient for you in the future, you will take more care of Hogwarts. Quote, just when he was talking to Dumbledore, the phoenix tail feather in Kurosaki Ichigo's eyebrows had gradually begun to fade away, and by the time Dumbledore finished speaking, the red tail feather had completely disappeared in Kurosaki Ichigo's eyebrows, as if it had never appeared. Kurosaki Ichigo felt the strange feeling in his eyebrows gradually calm down, and the good feeling for Dumbledore in his heart became stronger. Well, since I have received such a great favor from you, then I will definitely pay attention to the matter of Hogwarts in the future, you can rest assured. After Kurosaki Ichigo said this, he left Dumbledore again, winning this game today, I will take my team to a good meal. Quote, as soon as they heard that there was a big meal, Harry and Ron's eyes lit up, and the snack Ron said directly to Kurosaki Ichigo, Brother Ichigo and Brother Ichigo, I want to eat ice lobster. I've wanted to eat this for a long time. It's just that it's so expensive that I've never eaten it. Dumbledore saw Kurosaki Ichigo and the others' impatient looks, smiled slightly, waved at them, and said kindly, I don't have anything to do here, you guys go, have fun. Quote, Egghouse Grand Hotel is located in the prime business of Hogwarts College City. It integrates catering, accommodation, entertainment and Chamber of Commerce offices. The overall building is magnificent. The interior decoration is magnificent. Is a poor people dare not approach the top hotel. Ron has long coveted the signature dish of the Egghouse Hotel, Binglin lobster, but usually due to his limited financial resources, he has been able to hide in the corner and salivate at this delicious dish secretly drooling. But today is different. With Kurosaki Ichigo, a super local tycoon, Ron feels that he can eat the Binglin lobster of this hotel today. When Ichigo Kurosaki brought his team to this top hotel, it was just in time for lunchtime, although the price of this hotel is not what ordinary magicians can consume, but when it is close to dinner, this hotel is still crowded. It seems that in the mage world, there are still quite a lot of rich people. When Kurosaki Ichigo and the others walked into the hotel lobby, the crowd that had been bustling suddenly quieted down, and then, I don't know which student who had watched Kurosaki Ichigo and their game suddenly shouted, that's them. It was they who defeated the dead-faced Professor Snape. Quote, and as these words came out, the students in the entire hotel lobby seemed to come to life at once, and, boom, surrounded Kurosaki Ichigo and others, and the situation not only startled Hermione and others, but even Kurosaki Ichigo, who had long been accustomed to this kind of scene in the outside world, almost put on a defensive posture. Ah, Kurosaki Ichigo sensei, you are my idol, and your kick on Snape's dead face is so handsome. You sign my name. Just sign it on my chest. Quote, Harry-san, do you have a partner? If not, would you mind having one? Would you mind changing one? Quote, Senior Hermione, I am a big fan of you. I have a crush on you since the first grade of elementary school. You give me a chance. My family has 18 castles. As long as you marry me, these 18 castles are all yours. Ah, Teacher Dye-Wire, we love you. Teacher Dye-Wire, we love you. When these chaotic crowds shouted all kinds of redundant slogans, Kurosaki Ichigo finally figured out what they were doing. It turned out to be a group of groupies in the game world. And Kurosaki Ichigo also analyzed at this time, the reason why they are so crazy is completely because Snape's dead face is too unpopular, which indirectly led to the fame of Kurosaki Ichigo and others who defeated Snape, and gained a large number of loyal fans in a short period of time. However, although these people did not have any malice, they were too enthusiastic. Where had Hermione and Harry and the others seen such a formation? And in just a few minutes, Ron was the first to be unable to stand the onlookers of these enthusiastic crowds, and he fled out of the Egghouse Hotel very embarrassed, and even the ice lobster did not want to eat.